Hey, howdy ho, Lions fans. Welcome to the Detroit Lions podcast. This isn't an episode. This is the 24-hour St. Jude Party podcast-a-thon, telethon, fundraising get-together with Riz, me, a whole cast of characters, a rogues gallery of characters, as it were, joining to try to raise money for St. Jude. Welcome, everybody, to our broadcast. Thank you for joining us. Riz, I got to say, my good friend and co-host, Riz. How you doing, buddy?
I am ready for this. I got my Dan Campbell coffee order this morning. I'm good to go.
Oof, I just did a 24-ounce monster to kick it off, and then now I have my cup of coffee. Woke up at 5:30 and couldn't go back to sleep. So I
got the home brew, and I got the Tim Hortons version of the
nice,
because I can't afford Starbucks.
$5. Yes, it's $10 now. Yeah. All right, we've got a big show. We've got a lot of guests joining us today, and thank you all for joining us. It's going to be a lot of fun. We've got a lot to talk about. Lions. We'll probably meander a little bit on and off of the Lions, but let me kick through some of the guests we've got lined up. We've got Justin Rogers joining us here very, very shortly. Tony Ortiz will be joining us. Dan Miller will be joining us. Luke Easterling will be joining us. Coach Wayne Fonts will be joining us. If everyone remembers 30 years ago, the last playoff win. We're also going to surprise him with Herman Moore and potentially Lomas Brown as well on that call. That's going to be a good time. We have Greg Warren, one of our Slack guys, going to do the one chip, 1 million Scoville challenge. That's going to be crazy. Kyle Krabs will talk. He'll be joining us. Dean Blandino, Big Bad Fab, is going to do the Sprite challenge. That's going to be a funny one. And let's see what else we got. Cam and Brett Kuzno. We had him on last year. Great story about Cam overcoming, and they'll be great to hear a patient story. After that, Mark Schofield will join us, and he has a whole lot to talk about, specifically about quarterbacks. And then Ash, our post-game specialist, would join us. A friend of our family, Matthias, is then going to join us later in the day. His son played soccer with my son and had childhood cancer, and we'll talk about that as well. Kind of get you a feel for what it's like to go through it. And tomorrow morning, we'll be joined by Colin, a good friend of the show, Slack Guy, in the morning. So a lot of guests. We're waiting on Billy Sims. He's going to slide himself in there. We're waiting on Jerry Jacobs to see if he can get freed up to come in there as well. And there's a couple other surprises along the way. We've got a lot going on in the show, Riz.
Got a lot of time to do it too.
I should talk slower, huh?
Can we roll this in quarter speed? Everybody speeds up the podcast normally. This one you might want to slow it down a little bit.
Take it chill. This is a good one to have for the work day on Friday. Sit back, listen to us kind of talk.
It is. Obviously, we don't expect all of you to stay with us for 24 hours.
What?
But when you can. It'll give you a nice little bright respite from your day.
Yeah, for sure. And some great guests with some great stuff. Chat's
Absolutely.
lit up, guys. Thanks a lot. Kenyon, Nat, Derek, Kenyon, man. A lot of you guys in there. Greg, how you doing? Bring on the chip. Matja, how you doing, my friend? All the way from the other side of the world, Eastern Europe. Love to have that. Love having you guys all on here. Thank you. All right, so we'll start out really quick talking about St. Jude. Really briefly. We're starting out the show at $3,800, okay, which is just incredible that you guys were already and gals were there to help us out so soon, so early. Want to say thanks a lot for that. That means a lot. We have a couple things coming along the way during the show, in addition to all the guests. When we get to the 10,000 mark, that's when the one chip challenge will happen. Greg's going to burn his face off. When we get to the 13,000 mark, Fab is going to do the Sprite challenge. When we get to the $16,000 mark, Riz is taking a pie in the face. Look at that mug. Is that not ready for a pie? We get to the 20,000 mark, I will take a pie in the face. And at 25,000, Riz does a tutu. If you guys can push us over the top and get us to the wonderful location of $30,000, I will do the Fatboy 40. And we have some great videos. As a matter of fact, I want to maybe put one up here really quick. I hate to blow it early, right? But this is one Riz, I think, just might make its way to be the winner of the Fatboy 40. Let me flip over to the video really quick and show you guys this. I want to
put this one in the annals, but the annals. There's an extra N in there.
I want to start off strong, and this is strong. Let's watch Matt Leffler, longtime friend of the show, Slack member, whole thing. Let's check out his Fatboy 40.
Area. It's the rain. It's winterish. Actually, it sucks out here right now. It's time for the Fatboy 40.
You can hear the wind whipping.
He ran into the wind too. That was a mistake.
Always stretch first. It's important.
Just this kills me.
This car coming. It's good stuff. All right. Gotta prepare.
Yes.
This is the base of determination. Okay.
Just getting the little walk, the little warm-up walk to get ready to launch from the blocks.
Here we go. Hopefully I don't injure myself. Oh my god, it's fucking hurt.
Potentially, I think the winner of the Fatboy 40. That was all in, man.
Yeah.
I love that.
That was great. I think I beat him on time, but his entertainment value definitely trumps my submission, which we will get to later at some point in the next 24 hours.
Yes. We will. We'll revisit Matt too. I have yours ready and waiting. Here is ready to go. So yeah, I hear folks saying that it's a little too early for the Christmas tree. Nothing allowed till later. I apologize, folks. I'm sorry, but this is Christmas for the kids. We gotta light it up a little bit. So just get in the jolly spirit. Okay?
For the freaking children.
The Fatboy 39. Oh, that's good. That's great. All right, we're rocking. We're rolling. We got it going on. Let's see. We've got Justin Rogers waiting for us right now. How about we bring him in and have a nice little chat to kick this off?
That's a good idea.
All right. Come on, Justin. There he is. Justin.
It's Justin.
Yo.
How you doing, my man? Is that an Expos hat that I see on your head?
Yeah, it's kind of my go-to.
Nice. So you're gonna be a Tampa Bay fan? Is that what we have?
I don't know if the transitive property works here.
Math it's too early for math. Come on, stop.
It is. Welcome, Justin. Thanks for joining us. You are our leadoff guest, as you were last year, I believe, which is makes you something.
Yeah, it's my pleasure and an honor.
Awesome. So good to have you. It's really something. This is we're still energetic and ready to go. Plus we just banged a bunch of caffeine down, so we're maybe a little over energetic for just 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm always wondering, so you've done this how many years in a row now?
This is the
3?
second year for the 24-hour job, but we've done 3 fundraisers for St. Jude. Yeah.
How have you approached this year differently to get to the finish line?
For me, I actually I went to bed later than I wanted to. I woke up earlier than I wanted to. Couldn't fall back asleep at 5:30.
Great, good start.
Got myself a workout in though. I didn't work out ahead of time last year, so I got the weights going, and feels like a little. The pump always helps, but we'll see how that goes as 3-4 in the morning rolls around.
Should work that into the 24 hours next year. Just you. Beast in a bench,
just wheel a bench in. The Christmas tree is a good touch, though, right? Is that okay? Is it too early?
It's nice. I feel like there was some Christmas lights last year. Am I wrong?
There was.
Yeah.
There was a little bit more. We had. Let me see if I still have the old snow machine here.
That was the 3 a.m. hours. Was the decorating?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. We'll make it snow.
Oh wait! Wow. Yeah.
Oh man. So how's things in Lions Land? What are you seeing out there?
I mean, how are things in Lions Land? You know exactly how they are.
A loaded question.
They're not going well, Chris. Look at it. They're 0-8. They just got obliterated before their bye week. They needed this break. I needed this break. It's not going well. People are talking about 0-17 now. Tracy Walker brings it up in a press conference without being asked about it. Those whispers have probably started for some fans back before the season started, but they're growing louder and louder, and the schedule's not pretty. They don't have a Jacksonville or a Houston or a Miami sitting there on the schedule that's easy pickings. Got a couple, I don't know. I think the Bears have won 3 games. The Falcons have won 3 games. They know at least how to win. So I don't know. I guess that's the death march we're on now. Let's see if this team can get off the snide. There
was that potential of a Green Bay game where Green Bay had it all locked up and we could maybe not relive the Matt Flynn moment, but something a little different than that. And now with the COVID protocol, that kind of probably takes that off the table, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, look, nobody thought the Packers would beat the Cardinals without, 48 of their top 53 players, and yet they found a way to get it done. So, maybe Jordan Love or Blake Bortles or whoever they're going to roll out there is going to be able to get the job done. I don't know. But look, I mean, I think we know at this point that even if Aaron Rodgers and whatever wasn't playing, you bring up the Matt Flynn game. They could call up Matt Flynn off their practice squad for week 17 or week 18 or whatever it is now. And, probably still give the Lions a run for their money.
Thank you. It's Kurt Bankert time. He's got the lion tattoo on his arm. He's also COVIDed out right now, but he'll be back.
Man, did he get Aaron Rodgers alternative therapy?
He apparently is the person who gave Aaron Rodgers COVID. So.
Good, great.
Yeah. I just think it's great that Golf World broke that Blake Bortles signed while he was lining up a putt on the 9th hole. That was fun.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're there and getting the text and talking, like that's Twitter nowadays, right? Like information travels so quickly.
Yeah,
it really is.
Yeah.
So I want to stick on the COVID and Packers theme for a second. You have to go through special protocols as a tier 2M member of the media, and you see different things around. My understanding is that the Lions have been very vigilant about enforcing the protocols and making sure that everything's okay. Is that something that you sense too? You're obviously they're part of it more. I haven't been there since week 2. So can you talk a little bit about what all you have to do that's different from the past?
It's a little bit easier this year than it was last year. Last year was a little bit more thorough. They've kind of leaned back, for vaccinated status, of course. And so I'm one of, I don't know how many media members, 10, 15, that have to get tested weekly. So I've lost count of how many times I've had nasal swabs. It's probably north of 50 now. Amusing side story. I was in there the other day getting my test done, and the nurse finishes and she goes, "Oh, you're gonna be mad." I'm like, "Oh." She goes, "I gave you the wrong test. We got to do it again." So I got a double dip on a day. That was good.
How do you get the wrong test?
Yeah, they do. They have like a rapid test and another one they send out. I don't know which one I get, but probably the rapid, since I get results within 30 minutes. But when the Lions cleaned house with all the former Patriots people, one that was left over was Matt Patricia's chief of staff, and he was very much in charge of kind of their COVID protocols, COVID response, managing all the different changes as the league came over. And I think it's a really big part of the reason why he was retained is the job he did on that and the job he continues to do on that. So, I do feel like, you can kind of pick out during training camp, at least, which players were coming out of the building wearing masks. You could, get a sense for who wasn't vaccinated. Of course, we're not reporting that stuff because it's still speculative. You don't know if they've, got maybe, somebody immunocompromised at home and they're just taking extra precautions. But, there was probably somewhere in the ballpark of 10 players during training camp. And I would guess probably 4 or 5 of those are probably still with the roster now.
Maybe they were immunized though.
Yeah, maybe inoculated. I don't know. What other adjectives do we have that I don't know if means the same thing?
I don't know if it means the same thing is exactly the right.
I had to update my medical vocabulary for sure the last year.
Let me ask you really quick. The coaching staff, from what you've been able to tell outside of the pressers, how are they getting along? I know a lot of times, there was a lot of talk about how the leadership was working, and originally it was who's in charge and all that. Well, now things aren't probably where anybody thought they would be at this point, and sometimes folks turn on each other, that sort of thing. What do you think the mood is? What do you see as the mood amongst the coaching staff right now?
Yeah, no, I think this staff is really cohesive, and I think that starts at the top, right? Like the tone that Dan Campbell sets in that building, and really Aaron Glenn and Anthony Lynn is kind of an extension of that. It's different than previous years. Matt Patricia was, sometimes a difficult personality to work with. And I think I'm putting that as lightly as possible. Right. But, I think Campbell is almost the exact opposite. Like he's a really, really easy person to work with. And I think that was the appeal in the hire. It's the appeal the players see, and it extends to the coaching staff. So while there is inherent frustration in being 0-8, and every NFL team has these expectations that are often unrealistic. I think the Lions legitimately in that building thought they could win 5, 6, 7, 8 games and maybe even surprise for a playoff a spot this year. Like that wasn't reality, but that's their job, is to see the greatest potential of their roster and their staff. And, that hasn't come to fruition. There's been the bumps in the road, I think more of us on the outside expected, but I don't see any fracturing, I guess, within the ranks.
Yeah, yeah. So let me ask you, and look, there's many reasons that the team is where they are right now, but you have the bye week, you can do you can like make a lot of changes. You can make a lot of improvements, or maybe not a lot, but some level of improvement and change. What's the one thing you think they could change to improve the results they're seeing on the field in this period?
Could they claim Odell Beckham? Is that a thing?
They can, and he will be released today. By the way,
I know it's a funny conversation, right? Like they're restructuring his deal. It's going to be a minimum deal. Lions are number one on the waiver claim. Like it is an interesting conversation. Do you bring in a guy that's obviously a malcontent where he's at, but like at your absolute biggest need? Probably not. Probably not. But like, look we knew this going in. Like they need wide receivers. And they need a pass rush, and they really don't have either. It is worse because they lost their number one wideout. Not that Tyrell Williams was going to be the savior, but the offense would look a little bit better with him. They lost their number one pass rusher in Romeo Okwara. Their offensive line, which was supposed to be the strength, is down their 2 Pro Bowl caliber players. Like you're not going to find replacements for those guys on the street. You're not, and so you have to find a way to continue to work with what they have. And you've seen some game plans where they've schemed around all their limitations and been able to have a puncher's chance. And then you've seen other games where it's the Bengals and the Eagles where all those problems are, exposed by the opponent. And, they keep, I think of it as the old, analogy of like a boat that keeps springing up leaks, right? And you're plugging them with the finger and like a game of Twister, right? And like more keep popping up and you're moving your hand and then that leaks popping up. It's like old like 1950s comedy routine or whatever. But that's what this is. Like how many leaks can we possibly plug temporarily, because that's all we have is temporary pieces, and we hope that one of these weeks, enough of these temporary pieces, these stopgaps, step up in a big way that we can get over the hump and at least get that monkey off our back of being winless.
Yeah, yeah.
You brought up Tyrell Williams. Have you heard any update at all on what's going on with him? Has he been in the building? Is he done? Is he trying to come back? Because nobody has heard a word outside in quite some time.
Yeah, it's been about, I don't know, 3-4 weeks since like the topic's last been broached. We talked to Antoine Randall, his position coach, concussions are just such weird injuries, right? Like everybody experiences the symptoms differently. And the phrase he used that stuck out to me was he's not feeling like himself, right? Like there was an unsureness about, whatever he was feeling, it wasn't feeling right. And he goes like, look I wouldn't want that guy back on the field with that mentality. He goes, because he's going to be thinking about his injury. He's going to be thinking about going across the middle. He's not going to be able to give me 100%. And I need a guy, if he's going to come back, to be able to give me everything. So, we've obviously seen some serious long-term concussions here, and Javid Best being the premium example of a guy that just couldn't shake it. Right. And so, I don't know. I mean, at this point, when it's been this long, you start thinking, yeah, he's probably done for the year, and that's sad. But like that's just the nature of those injuries. They're scary, and unless you've had one, like you can't really explain it to somebody that hasn't.
Yeah, you mentioned OBJ, and he adds a whole personality to the mix that probably causes its own set of issues. But Riz was really high on bringing back Andre Fluellen. What do you think?
Yeah, always. I mean, the door is always open for Fluellen. I made the joke that I don't know why it's the bye week, so the name's escaping me. The Notre Dame wide receiver, undrafted free agent, Javon
McKinley.
McKinley's been signed and kicked off the practice squad like 8 times already this year. Like he's having a Fluellen-like season for sure.
He was on the transaction report 7 weeks in a row.
It's not great.
What about Stenberg? Have you heard about why he made it on the injury report?
I didn't. And, at some point, like, you have so many bullets at a press conference, right? Like, there's only so many things you can ask. And he was playing a handful of special team snaps. So it just kind of fell off the radar. Like, nobody's asked about Tim Boyle for a month, and like it's on my list. It's in my head every time I go into the press conference, but I just get distracted by some other theme. But that's probably one of the first things I'll ask when I get back, because that's an interesting conversation, right? I mean, if we're gonna, I don't anticipate Jared Goff being benched at any point, but if it was to happen, I think it would happen for Boyle over Blau.
Yeah. So there's a lot of talk about Jared Goff, and we've contended that no, Jared Goff is not Tom Brady. He's not Matthew Stafford, and anybody that had to come in after Matthew Stafford, there's only a very small number of people that potentially would be better than him. It's a really, really hard act to follow. So you bring in Jared Goff, and then the play calling, we'll just say, has been less than stellar. The weapons he has, not an ideal situation. The blocking, as we saw in the last game, was just not up to snuff. He needs at least two of those things to be successful at Jared Goff level, whatever that is. But what do you think? I mean, even if he had those two things solved for, is he here next year as the quarterback? Do you think we go find somebody else in the offseason? Is he kind of helping bring the new guy up to speed? What's the story with Goff, do you think?
No, I think he's probably here next year, right? Like, You're not going to cut that, eat the cap hit, and then go sign what amounts to, I guess, essentially an equivalent. I think the best case scenario for Lions fans right now is they do find somebody in the draft that they like and is available in the slot they like. I still think that the best solution to that is the second first round pick and maybe using some resources to trade up and get the guy you want in the middle of the first round. But I think Goff's going to be the guy that kind of brings him along, right? Like, it's going to be at least in the envisioning of it, a Tyrod Taylor, Justin Herbert thing, right? Like, they're going to use the veteran to give the rookie some time, buy him some time, so you're not having a Zach Wilson situation. Even Trevor Lawrence, who I think is going to be a really good quarterback in this league, like, is struggling. He's going through the rookie struggles, and so they'd rather follow that Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson model, where you give him a whole year to really develop on the bench behind a guy, to let that guy take the bullets, and then come in either late in the year or 2023.
It's the big struggle, because there are so many holes. Some of them due to injury, some of them just because there's plain roster holes. And there's many ways. Some people say get your quarterback first and then build the team around him. I feel like we tried that with Stafford and it didn't seem to work. You look at how the Rams have kind of built their thing. They had Goff he was like the perpetual bridge, even though he's a first round quarterback, and they built the team around him and then got their guy, and they're just sailing to new heights. What's your kind of, if you were sitting there in the front office, how would you go about this? Would you sit a year on quarterback unless, and this is kind of, I'll tell you where I'm at. I say there's a lot of capital in that first round pick. You can get somebody else that can make an impact right away, and you already have $30 million wrapped up in Goff. The amount of capital you're investing in that position, if you drop another first round pick on it, is just huge, where you could fill a bunch of holes and you still have 2 first round picks the following year that you can use to manipulate your way to the quarterback that you want. I feel like you're going to damage a guy now. What's your thought? I mean, do you agree? Do you disagree? Where's your head at?
Yeah, I think it just depends on the situation. I think we've learned in the NFL that there's no one path to success, and there's no one path to roster building. I do believe, generally speaking, that you build through the draft, and that's the best way to success. But in terms of when to add a quarterback, I think you add a quarterback when they're there, right? If you believe that guy is the guy, and the resources that it costs, whether it's sitting right there when you pick, or maybe cost you a future second or third or whatever it is, like, if that's the guy you believe you can build around, you draft. And you don't necessarily want to throw them out there right away, because you can damage a guy, right? You can damage their psyche. You've heard it from guys that have gone through it. You've heard it from coaches that have made that mistake of pushing a guy out there.
Joey Harrington is a great local example,
I mean, I think that's why you plan to stick with Goff for next year and kind of let it develop naturally. A year on the bench, it's not, obviously everybody would like to just throw that guy out there for them to be LeBron James, where he just steps right in and is equatable to an NBA All-Star. Or I think Justin Herbert's almost ruined kind of that strategy, because everybody thought he was not going to be ready. He wasn't. He was so far behind in terms of play calling and taking snaps under center. Then he goes out and he just tears the league up, right? Like it's so unusual. He was the anomaly, and you can't base your strategy on the anomaly, right? There's so many other quarterbacks that are out there right away, and I think this rookie class is a pretty great example that they just struggle, right? And so if your team around him is not that bad, and they can, you could still win 5, 6, 7 games with struggling quarterback, maybe that's fine. But if you're going to throw a quarterback into this mix and they're going to win 1 game or 2 games or 0 games, like that's a tough mental thing for a quarterback to overcome. It'll be very interesting to watch how, Trevor Lawrence's career develops from here.
Yeah, he's got a tough first year with Urban Meyer, doesn't he? He's got all kinds of things that are.
That was a little bit of a mistake on their part. Trade deadline was this week. We didn't write anything other than they did nothing. Your thoughts on, did they really try to make any trades? Chris and I have theorized for quite some time, and it's been backed up by other people, that they weren't necessarily looking to bring anybody in. But on the outgoing mailbox, was there anything at all that like caught their interest or you thought might have happened?
It was very quiet for a reason. I believe that. I just don't. There wasn't many pieces on their roster that were sellable. Maybe a guy like Tracy Walker, who I think there's still a hope that he can be a long-term piece if a deal can get done next offseason. Charles Harris, I think probably could have netted you a very late round pick, but your pass rush, as I mentioned previously, is already fairly anemic. So you take away your one guy that's been kind of a consistent pass rusher all year. And, I think there is a stigma to not winning a game, right? So why sabotage your depth further for a late round pick? And in terms of buying, like it just never was realistic, right? Like, if a guy like Ayuk became available and San Francisco was asking for a 5th round pick or whatever, like, yeah, maybe that's a lottery ticket you roll the dice on, but you can't just, throw your picks away for, you tried it. You tried it with Trinity Benson. It didn't work out, or hasn't worked out to this point. I don't know if it will, it's young player still getting his feet wet, but like you already used 2 assets for this upcoming draft. I know you're getting one back in 2023, but like there's just not a lot of point to emptying it unless you feel like you're getting a long-term piece. And I just don't think you were getting that at the trade deadline.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Well, thank you again, Justin. I know you've got a lot to do today. You're a busy guy, but it's great to kick off again. A little bit of a tradition we got going on here. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for helping us support St. Jude. Everybody go out. Don't forget stjude.org/DLP. We're over $4,000 already. We're doing all right.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Hey, and listen, I know I said I couldn't be on tomorrow to close the show, but I feel like maybe we got some more topics to cover. So I don't know. I'll ping you tonight and see if maybe I can rejoin you in the evening.
Anytime, brother. Anytime.
Yes.
And if it
doesn't, you're always welcome, Justin. We love having you on.
Can I ask you one more question actually before we run?
Yeah.
Did you have any inclination that Jerry Jacobs would be what he is now when we were first talked back at the training camp party?
So I think it was really appropriate because I think the day before I came in, I wrote a Jerry Jacobs article. Like he had a really great couple practices. I pulled him aside. It was, kind of a rare one-on-one interview in this current climate, but did I expect him to be starting? No, because you didn't expect Okudah to break and Melifonwu to break. Like, but that's the cornerback position, right? Like guys go down. Yeah. I certainly thought Jacobs looked better than Price, and so I kind of surprised that Price got his shot as early as he did. But no, I mean he's got the right attitude, demeanor. He's got some physical gifts. He's feisty as hell. Like, like he's going through some of the rookie struggles that you'd expect. And, he doesn't get the favorable calls that you'd, expect with a rookie. That pass interference call was junk, I thought. But I think a lot of pass interference calls in this league are junk. I like college pass interference a lot better. I think they let him play a little bit more downfield, but it's nice to see a kid like Jerry have this kind of success, right? Like it's nice to see infectious enthusiasm rewarded. And that's a guy that I think is really grateful for the opportunity that he's had. And he really is absolutely pouring everything he has into this opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Cool.
It's the one thing I keep thinking is a comparative advantage for this team. And when you look for the bright spot in a murky kind of a mess out there for the team, we're having an opportunity to try out guys that never would have seen the field on any other team, and you're finding those diamonds in the rough that you may be able to build a team around for relatively inexpensively in the future. And hopefully, Jerry turns into one of them. Looking at him as a rookie cornerback, I mean, he's playing really well, especially for an undrafted rookie. But a cornerback in the NFL, it's a 2-3 year position before you're really playing well, and he is definitely playing beyond some of the much earlier round picks for sure.
Indeed. All right, fellas.
All right, Justin.
I'll try to rejoin you tonight.
Awesome. If we don't get to,
Thanks,
we'll see you at the Senior Bowl.
All right. Have a good one.
All right. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Okay.
All right. Justin
All right.
Rogers, Detroit News. How about that?
Justin's always good. Always been good to us. Again, support his work. That guy is a professional journalist who's covering football. And I think that distinction gets lost on some people. There are some people who are football guys trying to be journalists. Justin is the opposite of that. And I think that, like, this is not to disparage any of the other people on the beat. His approach to the job is different. And I think that difference is something that we need to relish and appreciate. It can't all be the same coverage. I think Justin sees different angles because he's a journalist.
It's all about balance with him, and that's what I love. And I don't want to say it's emotion free, but it's basically emotion free. He just the facts man, right? He's Joe Friday in there. He is that kind of classic newsman reporter when he reports in the Lions, and I love that. If I want the straight dope, if I want the real deal, I know I'm getting it from Justin. And end of story. Period.
Definitely.
All right. Hey, wow. Thanks for the super chat. We got a couple things to catch up on here. Yeah, Jamie. Great job, guys, and good luck for the next 23 hours. 23 and a half. Thank you very much. Hashtag Pies for Kids. Thank you, Jamie. Jamie, really, really appreciate that. That's cool as hell. Want to say thanks to Derek also for the critical hit sticker. That's pretty cool. And then I have to get to our donations. We've had a couple that have come in while we were going, and I want to make sure that we get everybody the credit they deserve. We got Paul Climo, I'm going to say, and I'm sorry if I murdered the name. Paul came in with $40. Awesome thing you guys do, and thank you, Paul. Mike Hodges, thank you, Mike. $100. Take us over. Let's top 4,000.
Thanks, Mike.
Matthew Turner, he came in with a $20 one as well while we we're talking to Justin. Thank you guys all very, very, very much. We're at $4,027.69. The first major milestone is 10,000. But Riz, what do you think we do a 5,000 dastardly bean? For those who are uninitiated, are you okay? Are you okay? Is it too early? Are you gonna be okay? I'll go first if you want.
It'll be all right. Yeah. I actually don't. Mine are like over there, so I would have to extricate myself here for a minute.
Okay.
But, if you want to go first, go for it.
Bean Boozled. Let me see if I can get them. There you go. Jelly beans. These are the ones that
they're just evil.
Yeah, let me see the flavor. Here we go. We got the flavors listed on the back here. Stink bug, rotten egg, barf, booger, stinky socks, dirty dishwasher, toothpaste, canned dog food, spoiled milk, and dead fish. Wow. And then they have regular colors too, but they're disguised. They have the flavors. They have the regular flavors, and they're all disguised. You don't know which one you're going to get. Last year we discovered it's about like a 4-to-1 bad to good ratio. And if we get to $5,000, we will do a Bean Boozled. I'll do a Bean Boozled live in the air, and we'll continue to use those as we go forward.
I will need to get a bucket as well, because I am someone. I'm a perjurer.
Riley,
I can't see or hear, so my sense of taste and smell are overdeveloped, and that makes problems with things like this.
Riley, thank you so much. Good luck with the 24 hours, guys. Hoping to hear some Lions draft talk, not the Detroit Lions, but the Brisbane Lions.
My girl Riley chiming in. I love it.
Oh, man, the Brisbane Lions.
Good.
Can we do it? Can we do it? Draft talk is interesting. There's a lot.
Yeah, we'll have Kyle Krabs and Luke Easterling on later. Luke is doing just general draft talk. Kyle is going to talk about the Miami Dolphins, which is a team that he has covered. And he is going to go into their team building process and their treatment of a rookie quarterback quarterback and how it's gone wrong and how the Lions can avoid that. And he and I had this conversation off air behind the scenes, and we're going to have it on air and on the scenes. And it's going to be very good because Kyle is Team Tua very much, and he's also not too happy with either Tua or the Dolphins at this point. So he will be on later today. And then we have Mark Schofield on again tonight. There's a chance we will have another draft, Nick, if he is not completely passed out sometime overnight. He lives on the West Coast. So I'm like, hey, man, if you want to come on at 1 a.m. Eastern, that would be fantastic. And he said, if I'm sober, I will do it. So we'll see what happens with that.
There went that idea. My goodness. All right. Trying to get my watch charging here. Okay, cool. Let's see. What else do we have to talk about? We can do a little Jared Goff talk if you want. But I feel like we've kind of worn that one out a little bit.
I think we're all in the same radical acceptance is the term that they use in psychology of we just have to deal with the fact that Jared Goff is our quarterback for the rest of 2021. And you just have to deal with that fact. You might not like it. You might want it to end. You might think it's great. Any direction. Can't imagine people think it's still great. You know, he does still have advocates out there. I still get them.
You are now live with St. Jude Children's Hospital.
Oops. Sorry.
Well, hell.
Floundericious just came in. Did you see that?
I just saw that. That was amazing.
Holy moly, Flounder! Thank you so much. $650 from Floundericious.
That's awesome. Y'all are great. Like even if you can only give $5, that's awesome. But being able to give that much, the generosity is truly appreciated. I mean, just from the meetings that we had with the St. Jude people and the conversations that Chris and I have had with people who have used St. Jude's and experienced through it, it's something. It really is like cancer kids, man. Come on.
and we'll have that as
we're both parents, and we're blessed to have healthy young. Well, they're not young anymore. Healthy teenage kids. Yep. Just imagining them being in a hospital. I don't even. It's horrible. So what these families have to go through.
We will actually talk about that. One of my son's teammates. We lived in California. I played soccer with him. They're friends. I had worked with his dad. His dad is one of the most wonderful human beings you'd ever meet. His son, my son's friend, wound up with childhood cancer after we'd moved, and he'll tell the story. He was on last year. It's a real inspiring story, and it really hits home. Particularly, I think when you have kids, you really can get a sense. I didn't recognize how much you really connect with your kids until I had them. I knew they were important, right? I knew but until you see that little part of you out there, it's like, holy cow, that turns the whole world upside down. And the empathy you can feel, and these folks, you think about them, they're at the absolute worst point in their lives. The kids are sick, they're at the hospital, they need some help, and St. Jude is the place that does amazing things for these kids and these families. And we want to be there to help them with that mission, because it's a very, very important mission. So there you go. Jalen, thank you so much for the super chat. $23 over there. One thing I'll tell you guys just really quick, we should probably remind me, Riz, when we do this. YouTube's got this thing where they grab 70% of those super chats, and we'll give it over to the St. Jude, but you should go to stjude.org/DLP, because then there's no overhead taken away. It all goes straight to them. So we're here. I mean, look, if you want to buy us
we have
pizza,
the accounting ability to make that work too.
Yeah.
Towards the goal. Yeah.
And if you want to, sorry, they take 30%, not 70%. Sorry. But if you want to buy us pizza, that's great. You want to, give us a little something, thanks. We appreciate it. But we urge you, go to stjude.org/DLP instead of the super chat and give the money there. That's the place that it's at. Arista, thank you. You just did it for us. $5. Every dollar matters. It's never too little. So thank you, everybody, for doing that. And again, we appreciate everything. Super chat we're going to push over there. It's just that, they take their chunk. If you want to buy us a pizza or help us out, and whatever, that's cool too. We're down for that. But we just got to make sure that everyone knows appropriately how this stuff is handled by the tube. All right. Let's see what else.
I'm distracted. The Odell Beckham situation is coming to a head.
But not to Detroit, I assume. Let me ask you
No.
about OBJ, right? What, on a
Yeah.
team like this, look, he's probably your number one receiver, even OBJ the way
absolutely.
he is today, right? Even today, OBJ versus a historical OBJ. But he brings his own set of baggage. But then again,
that's exactly what's being discussed in the work Slack.
but that baggage, he's walking in knowing this is an 0-8 team right now, right? So he isn't here to win. He's here for targets. Frankly, who else would you target? I mean, this could be, as much as the off-field stuff is what it is, he could get what he wants here for the rest of the year, and the Lions could get something out of him.
Let me just say this about his off-field, because I think it gets misconstrued. He himself is not a problem in the locker room. His teammates genuinely like him, and in the Browns training camps and press conferences I've been to, there's like they're with him, like they like him, and he's dialed in. He is not creating the drama. It's everything that goes on around him. And he, to his detriment, does not quiet those things out, and he listens to them. He's one of those guys that's got the rabbit ears. If I tweet something negative out about him, he won't react to it, but he will have people react to it. As I said earlier this week, my life was a lot better when I didn't know who Odell Beckham Jr. was. There's just always something going on with him off the field, and a lot of it isn't him directly, but that's the part that you don't want to import to Detroit, because the football player himself, he's not what he used to be, but he's still a pretty darn good football player. And some of the issues that he has in Cleveland are that is a very precision, every single gear has to be turning in sync at the same time. That's not the kind of receiver he is. He's a guy that, like, oh, well, I see that the quarterback's giving me inside leverage, so I'm going to take this route out a little bit further. And I just expect the quarterback to see that, and that's not what Baker Mayfield does. That's not what Case Keenum. That's not what Kevin Stefanski's offense does.
Right.
That's not what Jared Goff does either. And where Odell is at his best is like 15 to 25 yards down the field, working the outside, the middle. Gives him time to use his speed, use his footwork to separate off the cornerback and leverage the coverage. That's not at all where Jared Goff succeeds either. So I think, would he help? Yes, he would. He would certainly keep these safeties out of the box. As we saw against the Eagles, their safety was playing in front of their linebackers at times because they knew that Jared Goff was not going to throw the ball down the field. Some of that was the fact that they also couldn't protect Goff, and they knew that as well. And also that Jamal Williams wasn't in the game, and DeAndre Swift likes to run sideways instead of downhill. So there was a lot of things that contributed to that. Odell would alleviate some of those issues. But if you're coming in here and you think that he's going to catch 8 passes for 112 yards and a touchdown every other week, I don't think that's going to happen with him. Not in this offense. It's not happening in Cleveland, where he has a very good supporting cast around him, and he's still not doing that. He has a 50% catch rate this season. He doesn't have the instant acceleration and the open field glide that he used to. I remember when he was with the Giants, they came to Detroit for joint practices the first year of Patricia. Now, this would have been his last year in New York. Mm-hmm. And watching him just in a training camp joint practice 2 days in a row, like, holy crap, that guy's not human. Like, he moves different. Like he's like the queen, and everybody else is like a bishop or a knight or a rook. Like, he's just doing what he's done. He physically doesn't have that ability anymore. Between the shattered ankle, the torn muscle tore off the bone in the groin, the knee, the blowout of the ACL and PCL last year, he's physically not the same dude. And I said this yesterday in a couple of different Cleveland things that I did. He hasn't realized that he's not that yet either. He hasn't adjusted his game to the fact that he can't physically do what he used to do. And that is a problem for Cleveland, and it's a problem that he's going to have to overcome. Is he still capable of putting up a game every now and then where he catches 8 passes for 112 yards and a touchdown? Hell yeah, he is. It wouldn't surprise me if he did it in his first game with the new team. I don't think it's going to be Detroit. I think he has New Orleans Saints written all over him. And I I actually did a show yesterday with my friend Sean Fox down in northern Louisiana, Bossier City, Monroe, Ruston. And he was like, yeah, OBJ's coming home. that seems to be the general consensus, is that he's going to New Orleans. So
yeah,
that's where that's at.
Awesome. All right, I have some big stuff that's just happened, and I have to say it. Holy cow, folks! You guys and gals, I say you guys generally. I don't mean to discount the ladies. We appreciate you all and all you've done, but some huge donations have just rolled through, and I have to say, we got Arista at 5. Hattori Hanzo, my favorite samurai sword salesman. Goff stinks, but he loves the kids. $16. 5.
Jared Goff is a very good human being off the field. No doubt about that. We do like Jared Goff very much off the field.
$500 from MTube. MTube, you rock. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. That is really, really awesome. Kyle Lebrecht, I hope I got that. Love the pod. Great work, you guys. For $15. George K, 25. My favorite day of the Lions season. Such a great things you guys are doing. And Rock Howard, 25. That puts us up to 52.63. You guys, gals, love you people. Thank you. Thank you all. I also want to say thanks to Jeremy Reisman. Had a really, really nice tweet out there and put out there. A lot of folks are retweeting, but just want to give a shout out to Jeremy. He's always been, real supportive of this. And
Jeremy's a really, really good dude. And I appreciate him. Also, they're doing their own fundraiser this month with the mustache thing. I could not shave for 3 years and grow a mustache. That's just the way I gotta have a full beard in 2 days, but my mustache will not grow in. So my appreciation for them and his Super Mario look last year was unbelievably good.
The mustache thing. You mean Movember?
Movember, yeah, that's it. Yeah. So if you have any of your charitable dollars left after we're done with this, please check out our friends at Pride of Detroit, because they're doing really good work. Love having Eric Schlitt and we remain close even though we don't work together anymore. Jeremy's great. Mike Payton, who lives right over there, it is a really good dude. They get a lot of talented writers there. They just added Morgan, who's got good eyes too, and they offer a diverse opinion track, which I appreciate very much. They're not afraid to cover both sides of an angle, and that's something that, if you know me well, I appreciate that very much.
Yep. Also want to yell out to Huge, your radio partner, pal, and all that. Huge thanks for the retweets. Also, Detroit Sports Podcast and Roar of the Lions UK, all great folks. Thanks so much for being out there and supporting us. You guys are awesome.
Do a quick plug. I'm on with Huge every Monday from 4:45 to 6 p.m. Eastern on 20 different affiliates across the state of Michigan. Bill can rattle those off the top of his head. I just know 96.1 in Grand Rapids and 99.7 here in Holland.
All right, so here we are. I'm going to try to hold this and not spill them. This is the stack of beans that exist for us. So my fingers are covered, so I'm just going to spin them with a spinner and grab one and hope. I mean, we're not even an hour in. I had these great breakfast burritos, and I want to maintain them.
No. Oh, Chris.
This is my recipe.
No bueno.
All right. Let's see what we get here. I was not expecting to be first. It is purple. It is called. Oh no. So last year we did these, and there was one that almost got me. The rest were just disgusting, right? But this one I almost lost my cookies on. And it's going to be either coconut or spoiled milk. Spoiled milk, for some reason.
Honestly, that's probably the least offensive. I dairy farm drinking milk straight from the freaking cow.
Mm-hmm,
so
mm-hmm.
I've had some milk that probably wouldn't pass FDA inspection in my life.
Sure.
We literally would milk the cow. My dad would take a jar from the tank where the milk went, and that was our milk supply when I was a kid.
Yeah. All right, I'm just testing everything to make sure we were okay. That way, if something happens, I'm no one has to witness it, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Kenyon, what's wrong with coconut? No, coconut's fine. I'm praying for coconut right now. It's not going to be though. These are 4-1 bad. God. Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Need a drum roll.
No, just
Need like the Lars Ulrich drum roll.
it's as my
For those
favorite
Dream Theater
movie
fans.
from what was it, 2019 or 2020? My favorite movie. This is what's going to happen.
Get what you fucking deserve!
So here we go. Thanks, Joker. Oh God, it's one. I'm trying to breathe out.
Is it not coconut?
Oh my God.
You're looking unpleasant there, Chris.
It wasn't. Oh.
It's
not
part B of like there's the initial flavor burst, but then getting it down. Good call with having the coffee there.
That goes with sour milk. Oh God. Oh yeah. God.
There you go. Well, we're off to a flaming start here.
Oh God. Hey, just means there's one coconut left, an extra coconut in there for later.
That's right.
Oh God. All right, Riz, you're up next.
So just for your this just came across again. So this is technically as close to a day off as I will get, and I still will actually have to excuse myself from time to time today to write a couple of things. Odell Beckham is being released. The two sides came together to a resolution to end his Cleveland tenure. This is from Ian Rappaport. He's not the only one that has this. At long last, he's headed out, and he will head to waivers. And thankfully, I don't have to write this part of it. But they did agree to make his salary lowered so he is more attractive on waivers. The Lions burping up coffee. Probably better than what you're burping up, Chris. The Lions do have the number one waiver priority. Don't expect them to exercise it on that. It was Houston. They're not going to do it. But from my understanding, from what I'm looking at now, is that they did make it so he is claimable by just about anybody if they have $1 million in cap room, which I think only the Cowboys actually don't have $1 million right at the moment, from what we looked at yesterday. So Odell is gone. So that's for those of you who live on the other side of Lake Erie and in my homeland. And I know that there are Browns fans who like to just, because I'm from Cleveland, they do watch this and participate there. There's sort of the Great Lakes Brotherhood, which we will relive in, what's that, week 11? Yeah, 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Browns will be hosting the Lions that week. I don't normally go to football games. I had good intentions to go to the Chris Spielman thing because Chris Spielman is my football hero. That didn't work out. I am trying very damn hard to get over to Cleveland, stay with my parents for a couple days, and catch that game in person. I am credentialed by both media departments. So one way or the other, I'd get a seat. We'll see if that works out. I hope it does, because they are a case study in expectations not coming to fruition. When you're high expectations like that was a team that a lot of people thought was going to the Super Bowl.
It's so interesting.
Playoffs.
The Browns. I mean, just last year, everyone was saying, "Why could the Lions be like the Browns?" Right? I mean, they got their 0-16 right. My stomach's just like bouncing. They got their 0-16 right. What's wrong with the Lions? And now you're seeing something different.
You're seeing they got to where the Lions did with Jim Schwartz, the 11-5 season. Like, oh, they're the up and coming team, and they're hitting the exact same stumbling. It's different method to it, but it's wild to me that they're 4-4 and have lost at least 2 games that they should have won, and they are not playing good football. There is chemistry issues. Some of those are being resolved as we speak, but it's a cautionary tale that, like, just because you have the one breakout season, following it up and sustaining that success is really, really difficult. And that's something that we're watching with the Browns right now. It's something that I think we're going to watch with the Cincinnati Bengals next year. Bengals are a good football team this year. We saw that firsthand. I worry about them regressing next year. Well, look at what the Kansas City Chiefs are, a last place team right now.
Yep.
Who expected that off of 2 Super Bowl things in a row. San Francisco, the same way. They built it up. They had their great year. They went to the Super Bowl. They're the worst team in the NFC West now, ever since then. Being able to sustain that success is something, and I know that Brad Holmes knows this from being with the Rams. The ability of the Rams to stay, even with personnel losses and with weird things going on, the Rams have been a very good team for a very long time. And that's kind of what I want the Lions to be. Like if we weigh the whole thing of like, do you want the 1 year where they get the Super Bowl at San Francisco and then they suck? I kind of want the year. I want it more where like every year they're a contender, where they're competing. They're going to be a playoff team that can win 1 or 2 or 3 playoff games every year for like 5 years. That's what I want in Detroit. I don't want the 1 year of 13-3. And they go to and lose the conference championship game, and then they're 4-12 again, or 4-13. I don't want that. I don't want those. I don't want the 2011 Lions. I want the Rams for the last 5 years.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna just check something really quick because I think we are ready to go here. I got an announcement, but I just got to take this in to confirm. We're good. All right. The Detroit Lions podcast charity auction is live. We've got some amazing things up there right now. If you go to auction.detroitlionspodcast.com, you can go and see. We've got a DeAndre Swift signed football. We've got a DeAndre Swift signed jersey. We've got a Dan Schlereth autographed baseball. We've got a Jamal Williams autographed football. We got a Penny Sewell autographed football, a TJ Hawkinson autographed football. There's dinner with Riz, Sandman, and I down at Prime Proper down in Detroit. One of the
the tomahawk steak, baby.
The finest dining you're going to have. And to top it all off, thank you to Dave Griff. I'll just say Dave G, because I don't know if he wants his last name out there. 7 nights in a ski home near Winter Park, Colorado. 7 nights free. It's over $3,000 street value. Get out there, and you have until May of 2023 to schedule your time. It's a 4 seasons place. You can do any time of year. You can go have a great time. About an hour and a half west of Denver. Like I said, right near Winter Park. 7 nights up for auction. Check it out. Auction.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. These all go through the 15th of December. Okay, these auctions are all through the 15th of December, so you're going to get everything. You want to put something under the tree, get a little gift. Here's a great way to get it. You can find it there. And if you want to set yourself with a nice vacation, that house is ready to go. You just win that auction, and you'll find yourself in Colorado for 7 nights. That's a sweet vacation. All right, the auction's live. Riz, let's go. I see people talking Pride Detroit in there. Just weird because it seems like they have a ton of talent as their coaching issues. What do you think, Riz? Do you think there's things going on with coaching?
I think that you've got a lot of coaches who've never worked together before. A lot of them haven't been coordinators or in the positions that they are before, and that's growing pains. It's not unusual what the Lions are going through. It's exaggerated because they're 0-8, and that makes that's what makes the book jacket fray, man. That's I think if this team was even 1-7, we wouldn't be having some of the conversations we're having about the coaching staff being inadequate or not being cohesive or anything like that. That's why it's imperative that they get a win. That's why 0-17 is not a desirable outcome, obviously. But there are Lions fans out there, probably some of you streaming along, who think that 0-17 is the best thing that can happen. I would vehemently disagree with y'all on that.
Yeah, I think we'll see them. We'll see them early in the draft. They may have the number 1 pick right.
They could win. They could realistically go 2-15 and still easily hold the number 1 spot.
Yep.
Only thing you have to worry about, they cannot come into a direct tie with only the Houston Texans with the worst record, because the Texans' degree of difficulty. So the tiebreaker from that, when you don't play head-to-head, is the win-loss record of the game of the two teams in the games that they did not play in.
Mm-hmm.
And when you take the Owen whatever for the Lions out, and you take the Texans do have one win. They beat Jacksonville. They will probably beat them again. Houston, they have played the lowest degree of schedule difficulty in the entire NFL and are 1-7.
Yeah.
Lions have played the most difficult schedule, even with their games taken out at 0-8. And that's not going to get much better because they still have to play Baltimore. They still have some they still play Green Bay. The Lions' strength of schedule is going to kill them in any tiebreakers like that. And the team that has played the lower level schedule gets priority in that. So, but if it goes to a 3-way tie, then there's different tiebreakers to come into it, which we don't have to get into until February.
Yeah, we still have time to work those out.
Yeah.
All right, I want to just let everyone know 11 o'clock, and we're 1 hour away from Tony Ortiz. God, the sour milk isn't settling. And we are $500 away from Riz's turn to eat the bean. Go to stjude.org/DLP. stjude.org/DLP. As little or as much as you can donate. We appreciate all of that. All of it, of course, 100% goes to St. Jude to help the kids. Saw a bunch of donations come by here. I want to really call those folks out and give them credit for doing the good work. Let's see. My favorite day of the Lions season. Such a great thing you guys are doing. George K., thank you. Rock Howard, 25. Big Bad Fab. Man, you rock, brother. $250 into the till. So we're rocking it. 55, 13, 69. Why? We're always at 69 cents. So we just have that kind of karma.
So nice.
Right? That's who we are. Joe, looking rough, Chris. That couldn't have been pleasant. Sorry, I'm going back to the sour milk. No, it wasn't pleasant. It was something I want to see Riz go through. So hopefully you guys can get us up to the 6,000 mark and we can experience that. Is there any indications that Holmes values draft picks like Snead does? Are we going to start trading off our picks, or is it just a completely different situation? I think there are far too many holes in this roster for us to even consider giving away picks for a player. I think we want as many picks to hit as possible, especially with as good as Holmes has shown himself to be. We have one draft, but we have multiple picks to look at. As good as Holmes has shown himself to be in picking deep in the draft, we want every single pick that we can get. Our only touchdown this week was with our last pick out of the draft, our 7th round running back that Riz was advocating for. I think. I think he's shown a lot of talent and a lot of ability to get those picks and get the right people in place. So, I don't think Holmes is trading away picks. It'll be interesting.
Disagree on that, actually.
Okay, well, let me finish. We'll see when we plug all those holes this year. I think that's when we start thinking about we only need a few players. That's when I think he's going to start making those moves with the picks to fill in those last holes to give us that push and get us the players that'll be here for a long time. Go ahead, Riz.
I think that he and John Dorsey are both of the mindset that you use draft picks to acquire talent, whether that's drafting players or bringing in more proven talent. I don't think they care one way or the other. I think they will best try to maximize the ability to acquire talent with the draft picks. And if that means packaging 2 of them to send to Denver for Trinity Benson, that's what they're going to do. If they think that that's sending the number 30 pick, which they currently have from the Rams, and the Rams' first-round pick next year to move up to number 10 to take Malik Willis or Matt Corral or something like that, they'll do that too. I don't think that they're tied to using the draft picks specifically as draftees on college players. I don't think they're married to that at all. I think that's much more like let's see what we can do to maximize the draft value, whether it's using them for picks, whether it's trading for a disgruntled wide receiver or a pass rusher who's coming off of an injury that the other team can't afford anymore, something like that.
I don't think we're differing too much though in our opinions. I really don't. I just think it's situational. I think they're going to find more value because there are so many holes. They're not going to package 2 picks for one guy. I think they trust their ability to draft, and I think they've shown they can trust their ability to draft to fill those holes. And I think this year it is about acquiring as many talented bodies as possible. And once you fill those holes and get yourself a respectable roster, I think then you can move forward with doing some of the more chess moves of packaging picks to get the dudes, right? Like dude theory, right? To get your dudes. I think getting dudes now just makes dudes mad because the rest of the team isn't there. All right. Hey, Mike, how you doing, brother? Thank you for joining. He's going to select Chris with the first pick in the 2022 NFL draft. Sorry, Riz.
There you go. That's okay.
Let's see. We have to get together and do a collab, Mike. That'd be good for us.
Definitely
fun.
Yeah. Mike's a real good dude. He actually lives like right over there.
No, that's good. I think we have a good complimentary thing.
Yeah, Mike. I love the enthusiasm that Mike brings to the table. It's great, and I was very grateful to appear on his show about a month ago. It was great. Wonderful dude, good family, good people.
You looked good.
Yeah.
All right. What's our next topic, Riz? We've really kind of talked about Goff. We've touched a little on coaches. I want to talk a little bit about offensive play calling. Can we do that?
Sure.
I hate it. I'm starting, the more and more I look at what we're doing out there, right? And again, I said it when Justin was on. Jared Goff is not Tom Brady. He's not Matthew Stafford. He is not Patrick Mahomes. We all know that. Let's just, yay, okay? He's a quarterback that's been to the Super Bowl. He's a middle-end quarterback who needs a team around him. He needs a team. He doesn't have a team. He needs play calls. He doesn't have play calls. He needs blocking. Last week, the blocking wasn't right. It wasn't at all what was good for him. How many times have we failed on 4th and 1 as a team? I mean, countless, right? I mean, I forget what the numbers are, right? But it's double digits. My question is, and this is actually I'm using Sharon Wisco's question. Why is it that we always wind up in 4th and 1? What are we doing at 3rd down that we're always short of the sticks?
Because we don't throw past the sticks on 3rd down.
I would say that we have a scheme that says we're throwing to Swift or Hawkinson and that's it. And there's nobody else open if you don't, because that's the way the plays are set up. And I will tell, and people say, "Oh, he was open." You know, they send a screenshot of guys being open, and they weren't open. And if you look at it in context of the play and so on, but we've got these guys. What was it in the last game? One wide receiver caught a ball, and yeah, there was the drop. Right, there was the bicep drop. One wide receiver completion. Everything else was to a running back or tight end. I'm telling you, the play calls are such that they're throwing everything behind the sticks and leaving us with 4th and short, and then making terrible play calls that won't get us the 1st down. We are being set up. And look, I know we've seen Jared Goff before the season. If you looked at his numbers and charted it, he was a long ball thrower and he was very successful at it. He was very successful with the long ball and the medium ball. It just doesn't happen, and I think it's talent at wide receiver. Tyrell Williams, we're missing him massively. We're missing the speed guy. We're missing Cephas, right?
We are missing Cephas.
And let's face it, Khalif. I mean, he's fun, but he's pretty short. He's going to be a tough guy to hit with a long ball. You know what I mean? It's just you got a small target. You don't have the capability to get those things, so it's kind of partially the staff you have, but the play calls, if you watch the plays over and over and over, they are all targeting Hawkinson and Swift. And in those games where we got destroyed, the Chicago game, the Bengals game, the Eagles game, who did they concentrate? Who did they cover? Who did they shut down? Hawkinson and Swift, and then the whole thing was shut down. I'm telling you, the play calling, there's got to be a way to scheme Raymond open. There's got to be a way to scheme Amon-Ra open with Hodge out there. There's got to be a way to get these guys, and we're not doing it. We're not doing it at all.
I would say that they against the Eagles specifically, they were terrible. The wide receivers had a bad game.
Mm-hmm.
In general, the receivers have been more open than what Goff has been willing to throw. And that very specifically happened in the Rams and the Bengals games, where he did not wait for the receivers. He just wasn't looking for them. And that's more on Goff than it is on the offense. But the continual, they did that 19 third downs in a row where they did not throw to a receiver beyond the sticks. And in many of those cases, I don't remember the number on it, but it was at least 5. There were no routes designed beyond the sticks. That's a coordinator problem. That is an offensive play calling problem. And that is a very real problem, because you are not a team that's equipped to pick up 4th and 1 or 4th and 2 very well.
Obviously.
You don't have the wide receiver who can get instantly open like that on a quick slant or an out or something like that. You don't have a quarterback that likes to throw those types of plays. You don't have one running back who can get that up the gut. And Jamal Williams, he wasn't available last week, obviously. Or DeAndre Swift wins either. So you don't have a team that's built well for a short yardage situation outside of one specific player. Maybe try on third down a little harder to get the damn first down.
Yeah. And I again am putting it on the play calls. I'm putting it on the play calls. Tell you what, Riz.
That's certainly a big component in it. Absolutely.
Yeah. I know you need a quick little jaunt. Why don't you do that really quick? Okay, we'll see you, buddy. Go do your thing. All right. Riz is off, and he's running. He's doing his thing. So while he does that, we'll talk about what's coming up really quick. In 45 minutes, we'll have Tony T.O. Ortiz, superhero from WWJ Radio. He's awesome, former sideline reporter for the Detroit Lions as well. Really, really cool cat. And then in the noon hour, we'll have Dan Miller. He's coming up, so that'll be a great one to talk to and get his take on what's going on. In the meantime, if you'd like to help support St. Jude, we get to the 6,000 mark, we'll get Riz eating beans and let him suffer, because I'm telling you, my stomach is still not straight from that sour milk bean. We're at $5,513. Go to stjude.org/DLP. stjude.org/DLP. That'll take you to the donation page, and you can get some money flowing to our friends at St. Jude and help some families with some sick kids get things taken care of. You know, those families get to go and get treatment for their children and have a place to stay and everything they need at no charge to them. You think about it, you know, getting sick there's never a good time for that. And there's, never money sitting around to take care of those kinds of expenses that come out of that. And St. Jude is there to make sure these folks get through the experience without any cost being incurred. And I'll tell you, when St. Jude started, there was a 4% survival rate of a particular type of cancer. And I'll have to get the exact name of it because I have to read it. I can't remember it off the top of my head. 4% survival rate. And they started doing their research and doing their work. And it's over a 90% survival rate now, thanks to the hard work that they've put in. And they've expanded beyond just one type of cancer and done a lot of work. And not only that, but they've moved forward with the aftercare. They've advanced the state of the art and the state of the science to help people who have beaten cancer not get cancer again. And we'll talk about that when Matthias comes on later, about the fact that once you've had cancer, you have a higher rate of getting it again, of course, a higher chance of getting it again. And they've done a number of things to lower the amount of treatments that, because the treatments are often, cause sickness as well, to get them to the smallest amount possible to ensure that they don't get, side effects and ongoing other issues as a result of that. St. Jude is doing work that it should inspire everybody. So stjude.org/DLP, anything, even $1. Help us out, help us get there. And frankly, I want to see Riz do the bean at $10,000 or at $6,000. At $10,000, we'll have Greg from the Slack chat. He's got the Packy One Chip Challenge Super 1 million Scoville hot chip that he's going to eat live on the air. That's going to be a riot. That's going to be a blast to see him suffer, because let's face it, suffering is funny when it's not, when it's on purpose. Big Bad Fab, who just dropped in with a nice fat $250 donation. Thank you, Fab. He's going to be on when we hit the $13,000 mark. And he's going to do the Sprite Challenge. Grant, thank you, sir, for the $20 donation to St. Jude. That is awesome. So the Sprite Challenge, if you don't know what that is, tune in for that. You're going to see some great stuff. 16,000, a pie live in Risden's face. Pie live in his face. Flounder's back. He's in the super chat. And the therapies they develop aren't just useful for young children. In some cases, it helps adults as well. F cancer right in the eye. Absolutely, Flounder. 100%, brother. I think we all have been in some way touched by cancer in our lives. Someone we know, someone we love. So it's a great cause. $16,000. Riz takes a pie in the face live on camera. That will be a joyous moment. At 20,000, I will take a pie in the face as well. And if we get to the $25,000 goal, Jeff Risden will live on stream wear himself a tutu, and that's gonna be great. If we surpass the goal, if we get to 30,000, I will do the Fatboy 40. Greg, who is in the one chip challenge, fair's fair. Chris, I enjoyed watching you suffer with that bean, so I'm sure you'll enjoy that chip crushing my soul. Yes, Greg, I will. Speaking of the Fatboy 40, I will really quick run over, and I'm going to play you what I believe is going to be the winner of the Fatboy 40 this year. This video, it's cracked me up. We started the show early with it, but I want to put it again for some all the new folks. This is absolutely fabulous. This is Matt Leffler. He jumped in and took on the Fatboy 40, and he did it full bore. Check this out.
Area. It's the rain. Winterish. Actually, it sucks out here right now. It's time for the Fatboy 40.
I laugh every time I see this. Bracing the shit out of it. Is this even doing anything?
This car coming.
Slowing down his time, I think.
All right. Gotta prepare.
Wait a minute. Is this illegal doping? Is this going to disqualify him?
This is the face of determination. Okay.
Oof. That's the walk of a man who is about to fly.
Here we go.
See if you can keep up. Here you go.
Hopefully I don't injure
Keep your eyes on him. Don't let him blast past you.
Oh my god, it's fucking hurt.
There you go. What may well be the winner of the Fatboy 40, Matt Leffler. Thank you, my friend, for taking part. That was worth every single moment. Oh my God, Riz, are you back, my friend? No, he's not. All right, he's still going. All right, while he's gone, I mean, we could do the Riz 40 and just see how he did. You know, he's
I am back.
Oh, you are? Okay. There
Back
you go.
for the attack.
All right. I was thinking I just did Matt again on the Fat Guy 40.
Brilliant.
I'm going to try. Akalash says that was incredible. Absolutely. That's one of my favorite videos I've seen in a long time. That
was really good.
Time.
Really good.
All right, let's get to Riz. Let's get the Riz video because I think he needs. There's a certain amount. You know, Matt didn't take it quite as seriously.
Matt carries
maybe.
A little bit more mass than I do.
Well, I think he had a little more fun with it. Your brow was furrowed.
I'm in it to win it, baby.
All right, let's take a look at Riz doing his skinny fat 40.
Ready when you are.
Too upright.
I run like an old man.
You really do. You were ginger on the knees. That's the part that I saw the most.
Yeah,
Whew, good time.
That was my daughter with me. So she's 13 and she ran it shortly after I did. And she, in bare feet, while it's like 40 degrees out because she was wearing Crocs, she beat me, which was very humbling. But we timed it 3 separate times. We got 5.68, 5.72, and 5.74. So it's right around the 5.8 range, 5.758 range, which is a full second worse than when I did it when I turned 40. To go back in time a few years, when I turned 40, I decided to get in really good shape, and I trained for. I lived in Houston at the time. Trained with a personal trainer to get and do the combine things, all the combine events. And in every single event except the bench press, I beat first-round pick Jarvis Jones that year. That's how I knew that he wasn't going to be a very good player.
Well, here you go. We got it's too high. Jeff, you should have chugged a 40 instead.
I'm 6'5". I'm going to be high.
Need to lean over that finish line. Here's the best one, Greg. Based on that 40-yard dash video, Patricia's taking Riz in the second round to play linebacker if he can bulk up a little bit. We need you to do 270, Riz.
Yeah, I'm 228 right now, so I can work on that.
Pad level less than optimal. Pro stance though. Good stuff. Oh yeah, and Flounder, he knows. So Riz knows that I'm just an absolute bitch about sound and everything, and I've been yelling at everybody to do landscape, and I don't know, there's something about the Zoomer generation that everything has to be done poorly in order to be like edgy enough to be real. So everybody's shooting vertical, right? And I'm just like, it's making my my veins twitch in my forehead. But I got 2 pie videos we'll hit really quick just because we're doing some video shows. The first one is Frosty, and Frosty's got it going on, except it's still not horizontal.
What's up, DLP? It's Frosty here, responding to the Pie in the Face challenge. I got a pretty okay bonus this week, so I'm going to donate that to St. Jude, and all this is for charity, of course. So go Lions, fuck the Packers, and let's go Red Wings tonight.
You ready?
Yeah.
Oh.
Booyah. Frosty, and then he dropped a nice $250 donation right after that. Thank you so much, Frosty.
Awesome.
Also, he's from the Slack. I've got one more, and I know he's in there. Oops. Oh, no, wait, no, don't do that. Cancel. There he is. I got one more that I want to show, and I see him in the chat right now. Michael Bennett, he did one. Let's get his pie video on here now.
Hey Lions fans, Mike Bennett here, member of the Detroit Lions podcast Slack chat. Detroit Lions podcast, Christmas for Kids. There goes my son. St. Jude fundraiser is going on right now, and they need your help. Check out stjude.org/DLP and make a donation to this amazing cause. Some of the members of the Slack chat this year came up with the idea of pies for kids. So there's been a lot of cool videos going around on the podcast and on Twitter, so check them out. Once I told my wife and kids about this, they were all about it, so here we go. Go ahead. Come on.
So it's great to get the kids involved.
Yes, it is.
Go ahead.
The little ones, too.
Just wait till he's 16. He was tentative there. There you go, honey. Much love.
Don't forget to go donate.
That's great. The kid's all nice and the wife gives the face wipe.
Yeah, it's how it always works, right?
That's how mine will go.
Oh man, good stuff. All right, so that's our videos for now. We've got more coming. If you guys do the pie videos, send them to us. We'll get them on the stream as well. It's good stuff.
Yes, we will.
Do them landscape though. Prevent me from having a heart failure, aneurysm, all that stuff. All right, let's see. We got Tony Ortiz in 33 minutes. We just got confirmation that Lomas is joining us for sure. We've got Lomas and Herman with Coach Fonz this afternoon. It's going to be awesome, man.
Very good.
Get the last group of fellas to win a playoff game just 30 years ago. Coming up on the 30th anniversary.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
how about that? Oof, I just burped
That's
sour
crazy.
milk. Make Riz burp something gross. stjude.org/DLP. When we get to $6,000 raised, Riz is going to eat one of these dirty beans and he can suffer. I've got a combination of coffee, sour milk, and breakfast burrito go on, and it's just not
That's
great.
suboptimal, Chris.
Yes, suboptimal. That's the perfect way to put it. Whoa. Something just happened. I'll let you know what that was. That was
unexpected.
Jason through PayPal, $10. Thank you, Jason.
Nice.
That's when Dan yells. That's Orlovsky. when he did the podcast. So everyone knows, Dan started his broadcast career on the Detroit Lions podcast. He came on as a guest, and then Case couldn't do it one day. And thank you for the $12. Hattori Hanzo, Samurai Sword. Case couldn't come on the week after we did the interview, and I asked Orlovsky. He said, "Yeah, I'll co-host the show," and he co-hosted the podcast. He did the whole Guam scream, the no pants on. You heard it. The Guam, he was like 100% in on it. That was his start. Look at him now. They grow up so fast. They're so cute. I should just call him, just out of the blue.
So one of my editors at Real GM went to high school with Dan, and he said that Dan is 100% the same dude that he was back growing up in Shelton, Connecticut back in the day. So that's always good to hear.
Yeah, I think he still lives there too.
I believe so.
Greg,
it's not far from Bristol. So
God, this is what we need. We got our fact checker here. Episode 138, December 27th of 2017. Dan Orlovsky co-hosted. Thank you, Greg.
Wow.
God, this is the kind of
he's
stuff
like
we need.
Detroit Lions Podcastopedia or something there.
He memorizes everyone. He's our in-house savant. All right. Let's see. Barry. See the Barry jersey. Don't get the Barry jersey. What topic now? What's our next Lions topic? Is OBJ signed yet, Riz?
He is not. He is, as of my break, I wound up texting back and forth with somebody in Cleveland on that. He is going to be financially compensated to be released with the expectation that he will get claimed off of waivers.
Yeah.
So that's where that's at. For those of you keeping score at home, the Saints really want him, but they don't expect to get him in waivers. Do not expect the Lions to put a claim in, but there are a couple of teams, Patriots, before that, who will be putting a claim in.
Yeah.
Allegedly. Wow. We'll see.
I got to mention the auction is underway. The auction of all kinds of great Lions and other materials. One item has a bid so far. You know what it is, Riz? It's going to surprise you.
What?
The dinner. Dinner with Chris, Sandman, and the Riz from the Detroit Lions podcast.
It's a great dinner. We had the best wait staff this year too. Oh. They deserve they were very, very accommodating for our dietary needs. I have a tree nut allergy. If I eat one, I will get an EpiPen shot like right away. And they went out of their way to make sure like that everything was cool. And then didn't the chef come out and talk to us too, like to make sure that's okay.
Yeah, which
was just wild to me. I'm like, y'all don't have to do this. Like I'm ordering something that doesn't typically have it in it.
Right.
It was really cool for that. So I appreciated that. And they were great. It's a wonderful place to go.
Fabulous.
Tomahawk steak was wow.
It was amazing. It was amazing. One of the best steaks, top 5 I've ever had, maybe even higher. So that's Dinner with Chris, Sandman, and the Riz at Prime and Proper downtown Detroit. That's up for bid. We usually do that around the training camp party in July, but this year I think we did it was like February, March or something. April.
Yeah, we did it in March just because it worked out better for everybody.
Yep. So that's up. That's got a bid on there, but there's DeAndre Swift signed ball and jersey. You've got a Hawkinson ball, Sewell, Jamal Williams ball, all there. We have Jerry Jacobs ball and jersey coming. It's supposed to be here on Tuesday. Then we'll put that up on the auction site as well. Billy Sims has some stuff on the way. That's going to show up on the site. We'll see Dan Miller voicemail on your for your phone. That's going to be on there very, very shortly as well. Yeah, can you imagine Dan Miller doing your voicemail? That's kind of cool. So he'll do that for you. And 7 nights in a Colorado ski home, $3,000 value. is up for auction, and you have through May of 2023 to book your time there. Heck of an awesome.
That's a long time. You got time to plan a really good vacation there.
Yeah. It's a sweet. There's a picture on there. There's pictures of the home. It's a real nice get up. Go to auction.detroitlionspodcast.com. It'll take you right to the page with everything that's up right now. And we will be adding more as we go. John, thank you so much.
Thank you.
$20 added to the list. We're at 55, 65, 69. And remember, when we get to 6,000, we can watch Riz suffer. You know what? I'm gonna advance the cause here. Let's call it $5,800. If we get to $5,800, Riz is gonna eat that bean.
You just want to see me suffer before Tony joins us.
I want Tony to see you suffer. I'm sitting here dying. With this thing in my stomach. I want you to get a little feel.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to be, for those of you who have watched Monty Python back in the day, give me a bucket.
Just a little bean. Just one little bean. It can't be no harm.
People don't want, like, my kids have no idea what Monty Python is, and that's a parenting failure on my part. Like, when I was, 14 to 18, Monty Python was like, oh, my God. What?
There's a lot of things, though, that have changed. Did we, really quick, just when we talk, this is your story. Hold on.
No, go ahead.
This is an old story. I'll get to it. There's a lot of stuff that hasn't carried over. I remember the Three Stooges was on every day after school. I loved the Three Stooges. They did a movie that was kind of like, it feels like that was the period at the end of the sentence, and that was it. Wasn't even a good movie, right? But I mean, that was the end. Like, nobody thinks of the Stooges anymore. Those were classically good things.
God. Benny Hill, which really doesn't age well in the too, but it's
great.
That was something that we grew up on too. Yeah. Kids just don't have that.
It was like 11 o'clock on channel 50, right? Or 11:30 on channel 50 every weeknight. Oh God, I watched that.
In Cleveland, it was channel 43. was a guy who dressed up like a Superman, but he was more of a clown, and it was very weird.
Oh, okay. Here it is. I don't know if you said this because I sometimes I do the producing thing. When Odell Beckham hits the waiver wire, the Lions have the first crack at him.
Yes, they do.
We have the first, so it's literally whether we want him or not. It's
correct.
Period. This is absolutely.
We would claim him. It looks like the salary for the rest of the year will be $1 million that you claim. He is under contract for 2022 and 2023 at $15 million a year. Not 1 cent of that is guaranteed. The expectation would be that he would opt out. He can actually void the last year of that contract. And if he's claimed by Detroit, I would just, quite frankly, and this is not an indictment of Detroit, he didn't want to be in Detroit. That's not where he wants to be.
I mean, this is the thing about him.
He does like Cleveland. Like he has built a home in Cleveland, and he appreciates the fans there aren't on him the way that New York was.
Yeah. I'm just going to tell you,
him being a guy that wants to be in a rebuild.
He may not, right? He may not want to be in a rebuild, but one of the key parts of this rebuild is to get wide receivers out there and give Goff a place to send targets, and he becomes the guy. He becomes exactly what he wants to be for 2 to 3 years, right? Joe, thank you for the $20 for St. Jude. Really, really cool.
At least 9 games.
Yeah.
He is relatively healthy. He did have a knee tweak. He also tweaked his shoulder and has left games for each of those in the last month, but he's still playing. He's starting every game. So,
have you ever heard of the Detroit Steamer?
I don't want to. No.
Can't help it. I can't help myself. I'm sorry. All right. So we are number one. We have the first crack. If the Lions want OBJ, he will be a Lion. Period. Because we get the first shot.
And so just to elaborate further on that. The waiver wire, any veteran that gets waived for the rest of the season or released is subject to waivers after the trade deadline. And the Lions will be in line to claim any of those players. Now you have to ask yourself, why is this player being cut by a team? And do we want to assume the salary? Because if you take on Odell's $1 million this year, that takes away from what you can spend this offseason in cap room on people that are going to be here more long term, and you do have to weigh that into the equation as well.
But and again, I don't want to be the drunken sailor in the room, but there is a whole lot of dead cap going away. So $1 million is like almost, I don't want to say it's meaningless, but it's almost meaningless in the scheme of things.
It can be. If you're in a bidding war, it could come in, it's one of those things where we can make it so we're front loading more of the contract. So we're not, paralyzing 2024, 2025 down the line. I don't think that's really going to be an issue, but it is something to consider. Like it's the difference between getting Tyrell Williams this past offseason or keeping Marvin Jones. And I think we would all like Marvin Jones more than like Williams.
Yeah. Charlie, thank you. $20 to St. Jude. $200 away from Riz eating a bean.
Crap.
I want to see this face so bad. You guys don't know how much I love you, Riz. You know that, but
keep in mind, if I don't have my contacts in, I couldn't see my laptop in front of me right now. I have chronic tinnitus in my ears. I don't hear well, so my sense of taste and smell is overdeveloped. So doing these sorts of things is really rough. For those of you who watched when I ate the lime, that was I can still taste that lime 2 days later. Swear to God.
Well, we are going to see the Sprite challenge. We'll see how much that happens in a little bit. Jordan, thank you so much for the super chat. Awesome. Really appreciate that, man. Really, really cool of you.
Y'all are great people, man.
Yeah.
We're surrounded by great people. It's awesome that we can help facilitate and bring all these wonderful people together. I love the Slack, our Patreon Slack for the podcast, because it's people that we're all of like mind, but we're different enough that we have different opinions. It's just great. It's a great way for me to get away from my like I work between 12 and 15 hours a day every day. I don't get a day off from June through March. That's just the life of doing what I do. So being able to take even like 20 minutes to just take a little respite and hang on the Slack and look at the off-topic channel, look at the Dumb F's channel, the music channel, and participate in that for a little bit. It's a great way for me to mentally reset and get away from where I was. So thanks to all of you for that.
If anybody wanted an idea on how to build a community, check out our Slack. It is absolutely what we're looking for. Anonymous 1234. Thank you so much. 561803. Someone took us 03 off of the 69. Oh no, what are we doing?
So it's going to do 66. I can even do that math, and I am not good.
There you go. Matthew, Dom, Big Dom. I have to say, Big Dom is the big donator. He sent us the what was it? The Hawkinson. Help me out. Oh God, Dom, why am I so stupid? Was it the Hawkinson ball? I think it was the Hawkinson ball.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Or was it a?
No. I'm an idiot. Dom, I have to apologize. Big Dom, he's really, 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 really cool. Interacting with a lot on Twitter. He's an awesome dude. He sent the Jerry Jacobs jersey. Why am I so stupid? He sent Jerry Jacobs, which is been in Jerry Jacobs' hands. He signed it. I have the actually, let me pull it out right now. Jerry sent me the
friend of the show, Jerry Jacobs. Frequent guest on the show, Jerry Jacobs.
Guy in the world, man. And
we love Jerry. We love the Jerry story.
I get my head out of there.
Focus.
That's the FedEx receipt with the tracking number.
Sweet.
So we got
very good.
It is on its way. It'll be here the 9th. And I picked up a ball as well. So he signed a ball and a jersey. Those will all be on the auction for folks. Auction.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. 100% of that money will go to St. Jude. I'll take care of the administration costs. It's what I do on these things every year because it's important to me too. And we'll get there. So Dom, I don't know why I had that brain fart. I apologize. I asked Jerry, and I haven't got an answer. Yeah, I asked Jerry if that was the first Jerry Jacobs Lions jersey he signed, because there's not a lot of them out in the wild. You know what I mean? So this could actually be more than just a Jerry Jacobs signed jersey. It could be the first Lions jersey that Jerry ever signed.
That's pretty sweet, and I hope that there's more people that appreciate and buy a number 39 Jerry Jacobs jersey. Like if you're looking for a new Lions jersey, because quite frankly the team, like anybody that you bought from the past 5 years outside of Taylor Decker, you don't see many Decker jerseys. They're on. So getting in early on a Jerry Jacobs jersey, that would be that would be a sweet investment if you're so inclined.
Yes. I saw Jillian show up. Jillian, the chatbot I haven't seen working yet, just so you know. I've been watching, and I made him a moderator. I don't know what's going on.
Jillian is one of our contacts with the St. Jude's organization, and she's been wonderful to work with.
She's fab. She's the one that sent us the beans.
Thanks for that, Jillian.
Check this out. It came with this really cool box. St. Jude sent.
They did.
They sent one every year. Max, thank you, sir. $10. That's enough for a new toy for St. Jude right there. Thank you. We're up to 5628. We're getting closer to that 5800. They sent us this box. St. Jude Play Live. Yeah. Jillian, come on, you work there. Hey. Thank you so much. You're the best. You're great. You're fab. In the box comes all kinds of really cool stuff. Let me actually get to.
You gonna unbox it? So my box got my daughter and her friend tore through it on a sleeper. It's not intact anymore.
Jeff Matlick, thank you so much for the $20 donation. I appreciate that, sir. Some of the sweet artwork that the kids have done. This is the Fever Fighter. It's on a card that you can have. One of the kids.
That's also the inlay of the box too, yes. Of the top of the box. And it's really cool. Like yep. I don't have any artistic ability at all, so for a kid to do that, that's pretty awesome.
And we talk about what happens here. Just so you know, Jillian's donating because she's ready for the Bean Boozled bean. Riz, maybe we go early, my friend.
Oh, yeah. All right. Let me go grab the beans.
Okay. I'll go through some of the artwork here. There's some of the things they sent. These are just so heartwarming. These are some of the kids that have been helped. And one of the messages that comes, the kids did this. These aren't the kids themselves. They did the artwork here. Some really, really cool stuff. And of course, the Fever Fighter. Pretty cool things, right? Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for the treatment, travel, housing, or food. stjude.org/DLP. Let's get there. We're looking at $5,800 to get Riz Bean Boozled. Also, I'll go through some of the milestones we have ahead. At 10,000, the Packy Spicy One Chip Challenge, 1 million Scoville of pain for Greg. We want to see him in pain, and he's going to do it thanks to him from the Slack. Big Bad Fab is going to do the Sprite Challenge. He's going to eat a lemon and a lime together at the same time. And if you heard Riz complaining about his lime, it can only get better, right? And then when we get up to 16,000, that's a pie in Risden's face live on the air. That's going to be so worth it. And then at 20 grand, a pie in my face. And my family is just, they may donate it all the way there up by themselves. And of course, 25 grand, Riz is going to be on camera in a tutu. We've got a stretch goal. If we get to the stretch goal, I will do the Fatboy 40, as we've seen. We played the winner earlier. We'll play him again here in a little while and get that up and running, but we got some good stuff. Tony Ortiz joining the show here in just 15 minutes. He'll be on, and then in the 12 o'clock hour, Dan Miller, voice of the Detroit Lions on the radio, will be with us. We've confirmed Lomas Brown, Herman Moore, and Coach Font's 3 key pieces of the 1991 playoff game winning Detroit Lions team to reminisce about and help people remember what it's like to win a playoff game in Detroit, because let's face it, it's been a little while, right? And then lastly, I'll hit the auction again, auction.detroitlionspodcast.com. 7 nights in a Colorado ski home. You can pick your dates all the way through May of 2023. A Swift signed football and jersey, Dan Schlereth baseball, TJ Hawkinson autograph football, Penny Sewell autograph football, Jamal Williams autograph football, and dinner with me, the Riz, and Sandman down at Prime and Proper downtown Detroit is all on the docket. Check it out, auction.detroitlionspodcast.com. All great stuff. I think I hit everything there, Riz. Do you have beans in hand?
I do. I'm looking at the flavors now, and I'm ready to die.
Thank you, Joe W. Unlocked a no more chemo party.
Yeah. That's so awesome. The stink bug one sounds especially terrible. Quite honestly, like a couple of these flavors, like even the regular flavor, It's not something I would care for.
Even the regular flavor.
I don't like simulated fruit whatsoever. I don't need a lot of regular fruit. So like Starburst, Skittles, I hate those. They're nasty to me. So even if I get like a regular one, it's not going to go well.
Well, we're going to see how it goes because Akilish, I'm going to go for it. I'm sorry if I'm murdering your name here. Just hit $250 in donations. Put us well past, well past 1,500. We're at 59.43.03.
All right.
Kevin Patrick, shoot, thank you so much. You unlocked a new toy. And Joe W., we talked about him, 25. Jeff Matlick. Okay, we're all in there. It is Bean Boozle time for Jeff the Riz Risden. This is awesome. These are absolute death.
I got, what's the one? Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks. Let me find one of those. Is that what that is? Yeah, okay. All right.
Here we go. I love this. This is just spectacular stuff, right?
Got the Gatorade ready. Fuck it. That's where I went to go.
Preparation is key. And if you need, let me know because I can always give you the moment because we don't want to take everyone else on the post bean journey, right?
Yeah, and you might want to mute me on that too.
Gotcha. You're screaming right here.
All right.
What did you spin for the color?
I did. I got either Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks.
Ooh, okay.
Someone who travels with kids who play basketball. I know Stinky Socks. All right, I'm gonna cleanse the palate first.
Oh, I'd save every ounce. I'm already out of water. Not Tutti Frutti.
Oh my god! Oh.
So you got Tutti Frutti?
Oh my god! I can't believe they replicated my son's dirty sock. Holy crap!
It sticks to your teeth too, just so you know. It lasts for a while.
It's like I'm riding home from the. I'll tell a little story here. My son plays travel basketball. We played in a tournament in Fort Wayne last year. He did, and we had to drive home after that. We live west of Grand Rapids. It's a 3-hour drive. He did not bring a change of socks. We showered afterwards. It was like 45 degrees out. I had the window all the way down so I wouldn't have to smell his crap. I just ate that. Thank you very much.
Dr. Avatar, I can't believe it's not butter.
Thank you.
Randall, thank you. Unlocked a new toy for $10 at St. Jude. Takes us up to 59.63. And a Riz who's just not ready for life. They told me to drink Jaeger, and I was like, I was actually contemplating grabbing the bottle after the sour milk one, man.
Jaeger's pretty darn nasty too. So
yeah, but it'll wash out the taste of the sour milk.
It will wash out a lot of sins. Create some other ones.
Awesome, good stuff. That I've got a highlight reel of that. We'll have a highlight later on. I'm going to try to get highlights throughout the show of different things, and then we have the folks down in the truck when they get home from school. They'll do some editing for us so we can do some replays later in the day for folks that miss stuff. And you're right, Kenyon. Jaeger is great, but I am 24 hours without any because I have to do a good job. I'm here for the mission, not for myself. So, all right. Thank you all for making me feel so good.
It's great. You know, one of the things that we try to do is, you know, we love bringing people together on this, and people coming together for our misery, Chris, is just another level.
Yeah. I saw Belinda Jillian. I can moderate her if she needs it. If she can just comment by hand then I can very quickly send her to where she needs to be. All right. Thank you, everybody, for everything. This is awesome. I'm glad to have seen Riz suffer through his first bean last year doing these things, and into this year has been something. All right. One of the questions that came just before the bean came from, I think it was from Greg. I'm going to go find it. Okay. Well, it was, it's somewhere in there. At what time will we be able to know when the Lions make the waiver claim? How long does it take? I mean, so they've got to work out the contract and they got to release him. I mean, this all happens on a time frame, right?
No, it's a good question. He would be released as of 4 p.m. today. There's a 24-hour period. We would know at 4 p.m. on Monday, actually. Well, no, it would be Saturday. They do process waiver claims on Saturday. He would be ineligible to play this week, but the Lions don't play anyways. Mm-hmm. Wherever he is claimed this week, he is ineligible to play. But, yeah, so we will know at 4 p.m. on Saturday where his claim is.
Got it. So there's no, if we claim him right away, there's no early warning. It goes through a whole cycle and then it drops.
No, the Lions could publicize that, but that's not what they're going to do. Even if they did claim him, that they would let that play out. It would probably leak somewhere. So I'll do a quick thing here on John Dorsey, who is the special assistant to Brad Holmes or some capacity. So when he was a general manager in Cleveland, he floated out a completely fabricated thing that they were considering hiring Condoleezza Rice as their head coach. He specifically leaked that to one specific source to see if that person was reliable or not. And when that information got out there, he knew that person had betrayed his trust. You better believe that John Dorsey has put that on Brad Holmes. And that's one of the reasons why you're not hearing a lot of that type of information that you do hear from other teams. John Dorsey is a master at smoking it out and finding the leaks. He's a really, really good plumber. And that's one of the things that the Detroit media has had to learn a little bit. Now he's obviously not running the show, and I don't honestly know how much power John Dorsey has, but that's the sort of thing that he would do, and his influence would be on the Lions. That was a completely fabricated story. It was never a consideration, and the person who got burned on that got burned in the Cleveland media pretty badly, and we all know who it is. We don't say who it is, but we all know who it is.
Boy, you folks over there in the Cleveland media are nice. We call people
What's
out.
that?
We call people out over here. You people in the Cleveland media are nice.
Some of them are, yeah. Some of them call the quarterback a bleeping midget and still get credentialed on.
Oh my God. Well, that's true. That's true, gang.
Hey, Tony, come on.
Here we go. Okay.
The difference is for Cleveland and Detroit and somebody who grew up in between them, they're really different cities. They really are. Like how they approach situations, how they handle media, how they handle their sports teams.
Yep.
It's, I could do 24 hours on that.
I gotta know if my friends out there could help me and get me a link to the YouTube, like a URL link, and post it in the chat or message me, DM me, tweet it at me, something. For some reason, someone's having trouble with the link, and I'm just not going to be able to go figure that out real quick while we're doing the production. So would love it if you guys could help out. All right. Dorsey Plumbing Company. Gosh, we got golf plumbing.
Oh, I forgot about that. And some pipe.
Okay. There we go. Let me see. That's a message. Okay, got it. Okay, just working some things out. We got Tony Ortiz here in just a few moments. Let's see, he's not in the thing waiting for us yet. Talk about the defensive line. There's a lot to talk about there. The secondary. I'm super high in the Lions secondary. I mean, we can probably touch on that pretty quick until Tony gets here. Thank you, Dom. You're the man. So who do we start the year with? Will Harris and Tracy Walker. Is there anybody else that we started the year? Amani Oruwariye. Other than that, so 3 out of 6 out of 5.
I've been corrected, by the way. The waiver claim period, he would not get claimed until Monday.
It is Monday
on waivers. It does not go over the weekend.
Dang it. Okay, it's a long wait. I think that the Lions would notify. I do. If they're making that claim, I think they want to make it with confidence and not wait for the league to announce it. To be honest with you.
I would think so.
Yeah. Boo, 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 boo. Okay. Twitter, you're not giving me love right now.
No.
Is Twitter going down for you too?
I'm actually having trouble with the YouTube stream right at the moment. That's what I'm monkeying with on my phone here.
Okay.
I generally have it up, and I am not getting it right now, so that's not good.
Nuts. Okay. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah,
no.
Okay.
Now I'm just getting an ad for Ebony the King's Return on loop.
Keep watching it. Trust me.
So I'll make a Gen X complaint here. They have all these mini games in these games that seem really cool, and then you download the game and you get like one mini game out of every 40 hours that you play. Just create a game of the mini games, and I will download that. I'll even pay for that if I don't have to play the rest of your boring ass game. There you go.
All right. Sorry, little studio production work going on. Getting some water.
Now I'm getting an ad for who is that? William Devane for buying silver and gold.
You want some gold?
Gold is always good.
Yeah, when they give it away. All right. Nate, everybody. Good
it's
stuff.
Back. So the stream is in fact back. I can try to send it to you.
I think there was a hiccup. I think there's an internet hiccup because we had multiple sites
I think
going
so.
funky. All right, we're good. Let's really quick hit on everybody on the Twitter. Thanks so much for the retweets and everything else and getting the word out. That's really, really big. If you guys don't mind hitting the socials and just telling folks, giving them a link or a notice about the whole thing. Probably
Riley
easiest...
Riley just tweeted out my Bean Boozled reaction. I'm capturing a screen capture of it, and I retweeted that. So thanks for that, Riley. Appreciate it.
I just found the easiest place to link to the live stream, and I don't know why I didn't think of this because I'm not smart sometimes. stjude.org/DLP. It's right there, and the donate button happens to be there too. But the live video will be there. You can watch the stream right there. And there you go. stjude.org/DLP. I'm gonna tell some folks. You still tasting it?
A little bit, yeah. It's like a burning in the back of the mouth, like right where the little punching bag hangs down is where it's that's your epiglottis, right? It's been a long time since I had anatomy.
I was going to ask you what punches hit. But we'll leave that alone.
It's a donkey punch to the taste buds.
So let's see. If we're at $6,000, we'll get to we'll call it 7 right now. But the next bean is mine on the dreaded Bean Boozled murder row. People seem to love these things. So here we are. I'll just give a quick look at it. Hopefully they don't fall out together.
So one of the flavor combinations, by the way, is buttered egg or a buttered popcorn or rotten egg. That's another one where either one of those is a bad outcome for me.
That sounds great.
Butter. I'm just not a popcorn guy. I'm just not.
I can't believe I got
sour
milk.
Food taste.
I can't believe I got sour milk first. That was the word. That was the one, right? That I was like, maybe I can. Let's see. I still got it. Maybe I can avoid it this year. Nope, no chance. It's not happening like that. All right, let's see. Secondary, the Lions moved Jalen Elliott from the practice squad recently. Will he potentially play or even start this season? What's your thoughts, Riz?
He got a few special team snaps, and my understanding was that that's why they brought him up. They did start Dean Marlowe in the last game. It didn't go particularly well. We all watched it, but it was a sign that that they're souring on or sweating soccer, whatever it is, on the Will Harris experiment. I think it's pretty clear that Will Harris will not be back with the team next year. I hope that they would be willing to try that. They were certainly willing to try Jerry and Bobby Price on the outside when injuries happen. I think if there's an injury to Will or to CJ Moore or to himself, then Jalen Elliott is indeed the next man up. And I wouldn't be opposed to getting him in there. He's a very good athlete. He's a very enthusiastic player. From judging him in training camp, he's not a guy who he's one of the people, he reacts to every single thing that's going on in front of him, and that can make him like get out of position or take him like just like, oh, there's so many things going on, I don't know what to do. He's got to work on that. So hopefully he's worked on that as the season has gone on. I very much like Aubrey Pleasant as our secondary coach. I think he's a phenomenal coach. I think he's going to be a defensive coordinator sooner than later. And we need to get everything out of him that we can, because he's done a really good job of bringing along Jerry, of bringing along AJ Parker, who's been really, really good. I know that his PFF grades suck, but by and large, I'm very happy with AJ Parker. And I think I think Aubrey Pleasant deserves a lot of credit for that. He's one of the coaches that was brought along from the Rams, and that was a very shrewd move by Brad Holmes.
Huge. Really quick, want to get into some of the donations that have come through. Been trying to do some stuff in the background here. First, big thanks to live. There we go. I just want to do that. Where do we miss? Where they're not showing up here? Oh, it's refreshing. Here we go. Okay.
You're the man with the controls.
Yeah. I'm like, what's going on with the internet? I think there's something. At least our stream's holding tight. That's what matters. Everything's happening slower than it really oughta. We've got Adventure Bud. You get $50. You guys rock. Thank you. You rock, Adventure Bud. Thanks so much for donating. Go Browns. You know what? A lot of respect for the Browns. Brownstown. Comes out of Riz. I used to laugh at them only because it was a Lions fan and somebody else had the pain that I did, and I knew it. And I could.
They were worse for a very long time. They really were.
And let's face it, the last championship was for the Lions was over the Browns by like 50 points after losing the year before by like 50 points.
They won 55-10.
Yep.
It was 1957, wasn't it? One of my best friends, hi Max, if you're watching, has the framed game program from Detroit beating Cleveland. It's authentic. Wow. In his office. It's really sweet.
All right, so Go Browns, $100. Thank you guys. Really cool. Appreciate that. And Randall, $10. Thank you as well. We're at 6113. I'll tell you what. Let's do it like this. We got Tony coming here soon. When Tony's gone, if we're at $6,700, we will do trivia, and we'll have somebody come in and represent Riz, and somebody represent me, and whoever loses trivia will whoever representing us loses, we'll have to eat one of the beans. How's that sound, Riz?
Let's do it.
Okay, there you go.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Looking and waiting on Tony here real quick. Got that. All right, so cool. Whew, so much to do. Let's see. Everybody get your socials going. Thank you so much. Seeing it on the Twitter. If you guys, you are all probably better than I am at Instagram, because I just don't Instagram. If you guys could maybe wrap it out there, maybe I'll try to put something together here real quick and see what I can do. Oh my goodness. Well, something's going on. Oh yeah. There you go. Okay. I'll put something out here on Instagram once I figure it out. There it is. The plus sign. Yeah, I'll figure it out later. Okay, let's see. We got Insta.
Yeah. We have Tony coming in shortly.
Yes. All right, so we've got, let's see. What are the odds they actually aim for OBJ? It has to be slim, right? Joe, I don't think it is. It's only $1 million. If we're throwing draft picks after Hodge, I don't think that $1 million is a big deal to pick up somebody who will help you win the one game that you need to win this year in order to hold on to people. Because I will say this:
OBJ would like very much to play against Cleveland.
that's a great point. That is a great.
That's week 11.
Yeah,
that's not that far away.
Yeah, no, there's a big difference for this front office, I believe, because I think they recognize the difference between no wins and one win. I think that's a really, really big deal for fans, and I think it's a big deal for them as well. Hattori Hanzo back at it with the samurai sword for 1766. Get us back up to 6130. 69. Thank you, Hattori. You're the best.
Nice.
So I think we grab him. I mean, he's affordable. He's obviously our number one receiver if he's on the team. It's the biggest point of need. It's not going to cost us the first overall draft pick by bringing him in. And this year and next year, again, we talk about the holes that you have to fill and how many holes there are on the roster. If you can fill one, you get your number one receiver for $1 million, Riz. I mean, come on, think about that. That's a pretty easy piece of math for me.
I can do that math too.
Yeah. You put him. He's on the roster.
Let me look up this thing here. Yep. Since I am being directed by my very, very high boss, that I do need to write up a reason why the Lions should or shouldn't claim OBJ. So I will be working off to the side over here too.
Sure. You can.
But I will look up his exact contract.
Let's crowdsource this. Let's get the reasons why and why not in the chat, and then Riz can use those for his story. Why should the Lions sign OBJ off of waivers, and why shouldn't they sign OBJ off
now,
waivers?
Assuming they didn't fudge with anything for 2022 and 2023, his salary for each of those seasons is $13.75 million per year. He has a $250,000 workout bonus and a $1 million roster bonus for those years. Not 1 cent of the salary is guaranteed. He would cost $15 million against your salary cap for those 2 years. He does have the ability to void the 2023 season after the 2022 season, and that's his option. So I would expect him to do that just because he's going to want to get more money from somewhere, unless he thinks he's going to get not as much as $13.75 million.
Right.
Who knows?
Right. Yeah, I think that's pretty easy for me. Again, it's a hole you need to fill. It's not costing you anything, right? Except your waiver position.
Right. The only thing it would do, if you do make the waiver claim, you go to the back of the line for the subsequent waiver claims after you make one.
But what other position?
If another player gets waived, then they would be out of the number one spot for that.
What other position is more important on this team or more of a need on this team than wide receiver? I just feel like everything is lined up for the Lions to pick up OBJ. They get their number one receiver. They've got him for 2 years. It's a hole they don't have to fill. They don't have to draft 2 receivers next year. They can draft 1. He'll be happy because he's going to be the guy getting all the number one receiver catches. We're happy because all of a sudden it opens up the field a bit for Goff. He can throw the ball downfield a bit. It lightens the load and lessens the pain for Swift and Hawkinson, gives them into someone else to put the ball on and loosens the coverage up for those guys. Forces them to spread out their coverage a little bit more. I think there's too much of a benefit for the team not to do it. Garrett, thank you so much for the $20 to St. Jude. Takes us up to 6150, 69. What did we say? 5,600 was the number for trivia?
But no, we're past that. Wasn't like
6,600. That's what I meant. Sorry.
Yeah.
6,600 gets us to trivia for more beans. We'll get someone to play for each of us, and whoever loses, we will have to eat the bean.
Yeah.
And whoever loses will be cursed by the person eating the bean, of course, right? It's part of the fun.
Yes.
All right, let's see. I want to hit really quick. I gotta
don't mind me while I work here. This is unfortunately
part of the job.
Off.
All right, let's see. Anybody? If we pick him up, it's basically a 9-game tryout for $1 million. There you go, Riz. There's a point for you.
We don't know the exact figure on it, but it seems that's the rational number.
Yeah.
It won't be a lot. It won't be the full. There's like $8.7 million that was left on his deal, like for the rest of it, but the Browns have reworked that. I don't know how they've reworked it. We don't have those details yet.
Sure. Details. Let's see. Okay, we got some stuff going on with Lions Nation Unite. Don't forget about them, guys and gals. You can get the app at the App Store. Lions Nation Unite. Great little community of folks.
Actually, I'm wearing the shirt.
Oh, look at you go.
It's awesome.
Yes. Mine should arrive today. Pretty cool shirts there. Pretty cool.
I love it. I have a white one too, and it has the barcode on, or a QR code on the back. So if you find me in public and I'm wearing this, you can scan it and it will automatically download the app for you, which is pretty darn sweet.
Plug you right into the Matrix. There you go. Lions Nation Unite. Check them out. They're an awesome app. A lot of great content, fan generated stuff. Yes, the shirts are awesome. I see Belinda there. Belinda, I'm going to make you a moderator now, just in case the bot wants you to do that. There you go. Okay. All right. If not, we can always fix that later. All right. Thank you. Shirts are cool. Lions Nation Unite. It's in all your app stores. Check it out. Herman Moore started that as his way to kind of give back to fans, give fans something to do. Micro Mike, Dion, all the great folks that you know in the Lions community are out there creating content that you can do all kinds of cool stuff with. Craig, Timothy, Chadwick, thank you so much. $20 to St. Jude. We are at 6170.69. That's really something, isn't it?
So nice.
I mean, we are 2 hours and 15 minutes in. I've got to hit Tony really quick and say, yo, brother, where you at?
Deal. So I right now I'm going through one of the things that we have to do, a little peek behind the veil. We have to download pictures from our USA Today and AP database to load into the articles. And I looked up Odell Beckham Jr. and there's a very freakish amount of his shoes in the photo database. Like people are, so he does custom cleats for every game, and some of them are really sweet. But it's really weird that's like the focus of like there's legitimately as many pictures of his shoes from this season as there is of him like playing. It's weird.
Oh man, 6170.69. This is great. I mean, just a couple hours in, you folks, thank you so much.
We're already over 6100. That's awesome. Y'all are great.
Yeah.
Are
really special people. Thank
there will be some point where I will cry tears of happiness. Because as Chris knows, I cry all the time. Yeah. I have cried in legitimately 90% of the movies I've seen in my life. That's just the way I'm wired. I cried in Smokey and the Bandit. That's how, like, one of the greatest movies ever made, by the way.
You know how I'm contrarian on so many things.
Yeah,
you're saying that, and it started thinking. I mean, what's the most inappropriate place to laugh, right? Like one of the movies, and it shot me to Naked Gun in the montage when they walked out of Schindler's List laughing.
Yeah.
So terrible.
That was a Seinfeld bit too.
Yeah. Absolutely magical. God, I love Jason.
I'm one of those people. I used to. It's like it was an emotional release for me. Like almost after when I was a competitive volleyball player, I would just like as a release, tears would come out of my eyes. I couldn't control it. Just like
right.
That's just the way I'm. My mom and dad are both that way, so I had very little chance of that.
Yeah. We get a little bit of that too from
yeah. You'll notice it from time to time when the other issue is I suffered an eye injury in volleyball. I got hit with a volleyball in this eye. It is one of the reasons why I wear sunglasses almost all the time when I'm outdoors. I can't control the tear gland in my right eye. I physically don't have the ability to do it. So I will, from time to time, start like water will be coming out of my eye. I don't even know it. Really? And that's really annoying and frustrating. Wear safety goggles, kids.
Yeah, that'll teach you. That'll teach you. Yeah, really, really interesting. Gosh. Let's see. Wes. Oh God, Wes. This is good luck this week in Dynasty League, Chris. First versus last place matchup. You're going down like his. Well, we'll just yeah, I'm going
like Faye Reagan.
There
you go. Reference for y'all.
I just have to represent. I have Kareem Hunt, premier player, injured reserve.
Sorry.
Christian McCaffrey, premier player, injured reserve. I've got 4 quarterbacks. One of the Baker Mayfield is one of them injured, right? I pulled Trevor Lawrence this year because I know eventually, because it's a dynasty league, eventually he's going to be valuable, but he's not. Terry McLaurin is out this week. Great wide receiver.
He's out this week?
By week.
Okay.
I've just been destroyed by injuries. My key players, in the beginning of the season, I was stomping. But if we go to the podcast league, this one's another one that is just a show. I've outscored the next highest team by 80 points. The next highest team, by 80 points. Yet I'm 4-4. I'm the highest scorer by 80 points in the season, and I'm 4-4. And then the next, beyond that, even below that, it's 100 points is the next highest person. I'm just destroying, but I'm playing guys when they play their very, very best. So third place, we have 2 divisions. I'm third place in my division at 4-4. This is my luck in fantasy. It doesn't matter how good you are. The gods hate you. You get what you deserve. All right, let's see. In the meantime, I'm going to edit the link on our podcast. Looking for Tony. I don't see him here yet. I texted him and I'm not seeing anything. We will chastise Tony for his lateness. But we'll ask him if he got caught up in a windstorm in the Metrodome.
That happens.
Yeah, that's what I hear. Beyond that, from him, we do have Dan Miller in the 12 o'clock hour, and he will not miss. He never misses. He's the best. And then we have some greats: Herman Moore, Lomas Brown, and Coach Wayne Fonts celebrating.
Looking forward to that.
30 years since the Lions' last playoff win, and 3 of the key people who got the Lions that win all going to join us. That is going to be awesome. Thank you, Bobby, for the $20. Coach doesn't know this is happening. This is a little bit of a surprise that Herman.
That's the kicker to it. He knows he's doing the show. He doesn't know that Lomas and Herman will be on with him.
Yes, that's going to be fun. Micro Mike, dude, brother, you are the best. Thank you so much. $50 super chat. God bless everyone. Love the St. Jude cause. It's awesome. That's awesome of you, man. Really appreciate that. Anonymous, $12.34. Bushes is up 62.03.03. They're getting us, Riz. They're taking us off at 69.
We'll get back on it. It's all nice. It's all good.
We're $400 away. $400 away from the trivia bean eating contest. stjude.org/DLP. stjude.org/DLP. All right. I'm going to fix the link on the website and make that all better so people don't complain to me anymore. I don't like being complained at, Riz. I don't know about you. You try your best, but it's never good enough.
No, it's not.
Mine is. All right, get that one, and then we'll do this one right here. Another link to fix. Oh, that one's good. All right, update. There. So those should all be good. Got to get the links. Got to get this stuff working. Okay, connection is still there. We got our chat still going. Micro Mike again. Thank you so much. That was really, really awesome of you, and we appreciate that more than you know, more than words convey. Okay, let's see. What else do we got going on, Riz? Tony's really confounding me with this. I hope he's okay. Is the key thing, because this is not
Definitely.
like him. He's always.
Yeah, he's the gold, man. We love Tony. I loved doing the preview shows with him last year. I wish that I had the ability to be on with them this year, but y'all kill it with that. So
thanks. He's spectacular. He's so good. Great guy, that Tony Ortiz. Well deserving of his role on WWJ as well. Let's see what we got here. Get that going. All right.
He has, and I respect this from having worked in radio, his diction and his ability to pronounce difficult words and get them to flow naturally, that's a skill, man. And he's really, really talented at that.
You're telling me?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got it. He is absolutely the penultimate professional. He's so good.
He is a pro.
Yeah, 100%. So Tony Ortiz coming. Oh, guess who's here? And it's going to be, let's see, I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to get him in. And Tony, just talk about him. It's like Beetlejuice, right? You say his name and then bada boom. Tony Ortiz. Tony, how you doing, man? Welcome aboard the St. Jude trolley.
What's up, guys? How you doing? Riz!
Tony, I miss you, buddy. Good to see you.
Good to see you, man.
We were just talking about how much Jeff misses doing the game preview show, Tony.
I do.
And how much I miss just having my Tony time last week and this week with the bye week and everything. It's so good to have you back. Uh-oh.
It's good to see you guys. It really is. It's just good, period. It's good to see you guys.
Thanks for joining us. Don't mind me. I have some work that I'm to do, so I'm going to let Chris handle the first part of this anyways.
See, Riz gets here finally, and then he just slacks.
Nice.
So talk to us, Tony. You've had the week off. People have missed you mightily on the radio this week. What is it that you've been able to accomplish without having to work? Is there something that you like, some massive artwork you've been working on, some major sculpture, a trip around the world? What did you do with your time off?
I finally got to see Dune, which I was looking forward to.
How was it?
I got some sleep, which was also pretty good. And you guys, thank you for your patience because I just came back from the grocery store. So that was something that I definitely had to do before too long. So thank you for your patience.
Did you get anything excellent? Did you get anything super cool from the grocery store? What's for dinner tonight? Help me out here.
I got some pork chops. So once I get back from the game tonight, hopefully my wife will make the pork chops and it'll be perfect to go, eat pork chops and not worry about buying any game food or anything like that.
That's nice. Ooh, you got that. So tip off is at 7, right?
Correct.
Oh man, who you got?
Michigan, actually. Hang on, I'll show you where I'm going.
Michigan, Wayne State.
Yes, Wayne State is opening up their arena tonight. Their field house, which they've been working on the last couple of years, and so they actually got Michigan to come down to Detroit to play an exhibition game against the Warriors. And look, it's a recruiting trip for Michigan. There's no doubt about it. But even still, it's nice to see them in Detroit. It's nice to see this new arena. So I'm taking my son and we're going to head there and just have a couple hours of watching college basketball, even if it doesn't count in the standings.
That's really cool. I'll give Michigan basketball credit. They're also playing Grand Valley State on Saturday, a school that's in the same league as Wayne State. And it's 100% Juwan Howard, like boosting the recruiting. But I know a couple kids that are on the Grand Valley basketball team. Like they're like, we get to play, and Christ was like it's a genuinely awesome experience for them. They played in Michigan State last night, so not playing either side of that, but that sort of thing that's really cool.
Oh, absolutely. And the Wayne State kids that I've talked to, they're excited because Michigan's actually coming there, and Jeff,
that's crazy.
Rare. It's rare that you do that. And again, Juwan Howard's coming to Detroit to recruit some of the kids that are standouts here in the city. But even still, to have Michigan there for your opening game of your arena, even if it's an exhibition game, it's sold tickets. They sold out in 2 hours at Wayne State for the game. It's just awesome to have Michigan down there doing that.
Wow, that's awesome. Thank you. That is so good. Man, the donations are rolling in, Tony. You've spurred.
Bring them out, man.
Bruce, 25. Belinda with 20. Way to go, DLP. Thanks for being the first YouTube bot user. Belinda from St. Jude, we're helping them work out some of their fun that they're working on the tech side. Great work, Belinda, on all the stuff you've done in the team. Congratulate them and thank them for all of their work as well. Patricia and Quinn got together to donate $13.29. $13.29, the Patricia and Quinn regime record.
That's awesome.
Got $1.66 from Anonymous and a $12.34 from Anonymous too. So we are now at $6,262.98.
Nice. Congratulations, people.
Starting on, yeah, you folks are the best. Thank you so much. You guys are rocking it. All right, the chatbot is live. Yes. Great job, Jillian. Great job, Belinda. Thank you for the St. Jude team. They've been so great to work with. I mean, we're lucky to have such a great charity to work with and that does such great things and to be able to try to do something. But then they have an external facing team that are spectacular. Thank you guys so much. You guys are the best.
Excellent. So I got to ask Chris and Riz, I got to ask, my son texted me this morning from work. So I got to ask, how many people have called and sent messages to you guys about Odell Beckham Jr.?
Well, that's actually what I'm working on. I got assigned that from the high boss, and I can't ignore that one. So that might be the way at actually.
It's so weird because it's like that is the last thing the Lions need right now is Odell Beckham Jr. The last thing. Is that what you just?
Yeah. Oh. Should the title of it is "Should the Lions claim Odell Beckham Jr. off waivers?"
Okay, so Tony,
Tony, say what you just said.
Yeah, make your argument because I made the opposite argument. We need to help Riz write this article.
All right, Chris, I'm anxious to hear why you want Beckham, but to me, he is an absolute 100% distraction. His father made cut-ups of Baker Mayfield overthrowing his son. You don't need that kind of distraction for a team that right now is 0-7. And is trying to build. It's ridiculous. You don't need that type of distraction. To me, bringing in Beckham Jr. would be the worst thing possible for the Lions. Do they need help at receiver? Absolutely. But you don't need that kind of headache right now. You don't.
Okay. Now, here's my argument, Tony.
Sure.
I think Odell Beckham is mad because he thinks he's number one, and he's not number one. In Detroit, he would be far and away the number one. We don't have anybody that can touch him. He'll get what he wants as far as his position. Will the balls show up? Maybe not, right? We'll have to see how things work out. That's a different kind of story, right? But he'll get what he wants, and it's only 9 games, right? It's going to take at least 5 of bad stuff before he starts going off the rails because he's also got to figure out what he's going to do going from here because he knows he's not going to stay in Detroit, right? But he could be a key part of something that changes in Detroit. If he gets his I want to be number one, he gets to be part of a team on the rise and claim that it's him. That also boosts the ego, right? And the regime themselves for very, very little money, they can stop themselves from that for stigma. They can get that one win this year, which I think for the front office and the coaching staff, they recognize with fans, that's the key. Hold on, we lost Riz. That's the key to success for the team. So we'll have to see. Now I've got to go back to 3s. Hold on.
Hey, I'm back.
Okay.
My internet is
although the names are switched now.
I got it. Cool. Don't worry. Just give me a minute.
We're good. Yeah.
Riz.
I'd like to look like Tony sometimes.
Right back at you, dude. Believe me.
Well, this is what it feels like when you do that, guys.
There you go.
So
clearly I'm going to assume that was my internet that futzed out there. All got frozen, and then I went away. And I haven't touched. I have 2 laptops. Touched the one that is streaming. So
I gotcha. Here we go.
Just FYI, also today is Odell Beckham's 30th birthday.
See, so Muleback isn't the only one getting cut on his birthday.
That's right.
Don Muhlbach, line 1 for you.
Yeah.
It's great, Chris. I understand your argument completely, but here's my thing. If he was complaining about Baker Mayfield, who is a better quarterback at this stage of his career than Jared Goff, what's he going to do when he has to play with Jared Goff?
He's going to be number one. He's going to be everything he wanted to be. The ball still won't be delivered, but the problem is he in this I think the argument, I think that the difference between the arguments comes down to, and this is where your argument might win out, Tony. Does OBJ recognize the situation he's in and what the realities around him are? And I know, Riz, that's why I say Tony might win this one, right? He comes to Detroit. There's not many stops left for OBJ. He's got his chance to get everything he wants, everything that he really wants, except maybe the super duper quarterback. But if you go into a place that has that super duper quarterback, they've already got a number 1 and probably a number 2 wide receiver. He's not going to get the targets that he wants. This is probably his last best chance. Will he recognize that? And that's where your argument probably comes out on top, Tony.
And I'll say one more thing, and Riz can agree, disagree with me. Hopefully he'll agree. If I'm Beckham, I sit out the rest of the year. I wait until the offseason when teams are shuffling around their rosters and wide receivers are coming and going. That way I can actually get my pick of the litter, my pick of who I want to play for, as opposed to having somebody just pick me up on waivers and having to play out the string for the rest of the year.
So help explain this. Go ahead, Rez.
It would depend on who claims him. I think if the Saints get to claim him, he'll go there in a heartbeat. If it's the Lions or the Texans or the Bears, I don't think he has any interest in playing there.
Who's throwing for the Saints now?
Taysom Hill at this point.
So you think Jared Goff's going to be a problem for OBJ?
New Orleans is home for him.
Yeah.
That's why he would go there. And they're also a contender. And with their Michael Thomas, like their wide receiver room is right now not better than Detroit's.
Correct.
And that's a playoff team. So he would certainly prefer that.
We'll see. I don't think he has any qualms of pooing where he eats, or where he lives. So, so I don't think I don't know where a good landing spot for OBJ is. It's where he can perform and be the number one, and I don't know that exists. So I just think that the front office is gonna. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff going on in there behind the scenes, so we'll see. But I think they recognize that one win means everything, and I don't know that they think they can get it right now. I don't know that anybody thinks they can get that one win right now after this Eagles game.
I don't disagree with you. Although Denver is looming on the schedule.
Yeah.
Atlanta.
They threw up the white flag by trading away Von Miller, and that's absolutely the way their locker room is reacting to that. It's like, okay, we know we're done.
Right.
What's the deal here? So that's a potential win. That might be a team that doesn't win another game this year.
Yep, I agree. And look, Chris, there's always the Thanksgiving miracle.
We know the miracle is a burnt turkey. What are we talking about? I have to go back to the DB and look at the overall record on Thanksgiving Day. But Lions fans, I mean, we love the tradition there. But I think if people were really refreshed on the record on Thanksgiving, they may say, you know what, go ahead and keep that game. We don't want it anymore. 1934 was a nice idea. In 2021, I want to enjoy my meal.
You know what? I hope they never pull the Thanksgiving game away from the Lions. I hope so. Just simply because it's tradition.
Yep.
Lions, just like the Cowboys, it's a tradition. Keep that one tradition in play. The NFL is starting to move away from some of its traditions. Don't take that tradition away.
Yeah, that's absolutely a big one. And it's one of the things I really, really like with the whole NHL and the concept of the original six. That's never left. That's really still part of the blood coursing through the league's veins. And while you see teams like Tampa and everything else, with those original six, anytime the Wings play the Leafs, right?
Yep.
Neither team's in the top of their game right now. I mean, there's some good stuff coming out of Little Caesars Arena right now, but to see those two teams play, it's going to be a good game. And then a whole original six, the Blackhawks and the Wings back in the Probert era, I think back how great those games were. That still means something. So I'd hate to see the NFL kind of forego a tradition 1934. That's a long time. They're almost 100 years of playing this game. To throw it away now seems like a silly move.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
Crappy Channel in the chat. Thanksgiving is all we have. It would be cruel to take it away. And you laugh, but Goodell talking about teams and and the embarrassed empty seats thing and calling out the Lions and I believe it was in August. That one's a frustrating one to me, Tony. There's all kinds of reasons for it, right? I mean, it comes out I think it was the week after the Baltimore debacle. Maybe 2 weeks after that, and it's like there might be more fans in the seats if they didn't get wins robbed, right, by the officials. And there's one thing to be a bitter fan, like, oh, that game was bad, but this is a repeatable thing. This is something that I think if you plotted the chart, you'd see. The Lions. I mean, how do you say the most hosed bad calls ever, right? I mean, it's obviously a subjective statistic, but the reality is on that subjective statistic, everybody thinks their team gets hosed. I've heard when I went to the Rams games, they're like, "Oh yeah, we have such bad luck." I'm like, "Have you seen the Lions? I mean, do you know who you're playing today? Like there's something to this, right? This isn't just like oh, woe is us, we're a regular old team. The Lions have a significant disadvantage here, right?
There's only one fan base that can even come close to claiming the type of bad luck the Lions have, and that's the Cleveland Browns franchise and their fans. And if weird things happen in Buffalo in the next couple of years with the stadium and everything, the Bills fans might be right up there as well with Lions fans and Browns fans, because there's a decent chance, depending on what the ownership does there, that there may not be a Buffalo team in 2 or 3 years in the NFL, which would be doubly disappointing for me, having been born and grew up in Buffalo.
Yeah. How's the article coming, Riz?
I am about to hit publish. I'm doing my SEO tagging, which takes an inordinate amount of time.
Yeah. No, I'm just wondering what your arguments are, because we've made ours. I want to hear your pros and
I left it fairly open-ended. Let me read the last paragraph that I said here.
That's what you do when you write while you're on the air.
This is great. I will read the concluding paragraph. At this point, Beckham's legend greatly exceeds what he offers on the field, but that doesn't mean OBJ can't still play. He's proven capable of making great catches. He still has good downfield speed and confidence in his ability that will force defenses to react to his presence. Despite the consternation about his off-field persona and distraction baggage, he has been a well-received teammate and has not been a problem in the locker room in Cleveland. Should the Lions claim Beckham? There you go.
That's not very.
I try not to influence people too much on these things. I try to leave it open-ended.
Right.
That's what the podcast is for. This is when I come on and say, please don't claim him. But the more neutral side of me has to come through on this.
Yep. It's there's something in the chat, and this goes to your point, Tony. Brandon's talking about every player that comes to Detroit always talks about watching the Lions and Thanksgiving when they were growing up, and their parents and grandparents did. It really is a ton of a tradition. But by the same token, we talked a little bit about this with I'll call them the Goodell papers, but the Washington papers, right? It's interesting to me that they shut him down, because that just means Goodell has a whole bunch of blackmail, right? Just to solidify his position. That's kind of where it's at. I don't think he cares about tradition that much. I really think that with that one kind of makes me feel that Roger Goodell is all about power, maintaining power until he decides to leave, and no one else is going to take him out of that seat until he's ready to go. I'm not sure he cares about tradition. And I think if he feels like they're not selling tickets the way they should, or if fans go to the Thanksgiving game, a national broadcast wearing the paper bags on their heads, or there's empty seats, he's going to take that very, very seriously, and it could potentially take negative action for Detroit based on that. And that would be unfortunate as heck.
One of the things that's helped is you haven't had any of the more powerful owners in the NFL step up and say, we want the Thanksgiving Day game. If Wellington Mara or the Mara family stepped up and said, hey, we want the Thanksgiving Day game in New York, that would be a different issue. But no, it seems like outside of the Ford family and Jerry Jones, nobody else wants the Thanksgiving game on a regular basis. So that has helped a little bit. And that third game that the NFL put on Thursday night, where they can actually take and showcase two of the better teams in the league, and put them on Thursday night in primetime, has also helped ease some of the fears that the Thanksgiving Day game and the Thanksgiving holiday and football on Thanksgiving was starting to become passé.
Yeah. And it would be hard, even if the Mara family said, we want the game. Let's face it, it's hard to make the case with the record and the way the team is playing, right? Sure. It's a big market, but they're going to have to make the public case, right? In the court of public opinion, it's going to be hard to say, what, you're placing Lions in New York, really? Come on! Wow, compelling TV, right? I mean, that's going to be a tough one. So, all right. Tony, what else is going on? Let's talk about, we did OBJ. Let's talk about the last game, the game against the Eagles. That was a tough one. We look at this team, and I asked this to Justin Rogers. I'm really interested in what you think. We had poor play calling. We had poor execution. We had guys getting penalties for covering up tight end. Just poor execution. We just missed it. We had poor coaching. Right. The going for I understand. I fully understand the thinking. Right. I can get in Dan Campbell's head and say, I know why you went for it, because going in with 7 points at the end of the halftime, drives your confidence and your momentum. Totally different than a 3-point, a field goal would have. You were successful the week before with the onside and the 2 punt fakes. In his head, I totally get it. I also recognize it wasn't the right call. I mean, everyone would have said it was an amazing gutsy call, and I love it if he would have gotten if we would have gotten the 7. But when you get to it, kicking the 3 was the thing to do. So even coaching was a problem. The team has the bye week here to kind of reflect on the first 8 losses of the season and say, we're going to change some things to try to get this ship to turn a little bit and pull out a win or 2 or 3 in the rest of throughout the rest of the season. What do you think they can and do change this week heading to the rest of the season to try to get the ship turned?
I think the biggest thing they have to change is to be more aggressive on offense. I think that, and I understand it's not exactly Jared Goff's game right now to do, but they've got to be more aggressive. They've got to take some more shots downfield. They've got to be able to push the tempo and just take some shots. The one frustrating thing about watching the Lions, especially in that Eagles game, and Riz, I hope you agree with me on this, they just didn't take enough shots downfield. I kept expecting them to take more and more shots downfield, and I kept seeing more and more checkdowns from Jared Goff. And maybe that was the game plan. I don't know. But that's the one thing. If I'm in that coaching room, I'm saying we got to take more shots downfield.
That's not just from the Eagles game. That's from a lot of the games. And the one game where they really tried it was the Rams game where Khalif Raymond broke out, and it worked.
Yep.
And the disconnect, the fact that they saw that it worked the week before, and then they went back to what wasn't working was really frustrating.
Yeah. Hey, Riz, the other one that comes to mind, the first half of that Green Bay game in week 2, the Monday night game. Yep. They were pushing the ball down the field. They were aggressive offensively, and it worked. They had the Packers on the ropes. Then they kind of went conservative in the second half. Aaron Rodgers woke up, and next thing you know, lost.
Yeah. Ugh. It's annoying. Because the evidence is there that Goff can do it.
Yes.
The limited receiving core that they've got, and the fact that they don't do it goes to Chris's theory that the play calling is more of the problem than Goff is.
And
I agree. I agree.
Let me lean into that a little bit because, we heard Dan Campbell say he's going to be grinding tape in this time and that he's going to get more involved in the offense. That kind of leads me to start thinking that maybe there's some unhappiness with the play calling. Maybe they're not, I don't want to say appreciative, but maybe the play calling isn't what they're looking for or what they want, and they're not getting what they want out of that. What do you think, Tony?
Yeah, I agree. I think that's one thing that they have to look at. Dan Campbell has to sit down and look at the play calling, look at the percentages, look at the tendencies, and just move away from what hasn't been working, which quite frankly is quite a bit. So to me, they got to be more aggressive, push the ball down the field more. And look, they have 2 decent running backs in DeAndre Swift and Jamal Williams. It's a nice 1-2 punch. Use that as well. Start using that as a changeup. I love those guys when they run the ball. Be more aggressive that way as well. The key word here, be more aggressive on offense. They have to do that.
Yep.
Totally agree. Well, one of the things that I want to this is an abstraction for me. Dan Campbell was an NFL tight end. They have a great tight end in TJ Hawkinson. They have a pretty solid number 2 one in Daniel Fells. Or whichever Fells brother. Darren. I get confused all the time. They don't seem, they did in the last game, but they don't seem to feature Hawkinson as much down the field as I would like, and Fells barely gets any attention. Brock Wright, the number 3. Is that something that you've noticed too? Like, why wouldn't they get that more involved? And is that something that you think that Dan Campbell would be, interested in as a former tight end himself?
Oh, I think he'd definitely be interested in it, Riz, but I also think teams are taking away Hawkinson because they look at the receivers that are out there on the field and they see that Hawkinson's the one that stands out. I like Khalif Raymond, but he does not scare an offense. I like Amon-Ra St. Brown. He doesn't, outside of his name, scare a defense. The guy who does scare you is TJ Hawkinson because he has that ability, that George Kittle / Travis Kelce type of ability to possibly be a game breaker at tight end. So I think teams have taken those guys away and nobody else has been able to step up and kind of fill in that role.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's just it's weird to me that they only have 2 tight ends on the active roster. Their head coach is a tight end. I guess that's sort of one of the things about breaking tendencies or something. I don't know, but it wouldn't surprise me if they tried to get another tight end in. They have, I want to say, with Kevin Strong coming back, they have 9 defensive linemen. maybe they can make and they only play 3 at a time. Maybe they can make a change there.
Just a small one, yeah. And Chris, on defense, I think you have to start bringing in some of the younger players and see what you got. Younger linebackers, younger defensive linemen, younger secondary. Although with all the injuries, you are playing young guys in the secondary. But you got to see what you got with the young guys over the final 9 games of the season and see where you need to build this offseason and see what areas on the defense stand out that you need to address, which basically outside of the defensive line is the linebackers in the secondary.
Yep. All right, really quick, couple of donators we want to appreciate. Bruce for $25, Nicholas, I think it's Rodriguez, $10, and again, our samurai sword salesman, Hattori Hanzo, with $13.71. Give us a nod to future Lions wide receiver OBJ and Lions legend Alex Karras. Now at $6,286. And how many cents, Riz?
That'd be 69.
That's 69.
I can't believe that Alex Karras and OBJ just got mentioned in the same sentence. That's wild.
Perfect. Hattori Hanzo, that is a great name. There used to be this show years ago called Most Extreme Elimination Challenge, where they would just make up these names, and it was an awesome show. And that every time I hear Hattori Hanzo, it reminds me of somebody from Most Extreme Elimination Challenge.
I think his reference is to Kill Bill, the Tarantino one, right? Yep.
Oh, Tony knows that. He's our cinephile.
He's our Tarantino-phile. Tarantino-phile.
Listen, Quentin Tarantino has to do a Star Trek movie. The end. Okay, I'm done.
There you go.
That's awesome. All right. So, Tony, play calling, game previews. We're looking at Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
I'm absolutely insane. Okay. We don't have the line. Sandman is going to call later. He's actually on a flight to Vegas right now. He and I both have decided we're putting our money on the Lions in Pittsburgh. Tell me why we're absolutely insane.
You're insane.
Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to get that out the way. Listen, Heinz Field it's a great place to play, and it's just visiting teams struggle at Heinz Field. The Lions have struggled at Heinz Field. I've been to Heinz Field. That is not a great place for a visiting team to go into. You're insane.
I might be. I've got a little something that makes me. I think the change in the offense with Dan Campbell making some calls. I think there's a lot of people that have something to prove on top of all the other stuff going on. And I think the team is going to come out with a very Rams-esque kind of fight in them.
An enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
versus an Eagles. And I think that Pittsburgh, they play on Monday, so they have a short week. Yes. I think they are going to look a little bit past the Lions as well. I think this is actually a really unique kind of opportunity. I know, again, I'm insane. I admit that openly and for public consumption. But Sam and I, we talked ourselves into it. We're going for the Lions on the money line, and if it turns around
on the money line,
yeah. Oh God,
yeah. If it turns around, my friends. I might offer you a Miller's burger, something on me.
That's
there you go.
With my new
Go Lions, I guess, with a Miller's burger on the line. Absolutely. That being said, you're insane. I love you, Chris. Believe me, you're insane.
I know.
You've had enough of that shit.
Is that you're saying?
Yep.
I mean, in theory. Like, it is a good time to catch the Steelers. They're coming off of a night game against the Bears, who are a very different style of team than the Lions are. You've got time to prep special treatment or whatever for it, and make the tweaks come out of the bye. Your players will be relatively healthy. X's and O's, though, man. Like, they throw the ball to throw the ball there. And if you cannot get pressure on Ben Roethlisberger, he can still throw. Now, if you can get pressure on him, he's not good anymore. Like he's arm punting on first downs. But
he's got a pretty relatively low air pass in the air average. I can't even think of the words right now.
Average air yards per attempt.
Thank you. It's like 6 yards or something, right?
Yeah. Yep. One of the issues with that is they're really, really good at yards after catch. They got guys like Deontay Johnson, Juju Smith-Schuster, Mapletron, Chase Claypool, who can do a lot of things after the catch, and they design their offense around that, and they're very good at that.
Are you reading the chat, Tony?
No, but Mapletron is an awesome name. Thank you, Jeff. I will now refer to Chase Claypool for the rest of his career as Mapletron. Thank you.
Yeah. He's the Canadian. He is almost exactly the same dimensions as Calvin Johnson. He's from Canada. That's where that came from.
There you go. Waxo. This is the thing, because when you started laughing, I was reading this, Tony. I thought you saw the same thing. The Lions are a totally different style. A really bad style as opposed to a bad style. Oof.
Can we talk you out of this?
Is so hard.
I know.
Oh, Jesse's asking, Chris, what things are being auctioned off and where do you go to bid? How does it work?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Jesse, you, sir, deserve a prize. Unfortunately, we're not giving it away right now. 7 nights in a Colorado ski home is on the block, though. 7 nights. You have up to May of 2023 to schedule your time. It's a $3,000 value. You can bid on that. DeAndre Swift autographed football, DeAndre Swift autographed jersey, Dan Schlereth autographed baseball. A little bit random, but hey, what the heck? TJ Hawkinson autographed football, Penei Sewell autographed football from the Detroit Lions, Jamal Williams autographed football from the Detroit Lions, and then probably one of the coolest of all the items up for bid, dinner with Risden, Sandman, and Chris down at Prime and Proper down in Detroit.
Nice.
That's up there as well. All you got to do is go to auction.detroitlionspodcast.com. All those things are up there for bid right now, and get yourself something nice. The auctions end December 15th. Wow, we got bids rolling in already. December 15th, everything ends, so it'll get shipped. You'll have it if you need to put it under the tree in a stocking. I don't know how you fit Riz in your Riz in stockings. We'll see if the tutu flies. We got something going. But
yes,
if you need it for any of those kinds of things, they will be out there in time. So great gifts available here at the auction. We have some stuff coming from Billy Sims. Jerry Jacobs has stuff we're going to receive on Tuesday. A signed jersey, a signed wall. Holy cow, Larry.
Larry, 500. That's awesome, dude. Thanks.
Larry.
Well done, dude.
Larry $500. Chris, if you want to use this as a matching fund, you can. As for the Lions, I'm lucky I saw the only Lions playoff win. My friend, join us at 2:15. Herman Moore, Lomas Brown, and Coach Wayne Fonts all together. We're going to relive a little bit about that together. So we can go. So anyway, the auction.detroitlionspodcast.com. It is rock and roll time. Get out there. All that money goes to St. Jude 100%. And I'm covering all the admin costs. So there's nothing to worry about. 100% of our charity stuff goes to St. Jude. Also, if you just wanted to give direct, stjude.org/DLP, stjude.org/DLP. When we get done with Tony here, or he gets done with us, whichever happens first. We are now past, we're a little over $13 away from Beans Trivia. We got these Bean Boozleds. Are you familiar with these, Tony? These
no
jelly bellies that are flavored. Let me read you the flavors here. They're camouflage. They have a good and a bad flavor. I'm just going to read the bad flavors.
Okay.
Stink bug, rotten egg,
Yuck.
barf,
Yuck.
booger,
Yuck.
stinky socks, dirty dishwater, toothpaste,
Thank you.
canned dog food, spoiled milk, and dead fish.
Oh,
I had the spoiled milk earlier today, and it was horrible. It was horrible.
I had sock. Let me find the flavor here. Sweaty socks. Yeah.
Oh.
Stinky socks. And I'm actually I can still.
Yeah. They stick in your teeth. So we just got a couple. We crossed the $6,800 mark, so we will do the Bean Boozle. Thank you, Anonymous and Z3 Lions, Saskatchewan, Canada Lions fans. Caring in Canada. Yeah, thank you. For
Go Riders, baby.
Yeah,
exactly.
So we will do that.
Friends with one of their scouts.
Jillian from St. Jude in the chat says stink bug and canned dog food linger the longest. Well, I guarantee I'm going to spin one of those next now that I know.
Yeah. Let me repeat something I said about 10 minutes ago, Chris. You are insane.
Yeah.
And Riz, if you did this, you're insane too.
I've been forced into it. And so I'm the idiot. I lost and ate a lime on the podcast a couple weeks ago. And I taste that for a couple of days later. The thing with the lime, it's sour initially. Once it's in your mouth for a little bit, it gets really, really bitter.
Yes.
And that sticks with you for a long time. It's like you're licking the rind constantly. I wouldn't recommend eating a lime. Just FYI.
So we've got.
If you're going to eat a lime, follow it with a Corona. That's the best way to do it.
Yes.
We've got a couple things on tap here. At $10,000, Greg, one of our Slack chat folks, is going to do the spicy one chip challenge. It's a 1,000,000 Scoville Packy chip. So we're going to watch him suffer. I watched some videos on it, and it is absolute murder. He's a great guy, and I appreciate him.
We torture ourselves for the children.
Yeah.
Yes.
13,000. Big Bad Fab is doing the Sprite challenge. It's not just a lime; it's a lemon as well. He's going to eat them both together. That should be something.
A lemon to a lime to a lemon.
Oh, thank you. 16,000. Riz, he's taking a pie in the face when we hit that milestone. 20,000. I'm taking the pie to the face, and then we get to 25, and Riz gets the 2-2 going on.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much, Danielle Fraley. Thank you so much, Danielle. You are spectacular. $150 for the kids. That's really awesome. If we get to 30,000, I'm going to do the Fatboy 40 as we came up with it, right, Tony?
Yep.
I got to show this. I've got to do this now. We've got a winner. I'm pretty sure we have a winner of the Fatboy 40. Let me get this ready really quick. I just have to do a quick change here. But
it's real and it's spectacular. It's very well done.
Okay, here we go. This is the Fatboy 40 in Seattle.
Area. It's the rain. It's winterish. Actually, it sucks out here right now. It's time for the Fatboy 40.
Wow.
Yeah, he's not messing around. Nope. Right? You see this in the field before every game.
Hey, he's stretching. That's important.
That's very important.
I'm not sure what good this stretching's actually doing.
This car coming. It's good stuff. All right.
Wait.
Gotta prepare.
Disqualification. We've got a doping issue.
God bless him, man. That's awesome.
Exactly.
This is the face of determination. Okay.
Wow.
Yep. Absolutely the face of determination here.
I'm just impressed he's doing it in the weather. That's impressive.
There's a Jared Goff throw of the hat.
Okay, here we go. Hopefully I don't injure myself.
It hurts.
That is awesome.
That's fantastic.
That's great.
Love it.
Great job, Matt. So 30 grand.
You have my salute.
30 grand gets me to the Fatboy 42. So there you go. Oh, all right, Tony. Game day coming up. Pittsburgh Steelers. Give me your prediction for the score. You seem to think the Lions aren't going to win this one.
No, and I think it's going to be a little bit low scoring, but to me right now, I'm going 27-17 Steelers in the win and probably not great conditions at Heinz Field. By the way, Heinz Field is a complete wind tunnel. They have one side that's open to the Three Rivers, and if you go in there and underestimate that, it is incredible how many people just go in there and don't pay attention to the conditions.
It's a wild place for punting and kicking because is different at one end of the field than it is at the other end of the field.
Is it
crazy?
Is it as bad as the Metrodome was?
You know, you say one thing. Not only do I hear about this with you guys, I now hear about it when I do the Wayne State games. Those guys have started on me about the wind chill factor as well. So I guess I'm going to go down in history as the wind chill factor at the Metrodome. Thank you.
Well, let me know what the wind chill factor is down at Wayne State tonight.
I'll send you a text. How's that?
See if those 3-pointers are problematic.
I'm excited for you to get to see this game because this is a very good Michigan team. I love Juwan Howard as their coach, and the benevolence of them going to Wayne State to open that arena is really, really cool for them.
Agreed. I think that's incredible.
And look, I have a pretty good idea that one player that my son has played AAU with will be in attendance and under the auspices of Wayne State, but I know he's looking at Michigan. Wink, wink, nudge.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? Back to that. All right, Tony, appreciate you calling, man. Thanks so much. Love doing the show with you. Love, getting you and Riz back together again. It's so awesome to have you with us.
I miss you, Tony.
I miss you too, Riz. It's so funny. When I saw your face down there, the first thing I thought was Riz. I wanted to yell it. It's like, yes, he's back. And Chris, thank you, because I've had a blast doing these the last couple of years. It has been awesome. And thank you for your patience as I was bringing in groceries. It's like I saw your text. I'm like, oh, expletive. I got to get upstairs and, get everything together. Plus, I'm at home, so it was a little bit easier to set everything up. So thank you. But, thank you again for allowing me to do the show with you.
Tony, you're a credit to the city. And it's a man who, the voice of the afternoons at WWJ there. You are absolutely perfect for that. And if I ever had somebody that was going to represent my city, you would be the face, the voice, and the guy that did it. You have the character that stands above and beyond. So thank you so much for joining us, man.
That means a lot from you, Chris, and from you, Jeff. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Thank you, guys.
All right, buddy. We'll talk to you. Have a good one. And
got it. I will see you all soon.
Let us know about that wind chill tonight.
Riz, take care of this guy, will you? I'm done.
I will do that. Thanks so much, Tony. Great to see you again.
See you guys.
All right, buddy. We'll see you. Bye.
We love Tony. Tony is just he's the genuine thing, man. You just said it. He's a credit to the city of Detroit.
Yep.
And I know he's from Buffalo, but he's made his home in Detroit for years and years, and everybody thinks of him as a native son, and he is just a wonderful dude. And one of the reasons why I like you, Chris, is that you're the same on the air as you are off the air, and Tony is the same way. Like we've hung out with him outside of auspices of the podcast, and he's the same guy. Yeah. And I love that genuineness about him. That's something that really stands out.
That's a Detroit thing, man. I really believe that's a Detroit thing. People are pretty real coming from the deep. All right, cool. All right, hey, I'm getting good at recording these clips, man. We got another replay clip for later. I gotta get my fingers going. Just got word I gotta send the link to Dan right now. We'll get Dan Miller here just in moments, and we're gonna have to do trivia right after that. Just because we got Dan in, and then let's see, hold on, I gotta get my schedule out in front of me. We got a lot of things going on right now. We are going to have Micro Mike on at 1:45. So Luke Easterling at 1, Micro Mike at 1:45. So here we go. Dan is going to be on in just moments. Then we're going to have Luke Easterling, and then we're going to have Micro Mike, and then we're going to have Coach Fonts, Herman Moore, Lomas Brown, and we're going to keep going from there. It's going to be great. Go ahead and get us hooked up here. We're at 69, 61, 69. We will absolutely be sure to get the trivia going with the beans. If you guys get us we'll just go to 7,800, and we'll add another one in there. We'll just keep these in the queue and keep rolling these things. But yeah, T.O. is absolutely the best, you guys. He's fabulous. Really credit to the city. All right.
I have to get the link to Luke while I'm thinking about it.
All right. So. Hey, can you talk for a second? Because I got to get the link to Dan here.
Sure. Absolutely.
Right, awesome.
I'm excited. I'm glad Micro Mike's joining us. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah.
Just, one of the things, and we didn't talk about this in preparation for the Steelers. We haven't really spun that forward. Taylor Decker will be back on the field.
Yes.
And We presume he will be playing left tackle, and Penei Sewell will be playing on the right side. Couldn't happen at a better time because TJ Watt he primarily lines up over the right tackle in Pittsburgh's defense, not the left tackle. They are one of the defenses where you want to have your best player as your right tackle and not your left tackle. The Browns, interestingly enough, are also the same because they move Myles Garrett over there quite a bit. So having Decker back is going to be awesome. Hopefully the pins in his fingers don't get. We're very thrilled about that. Riley donated. Thank you. That's awesome.
Riley, thank you.
I'm so encouraged by all the. By the way, Larry M., if you're the dude that I played volleyball with back in the day, let me know because that would make it even more special. It's been a very long time since I've seen you. So I'm floored, man. This is really cool.
Yeah,
that are doing this with us. From when you started this, Chris, and when I joined on a couple years later, my God, did you ever envision anything like this at all?
So we can talk about that, like kind of the origin story a little bit. Keep that on the list because we'll definitely
get into that because that's a long story. That will be
but no,
that's a good one for the 3:45 a.m. block.
Yeah, I'll tell you the short answer is absolutely not. I had no idea. It was kind of, I don't want to say a lark, but there we go. Sorry, I thought I sent that. It was we were doing it because I wanted to give back to Reddit. You know what I mean? Because living in California, I had Packers fans and Cowboys fans and Bears fans around me, and I had no one to talk about Lions with. It was 0-18 the second year I was there. It was a tough time, and I found the subreddit. You know, there's like, God, we started at 6,000 people, or I started at 6,000 people. It was at 9,000 we started the podcast, but it was a group of folks that, you know, I finally found a place to talk Lions with like-minded folks, and it gave me a sense of home, warmed my heart. And I was like, I want to give back. And one of the first things I know, that's where the whole Guam thing came. We started a podcast and people are listening in Guam. You know what I mean? I'm like, holy cow, it's like worldwide. And people really took it up and it became a responsibility almost, right? Rather than just kind of this thing we were doing for fun. And I just felt like I owed it to people, and it's grown into something that I'm just absolutely proud of what we can do. And it's 100% because of the people that sit here watching right now, tune in and pay attention and help St. Jude and all that. It's like I have met the best people I've ever met thanks to this podcast, and the folks in Detroit are just a credit. All right, Greg, thank you.
One quick thing. Riley donated $6 to get us to 6969.69. Thank you. That's awesome. That is the absolute spirit of the show. And I've met Riley. She's awesome. I've been on her podcast, and for her to go with that is
awesome. Sweet. All right, we have got Dan Miller with us. Let's get Dan in here right now. Make all this stuff work the way it's supposed to. There we go.
That's
his name. His face will be there momentarily.
You don't get the full experience. I mean, Dan's voice is incredible, but the facial that comes with it is
the facial. Dan, how you doing, man? Welcome aboard.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Hi, Dan.
You know, I do want to make very clear that it's all Tony Ortiz's fault that we didn't get with you earlier. You know how he is, right? I mean, that's all I have to say. Right?
I've met him. I'm aware of how he operates.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, it's been crazy morning. We started at 9. We're on the 3rd hour now, and we're up to $7,000 raised. Really, really.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
we're getting there.
Congrats, guys. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Let me ask.
Thank you for joining us, Dan. As a veteran of all but one of the annual training camp parties, welcome.
Well, you guys are great. I appreciate what you do, and happy to be here with you guys. So thank you for having me.
Well, let me ask, I know you do more than the Lions, and you are absolutely literate and probably, mother tongue literate in all of the sports, but was this bye week a welcome kind of moment of a break for you, just based on everything we've seen so far?
Yeah, absolutely. I think everybody kind of needed to step away for a little bit. I don't care if you were a fan or you're working the games or covering the games for radio, television, whatever it is. I think the players, the coaches, I think everybody can just use a little bit of time to step back, in particular after the clunker that was the Eagles game. I think it was a good time for everybody to just kind of step away and take a couple days and come back refreshed. Now we're all coming back refreshed to do something different, whether you're covering as a beat guy or you're going out there and doing the play-by-play or you're doing the color or you're going to play or you're going to coach or whatever it is. But I think when things are not going particularly well and sometimes just getting away, it's, I was talking to Jared Goff about this the day after the last game, and it's a mix of getting rest, getting work, and just getting away. And it's all three of those things, I think, in particular for the players and coaches.
The gut punches are going to stop. Quote. That's when he said it. I'm like, he's probably going to regret that, because we've had a couple. We know they keep coming. What do you think is going to? I mean, with Jared, I know he's working his tail off. There's no question that he's out there giving his best. Do you think that eventually this is going to come true? Do you think the gut punches are going to stop, or do you think there's a whole lot of growth still to go for this team?
Well, look, what's your time frame? I mean,
well, I'm thinking for Jared Goff. Let's put it that way.
That's a wide-ranging question. Look, I have to believe to do what I do because I see what other teams do and what other organizations do, that if you make the right moves and you bring in the right players and do the right things, you can win. They're not destined to lose. There's no reason they have to lose forever. There's nothing, Brad Holmes has nothing to do with Bob Quinn. Bob Quinn has nothing to do with Martin Mayhew. Martin Mayhew has nothing to do with Matt Millen. It's about this crew, the decisions they'll make in the long run. They're certainly still dealing with the fallout from decisions that were made by the crew before them. But ultimately, there will come a time where it will be all about what they do and whether or not they've made the right decisions and whether or not they've done the right things to put this team in a position to win. So, I believe the gut punches will stop. Now, I can't tell you when that'll be, but I do know in this league, you can turn things around pretty quickly if you have a couple of good years and a couple of good off seasons. And this first off season, aside from the draft, they didn't do a whole lot. So I think that this was a year where they were going to figure out what they've got, and go from there. But look, I still believe that given the right moves going forward, that this team can turn things around, like other teams have relatively quickly. But it does take the right moves and the right decisions.
How much value do you think in this? I think this is a big deal because, as you said, they're figuring out what they have. The Lions have this opportunity this year that I don't think a lot of other teams have. People like Jerry Jacobs, he's a great example of a guy that probably wouldn't have seen the field in another city. And we're getting guys like him and young guys on the field to see what kind of talent we have. We're able to kind of surface little diamonds that we didn't know we had that may be able to help this team over the longer term, fill some holes, and help us shrink the number of holes that need to be filled on the roster. Do you think that this is kind of an advantage for us this year in a year of so many tough things?
I think it goes both ways. I think that, yes, there is an advantage to being able to see what your young players can do, whether it's because of injury or because the standings dictate that you're not playing for as much as some other teams, and you can send some young guys out there. So I think that's a positive. I think it's a net. I think also you realize some of these guys aren't going to cut it, and some of these guys aren't part of the solution. So to me, that's what this whole year is about. It's about finding out, of the 53 guys that you have on your team and the guys in the practice squad and the guys that you're running in and out of there, okay, when you hit this offseason, is Jerry Jacobs part of the solution or part of the problem? Is Jalen Reeves-May been part of the solution or part of the problem? And I'm not picking those two out for any other reason than they're the first two that came to mind, but you're going to do that with pretty much everybody and decide we're building a program here. We got to figure out which of these guys is going to be part of what we want to do going forward. And I think that's what this year's all about. Now, the disappointment is when you lose a Jeff Okudah and you go another year with no idea what he is. And now it's clouded even more by a very significant injury that he has to recover from. Those are the ones that you hate to see. You know, you want Deshaun Hand to stay healthy the rest of the year to see, okay, is Deshaun Hand really going to be able to contribute to this team, or is he somebody that you need to move on from? And those are the decisions I think that they're making now, because your to-do list becomes much more clear after this season than it was coming out of last season.
Yeah. One of the things with that, this is a group of coaches that a lot of the guys haven't worked together before, and they're working to see who fits with that. And is that something that you sense too, that like they're seeing like maybe this coach isn't the best fit for this job? Maybe that's something that we can look at. And do we expect coaching turnover just out of not being a good fit rather than lack of performance being something that happens coming off season?
Yeah, and I think, Jeff, that you get that most years in the NFL. There's guys that there's a little bit of staff turnover, you know, I think because maybe a guy has another opportunity or maybe it didn't really work out or something like that. So, yeah, I think you'll probably see some of that. And I think most years you get a little bit of that with each team. But, you know, I don't know how Dan Campbell goes through that process at the end of the season, but you know, I've seen coaches operate different ways. I mean, you know, Jim Schwartz, I remember having a conversation with him, and there was a coach that had gotten rid of his offensive coordinator a couple of weeks into the season. And he said, man, you hired him. What did you think you were doing? And, you know, so I think some guys really stand by their guys. You know, Jim was never short on opinions. But, you know, but I understood what he was saying. And I think, you know, Dan Campbell seems to be a pretty loyal guy to me. And I think if he puts his faith in you, you know, it's going to take something pretty significant for him to lose that faith. Now, that's not to say the guys don't work out, because sometimes they don't. But I get the sense he likes this coaching staff. But the long way of answering your question, sure, you could absolutely see some of that.
One of the things that he's said, and I'm wondering, you know, we have this bye week. It's an opportunity for changes, a little bit of reset in certain areas. One of the things he had mentioned is he's going to be grinding tape and he's going to put his hands on the offense a little more, take a little bit more of a role in the offense. Number one, do you think that is kind of him thinking about what's going on, how the offense is being run, and he wants it done differently and it's not working the way he wants? And number two, do you think that's the best place to attack change for this team during this bye week?
You know, if you'd asked me that before the Philadelphia game, when they ran for 200 and some odd yards on whatever it was, 40 carries or whatever, I just said, yeah. I mean, clearly there's a lot that needs work offensively and defensively. Defense has been up and down. I would like to see them find some consistency as you go through the second half of the season. But look, the offense is a problem, has been a problem, and has been a problem since the start of the season. And look, I don't think that's any great indictment of Anthony Lynn. I like some of the things that Anthony Lynn's done. He's brought more pre-snap motion and some different things to the team that we didn't necessarily see as much of before. But, you know, I just think there is, and Dan Campbell won't say this and he doesn't want to hear it, but there's such a significant talent issue there, in particular at wide receiver. You're dealing with guys that haven't played in this league, have been practice squad players in this league, haven't shown any ability to be consistent in this league. And some of them are young. Like, I'm not writing off Amon-Ra St. Brown, but let's be real about what he is. He's a mid-round draft pick who's trying to figure things out and not necessarily surrounded by guys that are going to take pressure off him. And I just think that's a real problem right now with this team. And I don't know how much better it gets. Now, you can keep trying to do things to make it work, but until you figure something out, they're going to keep taking Hawkinson away. They're going to keep, you know, keying on other things that you prove that you can do. But look, we knew this position was light coming into the season. It's only gotten worse now because Perriman didn't work out and Tyrell Williams is dealing with a concussion. So, you know, guys that you expected, Quintez Cephas got hurt. Guys that you expected to be your top three are now gone. from a position that was already a position of need coming into the year. So it's a long way of saying, I don't know how much better this offense is going to get. I'd like to see him find more consistency in the running game, which at times has been good. Taylor Decker gets back in there. That'll certainly help. But that passing game concerns me. It's 8 games. We've seen no sign of anything consistent working downfield. And, I know the knee-jerk reaction is Goff, and he certainly bears some of it, but I think also you have to look at the crew that he's working with. It's a whole lot different picture if you've got Amendola, Galladay, and Marvin Jones out there.
All right, so this has come up today. In fact, we just wrote about it and talked about it with Tony Ortiz. Odell Beckham Jr. is out there. It's his 30th birthday today, and the Browns are officially cutting ties. The Lions can get him if they want. They have the number 1 waiver claim. He is subject to waivers. Would you take on OBJ, what he is now, for the rest of the season? And he also has 2 more years on his contract that you would be under control of. Or is that something that you don't think would work out?
I would. Yeah. Well, what do you have to lose? If I understand it correctly, there's no guaranteed money left on that deal, I believe.
That's correct. He has a $15 million salary, but none of it is guaranteed.
Yeah. So what do you have to lose at this point? He's clearly a talented player, clearly also a mercurial guy that you've got to wonder about his ups and downs. Well, roll the dice, see what happens. I mean, I would want to talk to him and find out, are you ready to come in here and try to help us turn this thing around? Or is this just some place you're going to hate being and that's going to manifest itself in your behavior? So I would want to figure that out. But if he's amenable to it and it's something that he wants to be a part of, I can't think of anything you have to lose by throwing him out there and saying, okay, let's see what he's got left. We're not tied to him in any way, shape, or form because there's no guaranteed money. And let's see what we can do with him. I don't see a downside. I really don't.
Thank you,
You're with
Dan.
Team Chris on
that's where I was. And the thing is, what does he want? He wants to be the number 1 target. He gets that here. He gets that in spades, right?
In spades. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I mean, he would immediately provided he's healthy and ready to go, immediately provide a target that this offense just hasn't had anything close to.
Yeah. So since you're obviously getting the bird's eye view of it, one of the things that I've seen from the film is that the receivers in general have been, I don't want to say open, but more open than what Jared Goff has considered. Is that something that you see from the play-by-play booth too?
I know there's been some that people have pointed out that they've missed, that he's missed, and that's something that you can, pull the all 22 or whatever and say, oh, there's a guy here, there's a guy here. And I think that I just wonder how common that is around the league that you can point out for teams that do get more plays, that quarterbacks are missing guys that are open. I still think there's a problem there, Jeff. And I don't think the problem is that Jared Goff is constantly missing guys. Maybe he's a little gun shy at this point based on what's happened so far. I think there would be a little human nature involved in that. But again, yes, I've seen those things and seen people write up about them and seen the videos that people have pointed things out. And I understand it. I think that's part of it. But again, I do think more than that, it's a consistency of availability of these wide receivers that's probably lacking for this team right now.
And I mean, you can probably speak to this from personal experience too, Dan, right? Jared Goff comes in after someone who was absolutely great at the role that everybody loved in Matthew Stafford. Who wants to be the person that comes in after Matthew Stafford? There's very, very few people that you're going to find that are an improvement over that. I mean, in your case, you came in and you've done a great job, but in the moment, it was difficult, right? It was difficult because they had made a choice to put you in place of somebody that was very well loved. Can you talk about, I mean, what that means for a guy, how tough that can be walking into a role with people not sure what they're getting, but knowing that they loved what they had before?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was very difficult understanding that what Mark had done, his body of work, how good he was, and I felt like that was over my shoulder from the moment that I walked in there. But I will say this: I walked in there with Brandy. Jared Goff didn't. Okay.
Yeah.
Jared Goff did not walk into the same situation that Matthew Stafford walked out of. I had great support. I think Jared has had less support. And that's part of a rebuild. That's being the quarterback of a rebuilding team. You know that certain position groups are going to be lacking because there's a rebuild going on and everything's not right. So I think that's the difficult part. I think, look, 100%, guys, this has got to be brutal when you look at the fact that he's got 0-8. Matthew Stafford's red hot and rolling. They're the toast of the league. That used to be your team. Who wouldn't feel that? I mean, that is, if he didn't feel that, I don't think he'd be human. But, that said, I think above and beyond that, you can move away from the mental side of it and look at the physical side of it and just what he's dealing with here and the shortcomings that the team has. And that just makes a quarterback's life difficult.
Yeah. Do you think it weighs on him at all that what's happening in Los Angeles is happening? Because I get this. I kind of like his California cool demeanor sort of downplays that. Like, I think he's probably happy for his old teammates there. Maybe you can speak on that more.
Yeah, I mean, look, weighs on him. I'm not. We probably all define that in different ways, but yeah. I think that it has to affect you. You have to look at that, and I don't know what I'd want to say. Hacked off probably isn't the word, but it certainly doesn't make you feel great that you're 0-8 and your former team is, an odds-on favorite among the favorites in the NFC to go to the Super Bowl, and the guy that you swap places with is out there putting up huge numbers. But I do think there's also probably an understanding from Jared that they're both in very different situations because he was just in that situation last year. So, look, I think he has handled it well. I sit down with him every week. I think he has handled the mental side of it very well. But I think as a human being, it would be shocking to me if you didn't look over there and think, damn, that looks pretty fun over there.
Yeah, I bet. Okay, really quick, just some housekeeping. Carson, $15. You love the show. You guys do a great job. And Dwayne, keep up the work you're doing, $20. And Greg with $50, all for St. Jude. Thank you all. We're at a little over $7,000 now. We owe you guys the Bean Boozled. We'll get to that. Want to talk about the auction really quick. We have some autograph material, Sewell ball, a Jamal Williams ball, TJ Hawkinson ball, DeAndre Swift ball, and a jersey from Swift. A Dan Schlereth autograph baseball. I know Dan's going to be bidding on that one. 7 nights in a Colorado.
I covered his dad in Washington.
Yeah. 7 nights in a Colorado ski home, $3,000 value. You have through May of 2023 to schedule that. Great opportunity. And then, of course, dinner with Riz, myself, and Sandman down at Prime Proper downtown. You can bid on that as well. Great night. It's been a big hit as we've done.
There's also one that involves our guest.
Yes. Of course. Dan is going to do a phone message recording for you, a voicemail recording with anything PG or better that you'd like. You could write the script. Dan will put together a voicemail message. That'll be on the auction block here later today as well. Dan, so much. We appreciate you doing that. Got to get one last question in. It's not Lions related. It's from the chat. What's your thoughts on Sider and Raymond so far this year over on the wing side of the world?
They've been awesome. I mean, it's been fun to watch. I would love to see them be able to have the whole team together. It was disappointing that Vrana went down early and it's going to be gone for several months. Disappointing, obviously, that Bertuzzi can't go to Canada. Disappointing that you saw Larkin out for a couple games. I'm excited to see what the whole picture looks like. But look, those young guys are what injects hope into the franchise. Just like next year, hopefully you're going to see the same thing with a couple of those Tiger young guys that you saw some of this year. But when those guys come up swinging bats next year, I think that's going to play in every day. Hopefully that's going to be a lot of fun. And it's what Cade will ultimately do for the Pistons. I know it's not the start that anybody's looking for, but that's what we're looking for, guys. You're looking for the next level. You're looking for the next group of guys that are going to make this thing better than we've seen it. And that's why we love the draft. That's why we love trades. That's why we love free agency, because they provide hope that something better is coming. And watching those guys play, and Sider winning Rookie of the Month, and seeing what they've done, it's been a lot of fun, and I'm excited about it. And I think all fans should be excited about it. Like I said, if there's a downside, it's just that we haven't been able to see that whole team together, because I think they really believe that Vrana can be a major piece here. But it's tough to put that together when he's not out there, and he'll be back. That's a good thing, but it's tough. But excited about what they're doing, and it's part of, I think, a young group of players that we're seeing here in Detroit that's kind of paying us back for a lot of the difficult times that we've been through here over the last couple of years.
Yeah. Seeing Stevie Y's magic down here in Tampa and watching him take that wand up there to Detroit is just really exciting. Yeah.
Amen.
All right, Dan, I know you're a busy guy. I appreciate you taking time for us, helping out and helping folks kind of get the awareness up there to help raise some money for St. Jude. And
where's the link, fellas, so I can chip in? Where are we going for this?
Appreciate it. stjude.org/DLP.
stjude.org/DLP.
Yeah, that's right.
You got it.
All right,
I'm
Dan,
in.
Thank you so much, man, for everything.
Thanks, Dan.
I appreciate you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
You too, man. You make us happy every week,
Dan.
even when we lose.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we'll talk to you, buddy.
Be good.
You too. All right, Dan Miller, always the best. Great to have him on the show.
Dan's so good. He's been so good to us. We've told the story before. The first training camp party we held out at the drafting table in Wixom, and we just were like, "Hey, Dan, obviously no obligation for you, but if you can show up, it would be awesome." And he shows up, he sits down and is talking with everybody at the table. There's like, 25, 30 of us there.
That was like the most, I don't want to say disorganized, but it was like, hey, everyone just show up and we're going to hang out together. That's kind of what we did.
Yeah. No agenda at all.
And he showed up and just hung out with everybody. Like absolutely the coolest guy, just like everybody else, just talking, answering questions. Yeah. Really super. And then now he comes out with, the year in 2019 when we did the training camp party, he showed up. He took everybody's questions. He did an interview with Dean Blandino about the whole history in Detroit. Blandino did his whole redemption arc. That was really cool. And then this last and that year, the Lions, after we scheduled and put everything together, they made family night the night of the party, and he had to be there to do it. He literally left the family night Lions broadcast at Allen Park and zipped it, hauled tail to Commerce Township where we were doing it at the Uptown Grill, and showed up like moments after it was over, it seemed like, and did the whole show. Awesome guy. He went out of his way and zipped out there. Dan Miller, just absolutely fabulous. He's amazing. It's great to have gotten to know him and spend time with him. And another guy, the same dude off camera as he is on camera. Yep. And we've seen him in that environment. He will let a curse word fly here or there off the air, but other than that, it's the same guy. Oh, I've actually got one. I'm going to pull that up. But one of the things about him that I find absolutely fabulous, or I kind of, whenever I think about him, this guy is Ernie Harwell level, Vin Scully level. He is one of the most kind of evocative and just iconic voices of broadcasting, and even beyond being a Lions fan, when you hear the local guys doing the calls for the teams, as you see the highlights, it's like, okay, he's doing the call. But Dan brings something different. He brings something way different and way better to those calls. And I was going to ask him, but I didn't want to get into, the sad place. We've done like 63 post-game shows after losses. How does he get ramped up and excited to continue to do these games and situations like that? He is a consummate professional. It's not easy. I know it's not easy. It's a testament to him to how professional he remains and how good he is and how good he is to the people of Detroit. Yep. All right, I've got one right here. I've got the Dan Miller quote. Let me pull this quote. This is a story told at the podcast party in August during training camp. Let's see if we can get this going here. And action.
I'll tell you a story. So the Seattle game happens, okay? The batting out of the end zone and stuff like that. So we're on the bus going to the plane, and I get a call from like NFL Network or somebody who's saying, "Can you come on the radio show?" And I'm like, I really can't. I'm going to be on the bus with players and stuff like that. Probably wouldn't be a good idea. But if you fire fucking Dean Blandino, I'll come on the I'll come on the show with you. And then I said, I'll talk to you later.
He's absolutely the best.
So Dean is sitting 5 feet from him at this point.
He's the best. He's one of the greatest, one of the absolute greatest. Dan Miller.
Dean was a very good sport about that. Dean will be on with us later today, which is great because he's been good to us as well, and we haven't always been good to him.
No. I mean, it started the Fire Blandino hashtag, right? And actually getting to know him and then seeing what the replacement is like. We've also started the Hire Blandino hashtag because holy cow, what's going on over there? All right, we got that done. Another clip ready for the wonderful, post 24-hour broadcast. We are 3.5 hours in. How you feeling, Riz?
I'm good. I'm going to need a little restroom break here in a minute, but beyond that, I'm good.
Okay, tell you what.
Taste is finally out of my mouth.
Well, get ready because it's coming back. We're going to punch and bag that epiglottis again. What we're going to do in the next, we'll say 10 minutes, okay? And let me just check my schedule here to make sure we've got all this right. Yep. In the next 10 minutes, what we're going to do is we're going to take the top 2 donators at stjude.org/DLP, and not Dan because he's about to do it. But the top 2 donators, you are going to get a chance to represent Jeff and I in a quick game of trivia. Whoever loses, whoever they're representing has to eat one of these dirty beans. So get in there, stjude.org/DLP. And get your donations in, and we'll get you on the air, and you can play some trivia on our behalf and see who has to suffer at your hands. So get your donations in. Riz, if you want to go take that break right now, it's a great time to do it. All right.
On it.
Let me get you on it. There you go. All right, you're good to go. I'll walk through some of the things here really quick. I think we'll start just going through the chat really quick. Frosty, there you go, man. We got your stuff in there. The wings are really exciting. I'm telling you, the Stevie Y magic is back in Detroit, and it's great. And I'll tell you, having seen it and experienced it here in Tampa, it is fiery. It is just spectacular. And people want to talk about, what happened with how they dodged around the salary cap. It was legal. They lost as a result of another team doing it. That's fine. But that's a smart GM that plays that game, and that's what you're getting with Stevie Y. I think you can see some wise moves out of him, so that's great. Questions about Ken Daniels or Mickey on the pod. Guys, I don't have the ability while producing this to do it, but if any of you have a way to get in touch with them, either social or otherwise, and want to do it, we will fit them in. We will make time to get either Ken or Mickey on. I got my ESPN app just, 4 days ago, we were watching the game and put on the Detroit broadcast just to hear Mickey and Ken do the game. It's always a great feeling to go back to all my Detroit guys and hear them broadcast. So heroes of mine, I've watched Mickey forever. So I'd love to have either one on. Let's see who else. Tyrell Williams, is he done for the season? I have a feeling at this point with a concussion, if it's been this bad for this long, Tyrell's probably going to be done for the season. To be completely frank and honest, I worry about him a lot like Travis Swanson. If it's this serious, maybe he should kind of call it a career, hang up the cleats, just from a personal safety. I don't know medically what the situation is, just to be fair. But I just don't want to see anyone put themselves and their future at risk for something like this. The game aside and all the other stuff aside, I feel bad for a guy that goes through that, but he doesn't have a chance. DMDLP on Twitter is a great way to get in touch with us, work that out. Or if you want to get on the show, do a donation to stjude.org/DLP and represent us on the what's it called? The trivia challenge. It's Lions trivia. It'll be easy. Don't worry about it. All right, let's see. Dan represents every Lions fan in his demeanor and sensible outlook. I wish he did. I think Dan represents what every Lions fan should be in demeanor and outlook, Brandon, but I don't see that as much. Maybe I see too much too much Twitter. Maybe that's what's going on. But Dan is what I wish. He definitely represents kind of the soul of Detroit. I'll tell you that. I'd put him out there representing us any day. He's a great guy. Bean time, yes, Paul. Bean time is coming. Questions about me on the pod, Leffler. Yes, we've had you on a couple times today. You've got a magnificent video you submitted. Thank you. Chris, you need a coffee or something? You can order your delivery wherever you're at. I'm in good shape. We pre-snacked, got everything together. My wife is a active partner in this, helps support. She's always been great and spectacular in doing all this. I mean, we've been doing this 6.5 years now, and you don't get to do that if you don't have a supportive wife, let me tell you, because between the day job and all the stuff, the shirts, the whole thing's going on with this, it gets to be a lot. So good support network there. So we're good. Thanks, Magnum. Thanks, Frosty. Appreciate it. All right. Yeah, definitely not the team to risk your health for right now, these Detroit Lions. How would Ken, Mickey, or another one get on? If I'll give them a follow. If you hit me with their Twitter, and then I'll follow them now, and then they can IM me, and we'll go that way, and we'll deal with that. All right. Once Riz gets back, we'll keep going. We're at $7,000. stjude.org/DLP. Let's see what you guys got. Come on, get something in here so we can get some trivia players and get going. Let's see. Gotta refresh this. Okay, that's what's going on. Funny stuff in the technical world. Don't forget stjude.org/DLP. Don't also forget about auction.detroitlionspodcast.com. Amazing stuff up for auction. There's some all kinds of autographed materials. There's going to be the Dan piece up. We've got a Billy Sims ball, I think, coming up, and maybe something else coming from the Sims camp. We're working on that. What else do we got? We got Micro Mike coming up at 1:45. So that'll be a big deal. That'll be a lot of fun to have him on. Let's see. What else do we got? Hot Cup of Cider on Twitter. I had to be the person to get the podcast to 69. Thank you very much. That was great. Some of these things pass by so fast. Luke Easterling, $20 donated. Maybe he'll do the trivia on our behalf. That'll be great. Thank you, Luke. Love you, man. Appreciate you. And we got you coming up here real quick. Like, let's see, where else are we? So much to do. Matt, whew, 250. 250, wow. Taking us up to 73.24. Is that you, Riz? Are you back, brother?
I am back.
Look at that. Look back. We put a furry outer shell on.
Yeah, I got a little cold. So where I'm sitting, the sun is over here, and it's going away. It's cloudy here in West Michigan today, and my wife refuses to turn the heat on until it snows. We had flakes the other day, but it didn't qualify in her book, so our house is cold. Got
it. Yeah, I was worried earlier when there was a little bit of the internet stuff going on. I was glad to hear that you were having it at the same time because we're supposed to get 3 inches of rain here today, and I was worried that it was the internet got flooded.
So you're about to get some distraction because my lawn guy has just shown up and he's about to bring out the leaf blower.
Want to tell you thanks to Luke Easterling, who donated $20 to the St. Jude.
Luke is an awesome guy. I can't wait to talk to him. He's been a good friend, one of the best people in the draft business. I love the dude. He's also local for you. He lives in the Tampa area.
Yep.
Really,
he and I got to get together and tell Riz stories. That's what we have to do.
Luke might not have too many of those. We haven't hung out like that. That's one for Schofield or Krabs, especially.
Yeah.
Come on later.
Yeah.
Or if we ever get Emery Hunt back on again, he's got a couple of doozies too, because he and I have spent some fun times together.
Great stuff, Dan Miller.
Hey, there's Dan.
A week of meals for family at St. Jude. Thanks, Dan. He has a note with it. Great job, guys. Love this fan base, and you help keep them together. Great cause as well. Thanks, Dan. Dan Miller. Absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, thanks, Dan.
All right, we're getting there. We're getting close. We got some things coming up.
What's our total at now, Chris? I missed the update.
Yeah, we're at 75, 74. Oh, just bounced up. We got one.
Thank you.
There it is. Coos $25.
Hey, we know that guy.
Unlocked a no chemo party. Thank you, G there, buddy. We now are at 75, 99, 69. We're getting, God, we're so close.
So nice. Creeping
up the $10,000 mark, where Greg does the spicy one chip challenge. 1 million Scoville of heat. Leffler, hit me in the chat if you want to be one of our trivia answerers. If you're good, we'll get you in there. And then Coos. Well, I might disagree. OU Bobcat meteorologists rule.
Yes, they do.
Under 25. You forgot that.
Well,
that
I was 25 years ago.
All right.
Yeah, no. So the fact that the little Coos, I'll call him that, is living my dream life. As a meteorologist student at Ohio University, that's where my minor is. I've told this story before, but I went to college to become a TV weatherman. I went to Ohio U, went through. I changed gears a couple of times, wound up with a degree in history, but my minor is, in fact, in meteorology and climatology, which are separate disciplines.
Thank you.
Good times.
Perfect, Jeff. Thank you, brother.
The great irony of it is that one of my fraternity brothers and roommates in college became a TV weatherman, and he went to college to be a band director.
Oh my goodness! All right,
funny
let's
how things work out.
Yeah, I see. Wow, I'm seeing a lot going on in the Slack. Somebody was having trouble with the video, and I think that there was an internet hiccup, like a DNS breakdown or something happened earlier today.
I agree. Yeah.
The NSA was collecting data and they got a disk full error or something.
Yeah, they got me. Yeah.
Let's see. We got that. I don't know how that got opened.
Yeah, so there's two long guys. That's great. So it's what, November 5th?
It'll go twice as fast, right?
Yeah. We have so we try to take care of our lawn as best as we can. And we don't have any trees in our lawn. That was one of the I'm not a lawn guy. If I had my druthers, we'd have artificial turf instead of grass.
Yep.
So they're out there and they're doing their final fertilization. And they actually told me that they were coming today, and I forgot it. Now
I just want to tell you, after that OBJ discussion, me and Dan could be the Holmes and Dorsey. I don't care which one.
What does that make me? I'd love to be Andrew Berry. Actually, that guy's brilliant.
Yeah.
His wife's really cool too.
I was actually surprised that he said to sign him. And I'm actually good. Matt Leffler, the Fat Guy 40, will be your spirit animal in trivia here. And then Tori, how would you like? Wait, who do we got? Coos first, I guess, is the first one.
All right.
You're the next highest. Do you want to represent in trivia, Coos? You good with that? Let's see him in the chat or somewhere. Maybe he'll DM me. We'll find out. Okay, hang on, Matt. And Matt, we're gonna get your Fat by 40 on there shortly.
Yeah.
And we'll go with it. All right.
It's been great.
We've played it a couple times and it has absolutely become a fan favorite. It is definitely so far the winning video for the Fatboy 40. So you at least, as a prize, have a pint of Ben and Jerry's coming your way for being the big winner. Okay, guys, for Matt and Coos, give us a call, 248-782-8384. 248-782-8384. We'll get you on. We'll get your calls here. And let's see. Yeah, we got you. We'll get you. And then you guys can represent. I got Coos and you got Matt. And Matt's got the A for effort, right? You saw him. You saw him out there. So give us a call, guys. We'll get you on the air and we'll go through this. And then Luke, if we should be good to have Luke on the air here just as soon as we're done with your bean Riz, okay? If you want to message him in the meantime.
You're that confident, huh?
It'll be like 1 or 110. Yep. All right. Is this Coos? We got Coos on the phone? No, it's Matt.
Yes, this is Brett Coos now.
All right, Brett, how you doing, brother? Just waiting for Matt.
I'm all right.
The number again, Matt, 248-782-8384. All right. We'll get
you
Matt
guys on in the background while I'm trying to work for my basement. So.
What are we working on today?
Good on you, mate.
I do logistics. I'm a contractor doing logistics for the government out here in Ohio. So just, basically email-based work now.
All right, Matt, do we have you on the horn?
Sweet.
Matt, are you there, buddy?
That is fantastic.
Is that Matt?
Yeah, this is Matt.
Okay, Matt. And
all right.
And you're still here, right, Goose?
Good.
Yes, I am still on.
Hey, guys, I did it. I flipping did it. Look
at you.
I'm so good at this. All right.
You are a serious badass.
Okay, the first thing I want you guys to do, and I'll give you an example to work with. We need you to be able to imitate the sound of an air horn. Okay, that's how you're going to buzz in on trivia. Okay, so Matt, why don't you go first? Let's hear what your imitation of an air horn sounds like. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, that's good.
All right, Brett, let's get yours. What do you got for us, brother? Okay, cool. We can
doing them in different octaves is a good idea.
Yeah, this definitely helps us. All right, Brett, you are playing for me. Matt, you are playing for Riz, and the loser will have to eat a bean. So, Brett, I'm putting all my faith in mankind in you right now.
I got you.
All right. We've got 5 questions. We need you to do your air horn sound to buzz in for the answer. And some of these we've even talked about today, just so you know. So here we go. Question number 1. Is everybody ready? Mouths over buzzers. Here we go.
Yeah. I'm not going to know any of these.
The last time the Detroit Lions won the NFL championship before the merger of the NFL and the AFL was in 1957. Who did the Lions beat in the 57 NFL championship game? Oh, that's Brett.
Brett.
I don't know it.
I believe they beat the Cleveland Browns.
All right.
That's why I love the fact that Jeff covers both Detroit and Cleveland for USA Today.
It's my curse, my friend.
Jeff, I'm going to be honest. I feel bad for you already. You're eating a bean.
It's all good.
Okay,
if it's for the freaking children, as Peggy Hill would say.
If it's a sweep, Riz has to eat 2. No, I'm just joking. No, we won't do that to him. All right, question number 2. Best out of 5. If we just get 3 straight, then we'll end there and we can save the trivia questions for further battles. The franchise that would eventually be known as the Detroit Lions was first known as the Spartans and located in what city? Oh, Brett.
Yeah, that was Portsmouth, Ohio.
Oh, I'm on away. Brett, I really owe you. I'm going to donate to your beer fund. You're saving my.
Anybody who has been to Portsmouth, Ohio, by the way, would wonder why in the hell they picked us to put a team there. It's like a 10,000 person city on the Ohio River. Not really close to anything.
Right. I mean, there was no booming economy there. There was literally no reason to put a football team there.
It's not terribly far from Huntington, West Virginia, but it's also not right there either.
And every time I drive out to Athens to go see Cameron, I always point out when I see the sign for the turnoff for Portsmouth. I'm like, oh, the Lions used to be there.
Nope.
That's when they won.
Yep.
All right. This could be the last one, but this one, Matt, keep your air horn ready. Because
I need one, buddy.
This one, I think, Matt, you got to be able to get.
Trying.
All right. What is the name of the Detroit Lions fight song? Oh, is that Brett? Okay, Brett.
That's Brett. Yep, I know it.
What is it?
I will graciously give Matt an opportunity to answer though, because I do know it.
No, I don't know it.
Oh, you're the perfect.
I'm not sure. I know that. I know the song, but I don't know. I'm not sure I know what it's called.
It is called Gridiron Hero.
Oh wait, yeah. Let me get it. Absolutely correct.
I knew this was going to happen.
Matt, thank you so much for playing.
I think it cares how much I know.
Oh, that's
how much I don't know.
Oh my God, this was actually couldn't have been any better. I win. Did you didn't need it already? Did you, Riz?
No, I got him.
Okay.
I'm spinning the wheel of death here.
I won, and we only had to use 3, so I can save up my questions for later. Thank you, Brett and Matt.
Well, if you need somebody to come on and lose again, just let me know.
You are permanently attached to Riz.
All right. I got.
All right. After we do Luke, we'll run the Fat Guy 40 video again for you, Matt. It was fabulous. I want to thank you for that. That was. I mean, I laugh every time I see it. It was very, very well done, and thank you for submitting that, man. It was awesome.
I reiterate that too, man. I saw that video. That was awesome.
Oh, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. It was fun making it, especially in the rain.
You did it all. You did it all, man. All right, guys. Thank you so much for forcing Riz to eat a bean. I will keep paying you to keep helping Riz lose. You know, we've had this in the plans for days.
Great.
All right, see ya.
All right, we'll see you guys.
All right.
I think it.
So I will do this quickly before we invite Luke on.
All right. Oh gosh.
See, I will hope to vomit before then.
That's a fun way to do it, right?
I got peach or barf. I really freaking hate peaches, so I'm almost hoping that this is barf.
Oh my! You do have that bucket handy, right? Because barf induces barf. You know that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm gonna make it a little bit more accessible so it's not under the desk in front of me.
Here we go. Riz. Oh wait, hold on. Before we do this, let me get. All right. Power to you, brother. This is barf, or what was the other?
Peach.
Peach. Ooh. Here we go. I can't.
Oh, it's barf. Oh my God. Oh. Stuck in my mouth. I'm trying to swallow it and I stuck.
In your teeth, right? Oh.
Oh, that was not pleasant. That, by the way, was indeed barf. And it tastes it's like the post drinking binge barf and not the like I'm sick barf.
Ooh. Matt's like, OMG, I'm almost glad I lost now. Me too, Matt.
Yep. All right, that was worse than a peach.
Oof. Oh my gosh. Okay.
All right.
Awesome. Riz, thank you. Matt, Brett, thank you guys very much for taking part in playing trivia with us. That was awesome. Riz is going to have to taste this throughout the Easterling interview. You know that. Really quick, a couple things I have to hit, and then we'll get Luke on. Is that okay? I see him waiting. Actually, let's bring him in and say hi. That way, he's just not waiting around for us to be doing dumb things or whatever.
Eating more beans.
Yeah.
Oh, it really burns later. Luke,
how you doing, man?
Hey, buddy.
What's going on, fellas?
I just lost a Bean Boozled challenge, so I'm not feeling so good.
Sounds like some of the nights we did spend in Mobile.
That's true. That's fair. Yes.
I don't have as many good stories as those other guys you mentioned, I'm sure, but
yeah,
strange things are afoot in that town in late January.
Yes. So Luke is the managing editor of Draft Wire, our brother site from Lions Wire, and has been a good friend and great resource for a very long time. So welcome. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate you being with us.
My pleasure, man. Always a good time, and enjoy talking, and always love doing it for a great cause for sure.
Luke, I want to stick on the Mobile thing really quick because I want to get your opinion on what it's going to be like to have the Lions coaching a Senior Bowl team again, second time in 4 years. But before I do, I have to do a couple of housekeeping items, and I'm sorry to start off with this, but I saw you sitting there, and I didn't want you waiting without any of the fun. First, thank you for your donation to St. Jude. That was really, really cool of you to do. That was awesome, and you didn't have to, so we appreciate that. I have to say thanks to Nick. Let's Get Riz in the $200. Robert Brodeur, 20, a little something for the kids. Love the work of St. Jude and you guys do. Mentioned in the chat, but do you think we'll have a shot at Godwin and is the wide receiver where we should spend? We can talk about that a little bit here as we go on. And then Robert Brodeur, 20, a little something. Oh, I just said that. Sorry, I caught myself out. With that, there's one last thing. We have the auction that's going on, auction.detroitlionspodcast.com. We got a bunch of signed stuff. There's a Colorado ski home, dinner with Riz, Sandman, and I. We just got from Colin and Pro Sports Zone some crazy stuff donated. We're going to get it up on the auction site here in the next 2 days. We got a signed Quintez Cephas helmet, a Herman Moore helmet signed, blue one, Jamal Williams helmet signed, an F. Lemieux Darren McCarty puck. It's one of my favorites. A Chris Osgood 401 win 3-cup puck. A Darren McCarty signed boxing glove. If you know the whole Darren McCarty and Claude Lemieux stuff, that's awesome. An Osgood signed poster, Chris Osgood, all donated by Colin and the guys at Pro Sports Zone, John over there. Those folks are absolutely amazing. With it all added to the auction
John's
site.
Awesome.
Yeah. 100% goes to St. Jude, all of that stuff. So thank you, John. Pro Sports Zone, get over there in Laurel Park Mall. If you're in the Detroit area or ever in the Detroit area, go there, spend a bunch of money because he is one of the most awesome individuals and businessmen you'll ever meet. And check out the auction. All this stuff will add to the stuff that's on there as we go forward. Luke, thank you for letting me do that.
My pleasure, man. All good.
Oh, I do have to say, stjude.org/DLP. Let's donate. We're at $7,800, folks. Thank you all so much for doing that. Luke, what's the deal? Are you ready to see a Detroit Lions staff coaching at the Senior Bowl again?
I mean, as long as it's not, what was it, Jeff? The Cleveland staff a few years ago, where we weren't sure if practice. We're still not sure if practice has started yet. Actually,
I'm still waiting for Romeo Crennel to yell special teams for the 50th time.
Yeah, we're just gonna do knee highs for 3 hours. So anything north of that, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Scouting the hamstrings.
Yeah.
As long as there's a team group that they cycle through where Dan Campbell shows them how to bite kneecaps, I think we should be in for some fun.
I like that. Yeah. I like that very much. So we'll stick on that theme for a second because this is it's a weird time in the Draftnik world, the world that you and I live in that the Shrine Game and the Senior Bowl are going to be happening relatively concurrently. What's your overarching take on that? Is it a good thing for the draft? Is it a bad thing? Is it what's your basic thoughts on it? Knowing that we both know well the people who are running both of those.
Yeah. Well, I think it's an interesting kind of competition to watch at this point. Obviously, I'm selfishly annoyed by it because Shrine Game's always been in my backyard here in St. Pete, so it's always been a nice quick trip over there if I want to get over for those practices, and it's been kind of cool that was always a little bit more laid back. But on the other side of that coin, I'm kind of excited to see it kind of compete with the Senior Bowl in a way because at the end of the day, I think my interest in the draft is always based on a basic level on the players. And that's kind of why I love being in this business in general is, telling people stories and the human aspect of the game that we cover. So I think for the players, it's an advantage because I think both of these games getting the same kind of, investment and platform that I think the Senior Bowl has enjoyed over the last few years can only be helpful for the players themselves and giving them a bigger reach and a bigger opportunity to show themselves in front of the scouts and stuff like that. So I think at the end of the day, anything that helps the players is something I'm going to be on board with. And again, you and I do know the people who are on both sides of both of those games. And I think that both of those games are trending in the right direction in terms of the way the event is run. And I think that can only be good for all the parties.
Absolutely agree with that.
Yeah. Okay, so, Draft Wire, Lions are Jared Goff owners. A lot of talk about the quarterbacks this year. You're our guy to help us kind of get our arms around this. What it's all about. I mean, I think the conversation is what is there as far as their guy for the Lions. Who's the guy that can come in and replace Jared Goff? And there's a lot of talk that, oh, it's a poor crop of quarterbacks this year. It's not quite what, everybody wants to, but it doesn't mean that the guy isn't there. It just means there's not a bunch of guys there, right?
Right. I think you can look at it in different ways, right? You're assuming you're picking, 1, 2, or 3. You can say, oh, there's not a quarterback that's worth that. So it's, it's a terrible year to need a quarterback and we're just going to take the best player available. That's not untrue. But you also look at the fact that you're going to have 2 other picks in the top 35, 40, right? You're going to have that first rounder from the Rams and you're going to have that high second. That's where you might be able to find that guy because, I mean, let's face it, if there's question marks enough about a guy at number 1, it's very rare that those quarterbacks come off the board in the top 10 still, because if you take him at 7, you should probably take him at 1. That's that's how important the position is, right? And so if you punt on a quarterback in the top 3 or 5, you're probably there's not a guy worthy of taking really maybe at any point in the first round. But I think that benefits the Lions because I think it's much more likely that other teams in that mid first round range, whether it ends up being, Pittsburgh or Washington or Atlanta or some of these other teams that could be looking for a quarterback, I think they're just as likely as the Lions would be in the top 5 to be like, you know what, this just ain't the year. We're not going to do it. Let's run another year with whoever and get a free agent for a season or whatever, and let's just figure out, what happens after that. That helps the Lions at 30 or 28 or whatever it ends up being with the Rams pick. And then that high second round pick where guys that would normally go in that 10 to 15 range, if they all fall down there, then you get to have your pick of guys like, Sam Howell or Carson Strong or some of those guys that you can start to pick and choose. How does this guy fit our system? And you might end up with that guy for cheaper and with a lot less pressure and expectation because you didn't spend that top 5 pick on.
Yeah. I got to do a quick sidebar, just a local, us, what's the hashtag we live here on the local TV station. I'm up in Tampa. You mentioned St. Pete. I have to the truck, how they get the stats up really quick. We got the if I can get my face out there. Come on, there we go.
Gotta focus.
Some of the best rum. I'm telling you, this is amazing. If you can find this out of this area, get it because they make this. I'm not like a liquor by itself drinker. This stuff you can just put it in a glass and sip it all day long. It is delicious. So,
there you go.
You made the St. Pete reference. I had to go local.
There you go.
I love
That's good. So you brought up Sam Howell, and this is one of the guys that was preseason. When we're doing mock drafts, you have to do them every week now. Sorry, buddy. It was a guy.
I don't mind. It's fun.
It is kind of fun. He was number 1 overall in a lot of things, and he obviously hasn't lived up to that.
Thank you.
Also, he's not terrible, and I think that's gotten lost. What's your assessment of him on how he's done this year, and what your early evaluation on him is? Obviously, knowing that he hasn't met expectations, but I don't think he's cratered out at all, really.
Yeah, I think it's interesting how these narratives play themselves out, right? When you go through an entire offseason, and every year it's like this. Every year, once the conversation resets for the next class, it's okay, who are the best 2 or 3 quarterbacks? And those guys are almost always going to be mentioned in the first overall conversation. That's just how it goes. So, but then the games come and you see these guys play, and Spencer Rattler, who's another guy who was, up in that conversation, he's probably not even going to be in this draft anymore. He probably got run out of the entire draft class. He's going to transfer somewhere else and try to rebuild that draft stock somewhere else. So obviously that conversation can change so much. But I think Howell's narrative is very interesting right now because obviously you come out that first game against Virginia Tech. I mean, he played like garbage and just was not a great start to his season, but that has stuck with him, right? I think that kind of like he got buried much like Rattler has been over the last few weeks, and their situations are not the same at all because Howell, ever since that game, has played very, very well. I really don't think we've seen anywhere near what he did in that first game. He's settled down a lot. He's not trying to play hero ball, and he's displaying a lot of those traits that had him in that conversation at number 1, number 2 earlier in the draft. So, do I think he has the ceiling of Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, those types of guys? I don't, but all the tools are there. All the things that made us think maybe this can be a franchise quarterback, he has done nothing but show that since that first game. And I think like you said, it's interesting to see the narrative hasn't gone back the other way. I think he's still kind of an afterthought because people are putting so much emphasis on that first game, but he's really been really solid ever since.
Interesting. Yeah. What about, we hear a lot of talk about Malik, Malik Willis. What's the athleticism there? We hear that he's athletic. Does he bring the tools to a team? I mean, you think about the competition he's played against, right? There's a lot of things that you kind of try to add up. Do we have enough data to say that this guy has the potential?
I mean, I think, again, if we're talking about a top 5 pick, maybe not. Just in terms of questions and consistency, maybe. And again, you do have the competition aspect. But that has a lot more to do with the fact that I think there are going to be people in the top 4 or 5 picks that are just, can't miss prospects that you can't pass up for a guy that has a lot of questions even at quarterback. So if you're having a conversation between obviously like Kayvon Thibodeau and Kyle Hamilton, Stingley and Evan Neal, those guys, and Malik Willis, okay, that's an easy conversation for me. And those 4 or 5 guys would be above him. If you're having a conversation about just the quarterbacks, I think if there's a quarterback in this class that I would feel most, maybe not confident in, but passionate about swinging on that guy's skill set and potential, Willis is the guy. And honestly, it's a lot like I felt about Justin Fields and a lot like I felt about Lamar Jackson coming out, which is that so much of the focus is on his speed and his athleticism and what he can do outside the pocket. That is all basically the cherry on top for me. That's not where I'm excited about him. I'm excited about Malik Willis because he throws the most delicious deep ball I've seen in this class. His arm talent and what he's able to do once he does break the pocket and extend the play, it's not just to run and pick up yardage. It's the fact that he's keeping his eyes downfield. He's making big plays down the field. He can make every throw. He's got the arm strength. I think literally sometimes it's easy for people to look down a list and just look at height and weight and assume whether or not you can chuck the ball 60, 70 yards. So if you look down and a guy's not 6'2", 6'3 plus, and he's not a big statue pocket passer, you assume he doesn't have a rocket. Hopefully Kyler Murray has put that narrative to bed. But Malik Willis, his arm talent is really what I think makes me most excited about his potential. And just like I felt about Jackson and Fields, I think the athleticism, the running ability is great to have on top of that. And I do think it does separate him from the rest of this class in another way. But it's his ability to throw the ball downfield with zip and to hit those deep outs and those really difficult throws from the far hash. Those are the things that make me excited about him. And if he was the quarterback who ends up being there at 30 or late in the first round, he's the guy that I would feel most happy about getting him in the building and seeing what we can do down the road.
You brought up the other 4 or 5 locks for the top. It sure seems like Detroit is picking number 1 overall. Kayvon Thibodeau, is that a lock for you to be the number 1 pick? Assuming that it's not going to be a quarterback there.
Yeah, it is. It feels a lot like Trevor Lawrence last year. It feels like it's felt like that since he came to Oregon, right? I mean, before he put the hat on, it felt like that whenever he's eligible, he'll be number 1. And
very Jadeveon Clowney-like.
Right. That's exactly how I felt about it. And honestly, Chase Young, if not for Burrow, right? If not for a quarterback kind of taking command of that, and I don't even think Tua would have gone there necessarily if he had stayed healthy. Chase Young was that good. I think it's a similar thing with Thibodeau. Just, too good, too big, too athletic, too much of everything you have to have at a premium position. It's not like he plays, Kyle Hamilton, I think, is a playmaker too, but he's a safety, and safeties are never going to be in that conversation at number 1. He's a pass rusher. He's an edge guy who can do everything you want and has a ridiculous ceiling. I think he is absolutely, even with the injuries this year, he's been everything we expect him to be, and I expect him to kind of go wire to wire, much like Trevor Lawrence did through his entire career at Clemson, and be that consensus number 1 pick. If you don't have a quarterback that's an obvious choice there, you have to take the best player in the draft. I think that's clearly him still at this point.
Good. So one of the other guys you mentioned, since we're a Detroit show, got to do Aiden Hutchinson. Your thoughts on the Michigan home wrecker?
Yeah. I was just writing about him a little bit ago and putting together some of his tapes from the YouTube cuts. But I mean, we have so many guys that we can look back and say, wow, that guy really shouldn't have gone back to school. The Matt Barkley rule, which is just, should have struck while the iron was hot, should have taken the most. But every now and then we also get guys that obviously made a really, really great decision to go back to school. And Hutchinson obviously was in the conversation, late first, maybe day 2 guy last year. Really solid player, right? Could do everything well, can set the edge, can convert speed to power and do all those things you want an edge guy to do. Hadn't really seen him take over games, right? We hadn't seen him be that player that everybody's got to worry about. Boy, what a great decision to come back to school, right? He has become that player this year for Michigan. That first game against Jackson Kirkland, who was a guy who was in first-round consideration, I think, until they played each other. And then everybody started to wonder about Kirkland and look at Hutchinson as a guy who, went from a fringe first-rounder to a guy who was absolutely in the top 5 conversation. I think with the 4 guys I mentioned earlier, if you asked 10 or 20 people who that 5th prospect is, I think Hutchinson's going to be the answer for a lot of people. That's how much he's done for his draft stock with the way he's played this year.
Sweet.
Awesome. So you're the Lions, you're working out normally in your mock drafts, you just say, well, I'm not going to do trades because you start having to get into people's heads. Right. But I want you to get into the Lions' heads right now. There's a million gaps in this roster. It's not even like Swiss cheese. It's like Alpine lace, right? There's so many. And what do? You've potentially and very likely have the first overall pick. Do you trade that away and try to accumulate other picks to get as many of these holes filled as possible? Or do you go the Kayvon route and say, I just want my guy and we're going to be dominant in this one position and move on and keep going?
Well, I think the scenario allows you to go in either of those directions depending on what you get, right? So the worst case scenario is you stay at 1 and take the best player in the draft. That doesn't suck too bad, right? So that's a great place to be in. I think the reason I think it's most likely that they would stay there is very few teams are going to give up what it would take to get to number 1 for something other than a quarterback.
Right.
It doesn't happen very often. Honestly, the few times someone has moved into the top 3 or 5 for a non-quarterback, the price is actually a bit lower. So when you're not going up for a quarterback, you can't ask for as much. So in terms of loading up the roster with all these picks, I don't know how much they'd be able to get from another team to move down. And if I were them, I want to stay in that 4 or 5 range where I know those blue chip guys, I can move down a few spots and still get a guy in the same conversation caliber wise, regardless of position, as a guy like Thibodeau. I'm fine with that. I just don't know if it's going to yield the kind of return that would make me feel comfortable on passing up that top over a guy, especially since I already have those 2 other high picks. I have another first. I have another high second. I've already got some good resources to work with. Is it worth passing up that guy for taking maybe less than market value, considering no one else is moving up for a quarterback either if I'm not taking one? So it just comes down to whether or not someone's going to give them a ransom to go up and take Thibodeau, which, again, history tells us it just doesn't happen.
And you'll, as we get to know each other better, Luke, you'll find that I ask questions that I kind of have an answer I know, but I also know that the question's going to come up, and it always does. Just trade down, right? Like trading down is just something you choose to do automatically. And you always
it's a mock draft. It's Madden. It's a computer you're dealing with and not other humans. It's super easy.
Yeah, exactly. So I just wanted to
just override the trade. Force it.
I knew where you were going to go. I thought I did, and it did go there. So I just wanted to kind of set that up for the folks that are kind of just trade down. It's that easy kind of thing.
Yeah, that's it's a lot easier said than done. The Lions have massive holes at wide receiver and safety. Let's tackle wide receiver first. Your thoughts on the class as it is right now. Is it good? Is it deep? Can they get something at 30? Can they get something at 65? Can they get something at 99 with the first overall comp pick that they're going to get? Just your overall thoughts on the wide receiver class.
There's no Jamar Chase. There's no, elite blue chip top 5, like clear cut guy at the top. I used all the cliches imaginable in the same sentence right there for you.
Good on you, mate.
But I love the depth. I love the depth of this class. There are, the flip side to the argument that, there's not, an elite prospect in this draft, which the other side of that is you could get maybe the same guy at 15 or 20 that you could get at 45 or 65 because there's this huge run of receivers, any number of which you could name 4 or 5 guys that if they're the first guy off the board, you'd be like, okay, that makes sense. Obviously at Ohio State, you've got both of their guys who could be the first guy off the board, and I'm fine with that. Treylon Burks is the guy I really like. I think he reminds me way too much of A.J. Brown to be really excited about him. Big, physical, breaks tackles, great after the catch. can stretch the field even for a bigger guy and has the highlight catch ability with his leaping ability and hands. He's the guy I'm really probably excited about the most. But even after that, I mean, hopefully Drake London obviously comes back from his injury. You hate to see that. John Mechie from Alabama. There's always going to be an Alabama guy in the mix, I feel like. But, there are going to be receivers, and we're not even talking. I mean, George Pickens, where's he going to be if he's back from the injury? Justin Ross from Clemson, if he's able to stay healthy. I love that next tier. I don't think there's any top tier receivers in this draft, but I think there's maybe 5 to 8 guys that anywhere in that mid to late first into the second, even pushing them down into the third round, because that's the way this always works. It's a really fun class, I think, to get some value, particularly on day 2, which is obviously great news for the Lions.
Definitely. And then we'll spin it to the safety, where we have maybe Tracy Walker coming back, Will Harris as a 3rd round pick.
Harris. You can substitute any Harris.
Really, we'll cut that out in post. It's fine.
It's worse than the barf bean I just ate. They need a lot of help there. So where can they turn with 30, 32, 65, that type of range? I like the safety class a lot. I don't know if you do or not, but some of the guys that they interest you there, and it, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is probably the deepest safety class I've ever seen.
I'm with you. I like it a lot. And they do have a blue chip guy this year. They do have a guy like Kyle Hamilton who is in that conversation in the top 5. But after that, I think there's a lot to, I know. You don't like taking tight ends and linebackers high in the first round? It's
we
not
do
like
it all the time.
About this before.
Do it all the time. Why would we stop
friends?
Usually, this is what, if you go look at the DM conversations between me and Risden, it's me doing a mock draft being like, hey, what do you want here? And him being like, anything but a safety or a linebacker or a tight end.
No linebackers in the first round ever.
Every time. And sometimes I'll just give him one just because that's the way things work. But I'm with you, man. I love the safety class, especially if you're talking about that 30, 35-ish range. Obviously, Jaquan Brisker from Penn State has had a phenomenal year. I don't think he really maybe even gets to 30 if he keeps playing the way he does. But Jordan Battle from Alabama, Brandon Joseph from Northwestern, definitely a lot to like about this safety class. And that's where you'll typically find the value. If you don't want to invest a top 5 pick in a safety, which again, history tells us is really, even when you get a guy who you think lives up to it, it's kind of like when the Bucs traded up for Aguayo, right? Like, even if he becomes the greatest kicker of all time, was it worth trading up to the 2nd round to get that guy? I don't even know if a safety can have enough of an impact to warrant a top 5 pick, even if he literally becomes the best guy of all time. It's hard to do that from that position. Just go look at what Jamal Adams is doing. I mean, he was taken 6th overall. He's basically at his best when he's rushing the passer. I mean, as long as you're comfortable with that in a safety prospect, that's fine. But no, I think the value is to be had in that 30 to 35 range. Like you said, if a guy like Brisker falls down that low, he's the guy who is a perfect value, I think, at that point for the position and what he brings to the table. And a guy who, even at linebacker, like those positions, you're looking for a guy who you can bring in and say, please reset the identity of this defense. Please transform the personality of this unit into one that matches what we saw from you on film and the impact you had in college. Please become that player for our defense and have those guys rally around you. Brisker plays with that type of mentality and that playmaking ability. Go back to that pick he made to seal the game against Wisconsin. The instincts to be able to read ahead and anticipate, much like a quarterback needs to come off of your guy a step early and take that gamble that in your mind, it's not a gamble because the keys that you're seeing and the tells that you see, from all the film prep that you've done where he's going to go with the ball, you make the play and you win the ball game. That's the type of guy that can be special at that position. I think that's who Brisker is.
Yeah. I'll tell you really quick, the last show we had, I did convince Riz that the tight end in the first round was the right pick instead of the non-quarterback Josh Allen that they would have taken instead. So yeah, we'll say that. And sometimes it's a better way to go.
I don't know. Josh Allen is the Jacksonville Josh Allen is not a bad player, but he has not worked out as well as they would have hoped.
As any of us expected. We'll put it that way.
I pounded the table for the Bucs to take that Josh Allen over Devin White. So
there you go.
Not sure. Yeah.
Since you were Tampa on this, Devin White is generally not well regarded by a lot of the fan base, but he's made like splash plays. So like Lions fans are like, he's the greatest linebacker in the NFL. Why didn't we take him? Can you explain, like, because he's not that guy all the time?
No, and that's the biggest issue, right? Is consistency. I think that last season showed us the best of what he is down the stretch, right? He picked a hell of a time to play the best football of his professional career so far down that stretch. Splash plays, they're bringing – I mean, he had 9 sacks last year. Probably would have had double digits if he doesn't miss that last game on the COVID list, right? So, you know, a lot of it has to do with Todd Bowles. Todd Bowles is one of the best defense coordinators in the league. He's creative. He's aggressive. It's a perfect fit for that type of guy. On the other hand, so far this year, it's been crickets in terms of big plays from Devin White. I mean, he's racking up the tackles, which is great, but the sacks aren't there. The interceptions and the passes broken up, it's not there so far. And Levante David kind of lumped in there as well. Those 2 linebackers are counted on to be big play machines for this defense. It was a huge reason why they finished the season with an 8-game winning streak and won the Super Bowl. But so far this year, both of those guys, I mean, obviously Levante's been hurt, but you know, Devin White has been inconsistent at best. His best has been really, really good and really fun to watch. And he got a lot of run this offseason on every, you know, show there was that wanted to talk about it, about his play in the playoffs. He hasn't been that guy so far this season, and he really needs to prove that consistency. And again, most of it is coverage. I mean, you know, he's great moving downhill. He's great rushing the passer. He can be over aggressive at times, even in those roles. But really, it comes down to his comfort level in coverage. He's got to just be more consistent, whether it's zone, whether it's man. He's just got to settle down a little bit, I think, in coverage if he really wants to become the complete player that I think if you watch a highlight tape, you think he already is. He's just not there yet.
Good to know.
Excellent. All right. So Matt Corral, a lot of talk about him. He's another potential pickup for the Lions. There's a lot, obviously, there's a lot of bubbling around Jared Goff and his position on the team, and there's a lot of questions about the quarterbacks and a lot of lamentation amongst Lions fans about, boy, what a great year to be, you know, sarcastically, so great, so high in the draft. Tell us about Corral, and what do you think about his fit? What does he bring, and where are his weaknesses for a team like the Lions?
I mean, I think, you know, durability is something we've seen. Toughness is great, but if you're always having to overcome injury, you know, and be banged up a little bit, that's not a great sign. It's great if you can overcome that, but that's, you know, he's a bit thin. So you start to wonder, like, is that going to be an issue at the next level? Is he going to be able to hold up against those NFL defenses if you're behind an offensive line that isn't great, which usually is the case if you're picked high in the draft? But I mean, intangibles are his best trait, I think. I think he throws a pretty good ball. It's not earth-shattering, but he is the type of guy that I feel like gets players to believe. And I think that's a huge trait at the quarterback position. You got to have enough physically and to back that up. But I think he's the type of leader that people will rally around. Obviously, you love the athleticism. He does his best work, I think, when he's outside the pocket and things have broken down and he's making fun stuff happen on the run. That's great, but if that's kind of the central way you get the job done, and honestly, I think Patrick Mahomes is finding that out a little bit this year, where if the best things you do are when it's not really normal, not a normal situation that happens on most plays, you kind of start to wonder if that's what you want at that position. It can work, which again, Mahomes has also proven. But sometimes if that's what you rely on a snap-by-snap, pass-by-pass basis, it can get ugly. So those are some of the concerns I have with Corral. Again, he's a microcosm of this entire quarterback class in general, which is certain things really stand out. I really like certain things. There are enough questions to where if I'm picking anywhere north of like 20 and I have any other need that's pretty obvious, I'm just waiting until next year. There's too many questions. If I'm a team that really has a complete roster and I'm full and maybe even have a veteran quarterback and maybe I just need one for the future, that's a guy I'd consider on the bottom half of the first round. But in the Lions situation, this is what will happen, in my opinion. They'll take whoever they take at the top, wherever they end up picking, if they get one of those top 3 or 4 guys that we mentioned earlier. And then by the time they get to them at 30, where they would consider one of these quarterbacks that has enough to be excited about, but plenty of questions, all the guys that you would probably like to have at 30 are probably going to be already been reached for. Mm-hmm. Some team ahead of them is going to be so desperate at the position. And we mentioned some of the teams earlier. It's too important to have a quarterback that I can't see a lot of those guys. We've mentioned 3 or 4 of them. You could see that happen with 3 or 4 of those guys, maybe one of them deserving of a first-round pick already off the board, and you end up at the Lions at 30 or 35. Like, man, there's not even a guy that we would really feel comfortable with at this point. So now what do we do?
Right. What if somebody that they are slightly comfortable with or comfortable enough with comes at the end of the first? Because there's potential that somebody doesn't reach and somebody falls there that's got enough to get picked at that level. Can you see the Lions seeing what happens in a year and then turning around and picking quarterback again the next year? I mean, I know that's a lot to invest, especially with so much money sitting in Goff. But I think we're really seeing as a team, especially going from Matthew Stafford to Jared Goff, just how much your quarterback means to the success of the team.
Well, I think nothing would surprise me, and that's because recent history has told us that NFL teams don't care. It's a year-by-year thing. Go back and look at what Arizona did with Rosen and Murray. Every single year, every NFL team is going to say, do we have a quarterback that can win us a Super Bowl? And if you don't, and you think you have a chance to get someone who can, you will forget about that guy you have so quickly. It does not matter what you've invested. And I think, honestly, that it's proven to really, I don't know if work is the right word, because you got to kind of see if they win a Super Bowl in Arizona and those things. But you can't argue that the decision that teams like that have made to make an improvement at the game's most important position hasn't moved them closer in the last couple times that's happened. So, no, it wouldn't surprise me at all. And honestly, I think that'd be a perfect scenario if the Lions do have somebody at 30. There's nobody else you're going to take at number 30 at any position who's going to have the same amount of impact as if you hit on a quarterback there. Right. And obviously picking in the late first round, you get that. That's where teams usually trade up from the second, right, to get that 5th-year option, to get that extra year of a quarterback on the rookie deal. So you're already there. You're already in that place with that extra first-round pick where you can take whichever guy falls to you that you like, that you feel you can build around. It's an easy investment for me to take that guy, get that 5-year rookie deal. And if you hit on that guy, there's nobody else you could have taken at that pick that'd be worth it.
Perfect. Yep. I love Luke's insight, Riz. I mean, this is a great.
He's a good dude.
Well, that aside, I mean, there's some great guys that are not so bright, but Luke's got his shit together here.
I'm sure there are people who would argue that, but I'll take that. I'll put that in the acknowledgments whenever I write a book. I'll make sure that that's quoted.
There you go.
Well, I was thinking. I mean, when you made the point about the quarterback that does that thing, and they're really good at doing that thing. When we were talking about Coral, and you made the comparison to Mahomes, it's the Bucks Chiefs Super Bowl with Mahomes, watching him do that thing the whole game, and in the end, hey, you're great at it, but you can't carry it. You're right. You can't carry a team doing the thing. You need a team, and you need to be able to do the regular thing as well. So that was great.
It felt like every snap in that Super Bowl was like watching someone do like a really acrobatic, like circus act, and then just being like, "Are you done?"
Yeah.
Okay.
And what we've seen
what's next? Like, are you going to throw the ball or what?
And teams are onto it now, and they're making Mahomes like, hey, stay in the pocket, dude. You want to run? No. Be a pocket passer, and he can do that, but I don't think the Chiefs' offense is adjusted fast enough. That's a conversation for a Chiefs podcast.
And honestly, I think the surprise to definitely me and everybody else is that the solution to the problem seems to be so simple. The coverages that are taking away what they did best are really elementary stuff. I mean, it's if you have the horses to lock up in man and stay too high all day and force them to just run the ball, and if they don't want to do that, that's not complex. That's not complicated defense that takes a lot of thinking, which again makes your defense play better because there's less to think about. You're more playing on instinct and just firing off the ball and going after your guy. Your assignments are very simple. That if you can't beat those really rudimentary defensive schemes within the structure of a play, you're going to have a really hard time. And I think that's why we see the Chiefs season going like it has.
One last quick question for you. Kenneth Walker, what's your thoughts on the Michigan State running back? Is he going to be the first running back off the board? Should he be the first running back off the board? And your basic thoughts on Mr. Walker?
Yeah, well, again, another position where, you don't have a elite, guy in the top 10, top 5 conversation, but a lot of guys after that who would be fun. I think Isaiah Spiller from Texas A&M is still the guy I get the most excited about in terms of his potential, his size, his ability as a pass catcher. I think he's probably the guy I'm more confident in being the first guy off the board. But boy, Kenneth Walker, I mean, You want to talk about a guy who has, again, you want blazing speed at running back. You want big play guys and everything like that. I have like a checklist of key things that before I get to speed, you got to have patience. You got to have vision. You got to understand what's happening in front of you, right? And you have to be tough. You got to break tackles. If you can't make that first guy miss in some way, I don't care if it's juking and being shifty or running over the guy. I don't really care how you get there. And I want a running back who's falling forward, finishing plays and getting that extra yard or two after the play. That's something I know NFL people want also, and something that always gets brought up to me when I talk to people in the league that I know. That's something when they talk about running backs, they mention that every time. I want a guy who finishes instead of gets finished at every play. And that's what Kenneth Walker does. He does all those things. You want breakaway speed? I mean, he can break away to a certain extent. I don't know if it'll happen the same way in the NFL, but he's going to be a tough runner who can excel between the tackles, who understands the blocking schemes and what's happening in front of him. He will be a very, very successful running back at the next level. And again, where do you draft that guy? I don't necessarily know, but I like him as much as I like any running back in this class not named Isaiah Spiller at this point.
Awesome.
Good deal.
Awesome. Luke, lots of love for you in the chat, man. Everyone, get him back before the draft. Get him back. We definitely want to have you back, so we will.
He will be back.
Maybe
Absolutely, my pleasure.
Maybe a weekly segment, man. All right, Luke, thank you so much. Thanks again for the donation. You didn't have to do that. It was really, really nice of you to do. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for all the great insights. And you're a Bucks fan. Go Bucks, go Lions. We'll have some fun. We got.
I will see you.
I heard you talking hockey earlier. I thought we were going to get some hockey and go Bolts. I'm a big. I cover the Bucks as a editor and writer, so I try to kind of keep that fan hat as close to my vest. Yeah. Lightning, I'm the complete opposite. I'm an absolute berserk idiot fan about it Lightning. So
yeah. No, I'm living here. They've become my second team. When I moved I lived in LA from here. I moved from Detroit to LA, and it was the first year that the Ducks had ever won the Stanley Cup. And I always say. When I watched the news that night, it was like the seventh sports story right after women's highlight. I was like, where in the world? Like they didn't care. Nobody cared. So to come here,
not like that here.
A lot of that hockey town sense around the Bucks. It's like this is a good second team, and I like Stevie Y moving back to Detroit and being able to say, I can.
We always saw that happen. We knew that was going to happen. It was very nice of him to make sure that Julian Brisbois basically just kept building what he started. So we're still enjoying the fruits of his labor for sure.
Yeah, and I love having a team here, and then my kind of hometown team being able to see them rise together. It's a great time in hockey. Love it. So good luck to the Bolts. Good luck to the Bucks. Tampa Bay, baby. Right? That's what we got.
Love it. There's the Tampa Stadium. I know Barry Sanders ran for a lot of yards on this field, so
yes, he
that's
did.
For you.
Thanks, buddy. I will see you in Mobile, my friend.
Hey, take care, guys.
I will too. We'll find you there, bud. All right. Thanks, Luke. Have a great day. Cheers, man. All right.
He's a good one.
Luke Easterling. Great guy. Riz, it's my turn. I'm going to go take a quick break. We got Micro Mike coming on in just 5 minutes, so I'll be as quick as I can, and I'll be right back and let you know when I'm here.
We will do that. I do not have access to Chris's wonderful information there on our totals or anything, so I will just go through a little bit of to follow up on the draft talk. I love the safety class. That's one of the reasons why I asked Luke about it. I am very gung-ho on using one of the picks at 30, wherever the Rams are picking with the first round or the second round Lions pick. I want a safety there. Anybody who's watched this podcast for any little bit of time knows that I am not a fan of Will Harris. Dean Marlowe hasn't worked out. As much as I'd like to see Jalen Elliott get some run, he's probably not the answer either. So I love the idea of getting a safety there, and that's again one of the things that we're going to ask. And we have Kyle Krabs coming on later from the Draft Network. We have Mark Schofield coming on later. He's going to talk more quarterbacks, but the idea that this is a very good safety class, and I think one of the things that I've learned in being running Detroit Lions draft back in the day, rest in peace, is how focused Lions fans get on that first pick and one need. And guys, there are 7 rounds to the draft. The pick that you make at 33, at 65, it's not as important as number 1. You've got to hit on those guys as well. And this is looking like it's a pretty deep draft. And the ability to get a guy who can step in right away. Brisker I put him in my mock draft that I put up at Real GM yesterday. Shameless plug on that. As the number 30 overall pick. I love that idea. A playmaking safety there is something that would be just absolutely fantastic for me. Even later on, a guy like Jalen Catalon, former Jerry Jacobs teammate at Arkansas, playmaking safety. He's got some fluctuations to his game and needs to iron that out. But this is a guy that if he's there at 65 and you haven't taken a safety yet for some reason, you can get. And I love that Luke brought up Treylon Burks. The Ohio State guys, Chris Olave at wide receiver. There is so many things that they can do where you don't have to force it with a top pick. His thoughts on the quarterback. I actually like the quarterback class more than Luke does. I think that's pretty clear. But the focus to get those guys on day 2 and nailing those picks and getting the impact players at so many positions where there's holes. It's something that I'm very, very positive about rolling into this draft to editorialize a little bit. So I got like Brisker. The number 33 pick in the mock draft that I did was Dotson, the wide receiver from Penn State. And again, being able to fill those holes, that's fleshing out your team without even going into free agency. You're getting 2 guys right there who are going to be instant starters. And honestly, the success rate that you hit on with that range of talent, it's pretty good. Like you get the spectacular busts, obviously, but you're not getting as much invested in them as you would at 5 or 8. And it's a great spot to need those particular positions this year. So I'm very optimistic rolling into the draft that they're going to be able to get a starting safety and a starting wide receiver with either the Rams pick, their own second round pick, and their own third round pick. And then you get the compensatory pick that they're going to get from letting Kenny Golladay go, which, by the way, has been a good move. If you don't follow the Giants at all, Kenny Golladay, he's hurt again, not doing all that well. So I'm really bullish on this stuff, man. And that look, I hate being draft guy in week 8. I really do. But I also, the more that I'm studying these draft prospects, the more that I'm getting to know what the prospects are, where the strengths and weaknesses are for this draft class. I'm feeling really good about the Rams pick and the Lions' next 2 picks after that, and even going into like the comp pick and then the pick at the top of the 4th round. They're going to be able to get people that I think can contribute pretty well. And if you look back at what Brad Holmes has done in the draft, if you look back at what John Dorsey has done in his drafts, they're pretty darn good at the day 2 picks and finding the Kareem Hunts of the world, finding the Michael Brockers was even one. He went a little higher than that, but they're really good in that like 25 to 100 overall range has been where they've stood out as GMs and decision makers. So that's where I'm excited about. So I just riffed on the draft a little bit, Chris. Welcome back.
Thanks, bud. No, appreciate it. And not only did I get to get a bio break in, but I got to slam some lunch down too. So feeling good, man. Life is good. 5 hours in now?
All right. We're going to have Micro Mike is joining us.
He's joining us right now. I want to hit the numbers really quick, and then we'll do that.
Good deal.
I want to say thanks, Joseph P. McAllister. So excited that Darren McCarty donated some awesome stuff. We'll be in on those for sure. My favorite Red Wing. Appreciate you all. I will be bidding against you, Joseph. I'm sorry, but I love him as well, and that's going to be pretty awesome. We got Maddie. He's in there for 20. We've got a pie challenge if it's the same Maddie in the World of Mats from the Slack as I think it is. If not, we still have a Maddie from the World of Mats in a World of Mats pie challenge. Frosty, $121. Got some nice change there. Also, $8,000. Thank you all so much so far.
We hit 8,000.
Yes, sir. We are $8,000 and 69 cents. stjude.org/DLP. Get in there. We'll talk about the auction and the other stuff here shortly, but let's get our guy Micro Mike in and start talking. We haven't been able to have him on the show yet. This is going to be awesome. Mike, how you doing? Welcome to the show, my man.
Hey, I am doing fan-freaking-tastic. Absolutely love being on the show. Appreciate it. What's going on, Jeff?
It is
Appreciate
good
you
to
guys
see you,
having
Mike.
me on. Yeah, absolutely.
got it.
Thanks for joining us.
Hey, no problem. I love what you're doing. St. Jude's here. I thought it was outstanding, and a 24-hour stream. That is a long time to talk Detroit Lions.
We may slip a couple other things
I think you need some Jim Jones Kool-Aid after this, but I love it. I love it.
Micro Mike joined us, and Mike, first and foremost, thank you so much for the donation, man. That's, it's fun to do this kind of stuff and talk to people and do all these things, but you put your money where your mouth was. Even before we had were able to coordinate to put this together. It's really, really kind of you. Appreciate the big heart. Riz has talked about you a lot. What a great guy you are. What a great person you are. I just want to say thanks a lot for doing that, and thanks for being a great guy and all the content you create. You put some great stuff out there. Really, there a lot of people put a lot of things out, and I think just the stuff that we do and you do is very additive to each other. It's really something great, and I think it puts a lot out there for the folks out in the world. So just a big thanks to you for all of that, man.
Hey, no problem. When it comes to St. Jude's, it's a big deal. There's a lot of people out there that deals with hardships, and as a person who works at a hospital for a day job, seeing what families go through, anything that I can do to help out, $50 here or whatever it is, you definitely want to help out. So if you're listening to this live, if you ain't donated, even $1 would be fantastic, because there's a lot more to life than YouTube and Detroit Lions. There's real life out there. So donate if you can. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've talked a lot about Lions, and this is one of the best parts about having the guests on, is that it gives us a chance not to talk, let someone else talk a little bit about the Lions. 0-8. Is this what you expected at the beginning of the year?
0-8, no, maybe 1-7, a 2-6. I didn't expect the Lions were going to be good, but man, 0-8. Oh my God, I feel like it's possible to go 0-17. I wanted to get one win by now. We came close. Thank you, Lot Tucker, 66-yarder, ruined my life. But when you look at this talent from a wide receiver perspective, and you look at it from defense, you didn't expect this team to be a playoff football team. And so my phrase is embrace the suck. And right now, it really does suck. I mean, we're talking about legitimate suck. So, yeah, I expect this team to be bad, but I don't think 0-8 bad.
It's a hard one to swallow.
It's been frustrating. Since we talk about a lot of Jared Goff. Are you out on Goff for the future, or do you think that he could get some, if you get better receivers around him, protect him a little bit better, that he would be something that could be worked with?
I could think he could be worked with by holding a clipboard after this season, in all honesty. I feel the Detroit Lions need to go at some point, whether it be this draft or next year's draft, to draft a quarterback. Look, Jared Goff is not put in the best position, no doubt about it. The weapons around him are anemic at best. With that said, there's plays that he's made throwing it out on 4th down twice, thrown out of bounds. When it's 4th down, that's frustrating, overthrowing a little bit. I don't think he is a guy that could take this team to that next level. If Matthew Stafford couldn't do it, does anyone believe that Jared Goff, who has not won a game unless he's with Sean McVay, can take the Lions to the promised land? I don't believe so.
And that's actually the thing. Dan Miller earlier kind of alluded to that this isn't even the team that Matthew Stafford had when he was. This is a big downgrade over what the team was with Matthew Stafford. And now we've put Jared Goff. We've downgraded at quarterback and everywhere else in the offense. It's just not going to happen. And I think there's this misconception that, well, if we just replace, Goff is the whole problem. Replace Goff and it's going to be okay. My worry is let's put Justin Fields in there this year, just for example. I worry we break him. And then we have a problem where we still don't have a quarterback and we still don't have weapons. I have this sense that Goff isn't the guy, but yes, we need to put weapons there. He can take us to a level. He can elevate us. He can grow a new quarterback if we draft someone under him. He can help receivers get ready in the NFL that we pick up in the draft. At some point, like the Rams, we're going to want to move on to somebody better. But I don't know that replacing him is going to do anything to change what we have as far as a team. What are your thoughts on that?
I 100% agree with that. Look, if you're going to get a young quarterback in this draft, you need to have the veteran out there first to help teach him a little bit, and he's going to get beat up. This roster is bad. And if you look at Justin Fields right now, do you want that to happen to a young quarterback if the Lions decide to draft one? I really don't want that to occur. I would like a Patrick Mahomes situation where he sits for a year. If that's the route they're going to go, let Jared Goff take the beating. Let us get more weapons, because right now we have no weapons. So even if you get a Malik Willis right now, if you was to start him week 1 next year, do you think we're going to win a whole lot of games? Do you think we're going to win that game? Probably not. He's going to get beat up. So I have no problem with Goff right now, being that mentor role. And then next year, maybe midway through the season, if things get better, or if they decided to not rock with the quarterback this draft, then the following one, get one at that point when the talent level is a little bit better. Because we're talking about Khalif Raymond as a number 1 wide receiver right now. I love Khalif Raymond, but he ain't not a number 1 wide receiver right now. So, I mean, I don't think if you got Aaron Rodgers on this football team that he's going to do and take this team to a playoff level with this talent on it. I just don't see it. So I like that view, and I'm 100% behind it as well.
Riz, let me throw something in really quick, and then I'll toss the ball to you. But this from the chat. Goff has lost his number 2 receiver before the season, then his number 1 after week 1, then his new number 1 like 2 weeks later, and then also lost his number 2 O lineman and then his number 1 O lineman. It's kind of tough for anyone. It's there's not a lot you got going for you.
That's fair.
When you put it like that,
Yeah, it is. So this is a topic we asked Tony Ortiz this. I will request it upon to you. Odell Beckham Jr. is now out there. He is no guaranteed salary after this season. It will cost about $1 million to pick him up. The Lions can get him if they want him because they have the top waiver spot. Would you go after OBJ?
There's so many positives and negatives to OBJ. First off, the positive is we don't have wide receivers on this team right now. I think he would be an upgrade regardless of injury history, but he does have that diva mentality. Would that actually hurt the locker room, what they're trying to build right now with a chemistry standpoint and trying to get a different type of locker room? With that said, I think there's not much of a risk if they decided to claim him. Again, contract, it doesn't really do anything. From there, if they wanted to cut him, they could do that. We did it with Bashar Perryman. So I think, was it a 4D move for the Lions to not trade for a wide receiver? Because there was questions on that. Maybe they knew that OBJ was going to get cut, and instead of making a trade, you get him for free because you're getting the first waiver wire claim. So I think I would be try it out. Why not? Try it out. Why not? If it fails, it fails. Cut the guy. But I'm not 100% sold on OBJ because of that diva mentality. So I'd say like 55% yes, 45 no.
Okay. That's fair.
I'll tell you my argument for him because why not? I think the thing that makes OBJ a diva is that he wants number 1 targets. He wants the spotlight on him. And frankly, with the rest of the receiver core, he'll get number 1 targets. He will be the number 1 guy. Will Goff deliver the ball that he can catch every time? Probably not. But everything else will be there. And the city will embrace him as a hero because he's the only guy we got to catch the ball. I think that may tamp down some of that divaness. I think it's absolutely worth the roll of the dice. You got nothing to risk here, really, with bringing him on, and you've got a weapon. And the last part, I think, is this organization, this front office, knows how bad a 0-win season is. They need to do something to get that single win. If they get the 1 win, people forget about it in 2 years or 3 years. When you get that 0 wins, people are still talking about 1998 or 2008. You don't ever forget the 0-16, right? Last thing is drafting a guy and have him sit in the bench. This is the hard part because, you think what's going on in San Francisco, all the conversation. I remember, and in Riz, I'm going to scratch at a scab here for you, when people were screaming, bring Charlie Batch in game 2 of the season, remember? Back when it's so hard to have a guy sit when you just spend that capital on him. So
yeah, it is. It's hard. I get that. Yeah. Oh,
but I mean, it was behind Joey Harrington, so it was a little bit easier to scream for him, right?
Oh man, that was some rough times. Remember when Joey Harrington threw it out the end zone? I think it was on 4th down as well. It does remind me of Jared Goff there a little bit. So totally, it's hard to hold a guy on the bench, but
it is
hard. But it could be a move they do. Another thing about OBJ, John Dorsey. Guess what? He's the one who traded for Odell Beckham Jr. to the Cleveland Browns, and now he's part of the Lions front office. So if we do make a waiver claim, it's probably because of him, and if we don't, it's probably because of him.
I would completely agree with that.
I have a direct quote from playing a backup, if you guys want to remember this.
I'm Dan Orlovsky. When I'm looking for safety, I always take the extra steps and listen to Chris and Case on the Detroit Lions podcast.
Oh my God, that'll live on infamy.
There's your backup, taking the extra steps.
Oh my God!
All right, so what do you got? We got the bye week. This is one I'm loving getting perspectives on. You can adjust some things, you can fix some things, but you can't redo everything, and you can't go too deep. What's the thing you focus on as a Lions coach, Lions front office? Okay, so fine, Odell's out there. What do you change to try to revamp this team and get something out of the remainder of the season after the bye week?
Oh, I am, it is to go ahead and throw away the first 8 weeks, take a little time off, get away from the area, just get away for a little bit, because right now there's a lot of stench going on. Then come back and just play focused like you have not played a game yet. Go and really focus on the Pittsburgh Steelers. Just focus on one game at a time and do whatever you can to put some of these players that maybe have not had a whole lot of time, like Godwin Igwebuike, who's shown a lot of speed, get him some playing time in there. Get some of these guys that we haven't seen a whole lot of, Trinity Benson in there. Some of these younger players, because sometimes when you don't get a chance, like you've seen Godwin so far this season and Jamar Jefferson, when you do get a chance, you play a little bit harder. Sometimes if they can throw some of these young guys out there, maybe that can spark something offensively for this team.
Yep. There
certainly need it. Absolutely. So you've been through 0-8, 0-16. Do you see a win for this team on the schedule?
I want it to be a win. I'm trying to speak it into an existence. Yes. I'm praying to the football gods. Okay. I will do sacrifices. I will burn a jersey, whatever it takes. But in all honesty, the Lions should not be favored to win any game. They potentially really could go 0-17. When you look at it, the Steelers are a better football team. We've seen them in preseason. They wrecked us with their first string, 2 straight drives, touchdowns. Cleveland Browns are a better football team than Detroit Lions. Minnesota Vikings, we're already seeing it with Chicago Bears. We've seen it with the Green Bay Packers. Maybe Green Bay will rest their starters for that final game. We could pull out a win. But in 2008, we went 0-16 at Green Bay. This time, wouldn't it be funky if we go 0-17 in Detroit versus Green Bay? So I have them winning one game because I'm trying to speak into his existence. But man, oh man, it looks bleak. It looks like we could do it.
Yeah, and the thing, I don't think it's going to happen with the Packers with all the COVID news with Aaron Rodgers. I don't think they're going to be in a position to rest. But then again, they don't have Matt Flynn either, so we'll see what happens. The other side of it is, I look at it and it's like the Broncos and the Falcons are like the big hopes, the big hope games for the Lions to try to pull something out. But otherwise, we get the Vikings and Bears at home. We played the Vikings close, but it all comes back to, right, the Rams, and then you come to the Eagles. That dichotomy of the two Lions teams that showed up. A pretty good team showed up in L.A., and an absolutely abhorrent team showed up at Ford Field for the Lions. It's all about which team shows up and who's going to be there. I don't know. That's what makes it so difficult to predict anything, because especially against those teams, I would have expected them to get blown out against the Rams and put up a good fight against the Eagles. So the way this plays out, it's a roll of the dice for the rest of the year, it feels like.
Yeah, definitely roll the dice. And unfortunately, the dice never rolls on sevens for us. It's always rolling on a side where everything's a failure. And hopefully, like you said, sometimes teams just play bad and sometimes teams play good. And maybe, just maybe, we get, Drew Lock in there for the Broncos where he's not good. We go to Denver and get a win. That would be fantastic. The Lions play hard on Thanksgiving. We haven't won in a couple years in Thanksgiving. It could happen. I think Justin Fields, if you can get pressure on him, will make some mistakes. He is a rookie. We've seen it so far. So, look, the Lions, they're going to keep fighting. But we need some help, folks. We need to pray to the football gods out there. Everybody, do something. We can't do this. If you live through 0-16, do you want to be the first team to go 0-16 and then 0-17 in the first 17 game year where Dan Campbell was player for 0-16, Don Muhlbach was as well, and now they're back. This can't happen. Can't happen.
Absolutely.
I really do dread that. I really hope it does. I'm with you. I do think there's going to be a win or two still on the schedule, but we can't rule out the possibility that they go winless. So I want to make it a little bit happier. What's one thing that you've seen this year that has been a pleasant surprise for you about the Lions?
Ooh, pleasant surprise. I tell you what, the play of the defense from the starting of the season till, we'll mix the Eagles game. We'll just kind of throw that one out. That one throws out. We're not going to count that one. But we've seen a lot of good from this defense. I mean, Alex Anzalone started rough, playing a lot better. I love what he's doing and helping out Nick with Derek Barnes. The linebacker play is playing much better than it did with Matt Patricia. The defensive line, I feel like Ali McNeil and Levi Onwuzurike starting to get in there and get some plays. Charles Harris, who thought about this guy getting in there, get some sacks, and your guy Jerry Jacobs, who I like too when we picked up as an undrafted free agent, really stepping up. I love seeing what Aaron Glenn is doing with the talent that we have, and it's showing that they haven't given up. We have some things to hang our hat on, and if we just continue to play hard like this, that maybe we could change a culture eventually, because you just got to have that mentality. But the growth of the defense from week one till last week is something I can hang my hat on.
Yeah, that's what that one win does. It cements that culture change that they're trying to get. I think, up until about 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, or even after the Rams game, they had a lot of belief in the players. Even though things weren't coming together, they saw, hey, we were making mistakes. But we're close. We're getting there. And the never give up thing is real and it works. And the Rams game, I think, maybe even peaked that kind of confidence from these guys. But boy, Philadelphia, especially when your coaches are making mistakes too. That's the thing that will quash all that growth that you had. I think building this youth movement and giving them an opportunity to experience the culture, if you can give them a win, if they can walk out with some confidence at the end of the season that this is the right thing and there's a right direction and they see a good path forward, you can actually change this Lions culture that has existed for so many years into something good. And I think that these are the people in the front office that can do it. What about you, Mike? When you see it, what's the thing they have to avoid the most if they want to see a real culture change here?
What they got to avoid the most is just go ahead and firing the coach after 1 year and consistently doing exactly what the Lions have done for some time. Right now I'm hearing a lot of rumors or news that they should fire Dan Campbell because of the situation that we're in. We gave Matt Patricia 3 years. I think if you want to destroy the locker room, that would be firing Dan Campbell right now, because you set him up for failure. He's trying to do the best he can with what he got. Let's do the opposite of what this team has done for decades and actually draft correctly, keep the people in place. They're doing a good job, the best that they can, and build upon that. Let's go in this draft and draft your football team, folks. We haven't drafted a football team. Jelani Tavai, what a great draft pick that was. I mean, you get these players, you draft, and they do nothing for you. So if you draft right, you can build a squad and you get a leader like Dan Campbell, keep him there, embrace this suck, understand that it is a process. That is how we can avoid a disaster.
Yep. Yeah, I'm with you. All right, Mike, really quick, I want to talk about Lions Nation Unite. What a great deal, huh? What a great group over there getting that started. Herman and team. Chrissy does a great job with everything she's going on, but What a great place to hang out,
Folks, you got to check out Lions Nation Unite. It's an app, and it's an app where all Lions fans can get together, and they do pictures at the games. You can do meetups. It is an absolutely fun opportunity for our niche Lions fan market that we got to organize together and talk about how our lives are miserable as this 0-17 season potentially could happen. So you can follow them on Twitter, Lions Nation U. It is awesome. Chrissy runs it. Herman Moore created it. They got a YouTube channel, Lions Nation Unite. You can get on with Herman Moore, talk more after the game. You guys need to check it out. It's like its own Twitter, its own Facebook.
It is. It really is.
Yep.
Yeah, and you got all content creators on there. You got the guys from Detroit Lions podcast. They're on there. So make sure you check it out. Follow everybody, and let's build this community.
That's right, Mike.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Speaking of Herman, we gotta get bouncing because he's showing up. Herman, Lomas, and Coach Fonts to talk about 30 years ago, the last playoff win. It'll be like this yesterday. It'll feel like yesterday. I promise. But Mike, thanks so much. Let's do some more stuff. Let's do some stuff together, man. Appreciate you coming on, dude.
Thank you for jumping in with us. We really do appreciate it, buddy. Thanks, man.
I appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
All right. Love what you do, brother. We'll talk to you.
Yeah.
All right. Micro.
That guy's energy is unbelievable. I love it.
I didn't feel any energy. What are you talking about?
I love Mike, man. That guy, he literally created that out of his basement. He does a very great job doing his thing, and I've been happy to know him for a long time. He was an old gym friend of mine. I know his wife well. She's a great person. She's wonderful in keeping things going on. So yeah, great. Thanks, Mike. Thanks for joining us, man. That was really cool.
I'm 2 freaking energy drinks and a cup of coffee in, and he's still. It's like, wow, man. God, you got
that guy. Another guy. He's like that in real life. Like that sincerity, man.
Crazy.
Genuosity is the word I'm picking up.
All right. So I got to do a little bit of coordination here. I'm going to get Lomas and Herman hooked up so we can have them on the horn when we get Coach Fonts on there. So if you could just kind of carry it for 1 second, Riz.
Absolutely. You will play telephone operator.
Thank you.
That's a weird thing that doesn't exist anymore, you know. But yeah, so we'll talk about Lions Unite again. Lions Nation Unite. I'm wearing the shirt. Let me show it off here. Down. It's an app. Herman Moore created it, helps create it. Chrissy works with us. We are part of it. We've met a lot of the good people that are doing it. Dose of Dion is on it. That's another guy that we are excited to be with. And another guy who does his own spin on Lions things. And it's been really cool. I loved it personally. The best time for the app that I saw was at the Lions game in Los Angeles, and people posting their photos of being there. Chris, our friend Colin was one of them. It's a really cool way to unite with fellow Lions and Lions fans. And it's not like, you can't say anything bad about the Lions because Herman Moore's. It's not like that. It's a really cool place to go. It's like a social media, like Mike said, it's a social media chamber for Lions fans. There's no Packers fans in there. They're not downloading the app. So go out and get it. It's free. Don't cost nothing. It's fun. It's really cool. And like I know Chris and I have each done some things, original content for it, which works out really well. It's been, I'm proud to be a part of it. Proud to have gotten to know Herman a little bit through it. And like you said, obviously we have our own post-game show with Chris and Ash, but if you want to be with Herman and get sort of the old player perspective of it, he does a post-game video after every game, and it's more with more, and it's been a lot of fun. And they sent me a cool shirt too, so I have to say nice things about it. Chris gets his shirts later today as he wolfs down a little bit of food.
A little apple, yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame you for that. I'm in need of something to cleanse my palate as well, so I'm going to sneak out once we get the guys on here.
Why don't you go do that really quick? We've got about 3 minutes. Can you? Is that cool? 3-4 minutes?
That's good.
All right, rock it out, man. Hit me up when you get back. All right. do some quick housekeeping. And thank you all for your donations. Keep them coming. We're trying to get there. $8,800 is bean trivia time. We'll get back on the beans. So we're about 775 away, something about like that. So how do you do that? Go to stjude.org/DLP, stjude.org/DLP. All tax deductible, 100%. All the money goes straight to St. Jude, helping those kids, and helps us get to our wonderful targets that we have set up here. When we get, so we're talking 8,800 beans. We'll do beans in the 9,000 range again. Those gross, if you haven't seen them, you're going to love seeing them because the reaction's incredible. At 10,000, we've got our Slack guy, Greg. He is going to do the one chip challenge, a 1 million Scoville chip, and he is going to just burn in front of us. That'll be great. At 13,000, one of our other Slack guys, Big Bad Fab, is going to do the Sprite challenge. He's going to eat a lemon and a lime at the same time. Riz did a quarter of a line, and he was dying for 2 days, so that should be fun. $16,000 raised. We're halfway there. That gets a pie in Risden's face live on camera. At 20,000, a pie in the face of yours truly. And at 25,000, we will see Jeff Risden live dancing on camera in a tutu. It's going to be something special, something magical. And we do have a stretch goal. If we can get to 30, we will see me, your humble host, do the Fat Guy 40, and I will run that. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead really quick. It's been a little while. I'm going to go ahead and I am going to throw on the video of the Fat Guy 40, the guy that I believe is going to win. It looks like we're going to win unless we get something different in here. Here, check it out. This is Matt doing the Fat Boy.
Area. It's the rain. Winterish. Actually, it sucks out here right now. It's time for the Fatboy 40.
That's a beautiful form right there. Form is important.
This car coming. It's good stuff. All right. Gotta prepare.
Doping, important part of any sporting event. The pose.
It's the face of determination.
There's gonna make a statue like the Heisman out of that pose.
Okay.
The confident strut to the starting blocks. In the rain. Weathering the elements. I can't believe, hey, Freud. Toss of the hat.
Okay, here we go. Hopefully I don't injure myself. Oh my God, it's fucking hurt.
And that's our guy. The Fat Boy 40 running at you. All right. We will cover Aaron on McCaffrey really quick in a bit. We've got some important stuff to do right here in that we have to do a couple phone calls. We have Herman and Lomas. I'm waiting for Jeff. Rizzy Riz, where are you at, brother? You there yet? Not yet. Oh,
I'm here.
There he is. All right, buddy. We've got our men here, and I'm going to pull them in right now, all right?
Let's do it.
I got to get to the right screen to be able to do that. All right, here we go. So much. And let's see if it works. All right. I've just got to change some names here. Let me move some things around. It's okay.
Gentlemen, thank you for joining us. It is great to have Lions royalty in the house.
How you doing, Lomas?
I'm good. I don't know what happened. Let me see. I hear you.
All right.
Okay.
Let me just make sure.
Lomas taken care of.
Yeah. We see Herman now, too. That's good.
Okay.
Hi, Herman. How you doing?
Let me X and go back out.
All right.
Okay, if you need to, that's cool. All right. We had video with Herman, but we didn't have audio, so he appears.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm here now.
All right.
All right.
Lomas,
How
thank you
y'all
so
doing?
much. So good to have
Very
you
good.
on, man.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. All right. This is a lot of fun for us. Hi, Herman. How you doing?
Hey, good.
Good to see you.
Hey,
again.
there we go. All right.
All right.
We're dealing.
So here's the secret plan. We got Coach Fonts. We're going to pull him on the phone here really quick. It's been 30 years almost. We're at a 30-year anniversary of the Lions' last playoff win, and you guys were all just instrumental in it. Coach usually comes on about once a year with us. We just kind of thought we'd surprise him with some of his guys and thought it might be fun to reminisce a little bit about the old days. You guys feel good about that?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Good.
Absolutely.
I'm going to just check my audio levels, make sure everything's good on my end. Good?
Yeah.
You sound great.
You sound good.
Great.
You always look
Sound good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm like you in a cave, but you all right.
Hey, man.
How you going to have a nice mic up there, man? And what are you doing over there?
Nothing, man. I'm just chilling, man.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Here goes Coach Fonts. Should prank call him, right?
Let's hope he picks up.
Hello.
Hey, Coach. How you doing? It's Chris from the Detroit Lions podcast.
Hey, Chris. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, doing great. I'm here with Jeff. I've got a couple other guys with me. I know we talked about having you on the show here, doing our St. Jude kind of money raising thing. I think you know these guys. You may remember them. A guy named Herman Moore and a guy named Lomas Brown are both with us to kind of reminisce about some of the magic that happened 30 years ago.
Who did you say?
Lomas Brown and Herman Moore.
Never heard of him.
What's up, Coach?
Hey, Coach. What's going on, Coach?
My coattails, but I have no idea who these guys are.
Hey, at all, right?
Listen, Lomas, Herman, how you guys doing?
Hey, Coach, you know what? We're well, and miss talking to you. Just when we were asked to be able to have the opportunity to come on and speak with you, man, it was an absolute pleasure. You know, we love you, so it's great to hear your voice.
You know, I love you guys.
It ain't been the same around here, Coach, without you. You already know that. You see it for yourself. But, hey, everybody keep talking about those 90s teams, those teams back in the 90s. That's all they can talk about right now because things haven't been going well around here. So you still have an everlasting impression left on the city and the state of Michigan around here.
I appreciate that, guys. You know what? The last thing I remember, they ran me out of town on a rail.
Oh, man.
But you know, guys, I think of those teams also. I was Lomas, Herman. I was blessed. I really feel that those 90s were about you guys. I always remember coming in the locker room, and I always told you guys after a game how much I appreciated the effort that you guys put forth in trying to get to a Super Bowl. And we were very close. Who knows, a year or two more, get a different guy. You know what? The big thing about pro football is you need the guy under the center that can take you all the way. And we had good quarterbacks. We had good running backs. Oh, excuse me. We had a great running back. You know, can I tell a little story? You know, I'm rattling because I get a couple stories about.
Well, we love you, Coach.
Herman and Lomas. I remember we were playing in, I think it was Minnesota, and it was like about 1 minute 45 seconds to go, and we had run a play, and the play it didn't get anything. So now it was fourth and about a half a foot on our own like 35-yard line or so, and we're only up by 2. And I remember I said. Frank Gann says, punting team. So the punting team runs on the field to punt the ball. Now I'm sitting there saying that they got a minute 45. They get 2 passes. They kick a field goal. They can win the game. So I remember, Lois, you probably don't remember this. I remember you coming off the field and you said, Coach, we can make this. And I said, oh my God. I said, time out. I said, now I got my big fella going to tell me what to do here. So I said, time out. So I get him my phone. I go, "What do you guys think up there?" And the phones went silent. No one, no one wanted to say anything. So I walked down the other end, and I came back, and I remember Benny Blaze. I think it was Benny. Can't remember. It's been so long ago. Benny said, "We don't make it, we'll stop them." And Lomas said, "God is my witness." He said, "Coach, we're gonna make this." So I said, "All right, let's go for it." Now, no coach in the history of the world would have went for it. If we didn't make it, I'd have been fired on the spot. I'd have had to come back home on a bicycle instead of the plane. But anyway, the whole world knows we're going to run over Lomas and Barry's going to carry the ball. Everybody knows that, but we're going to run it anyway. So we run the play, and Barry goes straight up the middle, and he gets hit, and he bounces backwards about 4 feet in the air. I said, "Oh my God, we're going to lose yardage. We're going to lose this game." And Barry lands on his feet. He lands on his feet and immediately runs left. Now the whole team is running after Barry left. He stops and goes right, and there's another whole team on the right side. So he stops and he runs straight ahead. He leaps, and they hit him. He looked like one of those spiral things flying in the air. He lands and goes down. The officials come up, spot the ball, and they come out and they measure it, and he made it by a toenail. And I looked up and I said, that was the only call to make. And I said, "Thanks, Lomas." So, Lomas, if we didn't make that, you'd have been fired.
Hey, Coach, you know what? You're making me nervous, man, that you would even take the advice of Lomas Brown at a critical time like that.
Come on, Herm. That was good veteran advice I gave, Coach.
I'm just kidding you, man. We had a lot of trust on our team.
It's never wrong to take and listen to players, especially the great players, especially players that busted their behinds in practice, especially guys that cared about winning for Detroit. I mean, these guys, Chris, these guys gave everything they had, and for people sometimes to say, "Well, this team wasn't that good," this team was good. Lomas Brown, Herman, that team was good. That team, we were one second away maybe from a Super Bowl, and for them to dismantle that team, let those players go to other places, etc. It hurt very much. But I never forget the locker rooms after the games. And I remember, am I rattling here, Chris?
No. And I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, Coach, one of the great tragedies in Lions history was how you were treated by the media and the staff in Detroit. You deserve so much more because you brought so much. And, people talk about the Bobby Lane curse, and I know you didn't curse Detroit because you're not that kind of guy, Coach. But what's happened since you've been gone is you could almost say they, in a way, deserve it for the way they treated you because you were far better than you were ever treated.
Well, I appreciate it, but you have to know there's Chris, and I have no idea if there's hundreds of people listening to the show or maybe 5. But whatever it is, I want you to know I was treated super in that locker room.
Yep. That
was the most important thing for me was how Lomas and how Herman and how Barry and how Chris Spillman and how all those guys treated Wayne Fontes. And I think the big thing was when I took over the job, I knew for me to get close to winning, I had to have great people around me. I remember we used to have meetings in my office downstairs, right, Lomas? Herman?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Listen, Chris, they used to come in. We were practicing 2 days, and it was hot. And we're out there. All of a sudden, Herman and Lomas and Kevin Glover and the guys would come in my office, and they'd say, "Coach," I said, "What's up? What's up, big fella?" That's what I called Lomas. Remember that, Lomas? I said, "Listen, big fella." I said, "What's up?" He says, "Coach, the fellas." He said, "The fellas want to talk to you." I said, "What about what?" He said, "We've been practicing twice a day. We haven't had a day off." He said, our legs are very heavy." He said, "We're getting tired." So I said, "Wait a minute. I said, call Barry Sanders in the office. So Barry came in, and I said, Barry, how are your legs? He said, they're fine. I said, okay, let's go to practice.
Yeah, I remember.
That was definitely the barometer. Hey, Lo, that was the barometer. I always remember, man. We used to always want to know how Barry was doing because we knew that was really our ticket, Coach. We knew you were gauging us by Barry. So that was
yeah.
And I got a story about Herman Moore. We're playing Dallas, and this is true stuff now. I mean, probably fans don't quite understand it, but players and coaches have great relationships, and I had a great one with my team. And I remember we're playing Dallas, and we're about the 3-yard line, and the game is close. I can't remember the score, but I remember the situation. It's 3rd down, and like I said, 2 or 3 yards to go. So we go back there. We call a pass fade to Herman. We just call it just a fade to Herman in the corner of the end zone, and the ball goes sailing over his head. And now it's 4th down, and I said, well, we're 2 points up. Let's kick this field goal and just win by 1 if we could stop them. We came off the field, and I do remember Herman. I'm not making this stuff up, Chris. Herman came off the field, and he came right up to me, and he says, Coach. I said, what's up, Herman? He says, Coach, I could catch this thing. He said, just tell, I think it was Eric Kramer, so just tell Eric to put a little air under the ball. Yep. I said, put a little air. He said, so I knew what he meant. He just wanted the ball floating, not a streamline. He wanted the ball in the air like a basketball player. Mm-hmm. So again, I called time out, Chris. I said, oh my God, I want to listen to Herman more now. So,
did you ever coach?
I said, Herman, right. He said, just put some air under the ball. So I said, I called the quarterback over, I called time, and I said, we're going for it. So we go out in the field, Barry gets it, whatever, and he just lofts the ball. And Herman goes up and, of course, catches it, and he slammed it down. He came off the field. He said, I told you I could do it. He said, I could eat peanuts off that guy's head.
I was a trash talker. I really was.
You know, and can I just rattle here? We used to
all day. I could listen all day.
You got your floor, Coach.
Listen, we used to practice, you know, something that no team in history practiced. We used to practice standing up for the national anthem on the sideline. My guys looked good on the sideline for the national anthem. So anyway, we would do that. Practice started at 1. We would get on that line at 1 o'clock. The horn would blow, and they'd all be on the line. So it's 12:59, and one guy's always missing. It was Herman, of course. And I said, Lomas, where's Herman? How does he know to come out of one? And Lomas said, he hides in the corner, Coach. He watches the clock. When he sees it's close to 1, he sprints out on the field.
That's me. Hey, Coach, they started calling me the fog, man. So they said, you know what? I just mysteriously just come rolling in out of nowhere.
Yeah.
He just hit me and I couldn't believe it. I kept saying, how did he figure it out? And Lomas said, the clock's right there. I said, oh, God, there it is.
So Coach Herman told a story about training camp, sneaking in a little bit late after curfew, and you guys crossed paths, and it was one of those, I didn't see you and you didn't see me moments.
Well, absolutely. I still didn't see him.
Well, I want to ask Lomas if he's got any stories about his time with Coach that kind of stick out in a similar vein.
Yeah. I mean, hey, look, we used to always love to go to Tampa. You know, Tampa, of course, you know, that's Coach stomping grounds. And, you know, it was beautiful. You know, the weather's always beautiful. They got the grass, nice grass field. So you're getting off the Silver Dome turf, you know, and we would always, for some reason, Coach, we would always get an extra day or 2 down in Tampa. I don't know why. Either we leaving a day early or coming back a day later. But we would always somehow end up getting a day back. And, man, guys, verbatim, they were telling this story. Coach was Coach, get up in front of the team. He'd be like, man, This is a business trip. We're going down here straight for business and stuff. And man, we get down to Tampa, and it was a couple of establishments that everybody used to partake in. We'll leave it at that. We'll just call them establishments that we couldn't wait to get off the plane to get to when we got down to Tampa. So, Coach, we always appreciated the Tampa Bay mini camps and the Tampa Bay trips down there. They were always fun.
They were nothing but work. Hard work.
Yeah.
And we always had excellent participation too, which was great.
Yeah.
Hey, Coach, I got a story I wanted to share with you. I don't know if you'll recall. If I could share something real quick. So, Coach, I don't know if you remember when I was at the University of Virginia. I had first time I had met you. They said Coach Wayne Fontes is coming to visit you, and this is before you guys were going to pick me as a first round.
I remember it like it was yesterday, Herman. Go ahead.
Hey, Coach, I remember you came and they had me put on my gloves, get my shorts, get my cleats, we were going to go over to Scott Stadium. I got ready for the turf. I was stretching. I was running a couple of laps and stuff like that to just get really loose. And then all of a sudden you came in. We were inside of Scott Stadium. And you had a football in your hand. I'm like, okay.
Yes, I did. I remember it, Herman.
I remember it. And I said, you're going to work me out, throw me some routes. I'm looking for a quarterback or someone that's going to be throwing me all these passes. And so we just started walking around Scott Stadium. And then you just said, you tell me a little bit about the Lions. You tell me a little bit about the history. Tell me about a guy by the name of Barry Sanders and all these great things that were going to happen in Detroit. And you say, you know what? If you're there, very definitively, if you're there with the 10th pick, we're going to select you. And I was like, wow, this is like surreal. And then I'm walking, thinking ready to do something. You said, that's basically it. And then we left. I mean, I was thinking that we was going to work out and do all this stuff. And I'm like all ready and all nervous. I was like, wow.
So wait, not only did he not coach, but the players drafted themselves? Is that what I mean?
Listen, I saw this guy. I said, this guy is 6'5". I heard he jumped 6'5". I said, why am I even here? I said, if you're there, we're going to take you. I flew all the way to the university, and I talked to Herman 5 minutes and left. I said, you're our guy.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Oh, my goodness, man.
We had so much fun.
It was just stories like that. It was just so much. Man, Coach, and I ended up playing for, 4 other teams and, other different coaches. I could say it wasn't another coach I played for that was like you. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's just, you just kept it loose, for us and everything. It was just fun to come to work. That's why I remember the locker room. That's why I say Detroit is my best locker room because, it was just fun to come to work. And that's half of the battle, especially if you ain't winning as much as you should be on the field. Just coming to work and being with the fellas, man. So that was fun. That's what I remember the most about my days in Detroit.
You know what, Lomas and Herman, I remember games, but I remember you guys, and this is no BS or nothing. And even today, I'll sit and talk to people when I'm retired here, and I don't want to say where I'm retired. I'm trying to hide, guys. You understand what I'm trying to say? I don't want anybody to find me, man.
Yet here I am, right, Coach?
But I don't know how Chris found me.
Just right up the road, my friend.
but you know what, Chris? When I got the job, I remember calling. I did something. Maybe I don't know if it was unique or not. I always talked to my players alone. I would walk in and I would say, for example, the meeting, we're going to have a meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. So I would walk in there maybe 8:58, and I'd walk in the room. The guys would still be sitting out there, and I say, let's go. They said, no, Coach, you said it was 9 o'clock. I said, when I walk through the door, regardless if it's 6:30, 8:30, it's 9 o'clock. When you see me go through this door, it's meeting time. So I used to walk through, they would fly to the office, into the room for the meetings. They were polite, and Chris, I hope this doesn't bother anybody, make anybody feel that is not in foot. They were respectful. These guys, they were men, and they were respectful. And I told them this. I said, guys, excuse me. I said, guys, You will never, ever read in the paper that Herman Moore or Lomas Brown or whoever missed the block or missed the pass. This is in this locker room only. I will never, ever criticize any of you guys in public. I said, but when those doors close and we're in together, I really got after their hind end. And they'll tell you that. I respected them. But the biggest thing, Chris, they respected me. And then we had a great love affair. And my life is, like I said, I'm in the fourth quarter of my life. Well, maybe I might be in overtime. I'm getting so old. But anyway, I have great memories, and no one will ever take those away from me. And I remember, I could tell you, we used to go in the locker room, and the veterans would all be, they'd come into practice 2 or 3 days after the rookies. And I would walk in the room, and the veterans would come in, and I told the rookies that every position is open. Nobody has this team made. And I can't remember who it was. Might have been Brett Perriman or whatever. Said, wait a minute. He said, wait a minute. He said, see that little guy sitting over there, number 20? He hasn't made it. Don't anybody knock him down in practice. You guys remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And that was time, Chris, that in practice, Barry got in the huddle. And whenever Barry got in the huddle, I told the defense, don't anybody touch him. Don't anybody tap him. Don't anybody knock him on the ground. And so he would get in the huddle, and Jerry Ball would say, oh, guys, he said, Barry's in the huddle. He said, we're going to knock him sideways. I said, don't let anybody knock Barry down.
Yeah, right.
And we would give the ball to Barry, and not a person would touch it.
He should have been wearing a red jersey back in the day. Nobody could touch Barry.
But you know what? I can't tell you how much I loved my job, and I remember the first day I walked in the office, and I was interim head coach, and I walked in the office, guys, and I can't remember who the receptionist was, and I walked in. She said, "Good morning." And I walked down the hall, and I stopped, and I went back, and I said, Susan, whatever her name, I can't remember. He said, listen. I said, listen. When I walk through this door, when you say good morning, say it with a smile. We're going to change the face of the Detroit Lions. We're going to be a happy organization. And from then on, I mean, it was just not because I was going to be head coach. It was because I wanted everybody in that building to love to be a Detroit Lion. And you got two of the best right there, Chris. And you could take Herman Moore and Lomas Brown to the bank. And you might get $1.95, but it'll be a good
$1.95. Never change. And Coach, I want to just say this, man, and I'm glad to have the opportunity, and I want to thank Chris for reaching out and putting us together so that we can have this conversation, because so much time passes. But as anyone who's looking at this can see, when you establish those type of relationships, they're long-standing, and it could be years, but it doesn't seem like it's even been a second. And the respect never wavers; it never goes away. You gave us foundation as men of how we should carry ourselves as professional athletes. Also, you showed us how and what it meant to have accountability, to show good sportsmanship, but also to get it done together. And I think you brought us to a place where I don't think many of us thought we'd ever be able to get to. And while we didn't win a Super Bowl, we won in every other facet of that game as people. And it was because we had leadership like you that was there. And as you said before, the fact that you would sit there and take all the blame for us meant that we were going to give you every single thing that we had, because that was out of the respect, not only that you asked for, but that you deserve. So on behalf of myself and I know my teammates, I just want to say we thank you, we love you, and man, I really, really appreciate this opportunity.
God Almighty, you know what? I'm taken by that, and I appreciate it. And you know, you said something that, you know what? a lot of players. I would talk to a lot of players, and they would never have a relationship with the head coach as I had with you and you guys had with me. And you said something at the end of your statement there that you love me. I love you guys, and I always did through thick and thin. I know you guys are all behind me, and we all, Chris, we were on a straight line. We were all on the same line. We were all men, and we were told the line. But I always told them this: if anything goes wrong, and I say, "Hey, you better jump off the line," because I am the head coach. But I'll tell you this: you'll never have more respect that I gave those guys, and they gave it back to me, Chris. And I can't. People in Detroit, they don't understand that the relationships you have with players. I know some coaches never had it, but I had it from the last player to the first player, and I can't tell you. My family and I. In fact, I'm sitting in I call it my man cave, and I'm looking at two guys that look very young here, and I'm looking at Herman Moore and my fellas Lomas, and I got your pictures on the wall, guys, and I'll never ever forget you, and I hope that you guys and everybody around that's here, I hope you guys are rooting for the Lions. I root for my team all the time. Every Sunday, if I can't get it on my TV, I go to a sports bar and I walk in and they set up, put the picture right there, the Detroit Lions game right there, and they bring me some chicken wings. So, so I'm ready for the game.
That's fabulous, Coach. I know we've kept you longer than we were supposed to. I could listen to you guys talk all day. It's absolutely amazing. But I want to just, before we kind of wrap, on behalf of Lions fans in the city of Detroit, Herman, Lomas, and Coach Fonts, you don't know what you got till it's gone. And you guys did a lot for the city. You did a lot for the team. You brought a lot of joy to Lions fans. So on behalf of everyone out there who's been a Lions fan and watched you guys play and wish they could see you guys play and coach, well, have your players coach for you. But thank you. Thank you so much for all you did for the team and the city. And it's a shame that it's been 30 years since the Lions have won a playoff game, but you guys did it. And that's something very, very special. And it's something everybody still points to as kind of the most modern and recent pinnacle of success for this team. So I think you guys can hang your hat on the greatness that you carried on the field and off. So thank you all.
Chris, I appreciate it, but I'll tell you this. It wasn't about me. It was about the guys that are sitting with you. It was all about those guys. And they never fell short. They never fell short of respect for one another. And they never fell short for winning the Super Bowl. They gave everything they had. And maybe I came up a little short. But they gave me 100% every time they took the field. And that's something that I appreciated and I loved about those guys. And I hope this is, people don't think I'm a little weird here, but Herman Moore and Lomas Brown, I love you guys, and I still do.
Love you too, Coach.
Yeah, love you too, Coach.
All right. Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Herman. Thank you, Lomas. Thank you all for joining us. This was absolutely fabulous, and I encourage you all to write each other a letter.
Thank you, Chris. Chris.
Yes.
Thanks, Jeff.
Don't let anybody know where you found me.
Pardon me?
Don't let anybody know where you found me.
No, we're hidden. We're still going to meet up here this week, so I can't say anything. I can't blow this.
But he about to go back and hide, and now Coach about to go back and hiding now. That's what he about to do.
It just cost me some chicken wings, just to tell you, just so you know.
Hey, big fella, I'm going to hide. I'll see you guys.
All right, Coach.
Yeah, I love you.
Where's the
Take care, guys.
Coach? You know me.
Yeah.
Coach Wayne Fonts. Awesome. Thanks so much, Coach. Herman, Lomas. Herman, I know you've been on before. Guys. Lomas, thanks for joining us. I really appreciate you guys coming, man.
Absolutely.
It was really great to do that for Coach, and it's so great to see you guys' relationship, as you said, Herman, something that's kind of tied and lasted so many years together. That's really special.
It is, and I can't say it enough. Thank you both, you and Jeff, for having us on, and keep up the great work. I know you do a lot of philanthropic work. I know that having the opportunity to do so much for others, man, means a lot. So my absolute pleasure being here on behalf, like I said, myself, I know my teammate Lomas and all of us that are supportive of what everyone in our community does. So I want to say thank you to that, and hope you reach your fundraising goals. And as always, anything we can do to help, we're here.
Lions Nation Unite, Herman Moore,
Yes,
Lomas Brown.
Yeah, thanks for the shirt, Herman.
Oh, there it is.
Lions fans everywhere.
Rocking our camo. Yep.
Yeah, I like that.
We talk about it all the time, Lomas. We tell people turn off the volume on the TV and turn up the radio. Get Lomas and Dan and get the right kind of game calls, because you'll find excellent announcers there comparatively every game.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll have something good coming up after this bye week to talk about.
Yeah. We're hungry. We're all hungry for it.
It can't get much worse than it was last week.
Tell me about it. You're right.
All right. Hey, one question for you guys. I think about when Coach took over, and I didn't want to put him through it, but this question came up in the chat. What do you think about the Lions this year compared to when Coach took over? I mean, do you see a lot of similarities in where the team is and the coach that they brought in, or are these two different planes of existence completely?
Well, I just know for me, I just think we had more veterans, in the locker room. They're going to have to get some more veteran voices in their locker room. So, when things start going bad like they are now, you want to make sure you keep guys up and kind of keep guys on the even keel. And that's what the, strong veterans in your locker room could do. So I think that might be the biggest difference. I like the philosophy. I like the coaching staff that Coach Campbell has. I like everything he's doing. I just think right now they're so young in that locker room. Guys are probably looking at each other and nobody has an answer for them right now,
Yeah. No, that's a great point.
I'll just add something real quick to that. When you talk about that, and even Coach, you talk about the difference between the two teams or those different regimes, is that there was a leadership presence that was expected, that in the absence of a coach being around, you got to have those that will pick up the slack and be able to carry the torch. And for us, it came even as deep as each unit had a leader within it. Yeah. And so they're just absent that all the way around. And it's unfortunate, because when it turns where it is now, is just it's hard to get out of it by just being coached out of it. Sometimes you got to play your way out of it.
Yeah.
Great insights, guys. Again, thank you for the time. Sorry we ran over, but if I could hold on to you guys all day, I would. You're both amazing. So thank you so much.
No, we appreciate it, guys. Chris, Jeff, thank you.
Yeah, have a good weekend.
All right, you too. Thanks.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, cheers. All right, Riz, we're getting back to it.
That was that was something else, man. That was really, really cool.
I'm stunned, right? It was better than I even imagined.
I think back, 30 years ago. I remember I was in college at the time, and I remember, because I was a Lions fan, but I also I wasn't completely give it over to that was the Jim Mora Saints teams that I really enjoyed too. I like that team a lot, and just thinking back to where I was and how much all the names that they talked about, not aside from just the guys who were with us, they brought up Glover, Spielman, Harriman, Blades, damn, that was a really good team.
Yeah. I was
really
trying.
Good team.
I was trying for Benny too. I couldn't get him to come, but he had some conflict stuff. So
no, man, but it's just
wow.
The love and respect that they still have for one another, and what Lomas and Herman said there at the end, the not having the veterans who've been through it in each of the position groups. I do think that that's something that they probably should have done a little bit better, and I think that's something that they will address this offseason.
Yeah, no, I think you know what, the whole concept of free agency just changed in my mind and what we're going to do. I think you like they said, the players are sitting there with eyes the size of saucers right now. Like, what do we do? And they don't have the people with the answers. And that's something that they can fix with the dead cap.
And it's something to go back to the Lions teams that were good in recent vintages, bringing in guys like Glover Quinn and Marvin Jones and Golden Tate. They helped so much in that capacity.
Yep.
They have the potential to do that again this offseason. And look at the bump that it took when they brought those kind of guys in, what it did to the roster that was there and how it elevated that group. And I know they didn't win as much as they needed to, but that was a much better football team once they got guys, characters like that into the locker room. And I think that is something, you know, we have draft guests on. We've got 3 of them today. We talk draft a lot. We got to really focus on the free agency and the guys who will fit and help the culture. Like we got Michael Brockers was a good start on that, and he's a good dude. I think Nick Williams has stepped up to do that. They're both on the defensive line. They sort of play the same position. You know, where's that at safety? Where's that at wide receiver? Where's that at running back? I mean, Jamal's great. Jamal's Jamal. I mean,
yeah.
I'm not sure that transcends, you know, everything else. And that's where I think this team can really take a big step forward is by being smart and finding Glover Quinn 2.0 and finding Marvin Jones 2.0, like team-centric veteran guys who have a lot left to offer on the field too.
There you go. Excellent. All right. Got that clip stopped. Let's see, what time is it? Okay. The editing truck will be here shortly. We'll get that out on socials. Chrissy will be with you very, very quickly with that. Give us about 30 to 40 minutes. All right. Whew, man. You
might see that replayed later over in the overnight segment too.
Absolutely. It was moving. I mean, there was points.
It was, and you will see me write about that for Lions Wire as well. I was actually writing and taking some notes during that about what I wanted to hit on, because that was.
I got a text from the truck, my wife. OMG, he's the best coach ever. Yeah, he's such a great guy, and we are hooking up. We're meeting up this week. So
that's awesome. Give him our best. Give him the best because he's still beloved.
Oh gosh, yeah. He is.
We hear. I get it when I go to the gym and shoot baskets. People are like, "Hey man, remember the good days of Wayne Fonts? Like, why can't we get that guy again?" And he was great. He really was. And you said it. You don't know what you've got until it's gone. Well, it's been gone for 30 damn.
Yeah.
Hurts.
It's been ages. Oh God, Herman Lomas, thank you both as well. God, it was great for you guys to be able to. I mean, we weren't able to get the timing. You know, Coach, he's got a lot of things going on. He's got to get his wings. He's got some other stuff to get him locked in on a time. Oops, got something on the Patreon. To get him locked in on a time was a little difficult. We didn't know actually until yesterday, and Herman and Lomas were able to juggle their schedules and make it work, and did it just to do this. So thank you. Big shout out to them. Awesome. Thank you, Herman.
That tells you how much it meant to them to talk to Coach. That they would, because they were originally scheduled at different times. I saw the timesheet, Chris. You had a bunch of different things for them, and the fact that they coordinated together, that speaks to the love that they have for Coach Fonts. And
yep, absolutely.
I wish that team would have won.
You can't not love Coach Fonts.
Thinking back to all, and they retired Spielman's jersey or put him in the ring, the pride of the Lions this past weekend.
Yep.
Oh man, it's really rekindled how much of those Lions teams that I really loved. And at that point, I didn't get to watch a lot of the Lions because I was in college in Athens, Ohio. This was before satellite TV too much. And get them on cable. You didn't have Game Pass or anything like that. I was blessed to watch the games that I did. And when I went home, I watched the Lions every weekend. But it was, man, I wish we could do more time reliving that era. And I hope that it comes back soon. I really do.
Yeah, all I can say is that Coach Fonts was absolutely fabulous. He's one of my all-time heroes, and to be able to have him come and be part of that is just special to me. So I'm just so happy we could have him on. All right, I'm looking at the recordings you have. Yep, that's the one. I'm going to open this up. You may hear some spurious noises in the background.
Donate if you can.
There we go. Got it.
Good deal.
Just making sure we got our thing ready here. I can't edit this while we're broadcasting, so I have to have the truck
Obviously.
do it.
Yeah. So the truck is very good.
Yeah. Awesome group. Okay, let's see. We're gonna see. It's about 20 minutes in. Okay. Cool. Thank you. That was awesome. What do we have coming up? We need to get our donations up. 8,800 is where Riz and I do the next, or was it 7,800?
I think we're 8,800. We passed 7,800.
No, but were we supposed to do it at 7,800?
I don't remember. I'm
space. I think 6,800 is where we trivia beaned. I think we have another trivia bean coming.
Bloody hell.
I'll tell you what, I'll just do one without the trivia this time because we have another guest coming. So it'll be my turn, and then we'll be even up. We gotta carry each other. That's what a team does. We just learned that, right? So I'll be the bean guy. We got Greg with the million Scoville chip. He said he trusts you folks to get to 10,000. And that's a pretty big ask, really. But he trusts everyone to get us to the 10,000 mark, at which he does the spicy one chip challenge. He's got some time. Oh, okay. Go, Brett. You were 6,800, so 7,800 is the 7,800 was the threshold. So I owe one. We'll get Greg on here in about 15 minutes to do the 1 million Scoville heat chip, the Packy chip, and then Kyle Krabs at 4:00. Boy, oh boy, we have a packed show. This has been like nonstop. Does it feel like 6 hours?
Not really. Not yet.
We're 25% of the way there, my friend.
I'm still good. This is a good time. Yeah. Actually, let me shoot you Kyle's number while I'm thinking about it.
Okay. Yeah. All right, that's a good one.
And kind of good to have, huh?
All right. Yeah.
Kyle is traveling. He is en route to Miami to be at the games because he's a Dolphins dude. So he does not have the ability to do Zoom because his Wi-Fi is apparently worse than what Chris's was when he was in Las Vegas.
Which, well, if you saw it, you know. Those who saw it know. Okay. Hey, I do want to talk about, we talked a little bit about our winner of the Fatboy 40, Matt Leffler. One of the things he said, which I'm really proud of him for, he said it really inspired him to start a weight loss journey. And this is kind of his baseline this year. And he's going to take that and he's going to come back and do the 40 next year. And we're going to have side-by-side comparisons of the videos. And so I'm proud of him. Good job, Matt. We are behind you 100%, my man. We're shooting for it. Justin asking if we're going to hear from Case. We're trying. He's working a ton right now. He said he's going to try to call in and get with us, but I haven't heard from him yet. We'll see what we can do. Gary, our favorite Irishman. I'm currently watching with Naomi and the girls while we're setting up our Christmas tree. Any chance that you guys can sing us a Christmas carol? 5 a.m. our time, 10 a.m. your time tomorrow morning, Gary. What do you say? That's about when we did it last time. And it wasn't this one. I've got one on hand. It's the holiday season and my balls need squeezing. Setting up the tree, getting them all set up. But what did we do? We did the Baby It's Cold Outside. We did a duet, Case and I. That might be fun. Lions fan from Philly, thank you. Let's get through the donations really quick here and give some folks some shout outs.
Thank you.
Oh, we got another one. Stephen P, 81. All right, good
Nice.
number. Thank you, Stephen. All right, let's go. Let's see,
In honor of Herman.
Let's see. Ohio Lion, did we get him? Love what you guys are doing. 25. Hattori Hanzo, 2066. 20 is a successful number for the Lions. Michael Kofer once wore 66. It happens I met Mr. Kofer at a charity basketball game in 90 or 91. Greg
That's
Martin,
cool.
30. Really appreciate all that you guys do. Thank you, Greg. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Greg.
1234 from Anonymous. Somebody is playing the 69-cent game. Somebody is throwing us off. Lions fan from Philly, $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And Stephen P., so thankful for discovery of this podcast back in 2016 and looking forward to the post-game show after that playoff win. Whenever it gets here, I'll tell you what, you will see me cry. I'm not even planning it. I just know I won't be able to contain myself. Also, shout out to Riz on being a fellow Cedar Point alum. We should probably do Cedar Point stories later tonight and maybe some McDonald's stories. We'll get some good historical references.
Cedar Point was the 3 summers of my life that I kind of remember.
You kind of remember?
I kind of remember.
The rest of them I've got on lockdown. This one,
yeah, they might be a little fuzzy, but yes, I did in fact work at Cedar Point from 1990 to 1992.
Oof! Wow. Oh man, another one's coming in. We got the super chat. Kevin Alt, thank you. It says thanks, guys. Kevin, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Okay, we got Greg coming up in 14 minutes. Cats are going off in the background. I don't know if you guys are seeing them jump or not.
I didn't see that actually, so that's good.
They've got the insane look in their eyes. stjude.org/DLP. Let's talk about really quick. We're all about raising the money right now for St. Jude. We're trying to help sick kids. We're at 8192. We've got a lot going on here. It's this 24-hour podcast, 6 hours in right now, still rocking and rolling. We got to go to one.
We're a quarter of the way done, Chris.
Yes, we are. We got to go to 1 after 9 because we started the countdown a minute late. So we'll have to just to be fair, full 24 hours. We want him to spot the ball right. We got to spot our timer right. He can't delay a game, right?
That's fair.
So we got that. We've got stjude.org/DLP. Every donation is tax deductible. 100% goes to St. Jude helping sick kids. It's the place where families don't pay anything for food, housing, or travel when they have sick children. They do amazing research. They do a ton of work for families. It is the one of, if not the best charity in the nation, in the world. They do great work for people, and we will talk a little later to some folks who have benefited from that, and you can hear their stories and understand why the work they do is so important. We also have an auction going on, auction.detroitlionspodcast.com. Right over there, auction.detroitlionspodcast.com. We've got some amazing stuff. Right now, what you see on the auction site, 7 nights in a Colorado ski home, a $3,000 value is up. The bid I haven't refreshed it because my internet's really slow on the browser side. I'm gonna have to do something about that. But the current bid is only $200. What a value! You have till May of
2023.
Thank you to get to book your time on that. You have until the 15th of December to get your bid in. So go now. We have a DeAndre Swift autographed football, autographed jersey, a TJ Hawkinson autographed football, a Penei Sewell autographed football, Jamal Williams autographed football, Dan Schlereth autographed baseball. We've got prime and proper dinner with Chris, Sandman, and Riz downtown Detroit, one of the best steakhouses you'll find, with some of the best staff you'll find anywhere. We've got a Jerry Jacobs jersey coming on Tuesday that'll go up, a Jerry Jacobs autographed football that's going up, and I'm going to tell you, I think I'm waiting for the answer. That may be the first Jerry Jacobs Lions jersey that Jerry Jacobs ever signed. So that could mean a little something, a little more that's going on. And then Colin, I got to say, and the guys at Pro Sports Zone, his name is John, and he is an absolute legend. Colin and John did something like this last year, and it's only more amazing and better. That's crazy. Quintez Cephas helmet signed. A Herman Moore helmet, signed. A Jamal Williams helmet, signed. An F. Lemieux McCarty puck, signed. Osgood, 400 and win 3 cup puck, signed. A Darren McCarty signed boxing glove. And I'm going to pop the picture up on this one because, let me hide behind it so it shows up.
Oh, my guy Michael Gray is going to bid on that. For those of you who in West Michigan who remember who Gray is, he would be all about that. I'm going to let him know that he did on that.
That's going to go up. It's going to go up after I sleep after the show. This is just so you know, all these things are going up. An Osgood, Chris Osgood signed poster, which is really killer. You'll see it. It's an overhead shot of him in the crease. And then, and that's what Colin and John over at Pro Sports Zone gave. Go to Pro Sports Zone in Livonia and get yourself some amazing memorabilia. Tons of great stuff. He has signings there. John has got a great business, and he's an absolutely fabulous human being on top of running a great business. So get over there and show your support for the guy who's supporting the kids and everything else that we're doing here. So good stuff. I'm going to refresh now, and if it refreshes with any kind of quickness, we'll see what we got going on the bids. Yeah, it's taking its time. All my internet is slow, Riz. It's got like a lock on our call and the stream to YouTube. Those are things that are working well. Everything else is kind of a shit show. So.
Well, that's the most important things, so that's good. Yeah, we're hopeful that the dreaded technical glitch doesn't come up.
Yeah. Well, and so a little bit, I'm gonna look here at the schedule. I'm thinking that there's gonna be a point because they only allow 12-hour maximum videos. I'm thinking roughly maybe after Kyle and before Blandino, somewhere in there, we might do a stop and just restart the stream so that
you have to do a little bit of a reset. They don't want you actually like running 24/7 television studios and things like that.
Yeah. And so it's just a YouTube thing. They're making us do it. No big deal. We'll be off for a minute and we'll be right back.
Yeah.
Gary in the chat, I am so sorry, my friend. He told me he's there listening with the girls and setting up the tree. I didn't think about it. I played my personal Christmas Carol. And now he says, oh, and I'm currently explaining what my balls need squeezing means.
You put the balls on the trees. I mean, we have white balls, we have multicolored balls, we have balls that are on strings. It's all good.
Exactly. And you don't want to drop them because they're very fragile. You have hardwood floors too.
They do break, and it's really difficult to vacuum them up after they break. I can tell you that firsthand.
Exactly.
If you have cats like we do, it gets in their paws, and you don't want that either.
Probably not an ideal save there, Gary. I'm sorry. All right, let's keep going. We're
dads too.
Not good ones, evidently. Let me get this to Greg. I'll get him the. Oh God, I gotta go re-get.
As we say that, my son just got home from school. So
hey, good. I can tell there's more smartness being exuded from the Risden household.
That would definitely be true.
He's a good kid. And for those there was a lot of people that asked. It was definitely him that screamed the what at the end of the last podcast.
Yes, it was.
Tears rolled.
I was recording at that time right outside his bedroom door.
Oh man.
And that was fun.
Who was I telling? Greg. Okay.
Wow. All right.
There we go.
The work Slack has suddenly given me a lot of
information.
Nothing that I have to attend to.
Breaking nudes?
Nothing. No. Thank goodness.
Okay. All right. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to actually close all my browsers and just let things restart and see if that fixes my broken world that I live in. All right. So while I'm doing that,
powering down.
All right. Yeah. All right. I got Greg. Be right there. Take your time, Greg. I'm trying to browser up. I'm going to close Slack too because sometimes that has a little bit of a memory leak. Oops, that's not the one. That's the one. All right.
I'm still like.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm giddy over what we had. What we just got to go through.
I know. It's emotionally draining. Actually, I actually, you talk about how you're a guy who will cry. I could feel one welling up as they were talking and telling stories. It really just tugged at my heart.
It did, man. It really did.
Those years were so important in my. I mean, I was, Billy Sims, all that was my thing that got me started. But those were the years that locked me in as a Lions fan. I just remember idolizing Barry Sanders. Yeah. I mean, just absolutely, he was. And I look back and I think about what the media did to Coach Fonts when he was here. And it really frustrates me. It's one of the things.
I didn't get that. I wasn't in Detroit then, so I just I was like 20. They fired him in what 97, 96,
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but it wasn't something where it was in my cognizance to like, oh God, the media really treated him poorly. I didn't get that.
It's one of the oh God. Everything's better now. It's one of the formative things that got me to really be there to call out media malpractice or whatever. The thing look, there was the whole thing about the former ESPN guy, right? It's not an ESPN thing. I'm all over Woodyard. I love Woodyard. He does great freaking work.
Agreed.
He's amazing. He does spectacular work. Love him to death. The guy who was there before him was terrible. Was terrible. Just straight up was most of what he did was hackneyed, and it was not for reporting. It was for, self-serving reasons and all the other things associated with that. Won't go into it any more than that. I don't think I need to, but it was, I won't go so far as to say malpractice, but, and then it was very, very telling, the people that came to his defense, because they weren't media people either. They were buddies first and do the job second, which is one of the reasons, like, we started with Justin Rogers. He'll be on again tonight. He said he's going to try to find some time to join us. He is one of the guys that I can point to as a North Star for journalism in the sports space, or journalism period. He's so balanced. And the only way I find that I can explain it is emotionless, right? He doesn't, he never says, Jared Goff's your new quarterback. The headline never ends, here's what you should think, right? That's never a Justin Rogers article. There's never, here's what you think, or why you should be mad, or any of that dumb shit that goes at the end of these things. He is a straight shooter that presents the facts in an interesting way and finds stories and angles that are interesting because he's really, really good at his job. The guys who aren't are the ones that write that hackneyed crap that need to find a way, that to generate something so that people look at their stuff, because they can't succeed otherwise. And anyway, so it goes back. I've had a break today. It goes back to the Wayne Fonts era, where it was a buddy system of people just piling on a coach that was working miracles with the Detroit Lions team that hadn't been worked before. And in 30 years since, haven't even been worked to the point of a playoff win once. So somebody was wrong there. And I don't think it was Coach Fonts, and I don't think it was the players.
That actually, your little thing there, just explain to me some of your contemptuous attitude towards the media in general.
Yeah.
That helps lay some background for that. So I'm appreciative that you.
Am I nuts? Am I nuts? Am I just taking it too much to
heart?
No,
I don't think so. And it's weird because growing up in Cleveland, we had phenomenal writers. My biggest influence as a football writer was the late, great Hal Lebovitz. People outside Cleveland don't know who he is. He was a guy who was really, really sharp at pointing out the facts and letting you make your own opinions on what was going on, like you talked about with Justin. And Terry Pluto, who still writes for Cleveland, who's a great author, by the way. And I've had the pleasure of meeting Terry, and he's like one of my heroes. He's always a guy and I've tried to emulate this. You will know when I'm telling you what I'm thinking versus you will understand when I'm telling you what needs to be said.
Right.
And those guys have sort of gone by the wayside in Cleveland now, and it's become much more of a hot take town and a cliquey media town. And it's unfortunate because it's not as good as it used to be. There's still some very good dudes there.
Mm-hmm.
On the Browns beat and on the Cavs beat. But it's not, it reminds me that I need to write one. I haven't done it in a little while. I used to do annually, I would do Hal Lebovitz, who worked for the Cleveland Plain Dealer for a long time. And then he worked for the Lorraine Journal, which was my local hometown paper for a long time.
Right.
He used to write a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And it was sort of the Peter King style when he used to write for, or not Peter King, Larry King, when he wrote for USA Today.
Right.
He'd have Boomer Esiason is a great quarterback. ... I like toast. That whole thing.
Yep.
Hal would do that, but he created characters in it, and it was really. I need to do that again. That's something to honor him. I got to find out. Get back to doing that, because that's the kind of stuff that I enjoy doing, and Justin's really good at that.
Yeah.
There are people around the league that are every city has their media cliques and
the personality of the media.
Yeah. The media's really do, like Houston, I'll give an example. That's a massive city. They have 4 full-time 24/7 sports stations, and they all get ratings. So finding a way to be unique in that market leads to some interesting characters that you get down there. You get John McClane, who I happen to love. He is certainly not everybody's cup of tea. But you wind up like sort of picking your side and wearing a uniform based on like which radio station you listen to or which paper you're reading. That's kind of weird to me. And I don't want it to be. This is actually a conversation that Eric Schlitt and I had when he was leaving Lions Wire to go to Pride of Detroit. I'm like, and he was like it too. We complimented each other incredibly well at Lions Wire, and I think we still do, even though he now works for Pride of Detroit. But one of the things that we've always tried to be was like respectful of the other side of the coin, and that's not something you get everywhere. And I didn't know that about the Detroit media back in the day. My entry point, I didn't move to Michigan until 2003 was the first time I lived here.
Mm-hmm.
So, I didn't have that. I grew up, my grandparents lived in Sandusky, Ohio, the Cedar Point connection. They did get the Toledo Blade as their local paper.
It came with a pink sheet, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I know the Blade.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So that was like as close as I got to being Detroit. And then I met, I was a Lions fan, but then I met my wife now of 25 years. I met her 30 years ago.
I think the thing
91, I met my wife. That was a very good year. She is a Canton, Michigan native. So and her grandparents lived in East Point. Her parents are both graduates of East Point High School, now East Detroit. So yeah, it's
I think East Detroit now, East Point.
Yeah.
I think
9 Mile and Gratiot, 9 Mile and Harper, in that area.
One of the things about the media that I think, and this is something like, again, Justin's been really good at navigating this because he's made no enemies, right? But there's this, and this is something that I really despise, not outside the media, just anywhere, is this hive mind or this groupthink, right? And when you get a group that's in a room every day together, everyone has to be friends, even though you have to operate at a certain level. I mean, the guy that we talked about from ESPN, they all said stuff about him behind his back, right? But they all played nice together, right? Because that's what we have to do. We're a team, right? You're not a team. You're in competition. That's the way those things actually work, right? You're supposed to, there's things other guys do that help you, and you have a professional courtesy, but you're actually in a competing business, a business of competition. That's kind of what it's founded on. And what's happened is over the years, they've become more friends and more devoted to the friendship than the actual place, that they're reporting for. And what happens is then they start moving together. They start creating and representing each other's thoughts, and it's a single hive mind of thought. And you don't get the diversity of thought and opinion and so on. Now, Justin's been so great because he can navigate that as far as being friendly with everybody and not being rude or disrespectful to anybody, but yet maintaining his own angle, his own special, unique brand of thought. So he's been able to navigate that kind of environment extremely well. And I think some of it comes from the youth of the beat writers that are there. I think some of it comes from the nature of the way the business is today. Most writers don't get paid anymore, right? And those that do don't get paid a professional salary like they used to, right? And I think some of that's kind of changed, like who's doing it and how they connect versus who they represent. But it happened even back in the days of Wayne Fonts, right? And that's the thing that just, it irritates me because it's everywhere. And when you have the hive mind moving opinion, you can't trust it. And that's not what news is there. They're not supposed to tell you, and here's why you should think. They're supposed to give you the facts and let you decide, and you can be a critical thinker. And at some point it crosses the line into propaganda. That's what
that's happened. That's happened in not just sports media, but all media these days.
All right,
that's a conversation for 2 a.m.
Yep, we'll get past that. We've got Greg sitting here waiting. He's like, "Come on, man!
All right,
burn my face
Greg,
off. Let me burn my face off." All right, let's get Greg in here, and here he is. Greg,
hi, Greg.
Your side.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
I think you need to side it and side it again, like 90 degrees and 90 degrees.
Let's see.
Hey, there you are.
Oh, there you go.
Corrected.
Good now?
Good. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, you're good.
All right. Awesome.
So, Greg, how do we know you? How did your crazy body face get on there? I know we saw it with a pie, but is there more to this story? See my
And it's been so long that I've been listening to the pod. I honestly can't remember exactly how I found it. Probably just cruising through Reddit and saw the sticky post about the podcast and went and listened. And God, it's been 3+ years now as a member of the Slack, so it's got to be a lot longer than that. Just overall listening.
Well, I just said Detroit Lions podcast Slack, but that's a better story. No, that's awesome, Greg. This is amazing. Kenyon is in the chat right now. He says, "We who are about to die salute you." Greg is a very busy man. He's got a family and he's got real life live music. Karen Rogers just donated $50.
Karen Rogers, that's
awesome.
Great.
Thank you, Karen. He's got real life things to do, and he promised at 10,000 that he was going to do this suicidal Packy chip, the 1 million Scoville death sentence deal live, and he's got the one chip challenge. He's going to do it, and he's trusting you. This is a guy. Think about what he's doing here. He's about to murder himself in faith that you folks will get us to $10,000 of donations. So please, please, please. Help us get to $10,000 of donations. It's time to do this. All right, Greg, I don't know what I can do. I don't know if I can give you a drum roll. I don't know if I can do taps. I go, here, we'll just taps.
Yeah, that'll work.
That's about the best I got.
You want to just go ahead and play Gridiron Heroes. We'll run with that.
Oh, okay. I think I got that somewhere. Oh, yeah.
You've actually got it.
I do.
Oh yeah.
Oh Jesus.
He's prepared.
Yeah. I just gotta find it. I think I got it. Where are we?
Maybe.
I do.
Well, I'm gonna apologize in advance. I've got my 1-year-old here crawling around in the living room, so there's probably going to be some accompanying background noise here.
That's all right. It adds to the ambiance. Yeah. That's all good.
Yeah.
First off, before you do this, what do you have to drink with you to watch this?
So a part of the challenge is that you are supposed to go as long as possible without eating or drinking after eating the chip.
Okay.
The goal is to make it anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes.
Right.
But after that, I went and bought a whole carton of milk, and I have already had about half a bottle of extra strength Pepto to prepare my stomach.
This is pretty good
on you.
So yeah.
Wow. And then you have plans to go do something.
Yeah, my wife and I are going to the Pop Evil concert tonight. So
hey, West Michigan, Pop Evil.
Okay, I'll run a stopwatch for you in the background, and I'm not gonna force you to go over 5 minutes. I'll call out the time. I'll call it at the minute mark. How about that? And you can decide what is appropriate, because I don't want to hurt you. I really like you. You're a good dude. Yeah. You know what I mean? All right. So what we got? 1 million Scovilles. Is there anything in the box that we need to let people know for those who are unfamiliar with this?
They do a new one of these every year. This is the 2021 chip. Apparently they try to up the game every single year. But this is coated with dust from Carolina Reaper and Scorpion peppers. And there is a really nice warning label on the back of the box. Do not eat if you are sensitive to spicy foods, allergic to peppers, nightshades, or capsicum, or pregnant, or have any medical conditions.
Nightshades. All right. While you're doing that, I just want everyone to know I just had a special delivery of soft pretzels and a nice fruit smoothie. So I'm right here with you. It's just basically the same thing, Greg.
We're both going to suffer together. So here's the chip.
Oof.
I've definitely put the glove on. My wife's insistence that I wear this so that I don't contaminate anything else.
You don't want to touch other
people's body. They know what's up.
Yeah. Yep. The wife definitely knows what's up. She's over here. Accidentally wore her Lions gear today in support. So
as Greg does this, please don't donate. stjude.org/DLP.
Yes, please do. Let's hit that. Make sure you hit that $10,000 mark, please, so that I didn't eat this chip in vain. So here inside of the box it says, "Face the Reaper. Any last words, rules for the challenge? You eat the entire chip. Wait as long as possible before drinking or eating anything, and post your reaction on social media with a specific hashtag for the company as well."
Well, you're doing this live, so you are.
Yeah.
Just don't say the C word. And other than that, we're okay. I understand any reactions that come out of it. We've got enough time in here. We shouldn't get beat up.
Yeah.
And then whatever you can as far as descriptive, like what you're feeling, like where it hurts, what it feels like, those things.
It hurts. I'm sure it's going to hurt most in my fandom.
They should call it the Patricia chip.
It is. It is the Patricia chip.
Oh my God.
All right. So
I can't believe
here we go.
See this.
All right.
I'm actually, my hands are shaking a little bit. I'm getting nervous. Trent has scared the crap out of me by talking up reactions that other people have had while eating this chip. So
sometimes it's just best not to know.
Yeah, ignorance would have been bliss.
Yeah.
So
Trent's always out there with a helpful hand.
I've got to say that chip looks borderline burnt to me.
Right.
It does.
I'm certain that's probably what my stomach lining is going to look like here when I'm finished. So
that's all just hot stuff glued together with a hot paste.
That's it right there. So
all right.
Cheers, fellas.
Oh my God. Oh wait, let me start.
Chris, so you have some fruit to join me with?
Yeah. Let me a soft pretzel. I'll put some mustard on it to really spice it up.
All right. Cheers.
All right. I'll start the thing. Go ahead. Oh, I would eat the whole thing right away. I wouldn't do it in chunks.
I would too.
Should I start the clock now? Or wait till you put some?
So far not so bad. It's building.
It's building.
But so far it's fairly tolerable.
All right.
Oh, there it comes.
Do the whole thing. You got to do the whole thing and just go.
That is what my wife said. She just like jumping into a cold pool.
Yep.
Do the whole thing at once.
That's what she said, and it's right.
Exactly right. All right.
He's
in. Gone.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
What's it feel like so far? Do you know you ate something hot already?
It's a slow building fire. We're not quite the pits of hell yet.
Not quite.
But there's certainly, it's adding up. It's unpleasant.
I'm going to have a sip of smoothie. That must be a little much for me.
I appreciate you drinking on my behalf since I can't.
You're
well, the mustard got to me.
It's like the eyes and the nose. Are they feeling it now?
Yeah, I'm not so much up in here, but this whole general area everywhere else.
Justin in the chat says, "Bro, you made me hurt with how slow you ate that." Coos 1566, thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
Oh man, it's a slowly accelerating fire. There's no gasoline yet, but
okay.
The eyes are watering. There's definitely.
How's the stomach? How's the stomach feel?
No, nothing to the stomach yet.
Okay.
Knock on wood.
Good. Okay.
Not yet.
I'm sure that'll come.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
So you're well over a minute into this. So you're getting to the point.
Yeah.
You're 45
long enough that it's
yeah.
Minute 45.
Yeah. The burning is starting to get less and less in the mouth. It's moving more toward the throat, which I'm really enjoying a lot less.
Yeah.
Hey, here's people in the chat. Greg about to get the first win of the Lions season. You got this, buddy.
First win of the Lions season. I like it.
2 minutes. You're over 2 minutes.
Over 2 minutes.
You're doing
okay.
well. You're doing well.
Getting cheered on by the little one.
Yeah, the little guy's here. I would pick him up, but I'm a little.
Yeah, I don't blame you for that. Well, he can make a cameo with some other.
Yeah, I took the gloves off. It should be fine, but I'll wipe the entire table down before. Yeah, I don't know if you can see the eyes are watering.
Oh yeah, we can tell just from I can see your.
Yeah,
I'm assuming the little one was reacting to your breath. Actually.
Yeah, my wife said I'm just here to watch a grown man cry. So
won't be the first time.
By the way, you'll want to get all that out of your mouth before you do any extramarital activities or marital activities.
So fun story. When I'd been dating my wife for maybe 2 months. We went to a food truck festival, and I got some. It was supposed to be hot spicy chicken, and she hates black pepper is like spicy to her.
Okay.
So I eat this super spicy chicken, and I give her a kiss like right on the edge of the mouth on the cheek, and she wound up having red marks on her face from where I kissed her.
How is he telling
sensitive she is to
stories right
spice.
now?
So
How is he telling stories right now, Riz?
That's how you power through, man. That's how I did the
yeah.
button.
If I'm talking and I'm remembering other things, I don't have the ability to think about this. So
right. Exactly.
It's kind of subsiding. The throat is it's not so bad. It's in the back of the throat, is where it's kind of stuck right now. So
good. So Pop Evil. Who are you seeing Pop Evil with? Because this is a tour that I'm interested in seeing.
It's my wife. My wife and I are going.
Cool.
She complains that I don't usually go to concerts with her because we have very different musical tastes. And so I said, well, you come to this one with me, and I will go. We're going to go to see Midland in 2 weeks here. So very, like I said, different tastes in music.
Greg, you're my hero, man. You're over 4 minutes now. I have no idea how you're doing this. I've watched
I'm very impressed.
10 videos on this chip, and people just melted. I mean, they shat themselves, and you're just sitting here freaking telling stories. This is massively impressive.
We'll see how it goes down later, because I've also read a lot of people say that a few hours past eating it, their stomach just gets tied in knots. So we'll see how that goes down.
The preemptive Pepto was a very good idea on your part.
I read that. I was doing my research ahead of time, and I saw somebody on a Reddit thread say that they had eaten a good amount of bread and Pepto ahead of time. So
yeah,
for those that aren't aware, I eat keto, so I had to go get a bunch of keto bread and stuff that down ahead of time. So not even real bread or anything.
The keto bread is worse than the
almond milk,
chip.
not real milk.
The keto bread is worse than the chip, my friend.
Man,
we got Terry here. He's become numb to pain. Truly a dedicated Lions fan.
Yes, your years of Lions fandom have prepared you for this.
That's what I like to think. I like to think, 30, almost 40 years of being alive, and most of that as a Lions fan, as you guys can well attest to, will numb you to many things.
This is incredible. You're almost to 6 minutes.
I'm very impressed, Greg.
He's not even reaching for
I'm going to say
whatever.
My goal will be to hit 10, and after 10, I'll probably chug the entire thing of almond milk and just be done. And my suffering there.
You hope. Man.
The kid's crying more than I am, so.
Yeah. Wow.
Eat a second chip, Greg. This isn't fair. I expected screaming and pain, and
Greg's much more of a man than I am. That's for sure.
Well, we knew that.
I'd be on the floor writhing in agony, but that's just me.
So does it hurt? I mean, or are you just like swallowing the pain? Or?
At this point, no. There's not much pain left. When you've eaten something that's spicy, and the flavor just kind of gets stuck in your mouth, and it's there, but it's lessened significantly from where it was. Taking a deep breath really helps. That's for sure. And I notice it also when I'm talking, the pain kind of amps up a little bit, but overall not too bad. It's fairly tolerable.
I feel like Greg's going to get multiple charges of manslaughter because other people are going to try this because it looks so easy.
I have my wife is my defense attorney, so I will, take her with me to fight those charges if need be. She's looking at me like, no, you're on your own.
What's wrong with you? Are you getting the "what the hell is wrong with you" look?
She just mouthed to me, "I hope our son got my genes, not yours." So that makes two of us. Oh man. I hate to say it, but Trent, I feel like your warnings were a little overblown. I'm not saying to load me up with a plate full of these and give me some salsa, but
what can we get you to say about Trent though? I mean, his reaction seemed to be like, come on, right?
Man, Trent seemed to think that this was going to be something that I had strong regrets over. And I'm hoping he doesn't end up being correct. Like I said, later could be pretty miserable.
8 minutes now. I mean, you're saying that he's weak. Is what I'm getting because.
Oh, your words, not mine.
No. I mean, basically what you said after what he told you, and now you're sitting here just having a tea party, right? I mean,
but I don't think Trent. I don't think he said he'd actually done it.
Oh, I
so
thought
he may
said
be
killed him. Okay.
Speaking from a experience level of other people and their past experiences.
Darn it! I was trying to get a nice little battle going, and now he won't do it.
Yeah,
get some interesting.
The Slack War of I-71.
Yeah, there you go. That's right.
Oh man. So what do you still think we should have taken? Would you rather? I know you'd rather have taken Fields than eaten the chip, but do you think we still need Fields?
It's at this point. I mean, Sewell is playing out of his mind. He's been, I want to say like so far he's everything we hope for and more, but he's been pretty damn good. He's been pretty damn good, and I will admit that being it for those that don't know, I live in Columbus, Ohio. I am a Buckeye fan. I will admit my likely bias that comes with that, wanting to have drafted Justin Fields. But, as we warned about throughout the Slack, throughout the past week, your team is nothing if you don't have your quarterback. And while Fields would not have turned this team around this year, and they certainly need more at wide receiver. I think we can all say, or at least I know I can say undoubtedly that while I hoped Goff could be the guy and that we wouldn't have to burn all these first round picks that we have and, potentially blow one of them just to move back up to a spot. I think we've all seen that he's not that guy. The same meme that's shared throughout the Slack chat, you're not the guy. And he's not. And I'm getting the side eye now because I'm still not crying enough for her.
It's 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes.
We are in shock that you're doing this well, Greg. not that we question your ability to handle pain, but dude.
But no, to answer your question, I would have loved to have Justin Fields, Jeff, like you had in your evaluations of him pre-draft. From watching him play every game at Ohio State that he was there, he looked ready. Now, obviously Chicago doesn't have a line around him that is worth a damn, but he does have way better receiving options there than what he would have here. So I can't really, explain where he's gone wrong or not played well. I try not to watch Bears games, so I can't say that I've watched film of him this year. Lions put enough depression into me, and Browns being a second team this year has not gone the way of expectations either. So,
yeah. And I'll say this from being within earshot of the Chicago media, nearly all of the blame is on their coaching staff, more than Fields. I think, I don't want to say that they're giving Fields a pass, but they're kind of giving him a pass.
That's from my one coworker who is a huge Bears fan has said they were hoping that Matt Nagy gets canned. They're hoping that is it this week that Nagy is out, or was it last Sunday that he was out?
It was last Sunday, and
but they played the Niners close last Sunday.
Fields played very well.
Yeah, I know his hope was that they would show out and that Nagy would not even, be brought back or be bothered to say, hey, we don't need you anymore. Just the door's over there. Leave your pass on the way.
Yeah. Yeah. But wow. You might be coming upon a record for like the longest without doing anything after the one.
No, I did read on this. I went. They've got an FAQ on their site that says, how long is the longest, and they says there are a few people who have been a few hours without, and I can't imagine that. I'm not interested in that.
I mean, you start to dehydrate at that point anyway, right? I mean, without the chip.
Yeah, by then I'm ready to have a drink of, take your pick of beverage. So
almond milk would be good.
Yeah.
My My goodness,
So,
Greg, this is crazy. Now, as the day goes on and as the night goes on, I have a feeling there's going to be effects. Can you maybe check in every now and then? Pictures.
I will do a wellness check every now and then. I'll send you a text from the concert, and hopefully it's not a video shot of me in the bathroom taking a puke right in the middle of the show. That would not be.
Where's the concert at?
It's at Newport Music Hall.
Oh, the Newport! I love the Newport. I saw so many shows. I'm a Northland Viking. Go Vikings. We're terrible at football. Probably bad at basketball too. So yeah, the Newport was like my jam back like 1988, 1989. I was there at least once a week.
So the Newport is where I saw my first ever show. I would have been 1998 or 99, and I saw Garbage in concert, and they lived up to their name. It was not a good show at all. So
yeah.
It's a very different place now that they've got the smoking ban. You know, I remember it not so fondly as, you know, just clouds and clouds of smoke everywhere, and you can't breathe for days afterward. But now it's a very different venue.
Yeah, it was one of those where that was like obviously a lot of places left. That place was like you got out of there and you just wanted to take your clothes off because it was like, oh my God, the stench. It was bad. Yeah.
Yep.
My first show at the Newport, I saw Joan Jett there in 1987. She was awesome. Saw many shows there. Saw the last show I went to there was Don Dokken's solo tour. My second senior year of college. So that would have been 1995, and it was not good.
So, Chris, I've got to say the pain is almost completely. So I see Riz is still talking, but I'm not hearing it. Am I out or?
No, you're good. You're good. His lips are moving, but he's not saying anything usually.
Your lips move, but I can't hear what you're saying. You've become comfortable.
So the pain is pretty much gone. I feel, you know, again, knock on wood, I feel normal at this point. Other than that, anyway, the watery eyes. But other than that, I feel good. I feel normal. This is a confirmation that Chip is.
I mean,
totally
we watched
gone.
him open it, Riz. There's no shenanigans here. I don't even know what to do.
You did it.
Holy cow.
Oh.
Okay. When Greg tells you something's not spicy, I'm not listening anymore.
My wife has already learned that the hard way. I said, "Oh no, it's not bad. You should try this." And then, you know, she takes one bite and I then doesn't speak to me for the next week. So
I mean, I thought he was gonna die, Riz, when he took the one bite and then the other bite. I'm like, no, you just gotta put the whole thing in and make it go. And he's like, no, I'm good. I'm just gonna nom. You're like 16 minutes.
Oh, I'm sure I'll pay for this later. I'm sure, you know, just me even saying right now, it's not so bad, is going to come back and bite me firmly on the ass. Wow. And tomorrow morning's heartburn is going to be a little unpleasant.
We should have sent him some of these freaking Bean Boozleds to knock this down.
I almost Wednesday I forget who, I think it was Big Bad Fab I was messaging with on the Slack, and we were talking about the different stretch goals and everything. I said, you know, I could just order some beans. It wouldn't be too late to do that. And I looked, and I could get them on the next day Amazon Prime shipping. Yeah. Well, I could. No, too late now. Sorry, guys.
Okay, well, I'm going to look like a bitch now because I owed one from 7,800. Riz is going to eat one at 8,800. So there you go.
Yeah,
we'll do trivia after a while.
What did you wind up with the 7,800? What was that?
Riz
flavor
got
that you got?
Dirty socks, was it?
I saw the dirty socks one.
I had, and then I got barf.
I saw that as well.
That was rough, and that's where I'm sitting right now.
That's where Chris thought I'd be sitting right now.
I'm still. I can still sort of. Yeah.
I had sour milk. I just spun up. It's blue, berry blue, or toothpaste.
That sounds about as innocuous as you could get. I mean, it's not necessarily terrible if it's toothpaste.
I like toothpaste.
Yeah, I mean, I use toothpaste every day, at least once. I mean, I'm thinking this is okay.
But here's the catch. They don't tell you what flavor the toothpaste is.
Well, that's true.
Hopefully it's not bar flavored toothpaste.
It could be like the toothpaste after orange juice or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Quick, honey, give me some orange juice to wash down this toothpaste. All right, here we go. Bean Boozle time. I'm going to look like a total man. No giveaway. Okay. Please be Barry. Toothpaste.
What did we say it was? It was like a 4-to-1 odds. You get the bad tasting flavor.
That's what we wound up. Oh God.
It's bad toothpaste.
It's mint. And I shouldn't have probably had the mustard with those pretzels ahead of this. I should have spaced this.
Mint and mustard.
I probably would actually like this at about 4 a.m.
Yeah.
It's not
mint
terrible.
and ass or what?
No, it's not terrible.
Okay. Well, hopefully
Is it not terrible, or is it I am at 4 a.m. leaving the club and these are my options? Not terrible.
Yeah, like it's either I'm getting this or Skyline chili.
I would go for the chili. This is just, well, depends. If I'm going home alone, I'm getting the chili. If I've got a date coming with me, I'm eating the toothpaste. Of course, my date would be my lovely bride, just so everybody knows.
Of course. Yeah. Who else would it be?
No one else would have me. There you go. Wow, I lucked out on that one. I mean, that one is, as you're right, that is probably the best, toothpaste or berry blue. Wow, you could win on either one of those.
So when these beans come, do they have every single one of them has these specific flavors, or are they like we have 64 flavors and you get 8 different options in this box?
So no, this is the 5th series or 5th edition.
Yeah, that's what I got too.
And it comes with, okay, so you can either have stink bug or toasted marshmallow, and those look the same. That could be either one. Rotten egg or buttered popcorn, barf or peach, booger or juicy pear, stinky socks or tutti frutti, dirty dishwater or birthday cake. The dirty dishwater was really bad. I remember that.
I remember that from last year. Was that you or Case that got that?
Case. He caused him partly to puke. Toothpaste or berry blue, canned dog food or chocolate pudding. I hear the dog food is really bad. I think Case got that too and puked. Spoiled milk or coconut, dead fish, and strawberry banana smoothie. Anonymous, $20.
Thank you, Anonymous.
Thank you. Thank you for your anonymity. 21 minutes. I'm going to stop the stopwatch now, Greg. You are the champion.
That's we are duly impressed.
Yeah. I mean, gosh.
I'm just thankful to not be in pain yet.
Amen.
I thought I was going to see him rocking on the floor and crying, and his wife calling 911, and the baby in tears. I was all excited.
Oh no, her very words to me were, "I'm not helping you through this, and I'm definitely not helping you through this when it comes out." So,
yeah.
So, I mean, a tasteful video of just your face for that experience.
Tasteful. I mean, if we're still going
the,
in,
the sweat beads and the
another 18 hours from now,
we'll be here.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, Greg, you did it. I mean, you outperformed, you outstripped everybody's expectations.
We are wildly impressed.
I'm just putting on a good front. As soon as we're done, I'm grabbing the beer bong and filling it up with this almond milk.
I'll do a beer bong with you. I can't. I got a long show.
God, I haven't done a beer bong in years.
Come on. Years. Like dog years? I don't wait, that's longer.
Yeah, that might be.
Well, Greg, you got it, man. You've got the respect of many tens
Love the
of
show.
People.
That was a very tough act to follow. I got to say that interview with the guys was just outstanding. I could have listened to them for 6, 10, 12 more, the entire 18 more hours. That was great.
Coach
thank you.
Is so great because he really is retired, and like he is very protective of his time. And he's like, I was telling him we'll do 20 minutes, and he's like, okay, cool. And I said, yeah, we're looking at 20, 30. He said, it was 20 before. Now you're pushing 30. I'm like, sorry, coach, you're right. 20 minutes. We're on it. We're on it. He's like, all right. And then we get on, and he's like, I'm rambling. Is that okay? All day, coach.
Coach, if you want to go the entire time, man, just go.
Yep. No, off you went. They were great. All of them were great. Even Herman and Lomas, they were on a timer, and not only did they flex to make it work, but they went long and they had no problem.
They did
great. It's a testament to their character, all three of them, man. Just really
absolutely
people, and kind of a sense for Lions fans to kind of think back and remember what it was like to get there, and hopefully with this regime we'll be able to pull that together. Hey, let me ask you.
Here's hoping.
Did you see the Aaron Rodgers thing today?
Which part?
I didn't see any of it because I've been hanging out with Riz and some other people.
Oh, the interview? No, I have not actually listened to the interview yet.
Okay, maybe
I have read a number of the tweets of the clips and everything, and then quotes of his. Let me just summarize it by saying, while I may have previously been on board with your revenge idea of let's get Rodgers next year, I am fully out. I want him nowhere near anything that I cheer for.
All right. So I'm looking at Twitter now, and somebody wrote, Aaron Rodgers out here making Kyrie look like Cornell West. That's probably a good summation. I haven't seen or heard it either.
Yeah.
Maybe
there's a lot of people that are having a lot of fun with it.
Maybe Krabs will know.
There are some good memes, good gifs that have come out of this.
I'm kind of thinking though that I'm going back to my preseason prediction that he was going to tear down the Packers one way or another. And we are.
This would be a way to do it.
We are
taking his own legacy with him, but if that's what he wants, then
you can't. That's the thing. If you're a Packers fan, the juxtaposition of he's your hero, won a Super Bowl, did all that, and then now this, it's like you don't know what to do. That's what I love the most. He can't be a hero and he can't be a heel. You have to suck it all, right? You take the whole thing. That's what I love, because they've been miserable to live with. So
yeah, I'm looking forward to the I'm looking forward to the inevitable downfall and hoping that begins next year.
Here you go, Packers fans.
After an early first round exit this season.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, let's even not even say the first round. Let's just say that this is the end of the road.
Well, that would be even better if one of the three other teams in our division could catch them.
That'd be nice. Anybody.
Anybody but.
All right, fellas. Well, I appreciate your time, and I'm being summoned elsewhere.
Thanks,
yeah, you have done more than you needed to, Greg. So thank you so much for being Iron Man with the stomach there. We are wildly. Everybody is going to give you love in the Slack. Oh, there's a little guy.
All right, there's a poor young Lions fan.
Say hi. Can you say hi? No, I cannot say hi.
That's okay. All right.
There he is. He can point at least. Good job, buddy.
Yay.
Daddy's not going to give you a kiss right now. You don't want that. Nobody wants that.
That's awesome. All right, Greg. Thank you, brother.
All right,
Greg. Thank you. Wife of Greg. Thank you.
Yeah.
I will convey your thanks. All right, fellas. Take care.
All right.
See you, man.
Enjoy the show.
All right. Bye.
All right.
Wow.
Woo. Good times.
I'm stunned at how well he handled that. That's
this is the thing, because now I'm like, oh, I could probably do it. No, I can't.
No,
yeah, I like spicy stuff. I can go pretty spicy, but that's, like I said, that's the thing that's going to get him a manslaughter charge, because he made it look way too freaking easy.
Yeah, people are going to be like, oh, I can do that. Greg did it. No problem. Yeah, we're going to have Slack horror stories from now. What's going on? So
I gotta look and see what Trent's saying, because boy, I thought I could get a battle royale going. That would have been fun.
Yeah. All right, so we got a few minutes here before Mr. Kyle Krabs joins us, so that's good. What you? Sorry, school bus just by.
No. Let's do an update on the amount so far. We're at 8403. If you haven't, even a dollar, folks. We would
8403. So we are getting there.
Yep. 8,800 is our next bean. and that is Riz. Maybe we should start putting them at $500 increments. 8,800.
Nah.
93. No, we'll just alternate.
Well,
so it's $1,000. All right. $8,403. Get those donations in there. Go to stjude.org/DLP. All right. stjude.org/DLP. You get your donation in there. It's all tax deductible. You help a bunch of people that need it. Oh, Frosty wants a breakdown of that clearly badass camera I'm using. I might, maybe one day. I have it's set up downstairs for game day drinks.
I need to excuse myself for 1 minute. I will be right back.
All right. Give me 1 second to make you go away. How about that?
All right.
All right. Bye, Riz. Cool. All right. So we are at 8403. If you have anything you can spare, even $1, we appreciate it. Thanks everyone who's donated so far. Stephen P. We got him. We already we're all caught up. How am I caught up? Where's those donations, folks? Bang, bang, bang. Let's go. The auction site, let me get to that. That's probably a good place to look to see what is going on. What do I type? auction.detroitlionspodcast.com. And we can see where everything stands right now on the auction. There's some great stuff out there with some more great stuff on the way. And it will all be out and delivered by Christmas, because the auctions end on the 15th of December. You have some time here. 4 bids in, 7 nights in a Colorado ski home. 7 nights. You can pick any nights through May of 2023, so you have a lot of time to use it. Plan a great vacation for the family, friends, whatever you want to do. It is a $3,000 value. It's a 4 seasons home. If you're not a skier, the mountains in the summer are beautiful. Great sights to see in Colorado. Colorado's really an amazing state. Like I said, $3,000 value. It's right by Winter Park, Colorado. It is up right now. It's only $251. Get out there. $251. Got a DeAndre Swift signed football. DeAndre Swift signed jersey. Dan Schlereth baseball. TJ Hawkinson autographed football. Penny Sewell autographed football. Jamal Williams autographed football. And dinner with Chris, Sandman, the Riz from Detroit Lions Podcast, downtown Detroit at Prime and Proper on us. Win the bid. Come hang out for a night. Drinks, food, great food. Great food. It's a spectacular time. Come out and have some fun and join us with that one. 5 bids in on that one so far. So there's that. Also, we have a Jerry Jacobs jersey that's coming. It arrives Tuesday. It'll go up. We have a Jerry Jacobs signed football that comes on Tuesday as well. Wayne Fonts football coming, for those who didn't know. Wayne Fonts football is coming. And then we've got, let's see, Dan Miller is going to be up there. He is doing a voicemail message for the winner of that one. That's going to be a huge deal. Billy Sims is sending something. I haven't heard back from him yet. I'll see what's going on. That's we got some stuff from him that's going up there, so don't forget about that at the auction. Auction.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. Got a Quintez Cephas helmet signed, a Herman Moore helmet signed, a Jamal Williams helmet signed, a Darren McCarty puck signed with F. Lemieux on it, a Chris Osgood signed puck with 400 win 3 cups, a amazing Darren McCarty signed boxing glove, and it says "Sweet Revenge." $325.97. Darren McCarty, 4 times Stanley Cup champ. That's awesome. McCarty's the bomb. And then a signed Chris Osgood poster of an overhead shot down on him in the crease with the ice in front of him. Really, really cool. Really looks awesome. So what we got going on? We got all kinds of awesome stuff going on. That's the auction, the donation, stjude.org/DLP. That money goes. We got the hot chip. Greg did that at 10K. We've got the sweet and sour, not the sweet sour, the Sprite challenge, which is a lemon and lime. Somebody's going to eat. That should be interesting. We have beans along the way at the 800 mark of every $1,000. And we have a pie in Riz's face. We have a pie in my face coming up. And then at the top goal at $25,000, you will see Jeff, the Riz Risden. Thank you, Mitchell. Thank you so much. You just helped unlock a new toy for St. Jude with that donation. Thank you. At $25,000, Riz will be dancing live on camera in a tutu. Don't want to miss that at all. That is definitely going to be a sight to see. We have a stretch goal, and I will do the Fat Guy 40 at $30,000 if we get there. So it's up to you guys to push us over the line and get us there. Looking for your help. We're at $84,1338 right now. $8,413.38. thank you everybody who's donated. Thank you all, one and all, because it's really special that you guys have taken part and helped out here. So we really, really appreciate you guys doing that. Let's see. We got coming up, I think it's Kyle, right? Yes, Kyle Krabs is coming up. Really, really great stuff. You guys are going to love the talk from Kyle. Please make sure when he gets up and shows up, or even ahead of time, because he's going to be on just in moments, get it out on socials, let people know. It's a little hard for me to tweet while we're doing this. Also, Dean Blandino coming up at 5 o'clock. What else do we got? We got Big Bad Fab. He's counting on you guys to get to the right stuff. He's going to do a live pie. At that time, he's taking pies. Cam and Brett Kuzno. You saw Brett win the trivia challenge earlier for me, so that Riz had to eat himself a bean. That was good.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Oh, you're back here. Let me bring you back up.
I am back here.
All right. And then Cam, his son, who is a cancer patient. A lot to talk about with that. It's a really, really great story. We had him on last year, and it was moving. I mean, so much so. I mean, look, we do a lot as a part of this from administrative costs, and we donate and everything as part of all this. But his story was so compelling and so moving. In the moment, my wife was like, "I'm just donating because Cam is such a great guy and such an awesome story." She was just moved. It's great to hear Cam and Brett talk and hear them talk about their story. 8 o'clock hour. Mark Schofield is coming. He is spectacular. Can't wait to get him back on. I love talking to him. He's a smart guy. Ash, as you know him from the post-game show, will be on at 9 p.m. He'll be on for a couple hours. And then a personal friend of mine, a guy named Matthias, his son had cancer. His son played soccer with my son. They're in the same team. He and I work together, the same company. He's a really, really genuinely wonderful human being. One of those guys that you look at and you say, God, I wish I could be as good as he is. So he's going to talk about the journey with his son, his family. His son is in remission, in good shape. He's soon to have his 24-month checkup, but it's a great story and a real kind of feel-good opportunity, something to check out for sure. So we got that going on, and then Colin,
Kurt
at 6, Kurt V, 450.
Thanks, Kurt.
Kurt, thank you so much. You are awesome. Thank you. Really, really appreciate that. Colin, the guy who donated and with Pro Sports Zone, all those great items there that I read off, the helmets and all that. He will be on as well to talk about what he's donating and stuff for the auction.
Colin was with you in Los Angeles.
Ooh, news right here. I don't know if you saw this. Lions waive Tyrell Williams with an injury settlement.
I did not see that. I will unfortunately have to write something about that in the near future.
Yep. Can you give me a moment before we call Kyle?
Absolutely.
All right.
Yep. Yeah. We'll get Kyle here. Kyle is know who Kyle is.
Yeah. Let me just really quick. I want to say again, huge thanks to, I'm going to refresh. I believe it was Kurt V, but I want to make sure I get his name right. Kurt V. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for that $450. Pie in the face to come. Cheers, guys. That's awesome. Ash, he's like, what? Only 8 pies in my face so far? That's way too few. Kurt just threw half a pie at him. That's more like it. Good stuff in the chat. Ash is going to be on tonight. For every $1,000 we have raised, he's going to take a pie live on the air. Wow. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, he's got a lot of willing participants.
Get that crap ramped up.
So thank you, Kurt V. We are at 8863. So Riz, you cross the we cross the threshold for you to have a bean. We'll do that after Kyle, if you're all right.
Yeah, we will.
Give me a quick bio break, and I will be back. And sure. You can carry us, please, if you would, over the finish line here.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know Kyle has been on the show before. He works for the Draft Network. He has the Draft Dudes podcast. I think they still do that under that incarnation. I listen to it. He does it with Joe Marino, both good old friends of mine. Kyle is a Miami Dolphins fan, and he ran the Dolphins wire for some time. He recently stepped back from that, but he is, and I know him very well as a draftnik, and we have hung out together. We have sat next to each other at the Combine for most of the last 5 or 6 years. Kyle is somebody who does not buy into groupthink in his evaluations. This is a guy who's not afraid to step out on his own. He's not afraid to be wrong in an opinion. He's also not afraid to be boldly right in an opinion. And I really respect that about him. He's just a really good dude. He breaks things down in an easy way. And so one of the things that I wanted to talk to him about, and he's aware of this when I booked him for the show, was there were a lot of Lions fans that were very interested in Tua Tagovailoa as being the quarterback. And it's not working out as well as expected in Miami. So one of the things that I want to find out from Kyle is how has that organization mishandled things with all the Deshaun Watson rumors, I'm not sure that the Brian Flores is the right coach for what they've got. So I want to get his opinion on how to properly, I don't know, like how to soften the landing for a franchise quarterback that maybe not everybody in the fan base or the franchise itself is all in on, because that's something that's happening in Miami now. I will tell you that that's something that has happened in a couple other spots that I've covered too, and Kyle is eminently familiar with that as well. So I'm looking forward to picking his brain a little bit. We will get him on that, and I will try to keep him as long as I possibly can before I have to eat this stupid bean, and also get to work on writing Tyrell Williams with the injury settlement. If you were with us at the very beginning of the day, and why wouldn't you be, we asked Justin Rogers if there was any chance that we would see Tyrell in a Lions uniform again, and he obviously wasn't aware that the settlement was coming, but it was pretty clear that we weren't going to see Tyrell Williams in a Lions uniform again. So that's, it's unfortunate. Just to go on with Tyrell for a second, the concussion, I sincerely hope he's okay. I have seen dudes that are have had concussions in their playing career, and you see them afterwards, and it's rough, man. It's hard. It's heartbreaking to know. And I grew up in the presence of a future NFL player, and while I haven't had contact with him in a long time, I do know his wife. And this is a guy who's my age. I'm 49. His wife has relayed to me, and I haven't talked to her in a couple of years, but it's like there are days when he doesn't know who I am, speaking as his wife. And that's really, really hard to stomach. This was a guy that I knew as a vibrant, bright young guy. And the fact that he's in the state he's in because of the concussions that he got when he played, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. So I really hope that for Tyrell's sake, that he gets whatever, that his head gets absolutely right. Justin talked about him Justin mentioned that Coach Antoine Randall L was like, he doesn't look like Tyrell. He doesn't feel like he's Tyrell. And that's really as discouraging as disheartening. And I hope that it turns out okay for him medically, that he doesn't have problems from this afterwards. Football needs to be the afterthought at this point. Once we got to like 2 or 3 weeks out from him suffering the initial concussion, and there was no word of him even like being like starting to do the workouts with the NFL's concussion protocols. One of the first things you have to do, you have to go through a non-contact practice, and then 24 hours later, you still have to be asymptomatic of everything. He couldn't even get to the point where he could do the non-contact practice. That's scary, folks. That's not cool. I know people like they get uppity when you talk about it and you label it a brain injury. Well, damn it, it's a brain injury. This isn't something that if you're calling a dude soft off this, you're probably not going to be my friend, on or off the air. It's frustrating, man, because this is a guy. Tyrell has battled a lot of other injuries throughout his career. That's one of the reasons why he was available. And it's just talking about Tyrell Williams a little bit and what's going on with him and how frustrating it is, and how we need to respect when I call it a brain injury. I know Dave Burkett of the Free Press is big on calling them brain injuries. There's a reason we do that, because it is something that you have to take more seriously than a lot of people think. You can't just run Oklahoma drills and have dudes headbutting walls anymore. we know from life experience, it's just not healthy. And I don't care if you're 55 years old and you did it when you were in middle school. It doesn't make that it was right. It doesn't. You got lucky if you got out of it doing that. So respect the brain injury. Respect.
It's one of those things when we talked to Jerry. Remember in the preseason, the big hit he got on special teams. And
that's right.
And he got flag on it, which was like whatever. But they put him out and they took him down and did the concussion protocol in the locker room, right?
Mm-hmm.
And asked him about it, and he was like, "Yeah, no, I didn't know if I was just really excited from the play, or if it was just all the guys hitting me in the head, or what." And when he said that I had thought about that a million times before. When you see them, they bash each other in the head, like just as these big clubs along this long side of the head. And we're in helmet, sure, but if you just had like a massive hit like that in the head, those little hits do stuff too. You know what I mean? Those are additive. And I just it's like, man, that's probably one of the things that they should really talk about. Go back to smacking them on the butt. Go back to giving the hit in the rear and be done with it. And we'll go for that. Right. That's where I'm at. Greg's still hanging out in the chat. No pain. God, unbelievable. All right. Injury settlement. That's awesome. That's awful. Not awesome. Sorry. I'm glad that we get some resolution on it. I was talking as you were gone about how we asked Justin about it this morning, and Justin was obviously didn't know that the settlement was coming, but it was pretty clear that he made it pretty clear that Tyrell Williams was not going to be playing again without saying as much. Does that change your mind on OBJ?
No.
Ah, okay. We will still argue about that.
Yeah, we will.
We'll differ. We won't argue.
So we are. I'm really bad at math. We are 7 hours in. 7 hours in.
Yes, 7 hours in. You want me to hit up Kyle right now?
Yeah. Let's do that. But while you're dialing that, one of the things that I thought we would be talking about quite a bit is the fact that Taylor Decker's coming back, and we could have the argument again of, do you move Penei Sewell back to right tackle?
I don't think we'll argue, but
we haven't even gotten into that yet. It hasn't even come up. So I'm very excited that hasn't happened, because I'm not sure that there's a good answer for that.
6 pins, man. 6 pins.
6 pins in the finger.
Yep. Come in, Kyle. Kyle, are you out there?
It's Kyle Krabs.
It is.
How you doing, my man?
Going? Good. Yourself?
Well, now that you're here, everything's all right.
Glad I could help.
Kyle, thanks right, so much for coming on with us. This is Kyle Krabs of the Draft Network and many other places, but we're here to pick your brain about some NFL draft stuff. So thank you again for joining us, Kyle. I appreciate you always making time for us.
No, it's my pleasure. Good to link up with you guys. I'm down here in Miami. Dolphins played 2 home games in 5 days, so I got down here and I'm posting up, and what better way to spend a rainy day in South Florida in a hotel room than talking a little football on the radio. So I'm in.
Can you please just take a moment and explain the greatness of Dan Marino to Risdon, because he just doesn't seem to understand it.
I've tried to have this conversation with Jeff many a time, and it seems as though it's falling on deaf ears. So
it really calls into question his ability to evaluate players, doesn't it?
I mean, you said it, not me.
I feel bad.
Way to antagonize the guest.
I'm antagonizing you. Kyle, do you know Chris Spooner? Kyle?
Yes, I do know Chris.
This is the thing. Guy. This is the thing that Dan Marino, I love Chris. He is one of the coolest guys, nicest guys, and super a gentle kind of wonderful person. We're at the Loda Beer House in Mobile, and Dan Marino came up, and there's a deep streak of Dolphins fandom in Spoonful of Sports over there, and Riz threw a little bit of alcohol maybe, and a very vicious dislike of Dan Marino was leaning over the table shouting down Chris Spooner, and Chris is like, okay, man. He's totally like I give up. Just stop. And Riz is just red faced, sweating. I'm just like, what are you doing, man?
That is absolutely a true story.
No, yeah, I've been with Riz with a couple drinks in him, so that doesn't surprise me at all.
A handful of times, just maybe. Yeah.
Maybe that was a late night story. Sorry, Riz. I didn't want to do that, but
no, that's okay. That's fine.
Me and Kyle have a connection.
I apologize in person to Chris after that too. He's a good dude.
He's awesome. He was a good sport too. He actually,
he is. So Kyle, I was previewing this as we were getting a hold of you. One of the reasons that I wanted to talk to you is because you have direct experience with a Miami Dolphins team that has not exactly handled bringing in a first-round quarterback all that well.
Well, that's an understatement, but yes.
Yeah. So, regardless of my relatively negative opinion of Tua going in, what has been the Dolphins' downfall in bringing him in? Were they just not prepared for the first-round quarterback? Did they pick the wrong quarterback? What's the root of all the evil that's going on between Tua and that team?
Well, it depends on who you ask. But I think if you pay attention to some of the little details in how Brian Flores handled Tua Tagovailoa as a rookie and some of the things that he said before he got on the field and who the offensive coordinator was and Chan Gailey, who they brought in ahead of the 2020 season, and the presence of Ryan Fitzpatrick and how much he energized that team in 2019, they created a bigger mess than what they needed to, because it almost felt like, and there's nothing definitive on this one way or another, but it almost felt like, okay, Fitz did wonders for us in 2019. We were a team that were supposed to go 0-16. We won 5 games. We went 5-4 across our final 9 games. We're going to bring in the offensive coordinator who Ryan Fitzpatrick has the best rapport with, and then we're going to draft a quarterback at 5. And then we're going to get into the season, and we're going to start 3-3. And amidst that 3-3 start, Brian Flores is going to say, when asked by the media at one point, if Tua was my son, I would not put him in the game. He's not ready. And then the bye week comes, and you put Tua in the game, and it's a struggle, and it's like pulling teeth at times. And the fan base perceives it as, well, Chan Gailey doesn't like Tua because he gives Ryan Fitzpatrick all the good plays. And then you get to the offseason, and it turns out Tua has the admission that, yeah, I really didn't know the playbook all that well. So I couldn't do anything at the line of scrimmage, and we're running plays that we know are dead on arrival, but I can't change them because I didn't know the playbook and I didn't have the ability to make any checks or adjustments. And then you piggyback that and you put on how Brian Flores handled the fourth quarter of both the Broncos and the Raiders games, in which he pulled Tua and put Fitz back in, and it creates this whole kind of environment of, I don't want to say distrust, but that's really what it felt like. Is he didn't know the playbook, so we had to limit the offensive game plan. And if we're in crunch time and it's within 1 score, we're going to pull him out of the game. And all of that happens, and then Chan Gailey this offseason comes out and says, yeah, I was blindsided. I found out the same time you did that they were making a quarterback change, which makes me feel like that there were additional powers that be that were involved in that initial decision to put him in, because it was no less than 3 weeks after Brian Flores says, if he was my kid, I wouldn't play him. So makes me wonder on a surface level, from the decision to draft him in the first place and all the way down, who were the main parties that were pushing that. And it starts up at the very top with Stephen Ross, who reportedly wanted Lamar Jackson, and Chris Greer told him no and drafted Minkah Fitzpatrick instead, like Adam Gase would have done a good job with Lamar Jackson, let's be honest.
Oh my God.
and then, we're at the point now where it's been reported that Stephen Ross is the main pushing power behind the next quarterback pursuit that they have in Deshaun Watson that is going to be off until the offseason. But it really feels as though they've been pursuing, they wanted a really high level quarterback, and they took the one that they thought was the best, but he didn't assimilate immediately with an offense that wasn't even tailored to him in the first place. And then it's like, oh, okay, well, we're going to go get this final answer and finished product at the NFL level instead anyway. So thanks anyway.
Wow. There's a lot of notes to take from that if you're a Lions fan.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let me spin on for a second.
Well, that was Jordan giving $100 to St. Jude. Thank you, Jordan. The kids thanks all
thank you,
everyone
Jordan.
who does a donation.
That's outstanding.
Yeah.
I thought it was just a sound bar. That this makes it even better.
No, the sound bar I think that we have for this one is. Go ahead, Riz.
Yeah. It sounds like Tua will be available as a potential option. We'll get to the draft in a minute, but if the Lions don't want to draft a quarterback, might they be able to acquire Tua? And what have you seen from Tua that makes you think he could or could not succeed elsewhere?
Well, it's tough because, this whole charade has gone on now, and the trade deadline has come and gone. And what I've tried to get the listeners of my show to kind of be aware of is you have to make coaching staff decisions before you can make personnel decisions in the offseason. And there's a lot of awkwardness that now exists with this open pursuit of Deshaun Watson, where Stephen Ross was reportedly granted the night before the trade deadline the opportunity to talk to Deshaun Watson. It's Tua's our quarterback, Tua's our quarterback, Tua's our quarterback. Well, the night before the trade deadline, Ross gets a phone call. Yeah, you want to call up Deshaun? Go ahead and try to see what kind of answers you can get that are going to make you comfortable to do a trade.
Oh my God, that's wild.
So, and now we're just going to continue on for 9 more games, and I guess pretend like it didn't happen. So maybe Tua balls out over the next 9 games and changes their mind. But then it's like, if you get to the end of the season and you do want to make a change, how can you possibly do anything other than just bring back the coach and GM that are privy to what you as the owner would like to do? Because what are you going to sell a GM hire on, trust me, bro, I'm going to take 3 first-round picks and flip them in March, and we'll get it done. Never mind the fact that what happens if somebody swoops in, if Deshaun Watson – his legal matters are cleared and there's an understanding of what his availability is going to be, and teams are comfortable with that. And now all of a sudden teams can start going all in. So it's like, I don't even know how you proceed to start the offseason, because you're going to have to make GM and coaching decisions in January, but you can't do anything from a personnel perspective till March.
Wow.
If you had to ask me right now, Tua Tagovailoa would not be the starting quarterback of the Dolphins in 2022.
Okay.
And if you get into the new league calendar year, that cap situation is a little bit more friendly than what it would be if they had traded him, say, at the deadline in a 3-team deal or some hypothetical like that. So I would expect, based on everything that's happened now, and he's going to have an opportunity to change the narrative, but he'd have to play so lights out over the next 9 games to get the powers that be, in my opinion, to change their mind.
Wow. I can't believe, and people in Detroit complain about ownership sometimes.
Guys, remember, this is the same. It's the same play out of the playbook that the Dolphins did in 2011 when then GM Jeff Ireland got on a private jet with Stephen Ross, who had only owned the team for a couple of years at this point, while Tony Sparano was still under the contract as the head coach of the team, and flew to California to meet with Jim Harbaugh, who was then at the time the head coach of Stanford, to question and talk to him about the head coaching job of the Dolphins while they still had somebody under contract to serve as the head coach of the team. It's like, this is the exact same situation, just instead of a head coach, you're doing it with the quarterback. It's wild to me that 10 years later, we are here in this exact same situation, courting somebody else and not loving the one that you're with. Never mind the fact that at least Stephen Ross didn't hire Tony Sparano. The Dolphins drafted Tua 18 months ago at number 5. It's wild to me.
I gotta say, that's from a coaching perspective. I wish the Lions would have done that last year with Patricia, but no, I totally get where you're at, because that was the situation. That's absolutely insane, and you're right about loving the one you got, because the one you got is not. I mean, we can look at Harbaugh now in hindsight, kind of gives us a whole bunch of other information, but gosh, that's absolutely
wild.
crazy. So What do you say? So you think Tua won't be there next year? What do you say to Lions fans who are staring at Jared Goff and saying he's absolutely not the answer? There's no way Jared Goff is the reason this team isn't any good. And I'm saying Lions fans. I'm not saying myself. What do you say to the ones that say Tua's the guy?
I think if you're going to win with Tua Tagovailoa as your starting quarterback, I think you need to have a couple of things. Number one is patience, which the Dolphins clearly don't have. You need to be willing to embrace a certain style of play, which is extremely skewed into play action, RPO, screen passes, a lot of scheme throws. And ironically enough, I look at Jared Goff and what he did in LA with the Rams, and it's kind of like, okay, like Sean McVay worked with Jared enough to accentuate his strengths where, Jared Goff passed for 4,800 yards in 2 consecutive seasons. He was a productive quarterback. He wasn't necessarily a high-level quarterback. And I think there's enough parallels with Tua that's like, if you work with Tua and his strengths, and bless the Dolphins, their offensive staff is trying to work with his best attributes, which are post-snap, making a decision at the mesh point and RPO passing and identifying a single defender and putting that defender in conflict and making that defender wrong. But you have to be able to win the line of scrimmage and run the football at a very high rate, which the Dolphins cannot do. And that's kind of the big mystery of it all is what it would look like if Miami could dictate the line of scrimmage. So that's kind of what the model is going to have to look like for him. And I think he can be a productive NFL quarterback. But if you're looking for somebody who is going to be able to threaten all levels of the field, even when he's under pressure and his feet aren't set and he's kind of working and away from the line of scrimmage or he's on the run, like Tua's not going to be your guy because, if you get him off his spot and you force him to move, the field's immediately cut in half. He just does not have the natural arm strength and juice to threaten the ball deep downfield or outside the numbers beyond 10 yards from the line of scrimmage. That's just kind of the limitations that exist there. But I think you can win with him if you structure an offensive staff around him that can keep he's not going to be your identifying piece and centerpiece of your offense, in my opinion.
Kyle Krabs, Draft Network, with us here via telephone, talking Tua, some of the problems in Miami and some of the other things going on. Let's talk about quarterbacks that are available in the draft, if you don't mind, Kyle.
Sure.
The Lions fans are all over quarterbacks. The Lions have a bunch of roster holes if we're honest about it, and a quarterback isn't going to fix the team. There's a lot of pieces they need. Wide receiver. I mean, you have yourself a quarterback, you have no wide receivers. That's not going to be enough for you. You look around, you see what's there. Lions potentially number 1 overall draft pick. It doesn't seem like there's a clear way for them to get a win this year. They may pull 1 or 2 out, but they could very well still wind up with that first overall draft pick. Where do you see this team? If you're Brad Holmes and you're looking at trying to strategize, you have your first round pick, you have your second round pick, you have the Rams first round pick this year and next year, all 3 of the 6 picks there. How do you start this out? What do you do first this year with the Lions roster in the draft?
Yeah, I just take good players. This is a draft class where I just want to draft the best possible football players, and I really don't care what position they play. And I appreciate that they did that with Penei Sewell. When you looked at that situation, you said, oh, well, you got Decker and you got Crosby, and we might not necessarily need a tackle. But if he's the best player on your board, just draft him and let the chips fall where they may. And don't let good players prevent you from acquiring potentially great players. And I look at this roster, especially with how heavy Detroit leaned into buying into the Matt Patricia New England model with scheme-specific type talents that really probably don't have a lot of appeal for a lot of other systems. And you have a talent issue here because, any other system, unless you're going to Xerox and try and run the Belichick type model defense, and there's a couple of potential trade partners that might have some interest in some of those pieces, you're going to have a hard time. And just look at Jelani Tavai and how that story worked out, right? And I think of a couple investments that have been made, and it's like, yeah, man, like nobody's really going to take that contract for that player. And if I'm Detroit, I just want the best possible players and talent that I can acquire for all of 2022. No questions asked. This is a brand new regime. You should have some semblance of luxury of time. Now, I wouldn't want to go like 1 in 30. I got to do the math now. I guess 1 in 33 over a 2-season stretch. Now that we've added the extra game, like, you shouldn't be aspiring for that, because then there's going to be some tough questions that are going to be asked. But at the end of the day, you have the luxury of time because this is a new regime. I'm taking good players, and that for me probably means not taking a quarterback in the first round of this year's class.
Yeah, I agree. Now this requires obviously the super Karnak hat to put on, but everyone wants to know, well, if I don't take one this year because we don't have the quarterback pieces this year that are so great, who's coming out next year? Are there players? Howell was a guy that we were talking about in this context, last year at this time, because we're the Lions. And his name came up, and now it's like, but at this point in time, does next year look more promising than this year if I'm the Lions and I want to get my quarterback? Because I could explain away. I got a $30 million cap hit with Jared Goff. I'm not going to drop more capital into that position this year when I have so many other holes to fill. I'm going to get my guys, and then if next year's class is going to be better, that seems to be the time to get my guy to toss the ball. What does next year's class look like at this point with your Swami hat?
It's there's toolsy guys, but there's no slam dunks. There's no Andrew Luck waiting in the wings, in my opinion, that's going to come up and be a home run selection. So I think anybody who's in the market for a quarterback right now, what's really fascinating is you see some of the evolutions that have taken place with quarterbacks that have been in the league. And I think about Ryan Tannehill and what he was in Miami versus what he's become when he goes to Tennessee, and all of a sudden the offensive line's a lot better and you got a unicorn at running back. And I even look at Derek Carr with the Raiders. I don't know how much you guys have seen of Derek Carr this year, but like, dude's playing really good football, and he played good football last year too. And then you look at some of these other quarterbacks that are across the league who, they've been okay, but they don't really move the needle for you. But the opportunity cost is, I don't have to spend a first-round pick here. Maybe I trade a mid-round pick for one of these guys and hope I can provide him with a better environment. His learning experiences provide him with what he needs to level up his game. Or I draft a guy with tools and hope that I can develop him, or I sign a guy in free agency who was coveted once upon a time, whether it's Mariota or Trubisky or any. And I know that doesn't really move the needle, but if the opportunity cost is forcing a top 15 pick on a quarterback that we don't feel is really worth it, I'd almost rather do that and try and be patient. And the thing that I would request for Lions fans is, it's been a while since you guys have been competitive, right? Like, take your time and try to do this right, and don't just let the urgency of, well, we're here, we're supposed to do it, force you to make that premier investment before the opportunity is right. Because there's some teams, I look at the New York Jets this year. Jets weren't ready to take a quarterback this year, in my opinion. They drafted Zach Wilson at 2 anyway. Well, now he's hurt. The process looks bad. Both of the quarterbacks that have played in his absence have played better than he has. It's okay to just be honest with yourself and say, we as a team, we're not really ready for the premier young quarterback. And that's the hard part, but you got to be honest with yourself with that.
I get that. Kyle Krabs from the Draft Network, among other places here, joining us. You are a Malik Willis. I don't want to say you're a fan, but you like what you see from him. We've had a lot of conversations in our podcast Slack about Malik Willis, the pros and the cons. Sell me on Malik Willis as a potential Detroit Lions draft pick this year.
Sure. I think it starts with traits and tools. And you look at the guys who come in and they're able to have some semblance of success right away. And a lot of those guys are guys who have physical tools that allow you to win outside of structure and make you or afford you the opportunity to be right even when you're wrong. And if you're expecting any young quarterback to come into the league and immediately understand what the pre-snap look is and what the safety rotation is going to look like, and understand the front and the box count and what the run fit is, and understand if I need to check to a run here, or this is my free access, or this is going to be my read progression based on the defensive shell that I'm getting, like your expectations are way too high. So who are the guys who have the physical ability to be wrong in those areas and not create back-breaking or crippling mistakes that then snowball and start to create this negative impact on your young quarterback's psyche? And Malik Willis is a 4.3 athlete. He's got a cannon for an arm. And he's playing in a tempo-based offense, so that's probably something you'd benefit from trying to replicate at the next level, is give him an opportunity to get up at the line of scrimmage and play with tempo and force defenses to adjust and play simple. And, of course, the challenge there is you got to be able to run the ball, and you also have to be able to create some chunk plays to kind of serve as drive starters for that. But I look at a lot of the young guys who come in and they find some success early on, and it's the guys who have something you can't teach. You know, you can't rely on a guy to be super cerebral right off the jump because it's a totally different ballgame. And I think out of all the quarterbacks in this year's class, Malik is the one who has the best physical skill set. So for me, he would be the one that I'm most interested in finding the right value and making an investment on, because he's got the best potential to develop if you get the situation around him right.
That makes sense. Good.
I like that. All right. We've got Kyle Krabs on the line from the Draft Network. When we say take the best guy, we say it's not a quarterback. Maybe we can get him later. It's an interesting conundrum for the Lions to potentially have the very last pick of the draft and the very first pick of the draft. Gives them, between day one and day two, and then on day two to have, to be able to get the 32nd and the first pick is an interesting kind of place to be. 2 picks in a row like that. You're effectively with 3 first-round picks, which is pretty interesting. With that, you start talking about the guy, and we say, okay, we don't think a quarterback's the way to go. Who's the guy? Is Thibodeau the guy to start with out of the gate, number one for the Lions this year, and just get your start there and have your man on the edge and move on to the next pick?
Yeah, you have to be thrilled about the advancements that he's shown in his game since he came back from an early season lower body injury. The explosiveness and disruptiveness that he's had has been excellent. I do think from a pro projection level, he is somebody who might require a little bit of patience for what his pass rush palette was coming into the year. And I do think he is winning with a lot of burst and bend off the edge. Oregon last year moved him inside from time to time, let him play inside. This year's a little bit more of a true outside rusher type. He reminds me of Clowney a little bit. He's not as big as Clowney, but that same style of play is what it really strikes me about Thibodeau. Whereas a guy you guys are probably very familiar with, Aiden Hutchinson, has been phenomenal this year. He's really closed the gap. I don't know if he's ever going to catch Thibodeau, because Thibodeau is an elite athlete amongst elite athletes. And Hutchinson, he made Bruce Feldman's freaks list, but he quote unquote only runs like a 4.65 at 265 or 270 or whatever he is. Hutchinson reminds me of like the Bosa type player.
Right.
So I think you look at those two guys, and they are really attractive options, but they're attractive options for different reasons. But if you're looking at the premier positions, and that would preclude Kyle Hamilton, who's a phenomenal player. He's our top player over at the Draft Network for the style of play you're seeing the league embrace with mismatches, and he can do so many different things. We really like that versatility that he has, but your traditional valuable positions are offensive tackle, defensive end, quarterback, and potentially cornerback. Of the guys in those buckets, those two guys at defensive end are the guys for me that really move the needle and really excite you. It's just what kind of player do you want?
Yeah, I want them both. Can I get them both, Kyle? That'd be nice.
Probably not.
You have to bundle some stuff,
I
buddy.
hate to tell you, probably not.
It's a lot of bundling. You're going to be progressive over here.
All right. You mentioned cornerback. The Lions, unfortunately, took a cornerback at number 3 overall, and it hasn't worked for various reasons, including injury. We've talked with a couple other draft guys in the recent time about safety. I love the safety class. I think you love the safety class too. They're in the market for a cornerback with the 2nd or 3rd round picks. What's that looking like?
The depth of the corner class, in my opinion, is really good. Obviously, everybody's going to start with Stingley at the top, but then you get names like Ahmad Gardner from Cincinnati and Andrew Booth from Clemson and Kyer Ibram and both of the Auburn kids and Roger McCreary and Nehemiah Pritchett and Darion Kendrick, who transferred from Clemson to Georgia. Like, there's a lot of talent in the corner group. And if you just start playing the numbers game and you take into account some teams are going to draft for need, some teams are going to draft best player available, like some of those names are going to be there in that 32-33 window. And, even getting deeper than that, I think much like you usually see with wide receiver, all of the picks on day 2 are going to provide good opportunities to find good value with perimeter athletes, but they'll be more scheme specific. But I think the depth at the top here is going to provide an exciting opportunity for Detroit if they want to build that out, to kind of see who's there with their 2nd pick in the 1st round and the 1st pick in the 2nd round to potentially find a really, really good value that in usual other classes might be a top 20 pick.
I'm not sure that there's a bad choice they could make at 32 or 33, except perhaps running back. That's just my cross to bear. I am anti Mr. Early running back.
You're anti early and late.
Yeah, I don't want one. I don't want one at all. We've seen them take a day 3 pick, for the last 5 years, and they've totaled 2 carries for the team in that time span.
Oh yeah, those are some joyous memories.
Good times. So Kyle, and you might not know this, but I'll ask it anyways. Dan Campbell came originally from Miami. He had an interim coaching stint there. Yep. Do you remember? Do you know what it was like? What was the reaction to Dan Campbell while he was there?
Yeah, the team, I think, started 0-4, and they fired Joe Philbin on the bye. They came out, they won the next 2 games and put like 85 points on Houston and Tennessee in successive weeks or something like that. So, I mean, he really put a spark into the team. I really appreciated the job that he did. They ran out of gas a little bit towards the end. Dan worked them pretty hard. He obviously preaches a very hard-nosed style of play and mental toughness. And but I was sad to see him go. I had a great appreciation for what he brought to a team that under Joe Philbin was just soft as Charmin. Like you hit them once and they folded, and he kind of reinvigorated that team. And I had a great deal of respect for him with what he did on an interim role across the 12 games that he was here in Miami.
We have to call Dan Mr. Whipple because he was squeezing the Charmin over there. Oh, man. Yes. Off the Charmin. That's a good one.
I like that.
So what do you think, Riz? You think this is the story that Dan Campbell's an after the bye kind of guy?
Let's hope so. That'd be great. That'd be nice.
It'd be a great story to tell.
It would. Well, I got to hit you with this. Let's go back to the last draft. Penei Sewell. You were. I remember you being quite bullish on him. Your thoughts on his progress and how he's faring as a rookie thus far, and what his expectations were from you?
Yeah, it's been nice to see him settle in. It's funny what happens when you let a guy play his natural spot, right? I know there was some conversation about right tackle and the challenges that proposed. And
we're still going to have that conversation because Taylor Decker's coming back. But yeah, go on.
I think the long term. I think he's shown you what the long term answer is going to be there. And I know Detroit is one of the teams that has the most cash rolled into their offensive linemen in 2022, as far as new money due. So it's not a bad problem to have, considering the importance of the offensive line. But that's probably going to be something that continues to be evaluated. And I wouldn't mess with Penei Sewell too much. Maybe he settles in on the right side, but you knew he was super gifted athletically. You knew he was a little bit raw as far as the fundamentals and the technique, and he's starting to show some instances of really understanding how to use his hands and win at first contact and get guys off their base and use their momentum against them. And he is a big time finisher, so it's been exciting to see him kind of settle into that left tackle spot. And the one thing I wouldn't do is start playing musical chairs with guys too much. So if you want to use this opportunity with Decker coming back to get your best five on the field, that's fine. But I'd start really asking myself some tough questions about what the future of that unit and that spending is going to look like, because I think his potential, he's showing it at left tackle. But if you start bouncing him around, you start introducing more variance in the outcomes of what he's going to be as a player, in my opinion.
Interesting. Yeah. Rumor has it they were trying to pull him out for a play. And he said when the guy came in telling him to come out, he's like, no, you can play guard. I'm not coming out. The guy's got he's to steal a phrase from Dan Campbell. He's got a kneecap biting mentality.
He absolutely does. We love it.
All right. So, any surprises to look for in the draft this year? Anybody you see that has some really good value? Maybe not for the Lions, but that is off most people's radar.
Off the radar type guys. I really like Roger McCreary, and I know there's some folks out there who are big fans of his as well. But like I said, this is a really deep corner class, and he's not the longest, but he is very physical and plays press man at a high level. And I certainly think he's a name to watch. I like this wide receiver crop a lot as well. I think it's going to be a continuation of what we've seen the last couple of years with day two guys and talent that's coming through. And I like Jalen Tolbert out of South Alabama. Jameson Williams, a transfer from Ohio State. He's making a name for himself at Alabama. He's making a real firm push. He's kind of become a favorite target there of Bryce Young. So there's some pretty dynamic players who I just don't think the numbers game is going to allow them, if they choose to declare, to get up into the earliest portions of the draft. But if you've got multiple day two picks, you're going to have an opportunity to get some good value out of some of these picks.
That's good, because we need multiple wide receivers here in Detroit.
Hey, are you guys going to claim Odell or what? What's going on?
Well,
that's been the topic du jour for sure. It doesn't seem likely.
Let's do this, Riz. Make your case. Let me make my case, and let's let Kyle referee it.
Okay. I don't believe that they should. Aside from, look, he would clearly be an upgrade over Khalif Raymond as the number one wide receiver. I worry that Odell. I'm not worried about him so much as I am what comes around with him. Like, I know in Cleveland the teammates respect him. He's never rocked the boat internally, but there's a lot of forces around him that come along with having Odell that is not something that I think is conducive for winning football long term. And it's not something that I would want to wish upon the Lions as an organization where they're at right now.
My argument is the Lions have absolutely nothing in the space of the wide receiver. They have all kinds of wide receiver 4s, maybe a potential wide receiver 3 out there.
How dare you slander Amon-Ra St. Brown?
I know. But he's a slack guy at heart. So 3 at best. He's a rookie. He's been pressed into service. We don't have our guys. We don't have anybody there. Odell Beckham is looking for the place where he can be the guy. he will have no problem being the guy in Detroit. He will get the looks. He will get the chances. There's no guaranteed money. It's cheap. And there's, again, the last thing I think of is with this front office, there's a huge difference between 0-17 and 1-16. 0-17 lives forever. 1-16, goes away and next year if you do a little better. And I think that means a lot to this team. And Odell can probably help get them that one win they need, because they're absolutely anemic on offense. I think our last game we had one catch by a wide receiver. They're just absolutely terrible. I think it gives you an opportunity, and it gives Odell what he wants. So if he has anything in his head that tells him he's in kind of a tough spot from a go-forward basis, he'll take it and he'll live with it, and the diva piece will go away, and then either he's dealt next year or he could be part of something, rebuilding something, be the number one guy, be the name, and kind of take credit along the way. So that's my argument for picking up Odell.
Yeah, I don't think you have anything to lose. And from my perspective, if Cleveland's going to eat a lot of the salary, you pick him up.
They did. They did.
You feed him targets. He gets to the end of the year, and either you feel like it has potential to work or it doesn't. And even if he voids 2023, he's still got another year on his contract. You can flip him for something. So if it were me, I'd be picking him up and feeding him targets over the second half of the season, and allowing him to be the high volume receiver and potentially breathe a little bit of life and enthusiasm back into his personal stock, which has bombed over the last 2 years. And if it doesn't work out great, I guess the only risk is the detriment for establishing the foundation of culture within the locker room that you're perceived to be trying to lay this year. But as Jeff said, if he's been a loyal soldier and he's not rocking the boat internally, but it's just the long-term implications of his presence is what you're worried about, claim him, play him, feed him targets, let him make some plays. And at the end of the day, you can get to this offseason knowing you got a guy who's under contract for next year who, if you don't like the way it's going, you can get something for him. And
the other part of it is that he opens up Hawkinson and Swift, the two only guys we were targeting really in the offense, and gives Amon-Ra, your son, God, I can tell, Kyle, gives him a chance to find some catches that he isn't finding either, right? That deep threat, open up the field is just not there anywhere, and there's no real threat at the wide receiver position, and where the threats are easy to cover without that kind of threat. So, Kyle Krabs, the Draft Network. Kyle, you're awesome, man. You had all kinds of stuff for us, and no hems, haws, or anything. You are confident in your position.
He's the man. Yeah. Kyle knows what's up.
I appreciate you guys having me on. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, anytime. I can't wait to have you back. Let's do this again. I mean, we're already in full draft mode, so there's probably a couple of times between now and March when we'll have great things to talk about, Kyle. So we're going to keep you on speed dial if you don't mind.
Very good. And do me a favor, DM me that link for the donation. I want to go ahead and make a donation for you guys too.
Oh, that's absolutely.
Awesome,
we will do that.
It's super easy. It's stjude.org/DLP.
Done.
Awesome. Thank you, Kyle. You are the man. Really appreciate you
Kyle.
coming on, bud.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
All right. You too, man.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Love that guy. Yeah. That guy has done. I love. We've talked about this with Justin Rogers. He is an agnostic presence as he will tell you the pros, he will tell you the cons, and you will know when he's trying to sell you on something, and you will know when he's just telling you the way things are. And again, that's probably why we're friends.
This is the thing about Riz. He's not really that smart. He just knows a lot of really smart people.
I try to surround myself with smart people. That's one of my smart talents.
And yes, you are pretty smart. I'm just running you up the flagpole here, buddy. All right, let's see. We are at 89.63. Riz, you are due for a bean.
All right.
We've got Blandino coming up in the next hour. We'll catch him in a couple of minutes if you want to grab a bean here. Don't forget, you too can, it's not just Kyle that can donate. You can too. stjude.org/DLP. We are trying to pump this up to 25 grand. We are now almost 8 hours. We're averaging just over $1,000 an hour so far on the broadcast. That's really great. I'm feeling it a little, Riz. How are you 8 hours in? How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm so far I'm not like fatigued, and I didn't get my afternoon nap today, and I'm feeling all right. So
I need a nap. Yeah, I love my afternoon nap. Yeah, I had to grab an energy drink because I could just feel it a little bit. I think it's the lack of sleep. Last couple nights it's catching up, but I'll make it. We'll be fine.
It landed on a line. Well,
you can pick if it's on a line.
Again, as I told Chris earlier, my daughter and her friend hit some of these up. I landed on the Berry Blue or toothpaste. There aren't any of those available in my package, so I got it again.
Well, they found the good ones, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. I landed on, what's that say? Toasted marshmallow or stink bug, and unfortunately, they did leave some of those. So thanks, Lizzie.
I think stink bug and dog food was the one that Jillian said were the long lasters. Just so you know.
Great. Well, I'm still feeling the barf, so
well, you can wash it down with some stink bug or dirty socks.
Lovely.
We did talk about Williams. We'll go back to Williams here after Riz.
Yeah, and I will actually have to write that up at some point in the near future.
Yeah.
I do still have a day job and no days off. No days off.
All right, so Riz, he won the bean at the anonymous. Thank you, 4591. Takes us 9,009. We cracked the 9,000 mark. That's great. Thank you guys all and gals for donating. Riz is here, either stink bug or toasted marshmallow. He's got his bean. Get bean boozled. Thank you for hitting the 9,800. Kyle Krabs, $100.
Krabs,
Not
you are
only
the man,
does
buddy.
he spend time talking to us, but he drops $100 in St. Jude.
That's the kind of guy he is. He's a really, really good, genuine human being, and I'm proud to call him a friend. Really am.
Awesome cat. All right, here we go. Jeff Risden. Come on, stink bugs. Oh, I guess it was toasted marshmallow.
Oh, this is bad.
He's trying the tricks. He's trying every trick he can think of.
It's stuck right here.
He didn't want to chew it. He tried to swallow it.
Oh my God, that.
I'll get my finger on the cover up button just in case. Any kind of description for us, Riz?
It's the worst of the three.
Is it like, would you say it tastes like poo or what? I mean, what would you say it tastes like?
It's like, there's like, imagine a dog crapping on a piece of tree bark and setting that on fire. That's what this is like. It's
a dog crapping on a piece of tree bark.
There's a very strong dog crap to it.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
that one's bad. That was not marshmallow.
Oh, it wasn't? Oh, my bad. I thought it might have been.
Oh, that's so much worse than barf. Oh my God.
I'm thankful.
It got stuck like right here for like 3 seconds, and that's
didn't want to chew it.
Like,
right?
It's out of my mouth now. Like the flavor is kind of out of my mouth. It's like, oh.
See, you didn't want to chew it, so you thought you would jam it down fast, and now you're gonna like breathe it, like taste breathe it.
Oh, the breath. Like I wouldn't want to breathe on my worst enemy or Dan Marino at this point.
I love Chris Spooner. I'm sorry. Oh my God, Riz just got murdered by a little piece of candy by the Jelly Belly Company.
That's a rough one. Oh.
Oh man.
Thank you.
Another one. Anonymous, $50. Thank you. You unlock some art supplies for St. Jude. Very, very helpful. We're at 91.59.29. Just reached out to Dean. We've got him set up for right now. Let me look real quick. Yeah, we're setting up right here.
I'm not well. Oh.
No, you're not.
Oh.
stjude.org.
I'm gonna refill this.
Okay, yeah.
I will be right back. I will refill my water.
All right, give a yell when you get back. I'll give you some freedom to make faces and do what you have to do. stjude.org/DLP. Go ahead and get your donations in there. When we get to 9,800, it'll be my turn for the next of the beans. And I don't think I want that one. Yes, your supply of Listerine for Jeff would be a good idea. We're waiting now on Dean Blandino to call in. I just got him the information. We will cover Tyrell Williams again. We didn't cover it too bad, Riley, or too big, so we can hit on it. And we didn't talk about anything to do with the salary cap implications on that. So we'll get there when we get Riz back, and I think probably after Dean. The guests are running quick, fast and furious here today for us, so we got that going on. stjude.org/DLP. Donate, get us going. We've got some big stuff coming up. Anything you guys can put together helps. We've got the Sprite Challenge coming up with Big Bad Fab, a pie in Risden's face, a pie in my face, and Risden dancing around on camera in a tutu if we get to 25K. So there you go. We're back into it. Jeff is now dying of stink bug. So there you go. We're going 24 hours for St. Jude again, stjude.org/DLP. And if you're looking to pick up a wonderful present for the holidays, we have an auction that is going right now, ends on the 15th of December, so everything gets to people in time. You can get under the tree, wherever it needs to be. And we've got all kinds of great stuff up for auction. DeAndre Swift autograph football, DeAndre Swift autograph jersey, a vacation home worth $3,000. $3,000 in Colorado. It's great for ski season. It's right there by Winter Park, or any 4 seasons, really. 7 nights is a lot. I mean, that's a lot of time to go plan a great vacation. You'll have till May of 2023 to figure out when you want to go there. Jamal Williams autograph football, Penei Sewell autograph football, TJ Hawkinson autograph football, Jerry Jacobs jersey, Jerry Jacobs ball. Dan Miller will record a phone message, a voice message for you, or a personal message to someone who you want. That's fine. He'll do that as long as it's PG or better. Dinner with me and Sandman and Riz at Prime and Proper downtown Detroit, the best steakhouse you're going to have. Great stuff. Really, really top stuff. Billy Sims, we're trying to put that together as well. We got that going on. So we're working on him. We'll have some stuff from him. That's going in there as well. A lot of stuff going on. So a lot of stuff to talk about. Get over there. That is at auction.detroitlionspodcast.com. You can do that. Every penny raised, every penny goes to St. Jude. Anything as far as administration costs, shipping, whatever else, I will cover anything above the amount we raise. The amount we raise all goes straight to St. Jude. There's no overhead. And then also, same thing when you go to stjude.org/DLP. Every penny straight to St. Jude. That is 100% to them and tax deductible, so you can save yourself a couple bucks. It's good here towards the end of the year to put yourself in a position. Why give your money to other people? Keep it for yourself. You deserve it. You earned it. There you go. No, Matt, we're good. He'll be right back. We're waiting on Dean and Riz both to show up. So he's just I think he might be doing what Case did, a little barfy bar.
I am crawling back into the saddle here.
Riz is back. How you doing?
I'm a little lighter than I was when I left.
I just got a message. A dog crapping on tree bark and setting on fire. That might have to be used to describe the lions.
That was really not good. Not pleasant. So thanks for that, folks.
But it covered up the barf, right?
It produced more.
The flavor's back. Ooh, I was
that
worried.
one. That was rough. I've eaten some weird things in my life. That's at the bottom.
hold up the bottle again that you just had that you're drinking from.
Yeah.
Oh, Gatorade. Okay.
Gatorade Zero.
Someone thought it was Verner's. It was, which would have been just in time for Dean.
Oh, that would have been good.
I didn't think about it.
I would do a lot of very unsavory things to get some ginger ale right now.
Oh man.
Nothing better for the soul than ginger ale.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I was sick when I was a kid, my grandma used to give me ginger ale, and then when I was recovering from heart surgery in the Cleveland Clinic, they gave me as much freaking ginger ale as I wanted, and I drank a ton of it while I was there.
Yeah.
So
ginger ale is good for you. It's good with alcohol too.
It's good stuff. It's good on its own. It's good heated. The hot Verner's crowd. I'm with y'all. I like that.
It's good with a hangover. I learned that at a young age.
Definitely.
I had my family take care of me because my parents thought at my grandparents' 50th anniversary, my parents thought, well, if we just let him drink, he'll learn his lesson. So I went and I drank loads of beer and got just completely, it was like 13, 14.
Oh.
Right? Yeah. But you'll learn your lesson, right? Just got blottoed, just destroyed, sick all day the next day, right? And I was staying out of town at a family's house, so they were helping me, good folks. But yeah, that didn't stop me. I didn't learn any lessons. Just that I have limits.
Cool.
You okay, brother?
It's not good. Oh.
You need something to eat?
I actually ate a piece of salami.
Really?
Because that's like a strong flavor. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, my friend. Salami is not something I would have thought would make that go away. It's a strong flavor, but it's not a good cover up. It's like it'll mix.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah. Oh man. See, I got the folks in the truck got set up. We've got pizza. I got some chicken wings. I got some trail mix. I got all kinds of different stuff lined up. I just had the soft.
That's awesome.
A little bit ago.
My wife just asked me what I was cooking for dinner.
Oh, what's going on?
I do all the cooking. So I mean that's where I'm at. I'm even more impressed with Greg now at his feats of astronomical basement because I can't do that.
Oh, we just got some news. Did I miss it? Hold on, I did miss it. But the people in the truck, they catch everything. Let me see if I can find it. Riz, I had to meet the porcelain god as well. The chip won at around the 1 hour, 15-minute mark. Greg. Now that's what we needed the video of, Greg. You're too mellow eating it.
We might have been throwing up at the same time, Greg.
Yeah. Twinsies. Greg, I heard that's what happened to most people who ate that from Matt. That's painful. Jack Wyrot, thank you. $35 to the till. We're at 91, 94, 29. Only like 600 away from me having to eat one of those beans. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That's going to be interesting. Let's see. Ooh, yeah. Matt's got a pint of Ben & Jerry's. Actually, we haven't shown that for a while. Matt Leffler in the chat right now. He did the Fatboy 40 and really delivered probably the best. We haven't run the time on it, but this is best in show, I think.
It's timeless.
Yeah, there you go. It is definitely timeless. We just double check and make sure we got this appropriately set up because I want to make sure it plays right. Is that right? Yeah, okay. We're good. Let's get Matt's Fatboy 40. This is an inspiration, folks. And then we'll talk about Matt, what he's using this for, because it means he's got the time at 1 minute 38 seconds. While this is fun and funny, he's using it for something real. So it's really good. Let's get the video in.
Area. It's the rain. Winterish. Actually, it sucks out here right now. It's time for the Fatboy 40.
I don't know if this helps. I always laugh. 1 minute 38 second run coming up here.
This car coming. It's good stuff. All right. Gotta prepare.
Saying it, but doping is allowed in this one. We ain't dealing with it. Oh, there it is. That's the pose right there. I got a screenshot.
Determination. Okay.
Confident walk to the blocks. Here we go. This man has no fear. He knows he's gonna just kill this. Flip the hat.
Okay, here we go.
Sound of the gun. Crack.
Hopefully I don't injure myself. Bang. Oh my god, it's fucking hurt.
That is a man committed to the cause. That is awesome.
Great. Woo. That makes me happy. I'm proud of him for doing something off of it too.
That's the key. And if you haven't heard, Matt's using this as a benchmark on his weight loss journey. He says this is the kickstart, and he's going to do this again next year for us. And we're going to have a before and after shot and see what kind of transformation has taken place. This is spectacular. I'm glad. The Fatboy 40 was all fun thing, but here's a guy that's going to do something good with it, not just for St. Jude, but for himself as well. And that just means he's going to be able to donate to St. Jude for many years to come.
Thank you.
Oh,
that's legit, like really, really cool. That makes me very happy. And I hope that he remembers that feeling of like, man, I got to do better with my life than that. That's powerful.
Oh God, I think that every day, Riz, but for other reasons. Abby Wyra, thank you very much. $54. Hopes this helps. Are you kidding me? This helps bundles and tons. Every dollar helps. Thank you so much. $9,248.29 we are at right now. At $9,800, it's Chris who is going to eat the next of the delicious, yummy bean boozled. Jeff, I mean, how many stars? What would you say? 5 out of 5 would do again?
Don't even ask. I'm trying to bury myself. I'm working on the other laptop here. I do have to write up the Tyrell Williams injury settlement, so I'm doing that while we speak.
Yep. I am going to. I got to know the Wyruts are somebody we knows. I don't want to give away the any last names or anything, but thank you so much. This is great. It means a lot, and the whole family deserves a big giant hug. It was somebody who was going to take a pie, but her kids cared too much, and it was they're doing something different. So to the Wyruts, thank you all. And thank you, Mom, for helping set this up. You got a great family. You've done a great job, and really, really appreciate that. All right, there we go. All right, let's see. We want to talk about Tyrell Williams while we wait for Dean. Dean is, I'm sure, caught up in a serious meeting with officials, making sure he's cleaning house, walking through with a 6-shooter, maybe getting hired by the NFL at this point. They ought to. Tyrell Williams waived injury waiver. We talked about it a little bit. We said we absolutely hope that, he has a good life, and this is the point where he gets to walk away and be happy and not have any long-term effects. I mean, that would be an ideal situation. I guess ideal is he's completely fine. and he gets to come back and play the game like he probably wants to. But either way, we just want him to be okay. That's the number one thing. Now, Riz, what is the effect of something like that injury settlement? What does that do to the salary cap? Does that give us any kind of leeway?
That's actually a good question. I know that it absolves that he was on a 1-year contract, so everything that was paid to him was already paid. So I don't think that they're going to get any relief from that on that front. But that's actually a good question.
Thanks. I'm all about the good questions.
You are.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
By the way, he was on injured reserve, so it doesn't free up a roster spot. That's
right. So it doesn't tip the hand about any potential OBJ signings, for example.
Correct. Yeah. They would still have to waive somebody else to bring in OBJ if they were to claim him. Which again, we would not find out until Monday.
Thank you, Evie. And then Jamie, Evie, you helped unlock a no more chemo party. That's something you can be really happy with.
Cool.
You've helped a kid out. And then Jamie from Montana. I know Jamie. $20. He's got a video coming of him taking 20 pies. 20 pies to the face. Video just popped up. I've got to download it, which is always its own kind of excitement. I'll
special.
Yeah. How do I do this? There we go. So I'm going to do that in a little bit. I'm also going to watch for my good friend Dean. I wonder what he's tied up doing. I'll probably text him in a minute if he doesn't show up. Can you maybe take a quick second for me, Riz, and talk about something interesting, just so I can kind of pay attention on this thing really quick?
Yeah, no problem. So just with Tyrell, again, we talked about it before Kyle Krabs from the Draft Network joined us, but it's a sad case. This was a guy who was trying to redeem himself. Because this is a guy who's had a lot of injury problems in his career, none concussion related that I'm aware of, but he'd missed time. He was with the Chargers. Anthony Lynn was his coach there. He liked the idea of rejoining Lynn, which spoke well about Anthony Lynn's credentials, and the Lions certainly needed him. He is a very talented wide receiver when he's been able to be on the field, but he has just struggled to stay on the field, and now we got I want to say it was 13 snaps out of him.
Wow.
And that's your wide receiver one. So you go back in time a little bit. Going into training camp, wide receiver one was Tyrell Williams. Wide receiver two was Brashad Perriman. Neither of those guys, Perriman didn't even make the team, nor did he deserve to, by the way, based on how he played in the summer. He just wasn't good. That's a very tough way to build your offense. We've talked with Kyle today. We talked with Luke Easterling earlier today from DraftWire about the crying need at wide receiver, and people are like, "Oh, they try hard enough." They did try. They didn't try super hard, and they tried with guys. Rashad, another guy, he's had some injury issues throughout his career. I would argue that's not the only thing that's plagued him, but they swung and they missed. And, unfortunately, with Tyrell, we did see things in training camp that were like, okay, I get it. This guy can be good. Like, okay, yeah. But unfortunately, the injury bug bit again. It was a concussion. It was on I don't remember exactly. I want to say that the hit that he was injured on was penalized, though, as a blow to the head. It was Jaquaski Tart, the safety for the 49ers that hit him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the unfortunate side of football, man, is that, you're going to get, not every decision you make is going to work out. This one didn't work out, unfortunately, because of injuries. And it's, again, concussion is just not something that you ever want to deal with. And I sincerely hope that he's doing okay in life outside of football. And if he was released on an injury settlement, to spin it forward a little bit as I'm writing this on my head before I type it over here, he is free to sign with another team. I hope from a human being standpoint that he doesn't do that this year. I hope that he waits and gets it all right, takes the rest of the season off, and if he's back for the attack in 2022, let's hope that it works out for him and he doesn't suffer any further complications from the concussion.
There you go. Matt timed it while we were working his 40. He's 11 seconds, 11.25 seconds. There you go. Awesome. He said the butt crack at the end was unintentional. Also, Greg is saying that Dean borrowed Martha's rascal scooter and is rolling around NFL HQ firing officials left and right. That wouldn't be a bad idea. I want to go to a video. We got a new video that just popped up, and I'm going to try to fly. We're just doing this on the fly. Just grabbed it off the Twitter. This is Kurt Vandermaas. I think I got that. Mr. Brightside 82.
Oh yeah, I know Kurt. I've not met Kurt in person, but Kurt is a very loyal supporter of both the podcast and my work at LinesWire. So thank you, Kurt.
Yep. He wants to give to a great cause, of course. He challenged 3 people: Sweta, Bushwood, and Daniel Dopp. You guys are up. stjude.org/DLP. Let's get this going, and I'll answer your question when we get back, Brandon. Here we go. This is a video, I hope, of Kurt Vandermaas.
Hey, guys. I am here taking a pie in the face for the Detroit Lions podcast.
Look at those
St.
kids.
Jude's fundraiser for the Toys for Christmas this year. I have 2 children here ready to smash the pie. Hold the pies up and show them that we have flavored these with actual blue Kool-Aid for the Lions. And I am going to be challenging people after I take the pies in the face. So here we go. I'm going to bend down and they're going to slap them in. Ready?
Good
Set.
Get the head out. So
Go. All right, there we go. I challenge first the Queen of the Lions, Sweta, to take a pie in the face or donate to St. Jude. I also challenge my hometown Twitter friend Slice to take a pie in the face or donate to St. Jude, and my good friend Daniel David Dopp to donate to St. Jude. Thanks, everybody.
That's awesome.
That is absolutely fabulous. Oh my God.
His daughter has a future on camera if she wants it. My goodness. That girl's got some presence. That was great.
Oh my
Kurt is a
God.
local West Michigander, so I'm happy for him. That was really cool. Thanks, buddy.
Kurt, that is amazing. You
That's
and your
great.
family, I'm just telling you, that is great. That is absolutely fabulous. Thank you guys so much for that.
She clocked him in the face with that. That was great.
There was like, I think even she didn't recognize how hard he was getting it in the face.
Yeah. In your face.
The chat, his daughter has a stronger arm than Goff.
Your daughter's a new hero, Kurt.
All right, I'm gonna.
Yeah. If you're on Twitter, he is Mr. Brightside, and he's a really good dude.
Yeah.
Really genuinely sincere, good, and a die-hard Lions fan. So that's great.
Okay. So the question is, here we go. See what he's into. The question right now is from Brendan. You may remember Brendan Kerr.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Mr. Commish.
Wait, where'd he go? Where'd Commish go? There you go. Brandon. Gosh, why did I see Brandon? Brandon Kerr. Let me ask you guys, would you be upset at a 0-17 record, knowing all the injuries, rookie coaching, staff, youth, etc.? Would you be angry, Riz?
So I understand Brandon's context there. Yes, I still would, quite honestly, and I wouldn't be angry at the team more than it would be my reaction to, my God, they did it again. You know, I wouldn't hold it against Campbell. I wouldn't hold it against Holmes much. I would a little bit, but 0-17, man, you can't do that. That would bother me a lot. Honestly, it would. You got to find a way. And some of it is they were so close to beating Baltimore, which I know is a good football team. They were so close to beating Minnesota, which I know is a pretty good football team. They've taken some hits since then.
Mm-hmm.
They were there with San Francisco, which isn't very good, but they were there with Green Bay, which is a very good football team. They were really close against the Rams, and close but no cigar 17 times isn't good enough for me. I do need to see something. And it would bother me a lot if they were if they went winless. You, Chris.
Yeah. Here we are.
I do appreciate Brandon's context, and because I've hung out with Brandon before in Mobile. I understand where he's at with it, but yeah, it would still bother me, buddy. It would.
I wish I had I've turned into a meme in the Slack, actually, if for those who aren't in there, the disappointed Chris meme. You know the one. There's a picture of my face is basically like, and then they started like, I'm not mad that you listened to the podcast this week. I'm just disappointed, right? it's even one of the emojis now, reaction. Disappointed. And I use it actually regularly for some of these comments. But that's where I would be. I'm not mad. And there's something that's happened, and it really, when I counted it up this year, it hit me. Are you okay, Riz? You still got stink bug going on?
The stink bug is stink again.
Little stink bug action. All right. So I had this revelation this year that I'm over 60 losses I've done a post-game show for. And at first it really, really stung. And I started thinking about all the times that I've had to come on and cover, what went wrong this time with the team. And there's Sundays when I was like, I just do not feel like doing this show at all. And I'd come up and I would do the post-game show. And without exclusion, by the end, I'm happy that I did it. I feel a lot better, actually, after the post-game show. It is cathartic, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I found that it helps me feel better about it. But if I think about 0-17, it would be disappointment, not anger. It would be, and it's that like parental disappointment in your child just absolutely letting you down kind of disappointment, because they're better than an 0-17 team. I know, even with the injuries, even, with all the things that have happened, they are better than that. And I know that they have it in them. I also know that I'm going to be disappointed because the narrative is going to be untenable after that. And when they win a game, people aren't going to give them credit. I know it's already going to happen. I'm telling you guys, if you haven't looked to the future, they're going to win a game, and you're going to have a whole stack of people. Oh, wow, they won one game. Quit acting like it's the Super Bowl, you losers. Same old line. It's coming again. You just know it's going to be here. Inoculate yourself now, or what is it? Immunize yourself now. To use the Aaron Rodgers.
Vaccinate, immunize, is the same word.
Just be ready for it, right? It would be disappointment if they came in with 0. I still think they got 1 or 2 in them. I'd put 1 or 2 in them. I still think they got 1 or 2 in them, and I think there's an opportunity for this team to do something, and I think they will this year. I just don't think they're going to go 1-17. It would be, though, exceptionally disappointing to me. It's probably the best way I can put it. Does that make sense?
It does.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I've got another video, but we're not. It's a different format. We're doing these on the fly, right? So I'm going to have to make a quick change on the black screen really quick. But this is another one. This is Maddie in a world of Matt's from the Slack. He's got one here, and I want to be able to put this on. So I'm going to just talk through while I do this. We go into a black screen. It's okay. No biggie. I just got to change something really quick.
Fade to black. Maybe we'll sing Metallica songs later. Sing them as Christmas carols.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that might do it. All right. We got the right file. It may not be. I can say. See. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Let's see how this flies.
All right.
Maddie here, doing a pie in the face for the kids for St. Jude. It's just go to stjude.org/DLP for Detroit Lions podcast. And what we have here is a shepherd's pie with all the fixings.
Oh my God!
Some ground beef, carrot, corn, mashed potatoes, and a nice graham cracker crust.
Sounds good.
So I'm gonna go outside and pie myself in the face for making my 2.5-year-old son a Lions fan.
And that's the weather out here right now. He lives in the FLA too. There we go.
For the kids.
Oh.
Shepherd's
potato and graham cracker aren't actually that bad. All right, we're good.
Oh my gosh, Maddie. Oh, I'm gonna keep that one queued up. That's a good one.
I like that. Honestly, God, shepherd's pie sounds really darn good right now.
Oh yeah, Michael, smart man, went outside at least. Yes, he did.
Yeah.
I don't think we got Michael's Bennett's, did we? Oh yeah, he had his jersey on. Let's see. Let me find.
Yeah, I'm wrapping up the Tyrell Williams injury settlement.
Do your
piece
thing. If folks didn't even know you had that going on. Michael, I see you in the chat. Let's get your pie on there again, because it is definitely worth a watch. So we'll go over. We'll see another pie in the face. This is Michael Bennett. Did I call him Michael Williams just now? You might have planted a seed in my head. Michael Bennett. Here's his pie.
Hey Lions fans, Mike Bennett here, member of the Detroit Lions podcast Slack chat. Detroit Lions podcast, Christmas for Kids. There goes my son. St. Jude Fundraiser is going on right now, and they need your help. Check out stjude.org/DLP and make a donation to this amazing cause. Some of the members of Slack chat this year came up with the idea of pies for kids. So there's been a lot of cool videos going around on the podcast and on Twitter. So check them out. Once I told my wife and kids about this, they were all about it. So here we go.
Go ahead.
Come on.
Go ahead.
There's one. Don't forget to go donate.
That's great.
Yeah.
Hey Lions fans,
I gotta get this right. Sorry.
I love the kids being involved.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Because we are in fact doing this for the kids, which is
that's the whole deal. Yep. Let me
going on right now, and
sorry, I just have to fix the video. So in the future, our videos work. It's complicated.
Excellent.
All right, there we go. Need to have a contest for the most obscure Lions jersey that somebody might have. There was a Delmas jersey spotted at SoFi Stadium for the Lions-Rams game.
I saw Ken Platt, Mr. Mathbomb, has a Louis Delmas jersey.
Really?
The first time I met him, he was actually wearing that. We attended Lions camp together. This was 2014, I want to say.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. That was the first full summer that I was back. So yeah.
I saw a Dan Campbell jersey there.
Sweet.
Let me see. See if Dean got back yet. No, not yet. Sorry, hold on. Complicated business.
Yeah, I know it.
So it's this whole thing about, videos. I was not complaining, but I was complaining earlier that everything today has to be like, it has to be poorly done in order to be relatable. So nobody shoots a landscape video. It's all vertical now, and I'm like, why are you doing that? No screen is set up for that you would ever watch except your phone, and then you're watching it sideways anyway. So anyway, the way you need to record as we record some of these segments that we're putting together, you have to, in a file format that has to get rebuxed, because if something errors out while you're recording it, if you record it as a regular MP4, then you lose the file, and yada 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 yada. So technical crap going on. Got some people doing some conversions and stuff in the background, but we're almost there. Ooh, I have a game used Rayola jersey.
Sweet.
Dang. I got a signed Charlie Batch lithograph. No funky jerseys, though. I've got a Stafford jersey signed by Prater. That's an interesting moment in time.
That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah. All right, where are we? We're at 5:30. We are almost 9 hours in, my Rizzy. This isn't bad.
Wow.
Are we planning on doing a show Wednesday this week? I mean, it's probably a bad time to ask because the answer is going to lean towards F you, right?
At this point, no, because they haven't played a game. We will be covering everything this week. There's not a lot to You're doing the preview with Tony on Friday for the Steelers game, so I'm going to lean towards no.
Good are you? Well, with that being said, we will release highlights from this broadcast throughout the week. We'll have some good stuff. We will replay the Coach Fonts, Herman Moore, and Lomas Brown interview.
Absolutely.
It's probably one of the best interviews you're going to see from Lions people or players in a long time. It was something very, very special. I wore Stafford and Zubas pants. Huge hit. Super Bowl 0-0. We saw that. We got a custom Jerry Jacobs salute to service jersey coming. Greg, you are always ahead of the game, man. Good work. Matt Moore, Brett had. I had a Spielman jersey back when Spielman played. So that was before that's
mine as well. It's an adult large, which hasn't fit me since Chris was a rookie.
That was
when I got it.
Before jerseys were like a thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Back then when Spielman played, it wasn't like people bought and wore jerseys around, right? It hadn't reached this kind of level of success.
That was sort of like the hip hop culture in the early 90s, like when Snoop started wearing the Pittsburgh Penguins jerseys.
Yep. And I'll tell you,
with that group.
So we're, what is it, in the 80s? I think it was late 80s or very, very like right around 90. It was early. It was 90, maybe 91. I remember we went to Bob Evans for breakfast, right? And I was wearing the jersey, and they were so rare. Literally, someone asked someone else, "Is that Chris Spielman?" Like he would wear his jersey out like to Bob Evans for breakfast, right? But they were, like I said, they were so rare. That was him? Was he at practice or something? Like that, we got confused when I was younger. But since 57 jersey, that's a good one. Blue Jay, Charlie Batch jersey. Who was it? Joey Harrington that was the quarterback when Charlie Batch was the screams for Batch were coming, or was it Kitna or who?
Yes,
it was
that was still then.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I remember that. I remember Drew and Mike. Do you remember Drew and Mike? Did you ever? You probably didn't.
I don't know who they are.
Oh, they were fantastic. Back in the day, I was a mechanic, auto mechanic, and I would listen to them every single morning. And I remember Mike was just a huge Charlie Batch fan. I was like, he really didn't know much about football. You know what I mean? But the screams for Batch were loud. Boy, it was crazy. Mike McMahon jersey. Who's got a Chuck Long jersey?
Chuck Long is one of those. So I remember I saw him play in college for Iowa. I lived in I lived in Ohio at the time. We saw him play in Columbus in the Horseshoe. And I thought, oh my God, this is the greatest player I've ever seen. Like at that point, the greatest quarterback I'd ever seen was Art Schleister. So that gives you sort of context on it. But
right.
I'm like, hell yeah, man, this guy is going to be like the next Joe Montana. And it didn't happen.
No, it did not. I'm doing a very special look right
and
now.
I really thought he was going to be like the thing.
So I was a young guy when this happened, and I thought this was going to be the thing. I'm waiting for the search to come back. We'll see how it goes here. Let's see. I might have to restart my browser again. Come on. Yeah,
come on,
searching.
Come on.
I'm on eBay. I got a search running in the background. Here we go. Oh, there's a car. Here it is. Andre Ware, Detroit Lions jersey. Vintage Russell Athletic size 42, $100 or best offer. Andre Ware jersey.
Wow.
Oh, 100. Who's buying that?
Andre Ware's family.
A lot of cards. $1.99, 79 cents.
Wow.
God,
yeah, I got to meet Andre Ware at he did the Baylor Missouri football game that I was at back when Robert Griffin was at Baylor, and I met him in the press box, and I went up to him and I'm like, long-suffering Lions fan. He just kind of smiled, and he didn't really give me the stink eye, but it was clear that he was done with our conversation. He's good. He's good. He's legitimately a good college broadcaster. I appreciate his time. I like him.
It was funny because when the first time I heard him doing a game, I was like, oh God, no. Daniel Lewis just unlocked a new toy for St. Jude. $10.
Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel. Very, very kind of you. We appreciate that. I was like, oh God, no. And then he did a great job. And so
he's good.
I was pretty
He's
impressed.
good. He worked with what's her name? And I can't think of her name because she's really good on play-by-play too.
Yeah.
Crap.
No, that's not it.
Somebody will come up with it in the chat. Who his play-by-play woman was, and I can't think of her name, and it's bugging me because she's like really good too, and I remember liking her.
Don H says the guy that owns that jersey is paying the buyer $100. I read it wrong. I think Chuck Long's first pass was a touchdown. It was his career highlight. That may very well be true. Oh my goodness.
So you were of a little bit more cognizant. What the hell happened with Chuck Long? Why did that not work? You're slightly older than me, but you were also in Detroit at the time, and I don't remember why it worked, why it didn't work rather.
I don't remember. I remember Chuck Long, the savior. I don't remember why it didn't work. I just remember the blazing dumpster fire that surrounded him, and yeah, that's
he was what, like 1985, 86, I want to say.
Yep.
Come on.
Yeah. I wasn't in my Lions. My 84 was lost in a move. Oh, sorry, Hattori. I got cognizant of the Lions in when they drafted Billy Sims. That was really, and even then it was a very youthful cognizance. It was like I love football. Go Billy, go Lions, right? Oh, another one bites the dust. I can sing along, right? It was great, and that was my very youthful kind of.
Yeah, that was my gateway time too. The Silver Rush defense. I love those guys.
Spider-Man Jones singing another one bites the dust. That was.
Nope.
I would play that if they didn't copyright strike us. That one's worth the.
That's worth a lot of money. That's Queen. That's big bucks.
Yeah. But back then,
still
that
on a musical interlude. That is the greatest bass line ever.
100%. 100%. Yeah, absolutely. There's no question about it. I cannot not move when I hear boom, boom, boom. You know, it's on. It's on. I might even dance.
I'm looking at Chuck Long's career statistics now. Holy crap, he was awful. I didn't realize he was this awful.
Indeed he was.
1987. So he was a rookie in 1986. He was the number 12 overall pick. Only played in 2 games that year. 1987, he was the Lions' primary starter. He started 12 games. They went 3-9. He completed 55% of his passes, which isn't awful for that time period. It's on the low end of things, but that's not like horrible. 11 touchdowns, 20 interceptions, which led the league. Here's the thing, though. He was only sacked 17 times, so they probably had a fairly good offensive line. This is the period between Billy Sims and Barry Sanders, so I don't recall their run game being all that much. Let me look back at this team. So this is...
Oh, here it is. Brett was right. Charlie Batch replaced Lions' former all-time leading quarterback before Matthew Stafford, Scott Mitchell, in 98. I forgot. I was just winded.
Didn't he come? He came back again later, though, right?
He was in Pittsburgh. I know that.
I know he was with Pittsburgh at the end, but I want to say that he had a second act then. I'm looking at this.
I just got a hit from the truck that reminded me. I have a bloody signed Vladimir Konstantinov jersey. If you want to go to hockey.
Really?
Yeah. He was my hero. One of my all-time sports heroes, Vladdy Konstantinov, because I've always been a lover of defense, right? The saying that's always stuck in my head, if you score 1 million points, you could win. If they don't score any, you can't lose, right? And that's kind of been like the mantra of sports for me and kind of how I play, objective games with video games and everything. It's really my that's my role. That's just kind of how I think, right? And Vladdy just embodied everything that I loved about a defensive position anywhere. People absolutely hated him. No matter what team that he played against, they hated him. He was under their skin, and he wouldn't fight. Right? He would get him so wound up.
No, he was not. He was a hitter. He wasn't a fighter.
But he fought a couple times when he had to. Right? But he was the guy. He was the guy. Make him mad. Play defense like nobody else. Was just absolutely spectacular. 6.4 from Anonymous. All right. $6.04. Take it. Thank you very much. Everything helps. Great. Everything helps. And that puts us back at 69 cents. Vladimir Konstantinov, though, he was my guy. He embodied everything that I love about sport and how the mind game of sport, the physical component of sport, because he was a brute. Everything about him was the thing. And it's what happened to him was absolutely tragic. It was interesting after, like about a year later, my father-in-law had a heart attack, was in Beaumont Hospital, and he wound up, okay, he had to get some stents and stuff put in, but as he was kind of healing after the work, I was talking to the nurse, and she was one of the people that was there when Vladdy came in. This is before HIPAA, so she could talk about it. She said it was for her. She she sees things all the time, right? And it's and not a lot really affects her. Not that she's heartless or anything, but she's seen a lot of things.
Yeah.
And for her, and I'll never forget the word she used, it was just deflating to see an absolute perfect specimen of the human body. 0% body fat, just absolutely perfect, completely debilitated by a head injury. And that's really, really stuck with me. You know what I mean? It was like, God dang. Because she was shook, right? Even telling it over a year later, she was shook by that story. So loved Vladdy, and absolutely tragic what happened to him. It's just horrible.
Yeah.
So I got his jersey. I should frame that and hang it. I've got it tucked away.
That's a great piece of memorabilia right there.
Yep. Let's see. Is that how we do it?
For some reason I have a flashing light at me, and I don't know what it is because it's not happening in real life.
It's not happening. It is. Well, it's happening. I see it.
Yeah, but it's like
it's not happening in real life.
I'm like the meme, like,
let's see. All right. So something happened to Dino. Hope he's okay.
I'm reliving it. It's not
going away?
Nope.
Well, it
did for a little bit. It came back. I had a little burple, and
it's because you took the salami. That's what did it.
Need to hide the salami a little deeper.
Thank you.
Amber.
That's great timing for that.
Thank you. $20. Good luck. Big muscle arms. Thank you, Amber. Appreciate it. Riz, do you want to take some calls? Oh,
yeah, that's a good idea.
Tripwag says wants to take them later tonight. That's probably a good idea. Somewhere we're going to have to shoehorn Dean in as long as he's okay and nothing bad happened.
We'll get Dean in.
I don't want to give him
Dean would not stand us up without good reason.
No. Yeah, he's
he actually, to Dean's credit, answered a question that I had privately for him, and did it like right away, like, hey, you're a priority for me, and that made me feel really good. And I probably just caught him like when he's taking a crap or something, and he's looking at his phone and hit it right. But I'll take it.
He's just an absolutely wonderful person. 100%. He's a class act, so I know he wouldn't do this in a bad way. We've got Bo the Show coming up at 6:00. He's going to take pies. He said the pies need to cool down, so 6 p.m.
Yes. Don't be unsafe. Don't be stupid. Don't get 3rd-degree burns on your face from pie.
Is this a Marie Callender's we're talking about? I mean, because they've been, the shepherd's pie was a stunner, but he's going to do it live, so this should be interesting. And then at 6:30, we've got Big Bad Fab doing live pies. We got Ash at 9. He's going to take a pie for every $1,000 we've raised. We're at 9,000 pies. That's 9 pies. Let's get to 9,800 so I can eat a bean, so Riz can not feel lonely with the stink bug breath. And
well, dude, I pity anybody that comes near my breath right now.
A little less than 400 away. You get me to eat one of those beans. I know when Wisco's here, he'll drop it. He'll start pushing us over, but you folks can get too. All you got to do is go to stjude.org/DLP, stjude.org/DLP. Get your donation in there and help the sick kids and help me eat gross things and help funny things happen to all kinds of people. We've got them lined up, ready to go. Yeah, we're set up. We can do calls. I don't know that you want to risk a trivia loss right now, do you? To kind of chase.
Not at this point, no. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just shoot for the 8 o'clock. Okay, Riz, I would absolutely be, what's the word? Delighted if you could take the mic for a bit and let me do a quick bio break and get my stuff together.
We can do that.
Really quick for Brandon, the shaving cream pie is a great opportunity, but the problem is the natural instinct is to kind of lick the filling after, and shaving cream is as bad as this. Not as bad as a steak, but it's pretty yucky. All right.
That would be an upgrade over what's been in my mouth today.
That is going to be a drop that lives in infamy. Let me just mark the time.
Great. Walked into that one, didn't I? Lovely.
All right, my friend. I will be right back. Thank you for the moment.
All right. I'm going to look. I'm going to pull this up, and I might just see what's going on in the chat here, because I got to pull it up on the phone here. Stand by, folks. I'm coming through. All right. I see. Okay. Drink whiskey, Jeff. No, whiskey, very bad. And anybody who was at the after party from the first training camp party we held at Uptown Grill will know that that's not a good idea for me. But that's, yeah, thanks for that, guys. Yeah, so Frosty Magnum was right. Batch did come back, I think, right after Cole. I want to say I'm not sure that he played, but that's where we were at with it. Yeah, good things here. You guys are great, man. I love that there's 90 people watching right now. That's fantastic. It's been, my God, y'all are great. Just the community. I want to thank all of you who are regulars for the Detroit Lions podcast, because this is something like, and I'm going to give it up. I'm going to give it up for Chris while he's not here, so he can't blush and get embarrassed or mute me. What Chris has done in creating this and making this a everything that you're seeing here, it was his impetus to do the Potter House charity earlier this year that we did, helping build the charity house in Detroit for the wounded veterans. He got inspired by Rich Eisen, I couldn't think of his name for a second, to do this with St. Jude's, and Chris's ability to power through and to organize. Because if you know me at all, you know I am not an organized person. I am somebody I need the hand holding. I am someone who works very well on the fly on the seat of my pants. That's who I am. That's how I get things done. I'm incredibly good at like recovering quickly from adversity. But Chris is he's plotting it out, man. He's so organized and he's so dedicated to this. So if you get a chance, both either privately or do it in the chat, do it in the Slack, just take your hat off to Chris for being the wonderful guiding force that he is for this entity that has become the Detroit Lions podcast, and for having Case involved with it and having myself involved in it and all the things that he's done. What he did today, getting Coach Fonts on the phone with Herman Moore and Lomas Brown, I talked about it a little bit after. 30 years ago, if you would have told me that I would be having a conversation with those men, that they know who I am, my God, mind-blowing. And the fact that Chris has put all this together and it's like matter of fact for him, and I know it's not, but the fact that he treats it the way that it is, that he's organized the training camp parties and he's done the things that he's done, getting the Slack together, getting all that. My God, he's an absolutely wonderful human being, and I'm proud to call him a friend. I'm glad that I took his Twitter anonymous Twitter DM asking me if I would be on this show. My goodness, how the time he devotes to this is it's unbelievable. I wind up, I have my fingers in a lot of pies, and I'm always happy to do whatever Chris needs because, his benevolence in doing this as sort of a fan fiction one-off thing, just to try to stay involved and affiliated with the Lions while he lived first in California and now in Florida. It's really cool, I'm saying this so he doesn't get embarrassed, but I so appreciate what Chris has done, what he's done with all this, the fact that he's given my Lions fandom broader wings and more purpose. So we'll go back in time a little bit. I covered the Lions. I did Detroit Lions draft for several years, starting in 2010 as an offshoot. That dried up in 2015, 2016. So I was I covered the Lions for Bleacher Report in the 2014, 2015, and 2016 seasons. That got taken away from me. And while I did do radio, I started doing radio work on ESPN 96.1, long rest, Big Drew and Jim, and then also the the Sean Legion show before that. I was their Lions guy, but I wasn't writing anywhere professionally for the 2017 Detroit Lions season. Chris gave me an outlet, and he gave me a chance to, and I did write a few things for the site back then. This is when I first joined forces with the Lions podcast, back when Case was still hosting. And the stink bug really, really sucks. But don't do that. But Chris gave me an outlet, and one of the things that he did was that he made my fandom, like, I appreciated not having to write about the team on a day-to-day basis, but I also appreciated that I had an outlet for it, and it made me look at things a little bit differently, and I'm very grateful for him to keep that spirit in me, because at that time, I'm like, this radio thing's kind of sweet, pays better than what writing does, and he gave me the chance to write, and that was something that I needed to stay with, and I'm eternally grateful for that. So I'm saying all these nice things while Chris isn't here, while he can't see them or hear them. But he needs to know how special he is, not just for me, but for everybody that's involved in this, for all the 112 of you that are watching live, for all of you that are going to watch this later, for all of you who are in the Patreon Slack channel, for all of you that interact, like when we see him at the training camp party, when just like thank him for what he's done, because this is it's the reach that this has taken is truly unbelievable to me and to a lot of people, and I'm very grateful for it, and I know y'all are too. So let that be just like and I hope when he comes back and he sees this when I'm not here, because I'll get emotional, but I'm choked up. Aside from the stink bug, I love the guy, man, and it's a testament to how good he's been, that he's brought all this together. I ate a stink bug thing because he thinks it's a good idea for charity, and I went along with it. That's the kind of guy he is, and I have a great appreciation for that. So thank you, Chris, if you see this, and I hope all of you who are out there who are doing this take an appreciation for all that he's done, because his ability to get this to come together, my God, bigger and better than it has been in the past. He's somebody who's very driven to make it a big thing, and he dreams big on it, and he acts big on it, and that's something that I have a great appreciation for, because that's not something that I would be able to do. It's not something that many people can do to make all this happen. So thank you, Chris. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts for that. We'll go back here to what's going on. Yes, and there's some of it going on, and yeah, thanks guys for the kind words. Tori, if you only did more Lions slideshows instead of articles, PR could have been a winner for you. So I will go in on, because a lot of us Bleacher Report refugees have wound up at wires. Packers wire manager Zach Cruz, who's a great guy, was the Packers guy back then. Kurt Popejoy, who does Steelers Wire, did the Steelers back then. There's a lot of us out there. Luke Easterling, who was on with us earlier, was one of the 2 draft guys that they had back then, along with Matt Miller. He's now at Draft Wire. We have talked about this. That was an incredible group of guys, and there were some really talented dudes. Justice Mosqueda, who's I don't know what Justice is doing now. He wound up being the director of scouting for the XFL. And was involved in the player personnel for there. He and I were very good friends back at the time. There was a whole lot of talent there, and seeing it all break out. I have a great appreciation for the time I did at Bleacher Report, and Ian Kenyon was my boss there. He's a Packers guy. Board. I'm always grateful to Ian for giving me a shot. They decided to go in a different direction. They sort of pivoted to video before. Pivoting to video was cool before it became awful and a fallacy. And we all got fired on the same day. Good times. Ty Schalter, another one who was with that. He actually lasted like 6 weeks longer than I did. Ty, who is the founder of Lions Wire, which I am happy to have taken over. Was that 3 years ago now? Yeah, but anyways, that was quite a time, man. That was the listicle thing. So we'll behind the curtain a little bit. We still write those at Lions Wire and at all the other wires, and one of the reasons we do is because it allows you to see more ads. So that's long and the short of it. But it gives us a chance. It's a lot easier than clicking at the bottom of the page, click next page. One of the reasons why we do it is because it is easier for us to write it. We don't have to do the coding for it. It's very simple. But also, it keeps you from having to click next page. And I swear to God, if I ever have to write those clickbaity listicles where you have to click through 30 different things just to see a picture of Jennifer Love Hewitt in a bikini, shoot me, because I don't ever want to be that guy. Welcome back, Chris.
Thanks, buddy. Sorry, I had a production truck doing some work for me. They're
good.
Trimming up some of those videos that we can reuse and put out there.
Excellent.
Oh, man. A little bit different technically than I thought. All right, let's see here.
Stuff happens.
We're getting close for Bo the Show. Let me check out. Got a question. Robbins wants to do analytics. Boy, I hope he can stay up late. He's an all hours kind of guy, though, right?
He is an all hours kind of guy. I'm actually going to take a little bit of a bio break myself here.
Oh,
so I will
for sure, buddy. Go ahead and do the thing.
Rejoin you shortly.
All right. Thanks, Riz. All right. Let me do the time and temp because I'm the sorry, I gotta give you a little space. I'm the radio guy, right? So we'll start out so far, $9,329.69 raised. You guys are absolutely fabulous. Thank you, Matt. My Christmas stocking is reserved. stjude.org/DLP. Go ahead and send something on in and help us out. We're trying to get some Christmas out there for the kids, help some folks out. And as we get to the patient stories here in a little bit, first one coming in the 7 o'clock hour with Brett and Cam. One of the most inspirational stories you're going to hear. And we love to do this stuff to help some people. So this is your chance to do something great for some people when they're at the very, very most difficult time in their life. And, what better thing to do than help people who need it when they need it the most. So go on in, stjude.org/DLP, get your donation in. $9,800 is Bean Boozled time for me. And also, we want to get by 9 o'clock. We definitely want to get as many of those donations in because Ash comes on and he will live take a pie for every $1,000 we raise. And not only that, he's taking it the first part. He's going to be on for at least an hour sitting there with pie on his face. It'll be a fun time. So join us for that. It'll be good. stjude.org/DLP. As you look to the future and you start thinking about what could it be? What could we have? We've got a magical Christmas lined up for you folks that celebrate. We have some great stuff up for auction right now. More things being added shortly. If I get into this, you guys are going to look at this and be absolutely stoked. It is 7 nights in a Colorado ski home, $3,000 value. You have till May of 2023 to schedule it. What a great place for a vacation. It's in Winter Park. It's really 4 seasons living. If you don't ski, the summertime is a great time to be in the mountains. For you folks that are hunting, that's a great place to go. I'll tell you that. DeAndre Swift signed football. DeAndre Swift autographed jersey. TJ Hawkinson autographed football. Penei Sewell autographed football. Jamal Williams autographed football. Dinner with myself, the Riz, and Sandman at Prime and Proper downtown Detroit. The finest steaks in that little mitten you're going to find. And we'll go down there and we'll have drinks and steaks, and the whole time it is a great, great evening, you guys. We have some good times there. You can bid on all this stuff, and the beauty is, thank you, Don H. $40 to St. Jude. You are the rock and roll star of the moment, Don H. And always a longtime listener. Thanks for tuning in all the time, bud. The dinner's a great time. All these things are great. And as I said, the auctions end on the 15th of December, so you'll have everything in hand if you need to get it under the tree or stuffing stockings, as other people are looking at. So there you go. Got that going on, and can have a lot of fun. That's the auction. You'll find all the auction items at auction.detroitlionspodcast.com. 100% of that money goes to St. Jude, so that's a good way to go. And also, your tax-free, straight donations, straight money goes to stjude.org/DLP. Thank you all for listening to the spiel. So far, so good. We are, what are we talking about? 9 hours in. 9 hours of power. Here we go. Robbins, I got you what you need. I've got to move something here as a file. I'll do that. And that one. We're trying to get some things moved around so that we can here we go. And wherever, there. Get some things moved around so that we can get this done. All right. Let's see. There. Sorry. Technical stuff. Very, very technical. Gosh, too much to do. Nope, Dean's not there yet. Okay, sorry. There. Oh, God. I don't know if this makes sense. Would you be able to read something if it said HUYSNPID not TV from TY? Oh, God, no. You guys. Jeez. This is where it gets hard. Okay, cool. Too many letters. All right, here we are, 9369. Let's talk about what do we got in the chat right now. Adam Schefter just reported OBJ will be on waivers Monday. So we've got to wait all this time to get our number one wide receiver. Why is Chris all up on OBJ? Because he got nothing to lose. He's not going to break the locker room. The locker room is what it is. The culture is there. He's not going to be the one to drive it into a negative spot. Do I hear a Riz in the background? No. Okay. He's not going to break. Go ahead, do your thing, Riz. Just tap on your back. That's cool.
I'm coming.
Yeah, he's not going to break the culture in the locker room. He gives you a number one receiver, so he gets what he wants to be the number one receiver, to be the guy. He gets that opportunity, and it's a real good deal for him. So he gets to redeem himself. He knows if he pulls a Cleveland Steamer here, he's gonna in Detroit. He's gonna be done. He won't be going anywhere else, and he's ready to rock and roll. Let's see. He voted the rest of his deal free agent after this season. Oh, so he is a 9. There's nothing to lose at all. There's nothing to lose at all. I wonder. This is an interesting change. Did they do that? They wouldn't do that for the Lions. He might do it for the Lions, though. God, that's really something. Deshaun Jackson, a little older, but I mean, can you imagine Deshaun Jackson and OBJ suddenly on this team? Holy crap. It changes the whole outlook, doesn't it? The new news, Flounder, is that he gets to void after next year. Oh, okay. I thought you said that he voided the rest of his deal free agent after the season. Okay, I need you guys to clarify this for me. We need complete sentences so I can report appropriately. I'm
looking this up.
Okay.
But I can.
Are you good to be on camera, or are you mawing on something?
I'm still eating a little bit.
Do you think?
So.
I'll let you hide. All right. Let's see. All right, we'll have Chris Robbins with us.
Missed my mouth.
Here we go again, putting things in your mouth. Chris Robbins will be on to talk analytics and so on after midnight. After midnight with Chris Robbins.
Very good.
Let me do my what was his name? Wait, Lions claimed OBJ. What do we got going on? I've got some crazy news coming on in the background. What was his name? Alan Almond. And tonight we'll have Chris Robbins joining us with all the wonderful things that happen after midnight. Analytics, separation statistics, and other things that numbers don't.
So somebody just put this on Twitter. Adam Schefter tweeted this out.
All right, Sheffy.
The Browns and Odell officially reached a settlement, resulting in being placed on waivers on Monday, after which he can be claimed Tuesday at 4 p.m. Additionally, any team that claims Odell Beckham would inherit $7.25 million of salary for the remainder of the season. Schefter editorializes that cost is considered high for a player that would not be considered a rental, with this being the last year of his contract. That tells me right there that Odell does not want to be claimed and that he wants to go where he can find his own way. $7.25 million is technically more than the Lions have available in cap room. So that sort of squashes the dream there, unfortunately. Or fortunately,
wait, say that part again. I'm sorry, I was distracted.
It results $7.25 million salary hit for the rest of the year. So you're paying $7.25 million for 9 games of
$1 million a game almost.
Is not 100% physically, and you do not have ties to him for the next year, which that sort of rules out. With him agreeing to keep that salary in place, that is his way of saying, don't claim me. I want to go where I want to go. But that's my interpretation of that anyways.
Yeah, somebody's going to want him. And still for $7 million, that hits us this year, right? There's no long-term hit on it, right?
Correct. Yep.
So the Lions still could claim him if we've got $7 million to spend and we've got no wide receiver.
I don't think we do actually. No, we can't actually. So here are the teams that can afford to claim him based on his current salary: the Bengals, the Chargers, Steelers, Washington, Carolina, Seattle, Denver, Philadelphia, and Jacksonville are the only teams that would not have to make a cut in their salary cap to afford him.
What about the Tyrell Williams news, though?
That doesn't impact it.
No impact.
All of his money has already been paid. So, yeah, doesn't ameliorate any of the salary cap issues. And remember, this is a team that's wanting to spend in free agency this coming off season, and spending money now takes away from the money that they can roll over into next year's cap. Yeah. So that kind of kills it.
Vegas Maze, $50. Thank you so much. Keep up the good work, guys. Thank you. 94.19, less than $400 away from my being boozled. Do you mind eating while you're on the air? Or you want to be covered up, Riz? I'm sorry, I
no, go ahead.
Without
I'm
permission.
Good.
You can keep eating. It's okay. I'm going to dive into some chicken wings or some pizza in a little bit. So we'll see how that goes.
I'm doing the broccoli rice bowl from Panera, which my daughter was kind enough to bring to me.
2.6 in space. Yeah, and then bye-bye. Bye-bye, Odell. OBJ. OMG.
Yeah. So apparently the terms of the settlement were not such with Cleveland that the money would go away. And that's again, that is Odell saying, I don't want to get claimed by not just Detroit, but any number of other teams. I want to go where I want to go.
Right. All right, we got that going on. Let me get this going. We got Bo the show ready to roll. Sorry, I'm 10 minutes late, Bo. We got you your link that you need. I think that'll get you there. Okay. Got that going on. You're good. 400 away from me having to eat a bean at $9,800, folks. We are on a fire here today. Rocking and rolling, raising the dough. St. Jude, 24 hours. 9 hours in, Riz. How you feeling?
I'm good, man. Oh, you know what? My daughter gave me mine. Where'd it go?
So it's even the St. Jude brand.
My daughter, by the way, is awesome. So.
She's all right.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. We should do trivia again, maybe at 10-8. We'll do the trivia beans again when you've had $2,000 to recover and then a chance to maybe win and not have to eat another one. That was fun, making people do the sound of the air.
It really was.
We'll do some replays. We're almost we are almost to the point where we have the coaches rocking and rolling, the Coach Fonts and Herman Moore and Lomas Brown interview. Just top shelf stuff, man. This is the great. This is the content that I know I would love to watch. You know what I mean? Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
Absolutely.
Really good. Really good. Coach Fonts, he was like, yeah, 20 minutes, right? He said, you're going to 30 now, right? It's like, no, I'm sorry, Coach. We'll keep it at 20. He's like, okay. And then off he went. Talk and talk. I'm not rambling, am I? No, it's okay. Keep rambling. We're at 94-1969 right now. This is Floundericious with a super chat. Thank you, sir. And I will match $500 for the next hour. So till 7:15, up to $500 matching from Floundericious. Boy, for $200, you can get me to eat a bean thanks to those matching funds. It happens really quick, folks. So get in there. stjude.org/DLP. No other links will work. The beans, the pies, the everything happens at stjude.org/DLP. That's where you can get your stuff to count and help us get to that goal. Christmas for the kids. Let's do this. Let's get some folks rocking and rolling. Thank you to everybody for your great stuff.
I think that finally killed the bean. I'm happy.
What did you have? Was it chicken wings? Was that what you were
I had a broccoli and chicken teriyaki bowl.
Oh, that should kill it. Yeah, that's good.
It was good.
Good call. Okay.
I also have a fudge stripe mint cookie from Aldi, whatever the Aldi knockoff version is. I will enjoy it.
All right, I got that. I think I've got my there. Everything's remote. Okay. Should be in shape. Good. All right, let's see. We got Bo the show, and Bo's there waiting. I didn't add him. I'm a horrible human being, Riz. I'm terrible at producing shows. I added him early. Let's get him in here. I'm button happy. It's all too much for me to do anymore. Bo the show, bro. Say hello.
We have Bo. Does Bo know?
Beauregard. I think he's probably got to set up his audio.
Could be.
And his video. Oh, there he is.
That looks like Bo. Hi, Bo.
I think you got to set up your audio, brother. Can't
not hear you.
No audio.
You can hear us.
Oh.
Am I go?
There you go.
Hey!
There you go. How you doing, brother?
There we go. All right. Hi there, guys. It's Bo. On behalf of Detroit Lions podcast, I'm doing pies to the face for St. Jude's. So here's pies to the face for the kids. They've got a Marie Callender's vanilla cream pie right here.
Oh my God.
Don't forget to go to stjudes.org/DLP. And that's DLP for Detroit Lions podcast.
Oh, Bo, you rock, man.
That was great, dude.
That's a freaking pie.
I'm out.
All right, brother.
That was great, buddy. Oh, Bo. Wow.
All right, I'm gonna let him go because I don't think he knows.
Yeah. I think he's into private time now.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
That pie sounded really good too. Marie Callender's vanilla cream.
Yeah. There we go. Got him. Oh my!
If anyone wants to deliver one to me, I'll make sure that I'll save a piece for Micro Mike, who's sort of my neighbor.
Oh my gosh! Let's see. Oh, they want to.
Wow, that's something else. Thanks, Mike. Mike Hodges donating.
Hodges back. Thank you, my man. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. You are a credit to Western Michigan.
Mike's been very good to me over the years. I have a great appreciation for Mike.
This is for the Flounder match. Is in the message there from him. $50 from Mike Hodges. That means we're actually 50 above that. That puts us to 95.10. We're 300 away from Chris's Bean Boozled. If you haven't seen him so far, this is the terror. You see those faces?
Yes,
they're underselling it. They're underselling it.
Yes, they really are. The oh my God. I'm living it now just thinking about it. Sense memory recall.
I'm going to go to just the bad flavors. Stink bug, which we've seen with Riz, is a real treat, a real pleasurable opportunity. Riz is still loving the moment, enjoying the moment. You got rotten egg, you got barf, you got booger, you got stinky socks, dirty dishwater, toothpaste, canned dog food, spoiled milk, and dead fish. And those all mask themselves. There's flavors next to them, like rotten egg, for example, the mask one, the one it looks just like is buttered popcorn. So you really don't know until you bite into it. You can't smell, you can't
know
tell.
very quickly after you bite into
right,
it.
like stinky socks and Tutti Frutti. You bite the right one, you're like, this is all right. I'm digging this.
I got the sock. It was not all right.
You said it was just like your teenage.
It really was. My son is a basketball player, and we have ridden in the car many a time where I need him to put his feet out of the window, otherwise I will throw up. And it tasted just like that.
Teenage boys are the stinkiest creatures on earth.
Yes, they are. Especially after playing basketball for 6 hours in the same socks all day.
Oh yeah. Oh God.
Having said that, barf was the best one of the three that I've had. Probably because it's a more familiar flavor. I don't know.
Okay. Blandino, he's talking about 8 Pacific. He's got some stuff that happened.
Okay.
So that'll be 11.
All right, that's good.
Yeah, for sure. That means I got Matthias at 11:30. Okay, cool. We'll do him at 11. We'll have Matthias at 11:30. Good. That's good. Thank you, Bo. That was awesome. And we've got another one. Let's get.
Thank you.
Oh, New York Lions fan. Whoa, dude. Thank you so much. New York Lions fan, 600 balonies, straight to the top. 10,069.69. We did it. You guys.
That means we've done 4,000 in like the last 3.5 hours or so, which is great.
Yeah, that's something.
Y'all's generosity is it's overwhelming.
It's an amazing group of people. Best community in the world. And I'll say this, another one. I've never met a group of people, especially when you get older. You know, Riz, you don't make friends, right? I mean, it's not like you did when you were a kid. I don't want to say you don't make friends.
Yeah, it's different.
And I generally dislike people. I say that, right? I've met some of the very, very, very best people. You say, and I don't even want to say names because I'm going to leave someone out. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But there's so many people I've met, and then people I've just crossed paths with. You know what I mean? Yeah. The most amazing people. I can't believe there's that many great people out there You know, that I just kind of at the parties, at training camp, you know what I mean?
In this era. And the fact that y'all are like that is, man.
I would truly have lost faith in humanity at this point. Seriously, had I not met these people since we started doing this podcast. There's something about you folks in Lions world and all this. You guys are awesome. You guys are absolutely awesome. So thank you, New York Lions fans. $600, great cause. Love the kids. That's really awesome, man. You're a superstar. Thank you very, very, very much. Wow. 10 grand. Let's get Riz in a tutu. Let's get Riz in a tutu.
It's sitting right over there. It's right. Oh boy.
This is the kind of stuff that can live on in infamy for ages. Riz in a tutu. You know what I mean? Yeah. This is stuff that can follow him for the rest of his life.
He'll be having a Speedo on under it too.
People will laugh at him for 10 years. After that, they'll talk about, boy, I remember when Risen before it was on ESPN, he was just this crazy man. And then he'll be into the retirement age, and they'll be like, you know, the retirement speech, it'll be like, I remember Jeff Risen in his youth doing some amazing things. And anonymous, again, $12.34 takes us to 1082.
So I will tell you this, my wife and I have talked about this. When she retires, I'm going away too. I will happily, I already have a retirement plan actually. I am going to officiate high school sports. I'm going to do football, I'll do volleyball, and I'll do basketball. And that will be how I will stay active and support my living, but I will not be on social media. I will not talk Lions. I will disappear. That's
really something. My goal is to do this when I retire. I enjoy it so much, and to be able to use it as a way to see football and meet great people. It's like, wow, this would be fun to do as
I'll still pop up from here to there, but the Riz, as you know it, will go away. But that's many years down the road because we're not that old.
Not for my life though, right? Don't scare me. All right, we've got Aaron. We got more live pies. Big Bad Fab is here. Really quick before we go, Bo, he says, sorry about the technical difficulties. That stuff got right up my nose.
Snorting vanilla is not good for anybody.
Yeah, the Marie Callender's vanilla. Okay, let's get Big Bad Fab in here. Let's have some fun with some more pies. This is great. These live pies are the way to go. Fab, how you doing, brother? All right, get your audio going.
All right.
We'll get to him. Still no audio yet, my friend.
Yeah, he's working on the audio.
No audio. Can't hear you. I hope you can you hear us? Our beautiful voices?
I think he just mouthed, I can't hear you.
He can't. Mom.
There
it is. I can hear you. Oh, he was gone. Try it again.
How about now?
Ah, there you go. Fab. How you doing, man?
How you doing, guys?
Good. How you doing, brother?
Good.
Oh, I'm excited for this.
So tell us the setup. What do we got going on? I see you're the garage over here. The garage.
Well,
what's going on here? Uh-oh. We lost you.
Come back. Come
Come to Fab.
Come back.
Fab.
So I think I'm looking out there. Am I breaking up?
You're back now.
Now you're back.
Now.
You're good right at the moment.
All right. I think it's switching crappy Wi-Fi in the garage, probably.
Got it.
I know exactly how.
So what's the setup? What's going on here? Help us get in line. I love the shirt, by the way. It's gorgeous on you.
Well, Chris, I got to be honest with you. This dope shirt here I got, this may not make it through this. Do you have anywhere that I could purchase another shirt like this and possibly even benefit the show?
You know, there is conveniently. I just love it when people set me up. DetroitLionsPodcast.com/store. You have access to all the great shirts and mugs and stickers and the whole line of Detroit Lions podcast stuff. And you can benefit the show, DetroitLionsPodcast.com/store. And also the St. Jude auction is available there too if you want to get some great swag and help St. Jude. There we go.
Well, how convenient is that?
It worked.
So we've got 2 pies that are going to be coming here.
All right.
I'll show you the first one here is just our standard spaghetti. And we got a little bit of Honolulu blue filling in there. And then as the discussion in the chat today about OBJ, we've got the OBJ cake. And credit to Ash, I am pro OBJ, as you can see.
What color is it?
It is brown. And I might have missed an O in there, but you get the idea.
You're pro BJ. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Shout out to the Slack chat. If you get it, you get it. So
that's awesome.
So I'll toss it to you guys. Which one you want to see first?
I want the blue filling first. I think, Riz. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with that. That'll contrast well with the shirt too.
And then we'll get the steamer.
I'm gonna have my wife get the phone and get it set up. It's
good.
I don't know why.
Good on her for helping you out with this. Thank you.
Oh, she's a dear. I think if you go, no, okay.
There you go.
This is going to be kind of rough for visually seeing. I think that's okay.
Yeah, you're good.
All right.
How you doing, big guy? He has no idea what's going on around him. He's
gonna find out here in just a second because he's gonna get the second one.
Oh, all right.
I think so. You guys got me.
Oh wait, it froze.
It froze.
Oh, the worst possible. Come on.
We're in suspended animation. I'm nervous.
I am too. God. We're gonna wind up seeing just the aftermath, aren't we?
I know. That'll be sad.
Oh. Okay.
How about now?
You're back. You're
Okay.
back. Woof.
Yeah,
I
all
missed
right.
it.
All right. No.
Okay.
All right. No.
Oh.
That was fantastic.
That's all over the garage door.
Oh.
It's okay, little guy. It's okay.
Put this in Daddy's face.
Go get Daddy.
You can not chew away.
Poor guy.
You want to do it?
You do it. Come on, you do it.
It's all over the garage. Look.
It's okay, buddy. It's all good.
What is that? Is that a trebuchet or something?
Okay. Thank God. We'll see you later.
Fab, that was great, man.
Thank you, Fab.
Thank you, Mrs. Fab.
Thank you, Mrs. Fab. Thank you, little Fab. You are the Fab family. You guys are awesome.
And congrats on the new edition, too. By the way.
Better than the one chip challenge.
Thank you. Oh man.
Oh, that was good. That was real good.
That was.
I love that.
It was like on a trebuchet. Did you see how fast and hard?
That was crazy.
It's like when there's spatter against the garage behind him.
Oh my goodness, that was unbelievable.
Oh my God, Fab, you sir.
That was really good.
Therapy incoming in 15 years for the little one. Poor guy. That just had to be so startling. Oh, the poor kid. That was awesome.
Boy.
Oh my gosh. I love this community.
We just got the update. We get one of the things that we're privy to is we get the daily transaction file. One of the transactions that was on the file today is that Devontae Adams is now officially off the Packers COVID list and will play Sunday. There's your NFL update.
He must be vaccinated instead of immunized.
So apparently Aaron Rodgers went on the Pat McAfee show today.
Yes.
And his horse paced and that he tried to I'm piecing it together here. Tried to present his case to the NFL that he was immunized and not vaccinated, and he said they quote called me a quack. So I'm very much looking forward to diving into that interview at some point.
But this is the
it won't be tomorrow because I'm going to bed tomorrow, and I will wake up sometime Sunday afternoon. And
this is the kind of thing, though, Riz, and this is where you got to be careful, especially in the media, right? Because the way you just did that was absolutely not true. And I'm not advocating that product, right? I'm not a doctor. It's off-label use, right? Things are used off-label all the time. But he was given a human form of that drug. It wasn't horse paste that he was given.
That's fair. And it was, what is it, Invermectin or something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
I should know this because my wife works in pharmaceuticals.
And so calling it horse paste is actually lying. It's not correct, right? Number one,
that
it is a human drug.
You are correct.
That's been used since like the 80s for a number of things. Does it work on that? I have no idea. I have no idea at all. But this is how things like this get politicized. People shortcut it and use words to paint a picture that isn't true, right? Again,
framing.
I have no opinion on that. But I do, and we talked about me, like with the honesty and the whole thing with that, right? The truth is, that's what he used. It was a real drug that people have used safely for a number of years. Does it work here? I don't know. I don't have any proof. I don't have any studies. I haven't looked at any studies.
We are not doctors or pharmacists or biological engineers.
Or do we play them on TV?
No.
So there it is. That's all.
That's an important correction. I appreciate that. I do. And I appreciate that.
There we go. All right. Okay. Floundericious. If Lion fans could will a win by public embarrassment, we would be 4-4. I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. Okay. I owe a bean.
Oh, yes, you do.
Let me check our time. We're at 6:30. My eye itches.
6:35. We are, what's that, 9.5 hours in? Is that right?
Sir. Yes, sir. Feels like minutes. Feels like moments. All right, I've got.
It's gone quick. It really has.
It really has. Yeah, absolutely. All right, I got videos. I'm going to plug it in. You guys are going to get a Windows noise because I don't know how to shut it off.
We are going to have to, at some point, cut out for a quick minute just so YouTube will allow us to continue streaming. They will not allow us to stream more than 12 hours consecutively. So we have to duck out at some point for that.
Yeah. Fine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. We got to do it before 9. Let's do it after Cam and Brett before Mark. How about that? Sound good?
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, that'll work perfect. Okay. Let's see. We've got some good stuff here. What was I gonna do? Oh, a bean. I got to do a bean.
Yes, it's bean time.
Quick call down to the truck for maybe a couple chicken wings so I want to chase this taste. What taste? Thank you. All right. Let's.
I love that you have a truck.
I really shouldn't call my wife a truck because she's anything but.
Your wife is a good-looking woman.
Yeah.
So I would not refer to her as a truck.
So I'm not referring to her, right? It's like, oh God, the production crew. I'll just shut up. I should have just stayed quiet. Okay, so for those who haven't seen it, this is the cover of the Bean Boozled. Those folks are actually real life in that much pain. That's actually just thinking about it. This is what it is. I got to hold this on here pretty tight because the beans will fall out. Whole bunch of beans. You spin the dial and it tells you what bean you got to eat. So get this all taken care of.
Oh, I'm reliving it now again.
All right. Man. Spinny Winnie. Please.
Sense memory recall is a bad skill that I have, unfortunately. Not a talent that I would wish upon people.
Buttered popcorn or rotten egg.
All right.
Get the color right. I'm not so bad with sulfur, I don't think, but I know. So let's see. I've had 2 so far, or 3? 2. I did sour
You've had
toothpaste, and that's it.
First one.
This first one was sour spoiled milk.
That's right. Okay.
And toothpaste.
Yeah,
okay.
Then you had toothpaste.
So rotten egg. Let me get this going. Okay. So I did my spin. I have rotten egg. Here we go. Wish me luck. See you on the other side, friendo. Not buttered popcorn. Oh my God.
You said, right away.
Yeah, it's going to be on my teeth. This one really actually reminds me of the spoiled milk, unfortunately.
They're sort of in the same family of bad actual food things.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. You all right there, buddy?
Yeah, just need a second.
Yeah. Yeah, that's...
Oh, wait, that was buttered pop? No, I'm not. It wasn't. I'm joking. It's horrible. I tried. I couldn't pull it off.
Yeah, they're just not fun.
Oh, God.
Yeah. By the way, Jillian, you were right. The stink bug does last a very long time.
God. That is just, it's like eating a carcass. Like, I feel like a damn vulture right now. Ugh. Like, sulfur is not something about it. This is not sulfur. This is like, not like a rotten sulfur egg. This is like a just turned like a couple days ago egg. Like it's the one you're like, this might be okay, and you bite into it, and then you're like,
yuck.
It's in my teeth. It's worse.
Yeah,
that's your fault, Jillian. I will never forget you. Ugh.
Jillian was big on having us do this too.
Oof. Yeah. I think she's recording these segments for.
I'm sure she is.
God.
Thank you, Jillian.
That hurts my liver.
One of our St. Jude's people.
Okay.
St. Jude's people have been fantastic to work with, by the way. They have made this easier than it probably should be. And they've been very pleasant to work with. We've bounced ideas off them. They've bounced ideas off of us, and it's been really, really rewarding to see a charitable organization that is willing to do this with us and with some of the other things that they do. They do a lot of stuff, man.
Yeah.
It's a really, really well run organization, and that makes me very happy.
Yeah, they are the best. It's tons of that money, almost all of that money. And just so you know, Riz, you're only $218 away from your next bean. The vast majority of that money goes to the research and the kids and the families. It's not spent in overhead. And you would think, because you see the chat bot that goes on and reminds people to donate in the oh God, no one's gotten a good bean. Like, I thought it was 4-1. I'm on 3. Riz, you've had 3 now, right?
Yeah.
And none of us have found a good one.
No, we have not. Feeling a little verklempt.
Yeah. But so the money goes to the actual people who need it. Goes straight to the to the source of what you're raising money for, not administrative costs. And yet here we are. They built the chat bot. They've got it was so easy to set up our banners and everything. They did a great job to have this completely set up and ready for us. Interacted. We're actually testing their chatbot for them. We're the first ones to ever use it. It's actually great. You're kind of honored to be able to help them out. But they had a team, people, and like any corporation. I'm working through this. Like any corporation, they have brand standards. They have all kinds of things, and guys like us, we do the jokes we do. We do have fun. We do things that are our own. We are who we are, right? And there's a way that they can work with us, in a way that they figured out to make that work. And I got to tell you, that's awesome. That's awesome of them to do for us. And put together for us. I'm very, very happy and excited that they were able to put that together and work with us and make it so darn easy to raise money for them. This is how a business, a regular business, a for-profit business should run, much less a charitable business like this.
It really got me excited to help them. and that's what you want.
Yeah, 100%, 110%. So good stuff for St. Jude. Let's help them since they helped us. stjude.org/DLP. stjude.org/DLP. Get your donations in there. We're $218 away from getting Riz to eat a bean like I just had to. That was part of the fun and excitement. We've got Brett and Cam, one of the most inspiring patient stories you're going to hear about. A child who went through cancer and is now thriving, walking in the halls in the same footsteps that the Riz was for the same degree as an Ohio University Bobcat. And it's a great story. The fact that they share that is awesome. And to hear his story and how that worked for him was awesome. It's really something great. Also, we've got the interview with Lomas and Coach Fonts and Herman Moore. That's been edited down in the truck. Thank you very much to our folks in the truck. We also have the Dan Miller interview teed up. What I want to do is maybe after Mark Schofield and before Ash comes on, let's do the interview with Coach and Lomas and Herman. So let's call that like 8:45. So if you guys want to know, and if you would tweet that in Instagram and Facebook and all that, you guys, it's hard to do all that stuff while we're doing the show, but I would love it if you could let everyone know. 8:45, you're going to see the best interview you'll ever have seen in the Lions world in ages. I mean, Jerry was awesome. I will never downgrade the Jerry one, but this one with Herman, Coach Fonts, and Lomas Brown really, really takes the cake. If you want to see the guys that 30 years ago brought home the last playoff win to Detroit and the Detroit Lions, this is the interview for you. This is something really, really special, and it's worth your time and ultra valuable. Do not miss it. 8:45. Please share that on your socials if you would, because I think folks really want to and need to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Very, 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 again, thinking back to where like 30 years ago to the thought of, oh my God, I'm in a conversation with Lomas Brown and Herman Moore with Wayne Fonts. Like, holy crap.
Yeah. Right. I mean, yeah, seriously, you think back to then, right? Frosty 2066.
Thank you, Frosty.
Thank you for getting us up to the appropriate amount of change. $10,602.69. We're rocking and rolling. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to get this going so we can rock this out. Holy cow, we've cracked 4,000 subscribers as well.
Wow.
Guys, thank you so much for the folks on the
That's
tube.
great.
This is awesome. I couldn't again, the community rocks. You people are absolutely fabulastic. That's the way to do it. All right. Fab, that was great. That thing.
Yes.
The pie hitting the damn garage. That's the thing that just destroyed me. Absolutely destroyed me. Oh man. Okay. Let's see. I've got to get this going. Riz.
I love that we're having fun with this. This is good.
This is what it's all about, brother. Let's see. Get that there. So let's talk about. Let's see. We talked about Jared Goff a little bit. Let's talk about OBJ. OBJ. This story has really kind of changed over the day. Let's get back to Aaron because we're talking about that, and there's something that came from Paul that I think is really interesting in the chat. Apparently, Rodgers had tests done that said he would react negatively to the Moderna and the Pfizer, but he could take the J&J. But he didn't want to because of the brief period that J&J was halted, which, by the way, was 3 days after I got it. And going back to what Tony said this morning, the organization knew about his status and choice. No idea if it's abiding by NFL rules, though. So that is super interesting. I don't think there is an exemption for religious or other reasons. Also, I've never heard of a test that says you would react negatively to those vaccines because I figure that would be part of it because people were reacting pretty negatively and there was some big adverse events as a result of that. I would think that would be part of the course if that's what they were doing.
I would, and that is weird because I am vaccinated. I am Pfizered, and I had a reaction to it in that I have had tinnitus for some time, and after my second shot, it was almost instantaneous within a day. it went from like a constant level of like a 2 to a constant level of like a 5, and it's there now. It's my left ear is it's ringing like all the time, and it's gotten much worse. And I did report that to the what was it? It's not the
CDC.
FDA, some other organizational governmental body, and they took note of it, and they followed up with me to ask me if it's still there. I'm like, yeah, it's not going away. Obviously, it can't be directly attributed to that because it was something that I did have before that, because I go to too many damn concerts and I listen to music loudly all the time.
Yep.
It certainly exacerbated the problem. And it wasn't something that you would ever know unless you got it. So I don't know, man.
That's a lot. That's a lot. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm working at getting this video up.
Still better than having COVID, though. And I, for those of you who don't know my story, I have had open heart surgery. I have a cow valve in my aortic valve was replaced by a cow valve in 2015. And that makes me very vulnerable to infections of anything like that. It has impacted my body immunity. There's a metal wire wrapped around my sternum that holds it together, which is not fun. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing fat guy 40s now instead of fit guy 40s. And, also, I had asthma as a kid, so I was a very high risk person. In fact, even though I am of relatively good health and I'm not an AARP member yet or eligible to be an AARP member, I am eligible to get the booster. I haven't gotten it yet. I would rather other people get their first and second before I get my third. But it's weird to me that like that would be. I don't know, man. It's the whole like I get Rodgers' general position on it, but at the same time, like I hope he wasn't trying to get something over on the league. Looking at it from a team standpoint and a football standpoint, that's not a great way to endear yourself to your teammates.
Is that what he was after at that point in time, though?
But and that's the thing. You're going back in time. Remember, he wanted out. It was pretty clear he wanted out. And now he's got to reconcile. It's a mess, man. It's somewhat a testament, and I will say this because I do have a vote in this. If they continue on the pace they're on, Matt LaFleur is running away and hiding with the coach of the year, dealing with all that and keeping them where they are. Hell yeah. He's got my vote. He's got it right now, anyways.
You better hide.
And I don't really like talking good things about the people in Green Bay, but I give them credit, man. That's a good football team.
Yes. Yes.
They are certainly going through some interesting tumult at this point, though.
Yeah, and I will go back to the beginning of the year when I said that he was sacrificing the team. I will start to say maybe so, because that was a knowing. You have to know that you're going to get caught on that. You have to know. You just have to. And he played a funny game. He said immunized. He said that on purpose. Nobody else uses that term. People just went with it and let it go. You know he didn't follow the protocols. This is a purposeful. Well, let me put it this way. This is premeditated. What he did, his behavior.
He's not a dumb guy.
Was it meant maliciously? That's different. That's a different question, right? That's a different question that I don't have the answer to. I don't know his motivations.
I don't either.
But I can kind of think about the fact that he knew what he was doing.
And just to throw a little weird fuel onto the fire, his current girlfriend is someone who believes in perineum sunning. Look that up if you want to. And she was open about wanting to get a suntan on her vagina. That's who he's hanging out with when all this is going on. That's sort of a homeopathic, I don't know, remedy. I honestly don't know what the purpose of that would be, but it's something that there's a certain group of people that believe in that and that it has positive health benefits. I haven't done my research on that. I won't say that I will either, but if you're a believer that perineum sunning is something that is advantageous for your health, you're probably going to be a little bit more interested in the effects of invermedicine over being Pfizer or Johnson & Johnson.
I think more of them need to see the sunlight, and I'll leave it at that.
Such a weird thing, man. Oh, trying to keep it a family show, trying to not be flippant or political, and it's dang hard with this whole thing, man.
That's a whole jaunt right there. That's really something I have.
We out on that.
Yeah. But you know something? Michael Bennett, he says here, he's the ultimate me person, only cares about himself. Sneaky wording for sure. Sneaky is the word, right?
I like that.
And it is a great word for him. And not only that, but if you think about it, this is who he is. The whole catching 12 guys in the field, the quick snap. Oh, I'm just going to throw a bullshit ball downfield and get interference, and I'm going to move it and keep it and move forward. Right? This is he's sneaky. You know what I mean? And do those things work in the football sense? Yeah, they do work. Does it catch teams? I don't know why it still does, but absolutely it does.
It does.
But it's not good football. It's sneaky football. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. It works, so it's good because it works, but it's not good football, right? And it really goes to his personality. It really goes to his personality. The word sneaky. Great job, Paul. Very, very good with the word.
I like it. It's a very weird situation. And to your point earlier, I think it was you that said it. We teased about possibly having Aaron Rodgers come to Detroit as a revenge tour. I'm not sure I want that drama. Like I'm apprehensive about the OBJ drama, and at least he's not like at the end of the day, I believe that Odell Beckham Jr. is a good human being and a good person and a good teammate. And I'm not sure that I can say those things about Aaron Rodgers given light of recent situations.
Wow. Yeah, no, I'm not sure I could either. I'm relatively certain I probably couldn't. Wow. Okay. Aaron Rodgers doing Aaron Rodgers things. He's interesting. And again, like we like to talk about, if we take the political piece out of it and we just talk about what's going on from, a medical perspective or a science perspective or a business perspective for football, sneaky, shady, disingenuous, sly, those are all good words.
If I were a teammate of his, I would be angry at him. Advertising was a great start to their football season.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's interesting. And the thing is all the other drama that goes with him, right? If this was by itself, it's like, okay, so maybe he has a very personal sort of an issue with it, right? And I again,
there are people that have that, and that's
I'm not
their
judging.
Right. Not going to tell them they're wrong.
There's people that are scientists, there are science-based that have that, and there's people that aren't. There's people that are crazy, there are people that are sane, there's people all over that have that, and there's people that are all exactly the same that have the opposite opinion, right? So for me to sit here and try to judge one or the other or cast some kind of group net over them and create names or whatever, it's not helpful, right? It doesn't take a look at what the reality is. So that's where he is. Whatever he based his decision on is. But the sneaky part, man, that disingenuous, these are all good words. Sly, deliberate in his word choices, right? Deliberate is actually a really good word because this is deliberate. The thing we don't know about it, though, is his motivations, right? His motivations, they don't matter in the fact that he broke the rules, and he did these things. We want to know if the team knew, because you have to know what you look. I was speeding because I had to go to the bathroom. Sorry, you should have gone to the bathroom before you left. You were speeding. You made a deliberate choice to do that. You get the ticket, right? We have to know who gets tickets here, who's getting tickets written, because this is obviously outside the bounds of what the rules are, and we have to get past all the name calling and grouping and framing of people and get to who knew what and when did they know it, and then write the tickets for what they did. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does, and that's what the NFL is going to have to figure out, because this is This is a very big deal in the NFL world. I can tell you that the work Slack that I'm on is crazy busy today, and I've been trying to catch up intermittently. But it's wild. Like there's going to be a lot of things that come out of this that impact the Detroit Lions, the Chicago Bears, the rest of the league, the NFLPA. It's like from the organizational standpoint, how long have the Packers known that he was not vaccinated? Did they still follow the protocols as if he was not a vaccinated person? Was that in place the whole time? Did he, in fact, contract, as is often speculated, and I've speculated it, I don't know it, I don't know that it's true, but there is a lot of speculation that he picked up the virus from Kirk Benkert, who is their third string quarterback. By the way, has a bitch and lion tattoo on his arm.
Maybe he was a plan.
maybe he was. The Lions actually did like him in that draft too. If he got it from him at the facility, like one of the things that the COVID protocols are designed to do is prevent transmission from infected players to other players, whether they're vaccinated or not. And that clearly didn't work. And is that something that the Packers could have prevented? Is that something that Rodgers could have prevented? And those are questions that are going to get asked, and they're not going to have easy answers. And based on how the NFL has handled the Washington football team situation, we're probably not going to like the answers that we are spoon-fed that only reveal just a very little tidbit of the truth. Because that is a situation that needs to have a light keep shining on it, because the cockroaches need to come out of the woodwork on that one.
Can I?
We've gone into our old NFL show here, Chris. How about that? Remember our...
I love it. I love it.
That was good.
I want to ask you though about that, the Washington football team, because this is something that Tony Ortiz and I we disagree a bit on, and I want to know what your thoughts are. Goodell did what I thought he was going to do. He buried it. He buried the information, and the fact that he buried it means he's got a whole file, a fat file of blackmail material on people. That's frankly what, and he's shown what he'll do with it in the Gruden case. He's not afraid to use it, right? Gruden said something I didn't like about me. He got banged. That's it. Done, right? With the fact that people, the NFL is a very tight-knit circle. People talk to everybody, right? Everybody talks to everybody. They know what's going on other teams that are very.
We see that firsthand in Mobile at the Senior Bowl and every year at the Combine.
Yep. Everybody has probably talked to the Washington football team at some point. I don't know what, you have to wonder, what is it that was said? What could be construed? Whether it's malicious or not, what have I done that could put me in a bad light in the last however many years in my conversations over there, right? Even if it's like, F you and your stupid just something. Goodell has all of that. And to me, this is an absolute conflict of interest, because he now has all the material he needs to keep himself as the commissioner with no accountability in perpetuity if he wants, because he's got all the goods. What's your thoughts? Open it, let people see it, or keep it covered because it's going to do or could do way too much damage to this team?
I think they need to do it. I think that Daniel Snyder deserves it. Everything's coming to him.
Okay. Excuse me. And I kind of, I'll tell you, I don't like that answer because it's personal, right? And I'm like, okay, but it's fair. It's absolutely fair. He deserves. I'm not going to deny what you said.
The fact that he tried to prostitute out the cheerleaders is a line that cannot be crossed. And the fact that he's never been punished beyond, I think it was a $2 million fine, that's not enough. If you're following what's going along with the Phoenix Suns and their owner, Robert Sarver, which is batshit crazy, some of the things that have come out on that, the fact that he tried to get local Phoenix women to basically become baby mamas for free agents so they would have kids in the area so they would feel obliged to sign in Phoenix to stay as a free agent. Oh my God, that actually happened. And I'm not sure that what Washington did is any worse or any better.
Wait, is that wrong? Is that not right?
Yes, that would be wrong, Chris.
I better write that down.
Just and some of it is that. So when Daniel Snyder took over in Washington, my wife and I, we didn't have kids at the time. We moved to Virginia shortly thereafter, and I spent a great deal of time working in the Northern Virginia suburbs and Prince George County in Maryland, and got exposed to a lot of diehard Redskins fans at the time. Now they're the football team, who were like, it was like the equivalent of like I can't even think it's like expecting to be at like a football game and it winds up being like an insane clown posse concert. Like it's just that radically wildly different from what you've been used to in a very historically successful organization. And his disdain for the proud history of that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, and he's never rubbed them back the right way. And
he's tried.
Well, he's rubbing something else. So again, this is another case where when people talk about the Fords sell the team, and I say there are significantly worse owners out there, a lot of them. It could be much, much worse. Daniel Snyder is much, much worse.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh.
Robert Sarver of the Suns is much worse. The Texans situation, oh, my God. Beyond what Daniel Snyder has done. They are... If the worst thing that the Fords do is own a historically losing football team, they're a lot better than a lot of the other owners.
Yeah, that I will agree. All right, tell you what,
don't sell the team to the Sarver.
I'm going to put a contest out there.
I
don't know what I can give. I don't know if I have anything. Who can put together a 1920 by 1080 YouTube thumbnail for the Lomas Brown, Wayne Fonts, and Herman Moore interview for me? I'm not going to be able to do this in the background. I'm just not.
So you are loading this up separately, right?
Yeah, I'm loading it as a separate.
So I can use it on an article of my own where I don't have to cut it out myself, because as you know, I am an idiot when it comes to technical things.
I got you, bro.
Thank you.
I could do this. I just don't have the ability to do it and produce and actually talk with any kind of intelligence at the same time.
If Sandman is out there, he's very good at this sort of thing.
Sandman's on his way to Vegas. He's actually in Vegas now. We should be hearing from him. Actually, he's got some stuff for us very shortly. Yeah. All right. So anyone, I ask, 1920 by 1080. That's 1920 wide, by the way. Is the size of the graphic.
Don't do it in vertical form. Got to be landscape.
Oh my God! Don't troll me. Please don't troll me. We'll take anything. You got Wayne Fonts, Lomas Brown, and Herman Moore. How can I forget? And Herman Moore.
You can leave Chris and I out of it if you want to.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't put our pictures in there. And then go ahead and just title it interview with those three guys. Put their names on it. Something. Anybody who could do that for me, I would be forever grateful and in your debt. And we'll figure something out for you. We'll
be really sweet.
Because I just can't do it. I got to get this up, and I've got all kinds of people asking, and I just don't have the ability to do it with everything else going on. Losing my voice a little.
It's all good.
All right. Let's see. William
Darkness has descended upon West Michigan.
Pardon?
My lighting is as good as it was. The sun has gone down, and the moon has not come up. As long as we did leave with the cup.
I remember one. Yeah, okay, cake fan.
Somebody got it. I knew you
driving and pulling apart, something like that.
I hate that band, by the way.
I know you do. I knew they would be a band you don't like. It's funny because it never changes the time of day here.
It's true.
I got the blackout curtains and everything else, and it's just all under control. It's always early evening. All right, let's see.
I'm looking like what can I do with these lights that are different? And
we got Cam and Brett. Let me double check my time to make sure Got them. It's time for them. We're at 7:00. Do you need to do anything really quick before we get Cam and Brett in here, Riz?
I can, yes. I will excuse myself very shortly.
All right. Why don't you go do that?
Okay.
I'll give you the moment away. Go ahead and enjoy that. And we'll bring Cam and Brett Kuzno in. This is, like I said, one of the most inspiring stories. The family went through some cancer. I saw earlier. Let me just find that again because I want to acknowledge Ryan Sheedy. My 6-year-old son is watching with me. His good buddy from school was diagnosed about a month ago with stage 4 cancer. So we are watching together. And I'm really sorry to hear that, guys. I really, really am. 11:30 tonight, my son had a friend who was also diagnosed with cancer as a child. His dad's going to come on and talk about the journey. He's 24 months cancer-free now. And it was a worrisome journey the whole time, right? They really went through a lot. And some of the most wonderful guys you'll ever meet, most wonderful family you'll ever meet, and you wouldn't believe it. So that's one to check out. My son's buddy and his dad and I were friends. We worked together. We were friends, had done a number of projects together, and he had moved on, started his own company at that point. But just really great people, and it was just terrible to hear. Just terrible to hear that happen. But it wound up good, and they're big proponents for St. Jude. We'll have them on, but in the near term, we'll bring in Cam and Brett here in just probably about 10 minutes. Really amazing story, Cam, and Cam's attitude is something that's infectious. You're gonna hear him talk, and you're just gonna be astounded by what this guy is and what he's become. Something really special, great family, and something to kind of when we met him originally, it was like a moment for me to sit back, take stock, and say, you know what, it isn't so bad. These guys are inspirational. And as I said earlier, it was one of those stories when it went on. We're donating money, doing everything through this. My wife was so moved. She donated right away to the stjude.org/DLP thing because he was just so inspirational. So very shortly here, we'll have that on. It is an absolute awesome story. You'll love to hear these guys and what's going on and the connection to Riz and all that kind of stuff. So in the meantime, we're at $10,602. We appreciate all of you who have helped us so far. Please get on and stjude.org/DLP. Throw a couple bucks at it. And you got $1, $10, $100, $1,000, whatever. We'll take it all. Send something in there. Help us raise some money. Help us get some sick kids. Christmas for the kids. Help make their lives better. Remember, when they go to St. Jude, they don't pay anything in hotel or medical fees or travel fees. It's all taken care of. And when you got families at the very, very worst time of their life, the most stressful time of their life, not having to worry about money is probably one of the most wonderful things you can do for folks. So St. Jude is a great, great charity that helps do that. We also have an auction. If you go to auction.detroitlionspodcast.com, we've got some great stuff. There's we call it a ski home in Winter Park, Colorado, but it's a 4-season adventure place, 7 nights for auction. It's worth $3,000 on the open market. It's definitely worth your time to look at that. Plan a vacation. You can get the whole family there pretty easy. Friends, there's a lot you could do there. We got all kinds of autograph stuff, DeAndre Swift jerseys and balls, Penei Sewell, Jamal Adams, TJ Hawkinson. We've got some Jerry Jacobs stuff coming up. And of course, the big dinner at Prime and Proper, the ultimate Michigan steakhouse, the best steakhouse in the Mitten, at least the best that I've been to. That's up there. It's dinner with me, Sandman, and the Riz at Prime and Proper. All of these auctions will end on the 15th of December, so you can get these things under the tree if you want to have them as a gift. It's a great opportunity to have some good stuff and unique stuff for your loved ones or liked ones. Auction.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. We'll be adding stuff in the next couple of days as well, so that'll get bigger, better, and more. All right, what else do we have going on really quick? We got a mumble and Riz in the background.
I'm back.
How you doing, buddy? I'm going to light you up here. No, I'm not. You're going to light me up. How's that leather chair working for you? I was thinking it would be kind of sticky and sweaty by this time.
I'm good. I'm very good with it.
Nice.
It wasn't what I intended. I intended to have my recliner come in, but we couldn't fit it through the bedroom door. So this chair fit there.
All right. Hey, do you want to do a pie video really quick or a 40 video? Let's do I don't even know which one I got.
Yeah, let's fire it up.
Let me look here really quick. Okay, we've got This one. Okay, yeah, we got a good pie video. Let's get this one in here. And this is Michael. Did we do Michael recently? I think we did. Let me.
I think so.
Yeah.
Remember, I just while I was gone, I brewed a pot of coffee. So I'll have coffee soon.
Nice. Okay, let's see. Let's do Frosty. All right, we got a 40 with Frosty here. Frosty 40. Let's check this out.
What's up, DLP? It's Frosty here, responding to the Pie in the Face challenge. I got a pretty okay bonus this week, so I'm going to donate that to St. Jude, and all this is for charity, of course. So go Lions, fuck the Packers, and let's go Red Wings tonight.
You ready?
Yeah.
Why do women not like their men? What is it? It's this opportunity to basically punch him in the nose. It's
our guy Kurt, his daughter, like she smacked him. That was something else, though, man. God bless y'all.
You guys are great. All right, let's we got one here. I'm going to go back to this one. This is a good one. A replay of the winner of the Fatboy 40. This is, we've played. If you haven't seen it, it's worth it. If you have, it's still worth it. I still laugh every time. I'm probably going to choke because I'm sneaking in bites as we play these videos, but it's still worth it. Check this out. This is Matt doing the Fatboy 40.
Area. It's the rain. Winterish. Actually, it sucks out here right now. It's time for the Fatboy 40. This car coming. It's good stuff. All right. Gotta prepare.
He's right there.
This is the face of determination. Okay. Here we go. Hopefully I don't injure myself. Oh my God, it's fucking hurt.
He went down with a hammy.
Like Chariots of Fire in slow motion.
Oh, Michael, you guys could play this video on a loop, and I'm pretty sure we'd all be fine with that. Yeah, he's all the credit to Matt.
That's fantastic. Good job, dude.
Absolutely love it. All right, let's see. Gotta do that. Can't lose it. All right, let's get. Well, I guess I have to give him the link because I'm an idiot. Let me get the link and get. Way too long, I might be hammered. Oh boy, here we go. I'm coming for you, Brett.
Very good. Very good.
Das ist gut. All right, here we go.
We're dealing.
He might be hammered. Lucky dog. Buddy, we got only 14 hours left. 13 and a half. This is easy.
So far, so good.
I'll see you in 6. Feel it. You got to stretch. That's the thing. The getting up and moving.
Yeah, I one of the reasons I keep getting up is because I will tighten, and I'm not a small human being. I need to keep moving, keep the blood flow going.
Yeah, hold
Hopefully, I won't have to sprint to the bathroom anytime soon for the next bean.
Restocking the waters. My wife is worried I'm going to get a blood clot from all this sitting.
Yeah, deep vein thrombosis, baby. You got to be careful. The DVT.
DVT. For the DLP. Yeah, you know me. Sorry. All right, let's get let's get Brett. Let's admit it. And there we go.
Hey, there we go.
Headphones. There's not many people I can scream coos at and get away with it, you know.
All right, he's got the buds in.
No, he froze.
Oh,
what is it, everybody? What is it? It's either vertical video or bad Wi-Fi.
No, mine was trying to get my headphones hooked up. Sorry.
There you go. Okay, at least you were frozen in like a good state. You weren't like mouth open with your tongue out or anything.
I did send the link to Cameron. I don't know if you sent it to him on Twitter.
I didn't. He'll probably pay more attention to you than me. Well, he'd probably actually pay attention to Riz, huh?
Maybe. But yeah. So yeah, unfortunately, he is at college. He out of COVID, they did finally. His first semester is funny. His first semester, right? So he got out of treatment in April of 2019. COVID hits. So his first semester in the fall of 2019, he has to go virtual. So he just stayed home. Then they opened them up to let them come to the school in January of 2020. He goes, and he's supposed to have these in-person classes. And at the last minute, they had an outbreak. And so he had to go sit in that crappy freshman dorm and go totally virtual classes. So essentially, he couldn't leave his freshman dorm for his whole second semester. But now he is back at school, full go, going to class, getting to walk that hill to go uptown, which, I'm not doing that one again if I don't have to.
At least you got to pay for housing on that virtual school for him, right? I mean, that's the part that you really are happy about.
We did not. They gave refunds.
Oh, really?
So, no. When he was actually in the dorm, I did have to pay for the housing when he was in the dorm.
Yeah.
I did not have to pay when he was home for the full virtual. Oh, there he is.
Hey, there's Cameron.
My beautiful
Cam,
boy.
How you doing? There we go. Cam, how you doing, brother? Oh, he's working his earbuds too.
Yeah, he's fixing the audio. We know that look.
Okay.
Yeah. He's run me through. I think he's running off of a Surface, which I had to pay for college because he felt that was going to be his most effective computer for college.
Hello.
Hey, Cam, how you doing?
There he is.
We hear you. Can you hear us?
Are you guys echoing on my behalf?
No, we don't hear an echo.
No, you're good.
Sorry, I can't hear you guys. I need to mess with my settings. I apologize.
No, that's fine. All right. Do your thing. You're on a Surface. You got the high class stuff going on. Make dad pay.
Oh, so when he was going to go to college before he got sick, he was going to go to Miami. So, Jeff can attest that thank God he changed.
Oh, thank God he made a good choice.
Right. Well, I flunked out of Miami, but still, that's fine. He got this giant Alienware computer, but it was like super like gaming laptop heavy.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he went through all this treatment and everything, and he moved everything over to OU, and he's like, I can't carry this around. It's too heavy, and I can't really use my shoulder. And I'm like, okay. So I wound up paying the exact same price for that Surface. And then
you guys
selling
hear me?
that. Yeah, we can hear you, Cam.
We hear you.
Okay, awesome. I can hear you guys now.
Okay, good deal.
But I wound up having to sell that Alienware thing for like, a third of the price. So
should have called me. All right. So we got Cam and Brett Kuzno. How you guys doing? So glad to have you back, man.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Cam, how's school going?
School's going great so far. Absolutely love my classes and my program. I'm having a great time this semester.
I love that you are living my dream life, my friend. That's awesome.
I'm excited to be living it too. I love the meteorology program here. It's a dream come true for me.
Are you sure that picture beneath you on the screen is where you want to end up? I mean, look at that guy, right? I mean, is that where you want to be?
Oh man,
say no.
I don't know, man. I got to reconsider now. Maybe, we're gonna take in applications for the business school.
I will say, Cameron and I had a conversation about Jeff because he is so interested in sports, and I actually gave him a piece of advice. I think I read it in a Peter King article years ago, which was, if you're interested, just write every day. And see how you feel about it. Just do it every day, and if nothing else, you have a portfolio if you ever look to go into it. So, but he does love meteorology like no one I've ever seen.
Yes,
it's very good advice. And Peter King, by the way, is an Ohio U grad.
Oh, is he really?
Yes, I didn't know that.
Oh, he knew that.
He sneaks a bobcat every once in a while into one of his articles.
Yes, he
All
does.
right.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about things. We're raising money for St. Jude. And Brett and Cam, you guys have had an experience where maybe it wasn't directly with St. Jude dealing with them, but they kind of inadvertently, they've been a part of the journey for you guys. I'd love to hear you kind of just tell the story again for us, for all the folks that weren't here last year. Let's pretend we've never met, because I think a lot of these folks are new. Talk about, the day you found out. Maybe let's start there and go forward and talk about your journey.
Absolutely.
You want to start?
Yeah, of course. And I'm super excited to be able to share my story with everybody and to be able to talk about how great St. Jude is, even if I'm not being treated at St. Jude directly, just all of the wonderful things they do. But yeah, so the day that we found out I was sick was it was just kind of a regular day to start with. So the day before, and my shoulder had been hurting me for a while, and I'd been taking like Tylenol and everything like that. Nothing was really working for my shoulder pain. So I figured, maybe I tore my rotator cuff or something like that. We got to find out. So I go on and they get an X-ray, and this is a couple days before I found out, and they say, you need to go get an MRI. So, I go to get the MRI, and then all of a sudden they stop it in the middle of it. And they say, hold on. And then they stick me with the IV, and they call in a doctor. They do this whole shebang, right? And I have absolutely no idea what's going on. And then I just finish the MRI as planned, and I go back home, and they call me back later that day and say, hey, we got your MRI results back, and you need to come in today. Luckily my mom was taking my brother there for an appointment later that day. So, I come in with them, and that's when I got the news that I had a tumor in my shoulder.
And this was the summer after he graduated high school. So he was 18. And the nature of that tumor is something called Ewing sarcoma. It grows on the surface of large bones. It usually occurs in adolescence. Cameron was 18, so he was within the range. It's usually anywhere from like a 13 or 14 to almost 20, 21. So he was in the range. But Ewing sarcoma is very specifically a childhood cancer because of when it occurs. So we live in Dayton, Ohio, and he was able to get treatment at the Dayton Children's Hospital. But that treatment, again, to throw it all back to St. Jude, and you've talked about how no one ever pays for anything when they go to St. Jude and all those great things. I've been kind of had you guys on the background all day. But that's the thing I always hit is they are a research hospital. The treatment that was developed to treat Cameron's cancer, 100% was developed through St. Jude because it was a childhood cancer. And it was all the research that gets done there and, between them and other hospitals, but definitely specifically at St. Jude. So, and I feel somewhat kind of connected to St. Jude too. I am from Toledo, Ohio, the hometown of Danny Thomas, who founded St. Jude. So, it's like, Jeff talked, I think, earlier today about working at Cedar Point. I did not work at Cedar Point. I did get drunk at Cedar Point, but I don't know if that's
didn't we all?
Did you ever make it over the fence? That's always the question about Cedar Point.
I don't think I tried.
I know.
No comment.
Okay, so big stuff, big news. Cam, tell us about what you thought. I mean, this has got to be obviously something brand new. This has got to be something huge. You get the news.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
You get the news. What happens? What happens? Tell me about your reaction when you heard.
So when I first heard the news, I just thought it was some kind of sick joke. Like, when someone tells that to you, you don't know what to think. The scenarios never run through your head. Well, what if I go to the doctor and I'm 18 years old and they just tell you that you have cancer? It took a really long time to even process that something like that was happening to me. And, I'd say it took maybe a week and a half before it really hit me that, I have cancer and this is going to be long and this is going to be hard. And all of my plans, because at this point, I'm about a month and a half from moving into college for the first time. And all of that's on hold. At the time I was going to go to a different school that I really shouldn't tell Risden which one it was.
I already did. You're good.
Oh, got you.
Fuck Miami.
So I was going to go to Miami of Ohio for chemical engineering at the time. And, everything just kind of got thrown up in the air at that point. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to go to college at all. So it's, it's a lot to process for an 18-year-old.
Yeah.
And he had to take, a complete break. His treatment, that particular cancer, is 9 months of chemotherapy. So he was so he couldn't start his freshman year at all, couldn't do anything. He was just constantly in chemotherapy. So, and then the end result, we showed you guys last year, he did wind up losing the shoulder blade. It was his left shoulder blade. And the thing with that Ewing sarcoma is if you can remove the affected bone, it recurs. I think it was less than 10% of the time.
Yes, if it had not spread to begin with and the bone was removed completely and none of the cancer stayed, the chances of it coming back go down pretty significantly.
Right. But if they can't remove the bone, and sometimes it does occur in bones where to remove it, you're amputating a limb, and some people don't want to do that. So they'll take radiation treatment instead of removing the bone. But if you can't remove the bone, I think it's like a 50-50 shot it might come back. So that's why Cameron, and he was 18, so Cameron got to make the election to have his surgery. But
big decision.
His mom and I being very, very fearful that he would have to go through it again. I would say we pushed him, but we told him our position. We thought it would probably be better on him to have it taken out.
Let me ask Cameron, was it more of an advice or was it more of a, hey, you really ought to, how hard did Dad lean on you? I'm not saying he made a bad choice here, but let's be honest.
So when it came to making the decision, I did know that it was my decision first and foremost. And I very much knew what my mom wanted me to do. And I very much knew what my dad and everyone wanted me to do. And I 100% agreed with them. It was, without a doubt in my mind, was I going to get my shoulder blade removed and be rid of it once and for all. Ewing sarcoma has a reputation for being super hard to deal with if it stays in you for too long. And, being young at the time, it's, I had my whole life ahead of me at that point still. And I decided that it's almost no contest that I was going to be getting the surgery and get it removed for good.
Yeah. Well, great job, Dad. That's parenting. Giving him the agency to do that is a big
You're
deal.
18 years old. You just got out of high school, and you've got to make that. I can't. That's tough stuff.
It wasn't easy.
You for doing this.
Thank you.
So now, with the bone is missing, you've got this ability to do some pretty wacky party tricks now, right?
I do. Do you want to see one?
Yeah. I love these.
All right. Hang on. I got to set you guys up.
All right. Cool.
All right.
So this one's my favorite. So I can take my arm. I just punched myself in the face, but I can take my arm like this, and I can go like that.
Oh wow!
All the way. Yeah.
I could tell right away. Nope. Holy cow!
The chicken wing.
Wow.
Yep. That's a good one. I can do another one. It'd be kind of hard to show you guys because I need like a bar to grab onto, but like I can grab onto like a fence post and make it look like I broke my arm.
Oh, that's fun. That would be again useful at Cedar Point, right?
Wow.
It was great at Cedar Point. Absolutely.
Wow, that's remarkable. So I have to ask you an OU related question. Where do you live now, and where did you live your freshman year?
So my freshman year, well, we couldn't go back to school the first semester because of COVID. Second semester, I got to move into Crawford Hall.
Okay.
And right now, I live in one of the newer dorms. You weren't around for it. It was built in 2015. I live in Tanaka Hall.
Is that on South?
Yep, it's New South Green. So it's right by it's pretty close to Clip.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
but Closure is where the meteorology labs are.
It is where the meteorology labs are, but not this year. They moved it just for the year.
How do you move?
Oh, they're renovating the meteorology labs.
Yeah, they're renovating pretty much all of Clip.
Good. It was
due
I was
for
there.
it.
In fact, it opened my freshman year. So that's how
Yeah, Clip's pretty due for renovation, so I'm glad they're getting it. They're moving Scalia Lab back. It should be for next year.
Good.
Riz is due for renovation too. So
that's the truth.
I am wearing last year's Crucial Catch because this year's one looks stupid. But I am going to cycle through what I call the Lions season of hats. So I am going to begin with training camp. So just as you guys go along, if you see me casually switching hats, I am going through a Lions season of hats.
Okay.
Wow. I'm impressed.
I'm imagining something here, but I'm going to let it go.
He's dedicated.
Wow.
You have no idea. Ask Chris how I did on trivia today, Cameron.
How did my dad do in trivia?
Nailed it. He took me home the championship, and Riz had to eat one of the Bean Boozleds.
Oh no, it's par for the course for my dad. I can tell you that.
That was actually the best of the 3 beans that I've eaten, though, and that was barf.
Man, it cannot be fun if barf is the best one that you've eaten.
Yeah, that was. It's not been a good day for my.
Have you had the spoiled egg one yet?
Chris just had that.
Chris just had that one.
Oh, that one's the worst.
There is got a new one, Cam, called Stink Bug. Which
I got Stink
would
Bug.
not want to touch.
That made me feel. I believe it's called the overhang. Is that still there?
Yes.
It would be like leaving there and licking the toilet.
Wow.
Back in my day, for my fellow OU alums.
Oh, that's the worst thing I've ever heard.
What was it? It was dog turd on a bark lit on fire is how he originally
that's
described
what it tasted like in my mouth and coming back out too.
Oh,
yeah, good times.
Oh.
So talk about your support system, Cam. As you were going through all this, you find out mom and dad, they seem to be relatively decent people, at least. What about the rest of the folks that helped? I mean, because you don't get through something like this alone, right? I mean, it's hard, and I know at times it had to feel lonely. Who were some of the other folks that were really there for you that helped you get through, and what were some of the things they did that meant the most to you as you kind of went through that journey?
Absolutely. So I used to live in a full house full of people. It was my excellent parents. I have 2 little brothers, and I have my grandparents as well. And I really want to highlight what one of my little brothers did for me, because if you ask my dad about him, there's one thing that we'll both say about him. He's kind of a jerk, right? But he's got a whole bunch of nicknames with us and everything. But I think that he provided probably the most useful thing to me when I was sick, because when you're sick with cancer, that's what everyone knows you as. You're the kid who has cancer. And I think that the best thing that my little brother did for me was treat me the exact same way as before. In a world where everyone's treating me differently, everyone's looking at me weird, having my little brother come in my room and take the snacks that I got special just because I was sick, that's what it was all about. It was instrumental in making me feel normal.
I do think I remember Carter telling you at one point, "I'm not going to be nice to you just because you have cancer."
That is something he did say to me.
That is being a brother. I might have said that to my brother at any point when he was sick as well. Well, he was much more empathetic than I was, though. But
wow,
that's really something.
And
that's
we
cool.
have not indoctrinated that brother, but last weekend I did take his other twin brother Casey to his first Lions game.
Oh,
that was a shitty decision. That was.
I remember them saying, "Oh, it's just the Eagles. Come on, we've got to get
the Eagles game." That's what I meant.
I might have said that.
Is it time for a hat change?
Oh yeah. We got so as the season progresses and it cools down, we have to move into the trapper hat, right? There you go.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
I see you've got a full selection of hats around the basement there. That's pretty Pretty awesome.
I do. I pin them up on the ceiling there. So mostly, literally, it's probably 90% Lions, and then another probably 8% Tigers, and then various ones. At one point, I was trying to collect minor league baseball hats, and I didn't get anywhere.
No. So Cam, what was your first Lions game?
My first Lions game was against the Denver Broncos in 2015. Peyton Manning came to town. And I think that was the year they won the Super Bowl, too. And if I recall correctly, we got flattened.
That was the game Stafford got benched.
Yes,
that was. That's right.
Oof. Oof. Oof.
Yep, we got flattened. Stafford got benched, and the Peyton Manning-led Broncos would go on to win the Super Bowl. I think that was my freshman year of high school.
Wow.
And then,
Brett, can you not
like
bring
the
the
next
kids to the
year,
games
I
anymore?
took him to Thanksgiving, right, with the Vikings, right?
Yep.
And we got low, man. We were like second row in the end zone.
Yep.
And I can't remember who it was. The Vikings guy that caught the winning touchdown right in front of us. Was it Kyle Rudolph? It might have been Kyle Rudolph.
Yeah, I think it was Rudolph. But yeah, it took us getting season tickets to the Lions to actually see us win a game.
We drove in 2018 from Dayton, Ohio to Detroit for season tickets. And that was the sweetest part of it, was beating the Patriots, being the first game that we won.
Yeah.
But the first game we went to was Monday Night Football against the Jets, and we got the doors blown off by
Good
rookie
old
Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold's very first game, he threw a pick six on the first play. I remember thinking, this couldn't be going better. And by the end, the whole stadium, I mean, not the whole stadium, a very loud section, you could hear him going, Jets, 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 Jets.
It was definitely drowning out any other noise in the stadium.
That was a rough game. I remember watching that one. That one was painful. That was one of the last Lions games I watched in public. I watched that at a sports bar. We did the radio program. They're like, "We'll pay for your tab if you stay all night." I'm like, "Can I leave now? Can you call me a car?"
That was
a perfect intro to Mr. Defensive Guru Pencil Man. His tenure went more of the same.
So
it's like we should have known.
Let me get you to practice some of this meteorology, Cam. Talk about the forecast for the Lions for the rest of the year using only weather terms.
This kid is into analytics, so he's going to nail this. But go ahead.
You can't talk me up. There's a lot of pressure on me now. So the Lions season has been rough so far. You know, we've got super low freezing temperatures. We've got a nasty negatively tilted trough affecting the Lions. But I have to say, those things don't last forever, and it will pass through eventually. We'll get a little bit of a high pressure system coming into Detroit, and it's going to be at the weirdest time. I think that this nice system that's going to bring us really clear weather is going to happen on a day where we should probably we would have no business winning the game. Think maybe our matchup against the Cardinals this year.
Wow,
that would be the Lions thing to do.
That's my expert prediction, and that is definitely not biased at all because I may or may not be going to that game.
I was hoping for the Steelers because I told people how crazy I was earlier today and said that I'm going to put my money on the Steelers game. Like an idiot.
Tony and I tried to talk you out of that.
I would definitely take the spread in that game. Steelers, I think, were 9-point favorites.
I'm just betting the money line. I'm just betting the money line. Straight up. I'm
betting the money line should probably be two something if I'm not.
Oh, it's got to be like 500. I think it's like 500 or 600. I'm like, that. And look, there's so many reasons why I think it's like worth that shot, but I won't get into them. We're not talking about betting or gambling.
No. I will move into November.
The turkey. Yes, I love it.
I remember practically begging him to buy that.
This is his hat.
I practically begged him at the stadium, please buy me this turkey hat. I will be so happy.
And here's Dad now wearing the turkey hat.
Yeah,
Dad's got it.
A gray hat.
Oh my!
I swear, if they ever try to take this game away from the Lions, I will storm NFL headquarters in New York.
I really, really don't see that happening. That's something that we can pass on to Cam. When you have kids, you can pass on, and Grandpa will go with them.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
And Grandpa go with him. Grandpa's buying. What are you talking about? I think.
He does make me do that a lot.
Yeah, it is. It's my favorite hobby. Making my dad pay for things.
Yeah.
You went to the right school for that.
yes, I did.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, no. Now, did you guys just keep the season tickets that 1 year?
Yeah, it was just for that 1 year. We, it would be really hard logistically for me to get back from OU 8 times a year to go do season tickets.
And his brother Casey and I just did this. That's 6 hours of driving every Sunday.
Yeah.
I know there are diehards up in the UP that are just as far away as I am, but good God, it's brutal.
yeah. I mean, that's 3-hour drive.
If it's night game, I got to go hotel room. I'm not driving at midnight.
It's tough, man.
The 3-hour drive.
I live like 3 hours the other direction. That's rough.
Right. Yeah.
Especially after they lose. It's even worse.
3 hours of hope followed by 3 hours after that Eagles game, and it's just like you have a lot of time to contemplate your own stupidity, right? I mean, that's really what it comes down to. It's so frustrating. And what happens is though they get that win against the Patriots, right? That was like just absolute crack for Lions fans. Wait a minute, this is gonna work. We beat Tom Brady. Yep. We out Patriots the Patriots. This is coming together. We convinced ourselves of so many things. Just like after the Rams game.
I have been hearing a lot of chatter that Patriots fans are kind of ticked that Patricia's back. They don't like his defense.
Good.
I think Patriots fans have a lot to deal with. I think the Packers are going to have the same thing. When Aaron Rodgers is gone, just statistically speaking, they've got a long, tough haul ahead of them. And for them, it's just like a wake up in September and have a chance at the Super Bowl for 2 decades, right? For decades, to be able to think that and to understand all of a sudden what it's like to be a team that that has a immunized quarterback. That's a whole different ball of wax. That's going to be.
Brilliant plan.
Yeah.
I love
my team name in the DLP Fantasy League was Dr. Kirk Cousins, MD, because of his craziness. And which, no, don't get me wrong, I'm not taking a political stance on it. If you don't want to get vaccinated, it's fine. Just be honest about it. Don't pretend, which is what Aaron Rodgers did. You can say you don't want to get vaccinated. That's fine. You got to do all the stupid rules. Don't pretend and act like you're like, oh, I'm here for the team. Not really.
Well, and I don't think he pretended he was there for the team though all summer, right? I think he showed up because he kind of just wanted the money. He wasn't going to walk away. I thought it would be. I didn't think of this as his way to tank the team, right? I thought it would for Aaron Rodgers. The ultimate way to get back at him would be to just throw the games, just to play garbage, right? Because you have this whole thing where, the legacy of Aaron Rodgers, he's so great, won the Super Bowl, all these, and then he screwed us on purpose, right? And you're like so conflicted as a fan. This kind of does the same thing though, so I kind of like it.
Well, we kind of thought that after they got blown out by Jameis Winston and the Saints. Everybody's like, "Oh my God, this is how he does it. This is how Aaron Rodgers takes down the team."
Yep.
And then
he was rotten that day.
They had their
get-right
game. Yeah, they had their get-right game on Monday Night Football against the Lions, like everybody, and then they're fine.
Yeah,
the Lions played well that game, though.
They did.
One of the
Aaron Jones had other plans.
Yeah.
So Cam, let me ask you. You got the news. You did the journey. Dad's moving on later into the season now to the Christmas game. What kind of advice do you have for somebody, young, old, otherwise, who hears a diagnosis like you did? I mean, because for some people react so differently, right? And here you are on the other side of it. Just, I mean, the happiest, most inspiring guy that I've met, right? How do you help people get there? How do you help them kind of take that and internalize it and get to where you're at?
The best thing for me was just knowing that people love me. It was knowing that my family loved me, my friends loved me, and that everyone's going to be there for me. It's all about having a good support system. Whether that's my little brother stealing my snacks, or a local church giving me some cooking supplies because I decided to take that up as a hobby while I was sick. It all meant a lot to me. It made me feel really loved by the community. So my best advice is just know that there's other people out there for you. There's other people who are going through what you're going through, and that at the other end, things will turn out all right.
That's awesome, man. That is really awesome. And I'll tell you, people who don't even know you have grown to love you just hearing your story. It's really something, and we appreciate you coming and telling it, and coming back and hearing the good news that things are still going well. Keep rocking it through school. I'd love to keep checking in year after year and watch you grow and see all the great new changes, man. You're an inspiring story.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you, bud. Well,
it's awesome. And
Brett, I don't know how you did
keep
it.
living my dream for me, because I deviated and wound up like this. So whatever you want to do with your meteorology degree, whether you want to do TV, whether you want to do print, whether you want to go into climatology, anything like that, stick with it. It's worth it.
I will. OU's been so great, and I can't stop talking up our meteorology program here. It's been a dream come true for me. This is my first semester back on campus with everything open, and I'm already on live TV. I've already gotten so much better at weather forecasting. I'm going to be forecasting for Scalia Lab next semester. It's been going so awesome for me, and this is my dream.
That's awesome.
That's fantastic, man.
Riz, do you recognize the logo on that hat, Cameron? What was that shop?
This is Blue Eagle Music.
I do know that. Yep. That was there back in my day.
It's been around forever. I remember someone telling me that all the other music stores in town ended up closing down except for Blue Eagle.
Wow.
Yeah, they figured out Napster. No, I'm just kidding.
That was after I was there.
All right, guys. Well, thank you again so much for joining us. And Brett, I mean, all I can tell you is great job, man. What a dad, what a great son you've raised, man. Impressive.
Well, to piggyback real quick off the question you asked Cameron, my advice to parents, and it gets overlooked too often, is if your child gets sick, just remember it's not you. It feels like it is, but it's not you. You have to think about them.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I think my mom took me being sick worse than I did, to be honest.
Yep.
So, it's hard.
I can see that. Yeah. I can see that. I know that would happen here.
that's really, really good advice.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great advice.
Brett, Cam, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate you joining.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks for everything you do.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks, guys.
For real, for sure. Absolutely. All right. Brett, Cameron
Oh
Cousineau.
yeah.
Bobcats. Let's do it. All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks for everything.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
Bye.
Awesome. Bye-bye. What a great pair, man.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So he brought up he was going to go to Miami for chemical engineering. As you know, I went to Ohio for meteorology. My wife has a degree in Ohio in chemical engineering. It's like, this is like my long lost kid or something. Like, I need to be like an adoptive uncle for this guy or something. What a great thing. And I love that he told the story about his brother treating him like he's normal, like he's not special. I had somebody when I was a youngster who it wasn't cancer, but his older brother got sick. And I remember that he's like, I'm not treating him different. He's not special. And I remember that mindset. And now I see the other side of it. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. That's really something, man. I love a story. I love a winner, man. And that's really something to love Cam and his story and his dad. I mean, that's a family pulling together, doing all the right things, looking at things in a great way. And
that's really, and that makes me feel so good that we got to let him tell that and let Brett tell that too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm very, very happy about that. So thank you for that, Chris. That was cool.
Awesome. Bear in the chat. I got your thing. My internet on my browsers are running really slow. I think I have to restart them all again, but I'm going to grab this picture It should show itself. Oh, I'm seeing. Yep, that's perfect. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate you doing that. That is absolutely fantabulous.
Oh, you got the what is it, 1920?
The first one was a bit big. Let's see. Trying to.
She said.
Trying to get it. Let's see. Save image as. Let me make sure.
Do we want to do our little reset right now?
Yes. Let's do. Let me. I need to shut all my browsers down before I do that. So give me 1 second. Let's
okay.
Really quick. Let's cap the day so far. Who have we talked to? So we started out with Justin Rogers.
Justin Rogers was on with us. That was great. Then we had the inimitable Tony Ortiz come on with us.
Yes. Come on, man.
Then we did Luke Easterling from DraftWire. He offered some very keen insight. I love talking to Luke.
He's great. I mean, everybody was great, really. What do we got?
Thank you, Sherry.
That might have been my wife.
Thought it might be.
She is a sucker for Cam. Oh my God! Is there something I don't know about? All right. So let's talk about what's going to go on. YouTube only lets us do 12 hours of streaming. And so we have to kind of back things down. We have to do a pause here and restart. So what I got to do is close all my browsers and start over. Oh, I don't want to close that one either. Dang it. Oh, wait. Okay. We got to close all our browsers and start over. That's okay. It's going to take us about a minute to get everything restarted. But that's okay, right? Because we're here for you guys, and we'll be right back, and we'll kick this whole thing off. Get this closed.
When we come back, we will have Mark Schofield with us shortly thereafter.
Yes, coming back to Mark Schofield.
If you caught Mark a couple weeks ago, you will definitely want more Mark in your life.
Mark is fantabulous. So Mark Schofield will be here, and will be awesome. And we've got, after him, we've got Ash coming on, who is going to do pies in the face for everything. We're $100 away, so if you guys could get to stjude.org/DLP, it's actually $97.31. Riz is going to have to eat a bean. And we love that when that happens, so we'll get there, have some fun. We got Ash, we got Matthias coming up, and we got Colin coming up. We're going to do some analytics with our guy, Chris Robbins, and we've got Dean Blandino still. This has been a crazy day, full of tons of people, Riz. Anything you want to say before we real quick take a reset break?
No, just we'll be right back.
All right, folks, we will be right back. Literally give us 1 minute, and then you can load the stream again. We'll talk to you real shortly, real quickly, and thank you for coming back after this.